Hello everyone. Today I'm bringing you part 2. First, hey race a quick recap of part 1. Lu Qingchen was an ordinary teenager until an accident activated the mysterious Peerless Genius cultivation system, launching him on a path to greatness. The system bestowed the Dongwang Bell, the Burning Heaven Codex, and potent true dragon essence blood, allowing him to soar from the second level of the body-tempering realm to an unparalleled prodigy. Determined to enter Martial Soul University and make his family proud, he embraced cultivation with zeal. System-granted pills and martial soul scrolls pushed his strength even further. He soon broke through to the 10th level and awakened the formidable three-legged golden crow and nine-clawed true dragon souls, astonishing everyone around him. During the university's entrance test, Lu Qingchen shattered the strength gauge with a single punch, shocking the crowd. He and his friend Yushan drew the attention of Lu Yan, a tutor from Heaven's Path Academy, and were admitted on the spot. Jealous, Yao Chengwu from the capital attacked Lu Qingchen but was soundly defeated. Wen Yao's mentor, Elder Hu, attempted revenge. A silver adjudicator from the Hall of Heavenly Judgment intervened, cementing Lu Qingchen's growing reputation. At the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony, Yushan gained the top-tier golden-backed Wild Tauren, while Lu Qingchen awoke twin souls the three-legged Golden Crow and the nine-clawed True Dragon. He also received the system's creation Jade Divine Lotus, becoming the center of attention. Their talent stunned Han Meng, Vice Dean of Heaven's Path Academy. She accepted Lu Qingchen as her disciple and poured resources into his training. Inside the academy, Lu Qingchen and Yushan enjoyed first-class facilities and befriended Su Man and Su Muting. Competition remained fierce. In the freshman trials, Lu Qingchen faced Lan Xiao, a core second year. Relying on the Golden Crow soul and his burning heaven palm, he defeated Lan Xiao with ease, earning thunderous applause and solidifying his status as the academy's rising star. Lu Qingchen's sister, Lu Qingxue, and her friend Long, she felt proud of his progress. Guided by his sister, he continued cultivating with the goal of reaching the King realm and becoming a true martial overlord. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time here and you're interested in the story, you can find part 1 in the comment section or the playlist below. Now let's dive into part 2. The moment Zhao Yun appeared behind Su Chun, Xiao Pang froze. No way that White Horse General is his summon? His mind hummed, and he suddenly recalled all the bragging he had done in front of Su Chun earlier, wishing he could evaporate on the spot. At the same time, the boss was forcibly rooted. The White Horse General, armored and holding a spear, materialized, and the surrounding examinees erupted. Why did the boss stop attacking? Where did that general come from? Is he some insider? The White Horse General's taking the hit for him. Use your brains, obviously a summon. But isn't the White Horse General an NPC? How can a player summon him? Imperial Capital Gaoqiao Review Board. Every evaluator was stunned into silence. Their focus wasn't on Zhao Yun but on a hardwired rule. World bosses can't be crowd-controlled. Yet Su Chun had interrupted one single-handedly. What skill can root a world boss? This is insane. I want to follow his orders through a screen. His eyes turned gold when he cast so cool. He just punched a hole in the game's lore. Coach, teach me that. Wei Zheng in the monitoring room was equally shaken. Had known Su Chun had a trump card, but he hadn't expected something that could control a world boss. This isn't ordinary psychic control, it's a rules-level ability. He drew a long breath and fixed his gaze on the feed. The battle was far from over. Su Chun could only hold the boss briefly, and their power gap remained. The White Horse General had already proven weaker than the Wolf Rider boss, and the one in Dingxian Commandery was twice as strong. When the control ended, would Su Chun flee or fight? The boss's star-piercing spear covered an immense range, cutting off any escape, and in a straight duel the general would likely lose. Spectacular or not, the situation was still dire. If the boss closed in, Su Chun would have no room to maneuver. Inside the instance, King Zhaoshan's body started to stir. The brief paralysis was ending. After a moment's hush, murderous intent flooded the field once more. A chill shot down Xiao Pang's spine, and he darted behind Su Chun. The boss' oppressive aura returned, and tension swept across the entire testing ground. The crushing pressure spread like an invisible net, forcing every examinee to look toward the battlefield. What's he doing? Why isn't he running? Does he really want to solo a world boss? Impossible. If he could do that, he wouldn't be sitting this exam with us. That White Horse General is strong, sure, but he can't possibly match a world boss. Deep underground, Captain and Shuiyang of Haihui Province listened to the battle through a scrying pool and abruptly leapt from his seat. What? The White Horse Rider is a summon? How the hell is that possible? He spun around and roared, "Stand down. Tell everyone to stand down. Let the kid die to the boss, or we'll never get the artifact. No one makes a move without my command." High on the ramparts, the control of Imperial might over Zhao Xinhuang faded. He shook off the paralysis, murderous intent surging from him like a tide, while thunderous hoofbeats erupted on every side. Su Chen's lips curled. Right on time. Clatter, clatter, clatter. White horse retainers burst from alleys, rooftops, and crossroads, with throngs of demonized Xiongnu soldiers chasing after them. The instant Su Chen opened his eyes, he had ordered the cavalry to gather the scattered foes, timing it so they would arrive just as the boss awakened his only plan to force Zhao Yun into a heating clash. Lone hero. As the enemy swarmed in, Zhao Yun's passive triggered. Every attribute except constitution surged as if fed into a roaring furnace. One-fold, two-fold, threefold. His silver spear trembled, its hum piercing the air. 11-fold, 12-fold, 13-fold. Blue-white lightning danced around him, as though an ancient thundercloud had chosen this moment to break. Maggot. Seeing Zhao Yun's power skyrocket, Zhao Xinhuang hesitated no longer. He leveled his spear at the distant Su Chen. As a world boss, he spotted Zhao Yun's weakness at a glance. The summoner. Szzzt. The lightning vein Zi Shao spear ripped through the air, streaking towards Su Chen's brow. Clang. A cold flash split the sky as a silver spear intercepted the blow. Metal shrieked against metal, the sound echoing across the city. Your opponent is me. Szzzt. Zhao Yun struck first, spear flashing like lightning and driving straight into Zhao Xinhuang's abdomen. Thunder erupted. Empowered 20-fold by lone hero, the blow erased a full tenth of the world boss health in an instant. The spectators were petrified. No way. One strike took 10%? His strength must be over 10,000. He's in the same cohort as us. How can he be in the same cohort? He's too strong. He really can solo the boss. Damn it. And he's handsome on top of that. I must be dreaming. I have to be dreaming. Sizzle. The air crackled with purple and white lightning as Zhao Yun and the boss traded blow after blow. With lone hero amplified 20-fold, Zhao Yun eclipsed the world boss in every stat but stamina, and his near-perfect spear work drove the so-called King Zhao Xine to exhaustion. Each thrust sheared off a precise 10% of the boss health, and the HP bar plunged below half in a heartbeat. A guttural roar shook the valley. Zhao Yun instinctively sprang back 100 meters, loose stones scattering underfoot. In the same instant the boss swept its lance in a wide arc, violet lightning wrapped in white glare army cleaving slash, a massive AoE strike. Zhao Yun knew his physique still lagged behind the boss. Taking the hit heat-in would be fatal, so he ducked away. Once enraged, the boss would spam that skill non-stop, leaving only slivers of safe timing to re-engage. With his mission complete, Zhao Yun had no reason to linger. Su Chen caught his intent and signaled a withdrawal. Others would need the same escape corridor. At full health the boss drew no challengers, but with half its HP gone and aggro locked on Zhao Yun, point-hungry candidates swarmed from the shadows. The moment Zhao Yun left its range and the boss moved to pursue, half a dozen colossal fireballs of varying hues crashed down arcane fireball. They were followed by mystic barrage and frost storm, braids of magic twisting through the air. Before the final echoes faded, another volley arrived. Arrow hail, toxic needles, thrown boulder, all hammering the world boss. Candidates poured in from every direction, desperate to tag their share of damage. No one dared solo the boss, but lobbing a couple of skills from within the crowd was easy enough. In seconds, elemental flares and whistling steel wove a lethal tapestry, and the true frenzy of a world boss raid finally erupted. Deep in a cellar, and Shuiyang roared into a listening bubble. We agreed the boss would finish off that white horse general. Who let these people in? Voices of squad leaders overlapped in reply. We can't hold them. The boss is at half HP. If we don't strike now, we'll miss our chance to farm points. And Shuiyang seethed. After a brief pause he barked, full deployment. Treat this as a live fire test. Follow my command and execute the boss. I don't believe that kid can stop a dozen of us. By then, Su Chen had led Zhao Yun several kilometers from the battle's core. Almost every candidate had joined the raid, multicolored skills streaking across the sky. The berserk boss kept claiming lives, yet sheer numbers blunted its menace. Bodies fell, but the assault never slowed. Many hands make light work, and the HP bar continued its slow, steady slide. As the health bar neared the end, powerhouses coveting legendary loot grew restless. Beyond the elites who had long plotted a takeover, even ordinary candidates felt a spark of hope. After all, this was a world boss, and every second it was being hammered by dozens of skills. No one could tell which skill would land in the exact instant the boss died. If their own attack happened to be the last straw, the legendary loot would be theirs. The thought spread like wildfire. Most candidates stopped dealing damage, stockpiling mental energy, and saving their strongest moves for the finish. A disciplined boss raid had devolved into a blatant race for the final hit. And Shuiyang had already charted every captain's all-out strike, run the numbers, deducted missed chances and resistances, and produced a rough kill window. The harsh reality, however, was obvious. Even a combined barrage could not rival the White Horse General's burst. And Zhuiyang's face darkened as he calculated at lightning speed. No matter what, Highway Province's candidates had to claim that legendary item or lose all face. The world boss health was scraping bottom, entering its final phase. Standing at a distance, Su Chun kept recalculating the kill threshold, then signaled Zhao Yun to charge up. By his estimate, a single flowing cloud thrust would remove at least a tenth of the boss HP if it landed. Still, he refused to gamble on an exact kill point. The hidden skill no one could look up dance of the end sounded dangerous enough to trigger at low health. Su Chen chose to wait until the bar dipped to 1/20th. Given the others' combined DPS, they could never take off that much HP in an instant with perfect accuracy, timing, and damage, so he still had room to act. The health bar raced toward the threshold. Zhao Yun vaulted into the saddle, silver spear leveled, and charged like a storm. As the mount thundered forward, the spearhead's glow almost solidified flowing cloud thrust scaled with speed, turning this blow into a guaranteed armor piercer. Su Chun drew a steady breath. One clean hit, and their second piece of legendary gear would be secured. Dust-colored light erupted from the ground, and two arcane sigils flared across the path. Prison of the Drawn Circle. Chains burst from the earth, binding Zhao Yun and his horse, freezing the charge in an instant. Bastards! Su Chen's fury ignited as he locked onto the two array mages who had cast the spell. 7,000 points of mental power roared through Imperial might, doubled by Golden Banner of Sacrifice, and slammed into their minds. The two mages clutched their heads and screamed, blood flooding from their eye sockets. It wasn't fatal, but the psychic damage was irreversible. Their array collapsed, chains shattered, and the bind was gone. Free once more, Zhao Yun spurred his horse and leveled his spear, but the lost 2 seconds meant he had to build momentum from zero, and flowing cloud thrust needed to recharge. Worse yet, in those 2 seconds the other teams had shredded the boss HP to nearly 150th free, likely within their own kill range. The boss is in the kill zone, everyone. Go all in. And Huang roared over the voice channel. The White Horse General Zhao Yun was still pinned down and couldn't reach the fight, so the legendary loot was practically theirs already. Trading 2 formation masters' lives for a piece of legendary gear was a bargain. At his command the air around the boss twisted as if struck by a giant hammer. A dozen squad captains unleashed their strongest skills at once: blades of light, pillars of lightning, showers of fire. The top candidates erupted together, launching a lethal encirclement. Boom! A dazzling torrent of abilities swallowed the arena. Dust shot skyward, the beast's roar drowned out by thunder. In a single heartbeat the boss health bar hit 0, and Zuyang's grin stretched wide success. He had attacked a half-beat late on purpose, hoping for the last hit. Even without a spear, bringing a legendary item back to Haihui province would make him and his clan the center of attention. He held his breath, waiting for the boss to fall, and the system broadcast a sound. Instead the ground buckled beneath him and screams crackled through the voice channel. "Captain, it's not dead. It's still attacking ya." And Huang snapped his head up, staring at the boss health bar. It was empty, so why was it stuck at 1? Boom. A boulder hurtled toward him, and darkness swallowed his vision. Su Chen cast insight on the berserk boss again, and the hidden data finally appeared. Dance of the Apocalypse. When dealt lethal damage, HP locks at 1 and Dance of the Apocalypse triggers. All attributes except Constitution 10. Gains uncontrollable super armor, lasts 10 seconds. Famous Blade. Siming. Watching the demonized Xiongnu Zhao Xian King butchering everything in sight, Su Chun was glad head kept Zhao Yun out. Had Zhao Yun landed the earlier kill, the boss would have gained 10-fold stats with the White Horse General inside, wiping the raid and the loot. He glanced to the far end of the battlefield and silently counted down. As the timer neared 0, Zhao Yun shattered the ground, his white stallion flashing forward, spear striking like lightning. The shockwave swept in all directions, leaving most candidates dead or maimed. No one could contest the drop. SSSHD. The instant the dance ended, Zhao Yun's spear pierced straight through the demonized Xiongnu Zhao Xian King. You have slain level 18 world boss, demonized Xiongnu Zhao Xian King. EXP 106,354. Route clear reward. Purple Heaven Thunder Pattern Spear. Obtained. Imperial Seal Fragment 10. Dingshan Commandery route cleared. The teleport array has appeared. Please enter the preparation space for the final challenge. Light converged, and torrents of experience poured into Su Chun. Compared with Huaqubing's solo boss kill, the reward was smaller. This time the experience had been split among all the candidates who took part. Although he didn't level up again, getting his hands on a second piece of legendary gear still thrilled Su Chun. He immediately opened the equipment menu, and lines of data filled his view. Zixiao Thunder Pattern Spear Legendary. 1. Item description: origin unknown, yet intricately linked to the celestial Zixiao lightning. 2. Power of Thunder passive, strength 50 when equipped. This bonus is included in all gear multipliers. 3. Power of Cloud Patterns passive, agility 50 when equipped. Likewise included in all gear multipliers. 4. Star Piercing Lance active. Hurl a lightning spear in a chosen direction, piercing all enemies in its path. On hit, deals true damage equal to current attack and roots the target. After a brief cast, The wielder blinks to the landing point, dealing the same true damage to nearby enemies. 5. Sweeping the battlefield active. Sweep a 10-meter radius around the user, knocking back all enemy units, and dealing true damage equal to current attack. Knocked back targets are briefly stunned and cannot be healed, revived, or summoned. 6. Dance of the End passive. When fatal damage is taken, HP is locked at 1 and Dance of the End triggers. For the next 10 seconds, all attributes except Constitution 10 gain super armor and become immune to all control effects. Those simple lines struck Su Chen like bolts of lightning. Compared with the sacrificial gold banner, this spear was every bit its equal. The percentage boosts from Power of Thunder and Power of Cloud patterns far exceed the flat bonuses of normal gear. Star-piercing lance provides long-range pursuit, while sweeping the battlefield controls foes up closure flawless offense-defense combo. Dance of the End is a god-tier ability. 10 seconds of invincible super armor. In the hands of a powerful general, its potential is unimaginable. At a thought, violet arcs crackled around Su Chen's fingertips, and the Zixiao thunder pattern spear appeared. Lightning danced along the shaft, its weight staggering. Before he could swing, the tip hissed into the ground. Still too heavy, Su Chen chuckled wryly and stored it away. He then dragged the spear into Zhao Yun's inventory slot. A system prompt popped up. Bind the Zixiao thunder pattern spear to the hero Zhao Yun. This action consumes Imperial Jade Seal Shards 10. Su Chen hit confirm without hesitation. The shards burst into light, and the equipment merged. In the distance, Zhao Yun, sprinting toward him, halted as if sensing the change. He raised his left hand. Crack! Threads of violet lightning tore through the air, and the Zixiao thunder pattern spear coalesced in his grasp. Electricity coursed down the shaft. Zhao Yun's long hair flew, and his armor rang true. Su Chen watched the silver-armored figure wielding the violet spear and felt pride swell in his chest. From today on, who could doubt that a lone rider could cut down 1,000? With the Zixiao thunder pattern spear back in his grasp, Su Chen refocused on the heart of the battlefield. Cold light danced along the tip as his gaze locked onto the two examinees using a formation to restrain Zhao Yun, the very captains who had been lounging in the rest area tent. If this were only a private feud, they would never gamble on elimination just to shackle Zhao Yun. Clearly someone higher up was pulling the strings, and that someone was almost certainly the student leader from Haihui province. If you leave me alone, I'll return the favor. But if you slap me in the face and expect me to swallow it, forget it. Su Chen dismissed the spear's afterimage and strode toward the shell-blasted center of the field. Rubble and dust rolled at his feet. He stopped a passing examinee, asked a few pointed questions, and soon tracked the Haihui captains to a shattered brick wall. Already guilty at heart, the captains wilted the moment Su Chen's shadow fell over them. One glance was enough to turn their legs to jelly, and they quickly spat out the name of the mastermind in Huang. After crunching the numbers on his team's damage output and realizing Zhao Yun was immovable and had chosen to trap him with a formation instead. Target acquired, Su Chen signaled Zhao Yun. Drag him out. Zhao Yun obeyed, flicking aside a pile of bricks with one thrust and hauling the unconscious and Huang before Su Chen. Su Chen didn't wait for him to wake. He raised a palm. Imperial might exploded. Die. An unseen torrent of spirit, laden with supreme will, crashed down. And Zhu Yang's body quaked, and dark blood seeped from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The instance's protection protocols could teleport a mortally wounded examinee to safety, but no medicine could mend a shattered psyche. Su Chen's strike would cripple Zhu Yang's mental attributes. With bad luck, the man might spend the rest of his life in a daze. Imperial capital Gaoqiao oversight room. When Huang was ruined on the spot, silence swallowed the monitors. Someone swallowed hard and whispered, "Was that the mental art that freezes bosses?" "Looks like it. That hit probably scrambled his brain," another replied, voice trembling. "How are we supposed to explain this to Haihui province? And Zhu Yang's family is pedigree nobility." Panic flickered across the staff, yet Su Chen's unrivaled talent left them equally unsure of their footing. Several pairs of eyes turned to the man at the head of the table, General Wei Zheng. "General Wei, how do we proceed?" One examiner ventured. "By the book," Wei Zheng said calmly, as if approving routine paperwork. He skimmed the report. And Huang orchestrated a group to engage in malicious competition, knock 50% of his exam points. All other participants lose 20%. Su Chen acted in self-defense, deduct 10%. The staff exchanged uneasy looks. Points meant little to Su Chen. What frightened them was in family retaliation. Sensing their worry, Wei Zheng lifted his eyes once more. After the exam, Su Chen will join the National Key Talent Program. With the military and the state at his back, no clan can stir up trouble. His words landed like iron. The examiners froze. The military had just promised Su Chen its protection and honor reserved for only the rarest prodigies. Inside the instance, Su Chen flicked his hand, letting Zhu Yang's limp body flop onto the ground, then turned toward the teleportation array. White light rose, and he stepped into its heart. The transfer completed, and Chen found himself in a space identical to the one used for pre-exam preparations. This was their final chance to rest and resupply before they faced the instance's ultimate boss. The Dingxiang route was finished. Only Dian Wei's Longxi run remained. As long as Dian Wei didn't pull anything crazy, they would walk away with all 3 legendary items. Chen sat cross-legged, drew a lungful of dust-laden air, closed his eyes, and switched his mind to the Longxi path. Truth be told, this was the one that worried him most. That had never believed Dian Wei would conduct a siege by the book. The view shifted and a sand-yellow battlefield rushed toward him. Zhuchuan, the last city in Longxi, lay like an oasis in the sun-scorched desert. Towering walls shimmered beneath the blazing sky, and the air burned like a forge. Outside the gates, every candidate was already assembled, weapons bristling, morale high. Forward, boys charge! Dian Wei's thunderous shout made the dunes quake. Chen blinked. Since when did Dian Wei call his men boys? One camera switch later, he was even more shocked. Instead of Tiger Leopard Cavalry, a full line of candidates wielding 2-handed greatswords marched behind the general. Shield bearers pressed close to Dian Wei, while archers, mages, and healers formed neat layers behind them. No fancy tactics, yet tight enough to look like a standing army. As they closed on the walls, arrows hissed through the air. Dian Wei roared again and summoned all 470 Tiger Leopard riders. Thundering hooves formed a black torrent at the vanguard. Heavy shields lifted to soak up the volley, while the formation advanced in perfect step toward the gate. Open up! Dian Wei swung his purple-gold maul. The first blow split the beam, the second shattered the crossbar, and the third blasted the huge doors apart. Dust rolled back to reveal a straight avenue. Enemy boots already scrambling in the distance. The gate fell. The army poured in brutal, direct, and flawless. Chen could tell these candidates had practiced with Dian Wei many times. Their coordination was uncanny. The moment they breached the city, system messages flooded his interface. Boss fight initiated. Corrupted Xiongnu Shotu King has appeared. Legendary item detected crimson armor. All candidates, cooperate to defeat the boss and complete the objective. Street fighting erupted. In the maze of alleys the enemy howled forward, yet the candidates stayed welded around Dian Wei and the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. The riders formed a wedge, heavy shields steady while spells and arrows poured over their shoulders, looking more and more like a veteran regular army. Kill. LV.18 Corrupted Xiongnu Raider EXP 836. Kill. LV.18 Corrupted Xiongnu Raider EXP 897. Kill. LV.18 Corrupted Xiongnu Raider EXP 813. Kill. LV.18 Corrupted Xiongnu Elite EXP 2877. Enemies fell in rows as though reaped by a scythe, and experience notifications cascaded like a waterfall. Chen was stunned. He had expected Dian Wei's route to be a chaotic mess, yet it was running smoother than any other. The group swept the streets clean, erasing most of the garrison in minutes. Amid shattered stone and flickering fire in the main square, the rout boss the Shotu King finally appeared. The giant, encased in crimson plate, stood somewhere between the Zhuxian King and the Zhao Xian King in size. Each stomp of his iron boots cracked the ground, and the twin black iron hammers in his hands sheared the air with a shriek. Corrupted Warlord Xiongnu Shotu King. World Boss, level 18. Strength, 40,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 60,000. Constitution, 300,000. Equipment, Crimson Armor. Legendary skills, Blood Harvest, Bramble Spikes. Blood Harvest. Each attack heals the boss for 50% of the damage dealt. Bramble Spikes. Reflects 50% of incoming physical damage back to the attacker. Reliquary of Life. A hidden ability, details unavailable. This boss is kitted out with legendary gear, and its overall power is about the same as the one in Dingshan Commandery. Its strength and agility are a touch lower, but its constitution is off the charts, clearly a pure tank. Chen, however, had eyes only for its equipment. The last piece turned out to be a set of crimson armor, and his heart skipped a beat. The exam board really pulled out all the stops: weapon, armor, and items, all in one drop. Attributes aside, the armor's 2 minor skills lit a fire in him. One grants life steal, the other reflects damage, both tailor-made for a powerhouse like Dian Wei. Even better, the Loyal Guardian effect would force Dian Wei to absorb every hit meant for Chen. If Dian Wei put on the armor, it would be as if Chen himself were wearing a personal shield. I have to get it, Chen vowed, clenching his fists. Then a chill crept down his spine. Dian Wei probably didn't know you had to land the killing blow to make a boss drop loot, so he wouldn't hold back his ultimate. Worse still, nearby candidates who did know the rule might gang up at the last second, just like in Shuiyang had. If that happened, things could get ugly fast. Longxi Commandery route. The boss materialized, and Dian Wei raised his weapons and roared, leading the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and a flood of candidates into the royal palace. The moment the fight began, his twin halberds howled through the air, hacking at the boss Achilles' heels and sending the giant reeling. The cavalry pressed in, blades and arrows crossing in relentless waves. never giving the boss a moment to breathe. Fired up by such ferocity, the other candidates went all in. Frontline warriors hacked away in melee, while mages and archers rained down support from afar. One group surrounded the boss, another mopped up the remaining Xiongnu soldiers. The two fronts advanced with surprising order. On the world boss front, Dianwei looked reckless, but was anything but. Each charge landed squarely in the gaps between the boss cooldowns, so everyone just followed his rhythm, dive in for a round, fall back for a round, rinse and repeat, and the boss health plummeted past the halfway mark in no time. The sheer efficiency left Su Chen slack-jawed and sent a chill through the scoring committee. Compared with Hua Qubing's lone wolf charge at Langjuxu or Su Chen's backstabbered and run in Dingxiang, Dianwei's route showed unprecedented coup win-win. A genius commander, the evaluators murmured in awe. Wei Zheng was stunned. Could this brawny general really understand the art of rulership? While other candidates tore one another apart over legendary weapons, he had everyone willingly charging at his side. Puzzled, Wei Zheng asked the proctor overseeing Longxi for a detailed report. The proctor handed over a penalty log, looking sheepish. Good grief. The general had literally beaten over 20 candidates out of the instance, cutting some in half, lopping off heads, even tearing a few apart with his bare hands. Attacking fellow candidates was a major offense, and he had killed more than 20 in a row. If that thing weren't one of Su Chen's summons, it would have been kicked out of the dungeon ages ago. Wei Zheng rubbed his temples with a sigh. Had expected Su Chen to have some brilliant leadership technique, but apparently the strategy was simple: kill every troublemaker and the rest obediently fall in line. Take them back, he told the proctor. Deal with the dead candidates after the run is over. Inside the instance, the boss entered its final berserk phase and instantly triggered bristling thorns. Every bit of physical damage was reflected. The Tiger Leopard cavalry and the other sword-swinging warriors had to retreat, leaving only Dianwei hammering the ground with his purple gold maul, stone shards flying and shaving away the boss HP. Damage output plummeted, but with Dianwei controlling the tempo, the formation held steady. Minute by minute the fight dragged on. After another dozen minutes the boss health was down to a sliver. In the spectator stands, Su Chen's heart was in his throat. This last hit would decide who got the legendary drop. The bar emptied, yet Dianwei was still happily pounding the floor, oblivious to the concept of a finishing blow. With a low hum, the demonized Xiongnu chieftain toppled. You have slain LV. 18 world boss demonized Xiongnu Shoda King. EXP 86,354. Acquired Imperial Jade Seal Fragment 10. Route Longxi Commandery cleared. Teleport array activated. Please enter the staging area for the final challenge. Su Chen stared at the scrolling notifications, speechless. Sure enough, Dianwei hadn't landed the killing blow and the legendary item was gone. A pity, but he quickly shrugged it off. Already had a legendary from each of the two routes. A few gaps make the story interesting. At the center of the instance, candidates collapsed in heaps, gasping for air. Dianwei, however, stood ramrod straight, beaming up at the clear message floating overhead. His Majesty will praise me this time for sure. Suddenly a candidate jumped up. I got the legendary. It's on me. Everyone urged him to show it. He focused, and a set of crimson armor materialized. Boom. Half a meter tall, it slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. I'm not even level 10 yet. I can't wear it. Take a look. His hands trembled with excitement. Spectators packed 3 deep, green with envy, but no one dared make a move. Assaulting a candidate meant ejection from the exam and no loot at all. Not worth it. Dianwei forced his way through. The moment he saw the armor, stars lit his eyes. A weapon worthy of evil eye, tailored just for him. Under everyone's gaze he picked up the armor and strapped it on. Ha! Fits perfectly. He slapped the breastplate. The clang rang like thunder. The candidate froze, voice quavering. GG General, that's mine. Clang. Dianwei's 2-meter halberd slipped off his shoulder. He bent to retrieve it and tilted his head. What did you say? The other boy suddenly grinned as though enlightened. General, that armor looks fantastic on you. Route clear, reward obtained, blood-soaked armor. Seeing the pop-up, Su Chen's eyes outside the arena narrowed. What the hell? Did Dianwei just off the guy? Confused but curious, he opened the stats for the crimson armor. No point wasting free loot. If Dianwei killed him, what did it matter to Su Chen? The next second his gaze locked on the first line of attributes. It was a permanently evolving piece of gear. Scarlet armor. Legendary item. Item overview. Forged in a realm where a blood moon never sets. This armor carries the pulse of endless battle. Passives. 1. Endless vitality. Each time the wearer kills an enemy, they permanently gain constitution equal to one of the target's constitution. There is no limit. 2. Bloody harvest attacks grant lifesteal, restoring health equal to 50 of the damage dealt. 3. Barb spikes. When the wearer suffers a physical hit, the attacker takes reflected damage equal to 0.1 of the wearer's current constitution. 3 passives. Plain on paper, yet devastating in practice. Su Chen had seen his share of legendary gear, had even handled 2 of them, but the moment the scarlet armor materialized, he still drew a sharp breath. There were no straight stat boosts, only a terrifying growth mechanic. Endless vitality meant every kill added one of the victim's constitution to the wearer, permanently and without limit. Su Chen calculated on the spot. If Jian Wei decapitated that boss with 300,000 constitution, he would instantly gain 3,000 points. That's almost half his current total. Even more frightening, barb spikes also scaled with constitution. Once Jian Wei piled up a mountain of it, he could stand motionless while reflected damage shredded anything that touched him. Add bloody harvests 50 lifesteal, and he would be an immortal war god. Jian Wei was Su Chen's loyal bodyguard. His constitution was effectively Su Chen's safety line. The higher those numbers climbed, the safer Su Chen became, making the scarlet armor nearly flawless as defensive gear. The system prompt blinked open. Equip scarlet armor on General Jian Wei. This action will consume 10 Imperial Seal shards. Su Chen hit confirm without hesitation. A flash of blue light later, the scarlet armor settled into Jian Wei's equipment slot. The panel had yet to show the updated stats, but Su Chen already felt an invisible shell wrap around him, and his nerves calmed considerably. The Longxi route was now complete. Only the final stage of the Gaixia instance remained. All three groups of examinees would soon be teleported to the same arena to face the ultimate boss. If they cleared it, by the rules, Su Chen could take all three legendary items home. The thought made him smile. The trio of artifacts fit their lineup perfectly. 1. A boost to his own mental strength, so Huang Yubing could unlock the army soul enhancement. 2. A full power-up for Zhao Yun to unleash his pursuit skills. 3. Unlimited constitution growth for Jian Wei to guarantee Su Chen's survival. It felt as though the rewards had been tailor-made for them. Why the exam board was being so generous was a question Su Chen would ponder later. No matter how formidable the last hurdle proved, he was determined to win. Closing the panel, he recalled Jian Wei, who was still mowing down everything inside outside. Zhao Yun and Jian Wei entered the summon space to recover, leaving only Huang Yubing on the field. For reasons he couldn't pinpoint, perhaps the instance's boundary had been breached. Su Chen was suddenly unable to share Huang Yubing's vision or summon him. After recalling Jian Wei, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to meditate. Beneath the night sky, the campfire crackled, lighting his calm profile. It was their final respite. Tomorrow would bring the decisive battle. Huang Yubing was the general Su Chen trusted most, so the temporary loss of contact didn't rattle him. Instead, he used the time to steady his breathing and gather his inner energy. Imperial Capital, Examination Review Hall. The bosses of all three routes had fallen in quick succession, marking the end of Stage 2 of the National Entrance Exam. After 2 days of non-stop proctoring, the grading team slumped in their seats, shoulders sagging, eyes bloodshot. Yet they all knew the real grind was still ahead. Once the exam officially concluded, they would have to replay every battle frame by frame, correcting missed or wrong calls before releasing the final scores. This year's format was unprecedented, and the candidates were equally exceptional, multiplying the workload many times over. Wei Zheng, aware of their exhaustion, allowed the scorers to rest at their stations while he approached the master console to check the status of the final stage's systems. Begin diagnostics. The operator's fingers flew across the light screen, bringing the teleport array, energy barriers, and monitoring nodes online one by one. At first, everything appeared normal, but minutes later his brow furrowed, confusion sliding into alarm. Wei Zheng sensed something was wrong. Report, he ordered quietly. After triple-checking the data, the operator's voice trembled. General, we've lost control of the final stage. Impossible. Wei Zheng's reply was icy. He took the operator's seat, invoked his highest clearance, and stared at the glaring red text on the holo display. Instance protection failed, access denied. The battlefield instance holding the candidates was no longer under Imperial command. It had turned into a wild channel. More than 7,000 students remained inside. If a monster tide broke out, casualties were inevitable. Renowned for his composure, Wei Zheng felt his mind churn. He ruled out technical failure, power shortage, and privilege tampering, leaving only one nearly unthinkable hypothesis: abyssal creatures. Records showed these mysterious beings had once opened passages on their own, unleashing endless calamities on the human realm, and only they could reverse a cleared meg-instance. Nearly a century had passed since their last appearance. Why choose the state entrance exam as their return? Alert the high command immediately. Wei Zheng's hoarse order jolted the dozing graders awake. Whatever the truth, they had to assume the worst. Put every professional in Ganbei province on combat standby. If anything goes wrong in the test field, they're the first to respond. Ripping the communicator from his ear, Wei Zheng strode toward the doors. You'll supervise the exam until I return. I'm going to Ganbei myself. A loss of control meant every direct teleport route to the instance was sealed. The rescue team would have to enter through Ganbei's original gateway. The lives of 7,000 students hung in the balance, and Wei Zheng refused to stand by. He pushed the doors open, but before he could step through, the hall's main screen flared to life. An unfamiliar, yet unmistakable face appeared. Wei Zheng, stop wasting your energy. Wei Zheng froze, pupils contracting. That voice was one he would never forget. At the sound of that voice, Wei Jing snapped around. The face that crashed into his vision was one he could never forget: the Blood Eater, Zhu Kai. Years ago, Zhu Kai had murdered a comrade to steal a legendary artifact and then defected from the Empire. That fallen comrade had been Wei Jing's mentor, a man who was both teacher and father to him. Now the jagged scar running from Zhu Kai's left brow to the corner of his mouth, his mentor's final mark, was still plain as day. Zhu Kai, Wei Jing said. Each syllable rhymed with ice. Zhu Kai is dead, the man replied with a wolfish grin, tapping the Dongying insignia on his chest. Nagata Sanshida now, commander of the Dongying Kingdom's 3rd Army Group. A former Xinxia soldier in the enemy's uniform, Wei Jing felt as if someone had slammed a club into his chest. He could only stare. One of the evaluators burst out. You shameless traitor. You deserve to die? Wei Jing instantly lifted a hand to silence him. If anyone had the right to rage, it was Wei Jing, but the examinees were still inside the instance. They could not afford to provoke Zhu Kai and risk whatever he might do. Heh, Zhu Kai didn't even flinch. Quit wasting time with Ganbei. We'll be leaving soon. Wei Jing's voice turned steel cold. Lay a hand on any examinee, and the Empire will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Ha. Zhu Kai's scar twisted with his laughter. 15 years, and I'm still breathing, aren't I? Where's your empire now? Relax, I'm not interested in those weaklings. They'll take the legendary artifact and go. My friend, though he might feel differently. Before the words were out, a creature of living shadow slid onto the monitor, rasping, Greetings, people of Xinxia. Wei Jing's pupils shrank. An abyssal fiend, the worst possible scenario. How had Zhu Kai forged a pact with the abyss? How had they stolen control of the instance and learned it held a legendary item? Questions detonated in his mind. Time's up, the shadow chuckled. We've got work to do. Watch closely. Let's feast on Xingxia's children. Zhu Kai and the shadow vanished from the screen, leaving the room seething. General Wei, what now? The examinees are still in there. What are they planning? The evaluation panel erupted in panic. Is there any way into the instance? They'll face them myself. Animals. Absolute animals. Give me the comm link, Wei Jing ordered. Contact military command. Until Ganbei's forces arrive, we have to rely on the examinees. They're Xingxia's students, the pride of our nation. I believe in them. Exactly. They're Xingxia's future. Someone shouted, the room's spirit reigniting. And we've got Su Chun and his generals. Who says we're going to lose? Damn that traitor this time. We'll show them what Xinxia can do. Come on. Hang in there. Easy. Inside the instance, a burst of blue light yanked every examinee into the final stage. An endless blood-red desert shimmered under a blistering sun. Su Chen scanned the wasteland, brow furrowed. What's going on? We were supposed to have a whole night to prepare. Why were we thrown straight into the final stage? Is this an impromptu exam for the college entrance test? Or is something else going on? Inside the testing hall, the teleportation glow had barely faded when hundreds of students looked around in confusion, their complaints rising in waves. Su Chun, however, stayed calm. He opened his system panel at Oncino Force Transfer prompt. No familiar briefing for the final stage, not even the usual welcome to the ultimate round. Even during last semester's sudden province-wide simulation protection disabled incident, the exam committee still provided information, yet this time the panel was utterly blank. A chill crept through Su Chun. Something in this instance had gone seriously wrong. Suddenly, the wail of Chong flutes echoed from all directions. What was usually a clear, lilting tune now sounded cracked and shrill, like parched winds rattling across dry bones. Then a deep, taunting voice reverberated in the air. Hello there, children. With a sinister laugh, a pitch-black shape dropped from the sky. Demon-corrupted monarch, Xiongnu Chanyu Yizixi. World boss. Strength 20, agility 60,000, spirit 20,000, constitution 60,000, HP 500,000. Skills, star-shattering slash, bone shield, wolf soul. With no warning at all, the final boss was standing right in front of them. The candidates froze. What's going on? Is the boss spawning first? It can talk. I haven't even healed up yet. Fighting now is suicide. Chaos spread. Most had no idea what was happening, but Su Chun and a few other comm examinees noticed one vital detail. Earlier bosses had looked fierce, yet none had been completely swallowed by this inky corruption. Abyssal contamination, the term flashed through Su Chen's mind. History class had warned that if abyssal creatures breached an instance, the monsters would twist in both form and aura. What he was seeing matched the textbook description perfectly. Abyssal monsters haven't shown up for centuries. How could the Intransism instance be breached? Don't scare me like this. More students sensed that something was off, and tension spread quickly. Whoosh. A cold wind howled as the colossal boss reached into the void and drew a massive scimitar. The rasping voice spoke again. The war a century ago, your Xinxia caused us no small amount of trouble. Your nation may not be as strong as it once was, yet you are still our primary target. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The best time to kill a legendary hero is the same. Hee heckum, show me what you can do. The words had barely faded when a figure appeared at the Chanya's feet, his tone laced with amusement. Easy there. Let me gather the loot first. It was the blood feaster, Zhu Kai. Raising a hand, he unleashed a crimson skill that erupted overhead, releasing dust that drifted toward the students like blood-tinged snow. Zhu Kai's gaze swept the hall, and he muttered to himself. 3 legendary items each in a different person's hands. Those 3 must be the strongest of the candidates. He wanted to see just how far Shangxia's new generation had come. Hopefully, they wouldn't be too weak. The sudden appearance of Zhu Kai made every examinee tense, as if an army had arrived. The buzz of conversation on the training field died instantly. 6,000 students clenched their weapons on reflex, yet none dared raise them. The long scar that cut across his cheek was enough to identify him one of the Empire's most wanted, the madman who had slain a legendary fighter and walked away unscathed. The Imperial authorities had hunted him for years without success. Now a crowd of students was forced to face him alone. Zhu Kai merely raised a hand and released a pale gray scouting mist. There was none of the crushing aura they had felt from the earlier boss, nor any overt threat, yet the casual gesture froze every student where they stood. When confronted with a boss, they trusted the exam, the proctors, the system. Facing a murderer, they realized that no rule would protect their lives now. Standing toward the rear of the formation, Su Chun surveyed the scene with steady eyes. Recklessness would be fatal. If Zhu Kai had barged into the exam instance, he had likely neutralized any outside reinforcements. These 6,000 examinees were stranded. A decade ago, the man had already been above level 80, a legendary rank. What he was now defied imagination. A heated fight? Su Chun had no confidence at all. Their only hope might lie in the instance's own rules. Su Chun recalled a footnote he had nearly missed in Fundamentals of Instances and Gates. Most instances impose a maximum level cap. Entities exceeding that cap are forcibly reduced to the instance limit upon entry. If the exam followed that rule, then Zhu Kai had been capped at a level the students could endure. There was still a sliver of hope. The scouting mist crept closer, and Su Chun had to confirm the rule before it reached them. Cast insight on him, he whispered to the chubby boy beside him. Me? The boy turned stiffly, his round eyes full of terror. Casting insight on a mass-murdering fugitive was suicide. It's fine. With so many people, he won't know who did it, Su Chun replied calmly. I'm weak, not stupid. A monster of his level won't notice? The boy stammered. Su Chun stopped persuading. Imperial aura surged from within, and he issued a command that brooked no refusal. Cast insight. Knees buckling, the boy turned mechanically, raised a trembling hand toward Zhu Kai, and released a flash of white light. Insight activated. In that instant, Zhu Kai's blade-sharp gaze sliced through the mist and fixed on him. A chill stabbed down the boy's spine, goose flesh racing across his limbs. This was no system-generated boss pressure. This was the raw scent of death. Good, the scarred man said with a chilling smile. You've got nerve. The only one here brave enough to use insight on me. Heroes pay a price. Show me your strength. With that, Zhu Kai vanished, shooting toward the crowd like a gust of wind. Don't kill me. I've got nothing to do with this. Xiao Pang's nerves snapped. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Calm down, Su Chun said, soothing him. His level's been capped. You can handle him. A level 35 could still kill me 200 times over. Xiao Pang howled. Level 35? Su Chun sneered to himself. You dare invade after being pushed down to 35? Where did you find that courage? Zhu Kai lunged, blood-red blade first. The crowd scattered in panic, forming an instant corridor. His killing intent cut through them like an icy wind, freezing every heart. Whoever hit him with insight is dead for sure. Someone quavered. Not everyone agreed. Ji Boda, once cowed by Dian Wei, stared at Zhu Kai. That's the legendary fugitive? His aura isn't even a hair of Dian Weiss. Zhu Kai bore down on Xiao Pang. Though his stats were suppressed, the combat instincts of a high-level professional stayed sharp. He would finish this fast, make an example, and remind these kids what true power looked like. Bloody thrust. His eyes flashed as he unleashed the strongest level 30 skill, his body shooting forward in a crimson streak. Just before the bloodlight reached Xiao Pang, a scarlet orb snapped into place between them. Crack. Contact. But instead of flesh, his blade felt stone. Zhu Kai's eyelids twitched. Shadows swallowed his view. He looked up and found a moving, blood-colored mountain. The figure topped 2 meters, scarlet armor sheathing bulging muscle. Twin war halberds clenched in its fists, murderous aura churning. What are they feeding examinees these days? The thought flashed through Zhu Kai's mind. Assassin. A thunderous roar erupted, nearly rupturing his eardrums. Whoosh. A blood-red arc swept past. The giant halberd chopped diagonally. Zhu Kai shoved every ounce of power into a backward leap, barely dodging a blow that could split stone. With distance gained, he saw the monster clearly. Dian Wei. General Dian. General Dian's here to save us. Longxi candidates erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. Instead of quelling them, the clash boosted their morale. Rage boiled in Zhu Kai's chest. Impossible. Zhu Kai would not fail here. Slash. He sliced open his wrist. Blood gushed, flowing into his blade. Liquid fused with steel, turning translucent red eerie and razor sharp. Blood manipulation, the signature art of the Blood Moon Assassin. A blade forged from one's own blood could cleave any defense. Crimson Tide. Zhu Kai roared, his form blurred into red lightning, ricocheting unpredictably. No more straightforward thrusts. An assassin should be elusive, striking only when a fatal gap appears. He sneered. That lumbering hulk is just a lamb for slaughter. Swish, swish, swish. After images of Zhu Kai filled the air, dazzling the eye. Su Chun watched the flashing red shadows, raised his hand, and sparks crackled through the air. So you want to play the speed game, huh? As Su Chun raised his hand, the air around him crackled with electricity. Threads of blue-white and violet-black lightning intertwined, and thick arcs converged on a single point overhead. A piercing thunderclap split the sky as Zhao Yun streaked down through the clouds, spear in hand. The instant Zhao Yun touched down, Su Chun gave the order. The white-armored general turned into a blinding flash. Wherever his spear pointed, dust erupted. Empowered by the Thunder-Rune spear, he was terrifyingly fast, even without triggering lone hero closing the distance in what looked like instant teleportation. On the other side, Zhu Kai, who had been circling Dian Wei in search of a weakness, felt his heart seize. A decade of life-or-death instinct screamed that death was closing in. He poured on speed, cold sweat sliding down his temples. Impossible. Even capped at level 35, no one here should be able to catch me. What is going on? The pressure behind him spiked as his pursuer accelerated again. One thought hammered in his mind. I'm dead. Another second, and that spear will pierce me. Blood mark triggered. Zhu Kai activated the skill and vanished, reappearing an instant later at the boss' feet. The Blood Moon Assassin's point-to-point teleport had saved his life. Without the mark he had laid beforehand, he would already be a corpse. Chest heaving, he stared at the distant white-armored warrior Zhao Yun. The White Horse Cavalry. The White Horse General is here. Our Hirogo. The candidates from Dingxiang County erupted again. The crowd that had been silent moments earlier now roared like a tidal wave, crashing against Zhu Kai's pride. He felt like a circus clown, humiliation surging through him. What the hell is that thing? He growled, eyes locking onto the shadow inside the boss. The shadow was equally shocked. The strength of those two generals was already beyond imagination, but what truly defied belief was that they were summons. In a level 20 instance, someone had called forth power this terrifying. The Xinxia Empire had produced a peerless genius. He cannot leave here alive. Zhu Kai and the shadow reached the same conclusion. Kill the summoner, and every threat disappears. Do it, leave no one alive, Zhu Kai hissed. Those two are only good in single combat. They can't handle a real battle. The shadow steered the boss into a slow nod. Black mist billowed, and it activated a skill. Boom. The ground quaked as a demonized legion marched out of the void. 20,000 Huns flooded the field like cavalry, mounted archers, wolf riders, every unit, in full formation. A complete corrupted Hun army took shape, roaring for blood. In any dungeon, the boss is the ultimate power, and under the shadow's control it was free of every limitation. It could summon its entire force at once, enter berserk mode at full health, whatever it wished. Whoever commands the boss is the strongest being in this instance. 20,000 Xiongnu cavalry burst onto the scene, and the 6,000 examinees who had just kindled a spark of hope were swallowed by terror. The hillside was black with riders. Hooves churned up dust, and the echo of iron sounded like war drums against every heart. No one could stay calm before such a sight. When the candidates fell silent again, Zhu Kai licked his lips and let out a vicious grin. Scream. Come on, scream. You were so loud a moment ago. At the same time, a faint white glow rose from Su Chun, Dian Wei, and Zhao Yun. The moment it flashed, Zhu Kai's eyes narrowed, locking onto Su Chun in the crowd. 3 pieces of legendary equipment were on that man. He's the summoner, the one who called those 2 damn generals. Jealousy burned so hot it nearly scorched Zhu Kai's reason. 3 routes, 3 legendary items. Why are they all on him? Hatred coiled in his chest like a viper. As soon as the corrupted army crushed these wastes, he swore he would make that boy beg for death. 2,000 corrupted Xiongnu soldiers formed up, their malevolent aura merging into a black fog that pressed down like a tidal wave. Hearts clenched among the 6,000 exhausted candidates. Many legs turned to water and could barely stay upright. Everyone now understood that something had gone horribly wrong with the instance. No reinforcements were coming, and the safety mechanisms might have failed. Die here, and you died for real. The shadow of death spread over them, fear rippling through the ranks. In the assessment room of the Imperial capital, the synchronized feed left the scoring team ashen-faced. Some bowed their heads in silent prayer, while one female teacher wiped away tears. Damn it, they want to wipe them out. Animals. How did the exam get invaded? Where's support? When will it arrive? Su Chun hasn't even deployed his full strength. Altogether, he has fewer than 1,000 troops, and 1 detachment is missing. The other candidates are running on empty. How are they supposed to fight this? Send us in. They'll butcher them myself. Kids, don't give up hope. Anger and helplessness churned in the room, yet not one person could reach through the screen to help. Wei Zheng clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He trusted Su Chen and believed in the passion of every candidate. Until the very last moment, no one can pronounce judgment on the people of Xinxia. He warned himself again and again despair was not an option. 20,000 enemies, this will be a brutal fight, Su Chen muttered, taking a deep breath. One thing was clear, he had to mobilize everyone. He stepped to the front line, with Dian Wei and Zhao Yun flanking him. Among the retreating crowd, the three advancing figures stood out like beacons. General Dian is still here, don't give up. The White Horse General's here too. Who's the one in front of them? That's Su Chen, a student from Nanshan High in Jiangdong province, remember the name. Gao Zheng broke from the ranks and followed Su Chen at once. Gaixia hurried after him. With leaders to rally behind, more candidates found their courage. Examinees from Longxi Commandery gathered under Dian Wei, those from Dingxiang under Zhao Yun, and the scattered formation drew together into a single spearhead, facing the vast Xiongnu host. Hated Xinxia scum. The deep-sea demon hiding within the boss body roared, the sight before him recalling a battle a century ago that Xinxia had turned on its head. Not his time, they get no chance. He'll crush these arrogant fools completely. Buzz. A flash of lightning shot through Su Chen's mind, and a familiar battle plan surfaced in an instant. Huotsubing had reconnected at the critical moment. The moment Huotsubing reappeared, more than half of Su Chen's misgivings melted away. For sheer defense he had Dian Wei. For single combat he had Zhao Yun. But the true weapon in a full-scale fight was Huotsubing. Even better, Huotsubing was entering from an almost perfect angle. This battle could be won. Whoosh, the wind whipped up the sand. Su Chen lifted his hand, and the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the White Horse Riders materialized together. On the left, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry stood in ink-black armor, blades and shields interlocked like a moving fortress of steel. On the right, the White Horse Riders leveled sunlit silver spears, cold flashes dancing over the golden dunes. Battle! Dian Wei roared, his thunderous voice echoing across the desert. Boom! His men struck blades against shields, iron ringing like thunder. Battle! The soldiers answered in unison, their shout rolling forward like a wave. Zhao Yun strode to the fore of the White Horse line and tightened his grip on the Dragon Gut spear. Behind him, the warriors stayed silent, yet their killing aura spread outward. These men spoke with blades, not words. That surging force swept over the thousands of examinees behind them. The once panicked youths looked up at the two elite units, hot blood flooding their chests. We are not lambs to the slaughter, can fight. This is Shangxia's land. Abyss or traitor, none shall set foot here. Across the field, Zhu Kai glared at Su Chen, the murder in his eyes burning ever hotter. He can summon this many troops? Someone like that must be stopped. The shadow boss burst out laughing. So you can summon what of it? Not even 1,000 men. The harder you resist, the happier I kill. Archers loose. He waved his hand. 5,000 demon-tainted Xiongnu archers drew their bows, 3 arrows each. In a heartbeat the sky filled with feathers, a storm of arrows crashing toward the examinees' formation. Block! Dian Wei bellowed. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry raised shields into a wall, while Zhao Yun spun his spear into a silver dragon, the White Horse Riders batting arrows aside. To them, the volley was nothing. To the examinees, though, the firepower of those level 20 archers was overwhelming. The front line flung up protective skills, but the level gap was merciless. The light screens tore like paper. Low on resources and lacking instance buffs, they faced slaughter the moment a breach opened. The brief surge of courage sparked by the two elite forces was crushed by the brutal disparity in strength. Many examinees might fall before ever reaching the enemy lines. Imperial Capital Entrance Exam Review Board. The grading room was deathly silent. The brilliance of Zhao Yun and Dian Wei was so blinding that everyone almost forgot the opposition. 20,000 full-strength Xiongnu elites. Archers in the rear, shock troops in front, roaming wings on the flanks, a near-perfect formation. Wei Zheng stared at the screen, watching the kids fight to hold on, his heart sinking like a stone. Maybe Su Chen really could win, but these examinees, who had barely glimpsed the world, would pay a terrible price. Their lives should not end here. The hiss of arrows cutting through the air echoed from the speakers. Countless arrows streaked through the sky like vengeful wraiths. Every shrill whistle aimed for a vital point, and the slightest lapse would tear flesh apart. The ceaseless barrage was so dense that the examinees could not advance even half a step. At the monitor, Su Chen swiftly redirected the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the White Horse Rangers, breaking the two elite units apart and wedging them into the students' defensive ring to absorb as much pressure as possible. Yet he knew it was a desperate stopgap. As stamina and focus waned, the line would inevitably crumble. Their only chance of survival was to silence those 5,000 mobile archers. But how? Defeat clouded Wei Zheng's eyes. The archers were stationed in the rearmost row, a full kilometer of open ground away. They would be turned into pin cushions long before they closed the distance. It was a deadlock that left only the faint hope of a miracle. Would anyone truly come to save them? Staring at the screen, Wei Zheng realized he was praying. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The piercing hiss of arrows covered the battlefield once more. The shadow boss had recognized the archer's decisive role. Instead of pushing the front line forward, it ordered them to shoot without pause. That was the advantage of direct control. A normal boss AI would have sent the archers charging for melee after a few volleys, but under the shadow's hand they could rain arrows forever. Almost there, almost there. The shadow's low voice curled into a cruel laugh. Against absolute power, courage is a joke. I can't hold on someone. Someone take over. A knight's aura flashed out, and he toppled onto his back. The mages he had been shielding were laid bare to the storm of arrows. One mage raised a wall of earth in desperation, but it could only stall the barrage for a heartbeat. Similar cracks appeared everywhere, and the student's defensive web began to collapse. Chen saw it all. He had committed every unit he could. Now there was nothing left but to wait for that figure to appear. More defenders fell, and arrows started punching through the final line. Cries of pain rang out as blood soaked into the yellow sand. They were on the brink of defeat. Thud, 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 thud. The ground began to tremble, grains of sand dancing at their feet. It was the rhythm of a massive army on the march. Was the enemy about to launch a final assault and crush them? Terror mingled with an almost relieved resignation rippled through the ranks. Only Chen stared unblinking at the horizon where sky met desert. They were coming at last. A slash of crimson burst into view, stark against the dun-colored sea of sand. In an instant the red spread like a rising tide, forming an unbroken line racing across the skyline. Huang's great Han cavalry had swung along the Langjiaxu route and was driving straight for the enemy's heart. Thud, 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 thud. The roar of hooves was deafening, as if intent on flipping the entire desert over. Only now did the shadow boss and Zhu Kai sense that something was wrong. All their forces were in front of them. So where were those hoofbeats coming from? The shadow boss' heart lurched. He spun around and saw a vast host of scarlet-armored soldiers sweeping toward him like thunder. What unit is that? The rear isn't even part of the instance zone. How can an army suddenly appear there? What on earth was happening? What the hell was happening? General, a new unit just appeared behind the lines. In the command room a team member shouted, his voice hoarse. Head snapped up, all eyes locking on the big screen that was slowly panning upward. The image froze behind the enemy's impenetrable formation. A column of cavalry clad in blood-red armor had erupted into view. The stillness was shattered as if by thunder. The room exploded with noise. Everyone knew exactly who they were: Huang and the elite Han cavalry. If they could tear through the enemy's rear, the entire battle would flip on its head. A miracle. This is a miracle. How did we forget about that general? With General Hua, victory is ours. Cries of cut down the archers shook the walls. Wei Zheng stared, as if struck by lightning, his fingers trembling. It's Chen. He didn't take the portal. He skirted hundreds of kilometers around Langjiaxu and cut straight into the enemy's back line. His heart pounded. This time, they might actually win. On the instant's battlefield, the shadow boss instantly redirected every archer. The pressure on the examinees eased, but the drumbeat of hooves grew louder by the second. They looked up at last and saw the Han cavalry surging behind enemy lines. Reinforcements. Someone's coming to save us. Raising a single hand, Chen signaled the Tiger Leopard cavalry and the White Horse volunteers to reform. This was no time for cheers. All units charge. Imperial authority rolled outward with the order. Dian Wei and Zhao Yun broke forward, iron hooves slicing the wind. A perfect pincer opportunity lay wide open. The examinees obeyed without hesitation, joining the assault. Kill them. Slaughter those beasts. Months of frustration and humiliation burst free. Shouts, hoofbeats, and clashing steel echoed across the desert. The balance of attack and defense flipped in an instant. Loose. The shadow boss roared in fury, but only seconds separated discovery from impact. Thousands of meters vanished in a heartbeat. The arrows fell harmlessly. The examinees' charge followed hard on the cavalry's heels, erasing the boss' advantage in a blink. Die, all of you. Die. The boss howled, unleashing every skirmisher and wolf rider. Who needs bows? You're nothing but trash. At the enemy's rear, Huang's eyes flashed like lightning as he leaned low over his saddle. Yazixiev, final target. Execute the decapitation formation. The cavalry snapped into a spearhead. Army soul. His roar triggered the sacrificial banner's spirit effect. Crimson waves burst from every rider, swirling skyward, fusing, condensing until they took the shape of a colossal, snarling tiger. The manifested army soul would strike with them, unleashing a devastating, wide-area assault. Damage is calculated as party size multiplied by average strength, then divided by 10. With an average strength of 1,400, the 580-strong Great Han Iron Cavalry unleashed 81,200 base damage in a single heartbeat. Add the boost from the absolute annihilation formation, and the strike shoots past 100,000. One charge any foe brushed by those steel hooves is hit for 6 figures of devastation. Level 20 monsters? They crumble on contact. Wherever the cavalry rides, nothing survives. On the other flank, The army of examinees stormed forward under the orders of Dian Wei and Zhao Yun. Su Chun yanked out 2 government-issue mana potions, downed them in one gulp, and refilled the power drained by his earlier use of Imperial Majesty. This time, the Abyssal creatures would learn a permanent lesson. The Emperor's might is sacrosanct. A gale howled across the desert as the two forces closed. With the enemy only meters away, Huang tightened his grip on his spear, sand screaming past his ears. He remembered breaking the Xiongnu a millennium ago, and today, history repeated itself. The Xiongnu must fall before we can call any place home. Whoever offends the Great Han will be punished, no matter how far they flee. Boom. The Iron Cavalry crashed in like a tide of steel, tearing through the line. Imperial Majesty swept over the field. 10-meter golden halos rose around the Tiger Leopard riders and the White Horse volunteers, washing away the enemy's bloodlust. Both wings stabbed deep, shattering the corrupted Xiongnu host like a wave against rock. Everything in Su Chen's path was ground to dust beneath the twin forces of Imperial Majesty and Battalion Soul. Killed LV. 20 corrupted Xiongnu Light Cavalry. EXP 1031. Killed LV. 20 corrupted Xiongnu Wolf Rider. EXP 1467. Killed LV. 20 corrupted Xiongnu Archer. EXP 1291. Killed LV. 20 corrupted Xiongnu Light Cavalry. EXP 1113. Killed LV. 20 corrupted Xiongnu Vanguard. EXP 3277. Killed LV. 20 corrupted Xiongnu Elite Wolf Rider. EXP 4877. In the Imperial Capital's examination review room, the monitors erupted. Unbelievable. Su Chun is unbelievable. What skill is that? I can't even follow it. We can win this time. We can really win. Why do I feel like crying? Kill them. Thought they were so tough? Wipe them out. Watching the Iron Cavalry's spirit and Su Chen's Imperial Majesty engulf the battlefield, Wei Zhang's heart pounded. This was a true hero, one who props up a collapsing world and turns back a raging tide. Su Chun was the Empire's hero, the Empire's pride. Boom. The Iron Cavalry smashed straight into the corrupted Chanyu, a world boss with 500,000 constitution. The Battalion Soul Blast carved away a quarter of his health in a single impact, power beyond reason. Elsewhere, the third-level Imperial Majesty stacked layer upon layer, and swathes of Xiongnu simply evaporated. 20,000 enemies lost more than half their number at first contact. The survivors broke and ran. The examinees gave chase, mowing down the remaining 10,000 deserters. High above, the Shadow Boss and Zhu Kai stared in shock. This wasn't how the massacre was supposed to go. Portal now. Zhu Kai flickered onto the boss' shoulder. He had lived cautiously all his life, only to slip in a student dungeon. With the battle clearly lost, there was no point staying. The Shadow Boss activated the teleport array linked to Langjuxia Mountain. Once through, they could quit the instance and escape. Zhu Kai glared at Su Chun, bathed in golden light, and hissed. He'll remember this, Su Chun. Once we're out, you're dead. You hear me, you? The Shadow Boss voice wavered. The array seems broken. Zhu Kai swung around, mouth half open, utterly lost. Below, Dian Wei's twin halberds crossed and sparked. Zhao Yun's spear dragged a deep trench through the sand, and Huang stood atop a mountain of foes, bow drawn to a full moon. Who dares disrespect his majesty? Isn't Langjuxia Mountain outside the instance? Who would dare destroy it? Zhu Kai's voice quavered as the chill of death crept over him, and even the Shadow Boss looked shaken. Had that mysterious unit in the rear made its move? Stay calm. Zhu Kai forced himself to steady his nerves. The fight's not over. If we work together, we still have a chance. Good. He'll rally the troops. You slip in and assassinate that student, Shadow growled. Perfect plan. A vicious light returned to Zhu Kai's eyes. Wu Shuatsubing drew his bow, and a razor-sharp arrow tore through the air toward the center of Zhu Kai's forehead. Together, Zhu Kai and Shadow roared, skill auras exploding around them. Crack! A streak of blood-red lightning flashed, and Zhu Kai vanished. On the other side, the black miasma shielding the Shanyu boss dissolved at the same instant. He escaped. Freed from mind control, Yazixi Shanyu blinked in confusion at the tens of thousands of troops still arrayed at his feet. Imperial might thundered across the field. Su Chun tilted back a vial of mental energy potion, giving the enemy no time to react. Golden ripples burst from his palm like a towering flood, vaporizing the Shanyu's last sliver of health. World Boss LV.20. Yazixi Shanyu defeated. EXP 212,103. Instance cleared. Legendary gear unlocked. Received Jade Seal Fragment 30. Final stage completed. National exam finished. Level up to 24. The world boss fell, and a torrent of experience surged into Su Chun. Another pillar of light shot skyward. Leveled up again. Su Chun marveled. For levels in a single exam run, never even dreamed of it. But now was no time to celebrate. With a thought, he activated Zhao Yun's expedition mode. The battle wasn't truly over. The oldest, harshest lesson was to leave no root uncut. In the vast desert, yellow sand swirled as Zhu Kai sprinted like the wind. As a legendary assassin who lived on the edge, had already mapped a retreat. Follow the blood-red marker another 100 kilometers, and had reached the instance's original entrance. Slower than a teleporter, but now it was his only lifeline. The abyssal monsters on the main battlefield would keep pursuers busy. Once he got out, he'd have all the time in the world to seek revenge. A crackle of electricity rang in his ears. Whoosh. Acting on pure instinct, Zhu Kai dove aside. Thud. A spear wreathed in violet lightning slammed into the spot head just vacated, blasting sand everywhere. Looking up, he saw a silver figure trailing thunder, plummeting like a meteor. It's over, Zhu Kai thought, eyes trembling. On the main battlefield, the moment the instance boss crashed to the ground, every candidate finally believed it. The college entrance exam that had lasted 2 days, spanned hundreds of kilometers, involved countless battles, and even a monster invasion, was finally done. We did it. We won. Mom, I'm coming home alive. I can't believe I thought I was dead for sure. Amid the thunderous cheers, every gaze turned to Su Chen at the center of the field. The powerful general had been confirmed as his summon, and this battle proved beyond doubt who had saved them. Thank you, Su Chen. He's the one who rescued us. Long live Su Chen. Long live Su Chen. I want Su Chen's name etched on my headstone. All of those creatures were his summons unbelievable. Outside the testing site, a teenager pumped his fist and burst out laughing. Haha, see how awesome my buddy is. The White Horse General, Su Chenthier, all my brothers. We're close enough to share a single pair of shorts. Without Su Chen, the world would be plunged into endless night. 1. Shock among the Highway Province candidates. Ordinary students cheered at the top of their lungs, while Highway Province's usually arrogant high-level candidates lowered their heads in silence. Before today, they might have doubted Su Chen or envied his strength, but after this life-and-death finale, even the harshest critics had to concede. Su Chen saved every examinee with power no one could fathom. 2. The Imperial Capital's exam review team. Inside the capital's monitoring hall, staff finally relaxed as monsters on the screen scattered. They did it, he really did it. These are the candidates of our Xinxia Empire. Su Chen saved every single one of them. The room erupted in excitement. 3. Wei Zheng's decision. The always stern Wei Zheng allowed himself a rare smile, relieved not only that the examinees were safe, but that the Empire had gained another prodigy. Just then, the monitors flickered. The exam bureau had reclaimed control of the instance, and the abyssal creatures were expelled. Those things slip in and out like ghosts, hard to kill. Since they fled, Zhu Kai won't be so lucky. Wei Zheng spoke sharply. Open the teleport channel, have medical teams on standby, and calm the students. With that, he turned and strode out. They'll deal with that beast myself. 4. The instance exit. Inside the dungeon, a massive blue beam shot skyward, a clearing array never before seen in the exam. Passing through it would return students to reality. Candidates steadied themselves and filed in. The multi-day intranseism battle was finally over. 5. Desert at dusk. Su Chen didn't leave immediately. Standing with Jian Wei and Hui Xubing, he waited for Zhao Yun. The sunset stretched their shadows across the sand, and the solemn moment was broken by Dian Wei's sudden popularity. General Dian, goodbye? See you, General. I'm heading out. More than 100 girls crowded around, reluctant to part. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. 1 or 2 admirers he could understand, but over 100? Dian Wei scratched his head and chuckled. Haha. 6. Old friends catching up. At the end of the line, Gao Zheng walked over with Gaixia. Gao Zheng gave a thumbs up. Knew you'd pull it off. Su Chen nodded with a smile. See you at university. See you there. After a few more words, Gao Zheng left. Gaixia remained quiet, only to receive a big goofy grin from Dian Wei. Su Chen looked confused. You know her too? Dian Wei kept laughing. Haha. 7. Zhao Yun versus Zhu Kai. On the other side of the dungeon, the desert baked under the sun. Zhu Kai, covered in scorch marks, gasped for breath, utterly disheveled. Zhao Yun held his spear upright, calm and collected. A chill ran through Zhu Kai. Was finished. Even with his stats suppressed, he had believed decades of combat would carry him through, yet his opponent's spear work was flawless, leaving no opening at all. How can this be? I'm a legendary class fighter with decades of experience, yet I can't beat a summon? What are these things? Buzz. In the distance, a teleport beam descended. Clad in uniform, Wei Zheng stepped out of the light. All those creatures were his summons. His power was simply overwhelming. Wei Zheng, you're finally here. Zhu Kai screamed at him like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. As the core commander of Dongying, he was convinced Wei Zheng would never dare kill him on the spot. Compared with the spear-wielding assassin at his side, Wei Zheng seemed his last chance to live. Get me out of here. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Zhu Kai staggered backward, eyes locked on Zhao Yun, the recent battle having already shattered his courage. Wei Zheng gave no reply. Expressionless, he stepped forward, crimson energy coiling around his fists. Bang! His straight punch slammed into the back of Zhu Kai's head. With a dull crack, Zhu Kai was sent sprawling, blood spraying from his mouth and soaking his chest. Dizzy, he still managed a crooked grin. As long as he survived that punch, he could still live. With his target down, Wei Zheng withdrew his fist, clasped his hands, and addressed Zhao Yun. General, this man and I share an unending vendetta. May I deal with him myself? Though He had never met Zhao Yun, he instinctively added the title general. The emperor's order is to kill him. Zhao Yun's tone was calm, yet absolute. Su Chen's only directive was that Zhu Kai must die. Who pulled the trigger was irrelevant. Zhao Yun merely had to see the death with his own eyes. Flat on the ground, Zhu Kai sneered inwardly. Some self-styled emperor dares claim the throne? Kill me? Dream on. I came for exactly that, Wei Zheng said. Red light flared around his fists, power distorting the air itself. Zhu Kai's eyes bulged. Wei Zheng, don't you dare. I'm the corps commander of Dongying. I demand a war tribunal. Kill me here, and you'll start an international incident. Wei Zheng advanced step by step, voice low but clear. What is Dongying to me? Since when has the Xinxiao Empire ever cared about Dongying? A wet splatter followed. Blood sprayed everywhere. A flash of white light, and Wei Zheng and Zhao Yun stepped out of the instance exit together. Su Chun recognized the Empire's youngest general at first glance. Well done, Su Chun. Wei Zheng's face showed satisfaction. Reports on a screen were one thing. But standing here, he could truly sense the overwhelming aura these martial officers radiated, power no ordinary person could possess. Greetings, General Wei. Su Chun nodded. After a brief exchange, Wei Zheng snapped to attention and delivered a crisp salute. On behalf of the Xinxiao Imperial Army, thank you. You are our pride. Once the legendary gear had been verified, Su Chun stepped into the transfer beam. Instead of sending him straight back to reality, the beam first routed him to a staging area. Medical staff were already waiting, ready to conduct a full examination on every candidate and confirm no one had been tainted by the abyss. When the checkup was complete, Su Chun was transported again, this time to the imperial capital. 3 pieces of legendary equipment were no small matter. Final registration had to be done there. While waiting in a designated room, he reviewed his gains from the past 2 days. 1. Head rocketed through several tiers to reach level 24, a height many professionals never achieved in a lifetime. 2. His experience bar was already 1/3 full. Once he filled the remaining 2/3, Head hit level 25. 3. At level 25, he could unlock the Imperial Relic option and start gathering the exclusive Imperial set. Completing the set would unlock the corresponding Imperial template and allow his second advancement at level 30. Clearly, reaching level 30 would bring a qualitative leap in power. Exclusive Imperial gear, an Imperial template. Just thinking about it filled Su Chun with anticipation. The path to higher levels is still long and arduous. After the Collegian Transism dungeon was breached by Abyssal forces, Su Chun sensed that danger was closing in. They had scraped out a win this time, but the monsters would only grow in number and strength. The creatures that had plunged humanity into misery a century ago were tearing open the world's barrier once more. Worse yet, the enemy wasn't limited to the abyss. Zhu Kai's collusion with those creatures suggested that Japan and perhaps other nations might already be in league with the depths. The calm on the surface of the world was starting to peel away, revealing an even greater catastrophe. All Su Chun could do now was keep getting stronger. Beyond leveling, the 3 pieces of legendary gear were crucial. Without them, the final battle would never have ended so decisively. Without them, who knew whether the abyss would have launched a full-scale invasion in the first place? Now he had also secured Imperial seal fragments 10 from each of the 3 routes, plus another 30 from the final stage. He had spent 20 shards to assimilate Zhao Yun's and Jian Wei's weapons, and still had 5 left over, giving him a total of 45 shards, a small fortune. He opened the fragment shop at once. 1. 5 shards. Upgrade a chosen general's weapon by 20 levels may unlock a new skill. The next upgrade for that general costs double. 2. 10 shards. Randomly obtain a class skill below level 40 at level 30. 3. 15 shards. Permanently convert a dungeon into a level 20 personal territory. 4. 30 shards. Randomly draw a level 30 general or consort card. Further options to be unlocked. Zhao Yun and Dianwei already had new weapons and had used 10 shards to assimilate their legendary gear. Another upgrade would now cost 20, which wasn't worth it. Hua Qubing's bow, however, had never been updated, so Su Chin spent 5 shards without hesitation. Spend 5 shards to upgrade General Hua Qubing's weapon. Plum Blossom bow? Su Chin tapped yes. Blue light flashed, and 5 shards dissolved into sparks. Weapon upgrade successful. Plum Blossom bow. Blazing Sun bow rare. Light armor deployment passive, agility 20. Breakthrough passive, armor penetration 50. New skill unlocked. Roaming archer formation. Roaming archer formation. When equipped with the Blazing Sun bow, expend spirit to switch the unit into roaming archer mode, greatly boosting army-wide agility, range damage, and armor penetration. Nice. Su Chin grinned. Another tactical option perfectly suited to Hua Qubing. 40 shards remained. He couldn't draw skills or generals at the desired levels, leaving only the dungeon conversion choice. The wilderness dungeon heart of the pharaoh was viable, but at level 24 he doubted it would yield much experience. After weighing his options, he closed the panel note need to burn through everything now. The level 25 shop might unlock new items, and saving the shards until then would be wiser. As the interface vanished, Wei Zheng pushed the door open. There was still debate at the top about how to handle those 3 legendary items. The brass is still arguing over whether to stick to the rules concerning the 3 artifacts. Wei Zheng finished speaking, then paused on purpose, studying Su Chen's face for the faintest twitch of emotion. The teenager simply sat upright, calmed, as if listening to gossip that had nothing to do with him. Wei Zheng knew there was plenty left to discuss, and this was not the time for Su Chen to speak up. Besides, Shangxia's leadership would never damage its credibility by going back on its word. And if they really did reclaim the legendary gear, it wouldn't be Su Chen's choice anyway. What could he do? Refuse to hand it over and imitate Zhu Kai's treason? Su Chen's steady expression made Wei Zheng smile in approval. Unruffled, unreadable, that was the mark of someone destined for big things. Wei Zheng had met many prodigies. Most strutted around thinking the world revolved around them. Calm ones like Su Chen were rare. Whatever the debate, the people upstairs have their reasons, Wei Zheng continued. You know how scarce legendary weapons are. Each one has national level impact. It's not that the top brass can't bear to part with these 3. He paused again, offering a sheepish grin. Sure, losing them stings a bit, but that isn't the point. The core issue is your safety. One person holding 3 legendary items is bound to attract every set of eyes, not to mention the forces hiding in the dark. This abyssal raid targeted the weapons first, and it could happen again. If you want the crown, you carry its weight, so be ready. Su Chen nodded slowly. His Class 9-5 Supreme was hardly afraid of vermin skulking in the dark. That's about it. You're free to go, Wei Zheng said, rising with an easy laugh. First time in the Imperial capital, right? The college entrance exam just ended. Take a few days to relax. Stay in the city until the final decision comes down. He'll brief your principal and homeroom teacher and explain things to your parents. Just talk to my principal and homeroom teacher, Su Chen replied politely. Wei Zheng blinked, then nodded. All right. Enjoy your stay. Deep inside the imposing headquarters of the Imperial capital's 13th Bureau of Homeland Security, known simply as the 13th Bureau, a brightly lit secure conference room felt heavy with urgency. Every senior official was present, along with several active legendary class professionals seated around the long table. Agenda Item 1. Possible methods of Abyssal incursion. Agenda Item 2. Responses to its aftermath. The first topic sailed through without objection. But when discussion shifted to the impact of the incursion, particularly allocation of the 3 legendary weapons, the room split down the middle. A level 20 examinee walking off with 3 legendary weapons is completely unreasonable, a senior official declared, leading the group that wanted the gear surrendered. He isn't level 20, a legendary professional interjected. He gained 4 levels in that instance. He's 24 now. The room erupted 4 levels in 2 days at that stage. Such frightening talent was unheard of. The brighter the seed, the less we should expose him to enemy nations, the pro-retention faction argued, seizing on the new data. Legendary gear is a double-edged sword. He's still too weak to handle it safely, the opposition shot back. The debate over whether the weapons should be turned in grew heated, faces flushing and voices rising. At last someone called for a vote. When the tally came in, the result was a stalemate. 7 in favor, 7 against, 5 abstentions. If we can't break the tie, we'll let Elder Yin decide. He had helped draft the plan to place 3 legendary grade weapons in the Gaixia instance, and those very weapons had been lent as a favor by Elder Yin. The top brass finally gave the green light approved. Tell Elder Yin, and let General Wei Zheng deliver the news. The moonlight was hazy, the night enchanting. In a secluded manner, a wind chime hanging from the eaves tinkled softly. By the window stood an old man with snow-white hair and beard, lean yet upright, his right hand steady around a steaming teapot. The fragrance of tea mingled with the night air. This was Elder Yin, a founding figure of the 13th Bureau and a living legend of the Xinxia Empire. Once feared for his swift decisions and brutal tactics, he was now over a century old, half retired, the decades having tempered his former restlessness. Elder Yin, Elder Yin. The urgent shout broke the stillness outside. A young orderly rushed in, his footsteps echoing in the quiet tea room. How many times have I told you? The old man said calmly, lifting his gaze. Stay composed. Sorry, sir. The orderly wiped his brow. General Wei Zheng is here. It's about the legendary gear. They want it back now that the Gaixia is over? Is that worth waking me at this hour? Elder Yin took a measured sip of tea. No, sir. The legendary gear isn't coming back. He raised an eyebrow and drank again. Why the panic? At my age you learn equipment is just a possession. That's the problem. 3 pieces, sir. All 3 are gone. Puffed caught off guard. The elder sprayed tea everywhere, droplets splattering across the orderly's face. Damn it. I fought for those relics on the battlefield myself. They promised to return them intact. How do 3 weapons simply vanish? Neon lights blazed in the capital's shopping district. The bustling crowd suddenly slowed, transfixed by a scene down the street. Three burly men, each nearly 2 meters tall, strode side by side. Ancient armor gleamed under the streetlights, stretched over thick muscles that radiated an intimidating aura. Behind them walked Su Chun, hands in his pockets, face relaxed handsome, yes, but otherwise unremarkable. Onlookers whispered, a rich heir with professional bodyguards, perhaps? In truth, Su Chun had been bored while shopping and casually summoned Dian Wei and the others, never expecting to become an instant roadside spectacle. So these are homes for common folk. Hua Tsubing gazed up at the rows of high-rises. Cars roared past, neon lights flickered, street food aromas filled the air. Curiosity shone in his eyes, tinged with faint regret. Under the traffic light, he stood between flowing cars and pedestrians, colored lights reflecting in his pupils. If our great Han could enjoy peace like this, he murmured, how wonderful it would be. The word struck Su Chen like a chord. He turned to look at Dian Wei, Hua Tsubing, and the third general standing shoulder to share a sight that bridged 1,000 years. Peace and prosperity. The belief that had driven countless commanders into battle. Peace and prosperity. The deepest wish of every emperor. General, Su Chun said quietly, 1,000 years later, the great Han truly does enjoy peace like this. Your Majesty, Yu Hua Tsubing stared, stunned that Su Chun knew Han history so well. I, too, am a son of Han. Your Majesty. The moment Su Chun mentioned the people of the Han Empire, Hua Tsubing dropped to one knee in salute. Zhao Yun's heart quivered. He immediately followed suit. Dian Wei glanced around, saw them kneeling, and thumped down as well. Please, generals, rise. Su Chun hurried forward and lifted each of them up. Have no fear, the Han will thrive in that world. Hua Tsubing nodded solemnly, the last shadow of concern vanishing from his eyes. The sight of three renowned generals kneeling in, then being helped up made passers-by stop and whisper. Only then did Su Chun realize how out of place their ancient armor looked. Strolling through the capital in that gear was no different from wandering off a movie set. We need to get you new clothes, he decided. His account now held almost 6 million credits, all earned by reselling dungeon loot. Remembering the days when potatoes were his only meal and then glancing at that balance, he felt like a super tycoon. That was why everyone fought to become a professional, no different from how people in his previous life dreamed of stardom. Less than 2 weeks in, he had 6 million. The top professionals must earn far more. For the first time, he understood what 1 million a day really felt like. With his mind made up, Su Chun led the trio toward the city's most exclusive tailor. Legendary gear deserved legendary suits. Along the way, Dian Wei kept a running commentary on every car that roared past. Hua Tsubing and Zhao Yun, intrigued by the steel beasts, bombarded Su Chun with questions about their power source. Relying on a shaky grasp of physics, he sketched out the basics of internal combustion engines. Dian Wei scratched his head and blurted, so it's just a carriage, right? Zhao Yun asked, where are the horses? A carriage without horses, no horses. That's all, Dian Wei replied with absolute seriousness. The nonstop chatter made Su Chin's scalp prickle. He finally unleashed a curt, imperial silence. Dian Wei fell quiet at once. After a few more turns, they stepped into a suit shop whose sign was covered in foreign lettering, the capital's top-rated tailor, according to his communicator. The moment they entered, their imposing aura swept the room. Customers and staff instinctively cleared a path. A host hurried over and ushered them into a VIP lounge. Please wait here. Your personal fitter will arrive shortly. The host withdrew. Soon steaming coffee appeared. Dian Wei eyed the thimble-sized porcelain cup, grinned, tipped it back in one gulp, then sprayed it everywhere. Poison. Your Majesty, it's poison. Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or sigh as Dian Wei, overwhelmed by bitterness, panted with his tongue out. The staff reacted instantly, cleaning up and handing him a glass of water. Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing each took a small, polite sip, set their cups down, and stayed silent. Su Chen glanced at them. Well? Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing nodded in unison. Not bad, not bad. Really? Su Chen saw straight through their forced smiles. Anyone else want fresh water? He asked. I do. Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing answered in unison. Su Chen chuckled, and Dian Wei burst into loud laughter, his shoulders shaking like a loose drum. It wasn't until 2 murderous glares locked onto his back that he finally fell silent. Before long, the specialist the clerk had mentioned arrived, a tailor in a sharp suit, tape measure in hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the tailor got to the point. Which tier would you like, sir? The top tier, Su Chen replied without hesitation. His 3 generals fought on the front lines. Their clothes had to be first class too. Besides, how expensive could a suit be? Grinning, the tailor praised Su Chen's taste and handed over a price list. One glance nearly made Su Chen fling it away. It wasn't a price list, it was a death sentence. Measurement fees, fabric fees, pattern fees, labor fees, rush fees, even the cheapest option ran over 1 million. Su Chen forced a laugh and rose calmly. Take their measurements first. I need to step out to meet a friend. He left the VIP room with an easy stride, exited the boutique, and turned several corners. Once he was sure of the distance, he raised a hand and whisked the 3 generals back into his summoning space. 1 million for a single suit? Do they think him an idiot? Whoosh. With another wave, the generals reappeared. They exchanged confused looks. Weren't they supposed to be measured? Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing quickly figured it out. Dian Wei scratched his head. Your Majesty, could it be that you're a bit short? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Chen cut him off. Their skills were subpar. I'm taking you to the best. Which shop? Tailor. Moments later, they stood outside a rundown storefront. The neon sign was missing several strokes and flickered weakly. Su Chen nodded to himself. Prime value for money. He rolled up the shutter and entered. A lone proprietress greeted them. She was as broad-shouldered and sturdy as Dian Wei, twirling a tape measure. The moment she saw customers, she charged over and took Dian Wei's measurements with lightning speed, leaving him blushing furiously. All set. She snapped the tape shut. We're full service here. Measured or not, you pay in full. Smack. She slapped a handwritten notice on the wall. Full payment required. No exceptions. Perfect. Su Chen laughed heartily. Each of them gets a suit. Best fabric, best workmanship. Generous. The proprietress boomed, her voice rivaling Dian Wei's. Su Chen added, pointing at Dian Wei, the last round wasn't detailed enough. Better measure him again. Dian Wei spun around, panic and embarrassment mingling in his eyes, while Su Chen, Zhao Yun, and Hua Tsubing snickered to themselves. Come on over, the proprietress called, crooking a finger. No, please don't, Dian Wei yelped. Wei Zheng followed the orderly into the tea room. The moment he crossed the threshold, he spotted Yin Lao sitting ramrod straight in a grand armchair, those small eyes still bright after a century glowering at him with raw resentment. Watching a 100-year-old man make that face almost made Wei Zheng laugh. You'd better give me a proper explanation today, Yin Lao thundered. Wei Zheng dipped his head, smiled, and sat down. I promise you'll be satisfied, Yin Lao. The 3 legendary items Su Chen took had all been part of Yin Lao's private collection. As one of Shangxia's first professionals and the founder of Division 13, Yin Lao had cleared countless instances, piling up legendary gear like a small mountain. Most of it had long since been turned over to the state, but he had kept these 3 pieces, the ones that had fought beside him the longest. With no wife or children and a lifetime spent on the front lines, he wanted the gear with him until the very end, after which it would automatically revert to the nation. Had only added a last-minute assessment to this year's entrance exam out of goodwill. He never imagined it would strip his vault bare. Anyone would be furious. Please, calm down. Unhurried, Wei Zheng brewed a cup of Longjing for him. Yin Lao had taught him, his teacher, and even his teacher's teacher, so he knew the old man's disposition by heart. Sharp tongue, soft heart, a tough shell hiding tender feelings, and one fatal weakness couldn't resist top-tier talent. Headquarters had split evenly on Su Chen, giving Wei Zheng the perfect excuse to call on Yin Lao. The leadership had to weigh Su Chen's performance from every angle. To Yin Lao, it was a simple matter, had never been able to turn away a prodigy. Wei Zheng slid the tea across the table, eyes gleaming. Guess who walked off with those 3 legendary items? Yin Lao shot him a look, but lifted the cup all the same. 3 routes, 3 people, obvious, isn't it? Yin Lao scouted the college entrance exams every year to snap up promising recruits. Before the test, had already identified a few prospects. This year he cared most about that summoner from the Yin family and old JIS swordsman. Beyond those 2, no one stood out. Even they struck him as merely decent. How could they have cleared the final stage? Just what kind of checkpoint did you design? He barked, smacking the table so hard the tea splashed. Wei Zheng cut in. Not those 2. You're off the mark. Not them. Then who? Yin Lao's eyes widened. He had vetted every other candidate, none measured up. A student from Jiangdong province. Jiangdong province? 1 student? I lose 3 items, and you give me 1 name? Wei Zheng's lips curved. He took all 3. All 3 by himself. Yin Lao leapt to his feet, stunned. You show up in the middle of the night just to mess with me? Got him. Wei Zheng hid a smile and continued evenly. Su Chen, Nanshan City No. 1 High School, Jiangdong Province. Hidden class Jiu Wu Jizuan. First place in Nanshan's training instance, breaking the record. First in the Jiangdong mock instance, points more than double the runner-up. And in the national intranseism instance, the odds of him placing first are 2 in 10,000, yet he's still on top. Wei Zheng listed Su Chen's credentials one by one. General Yan's eyes grew brighter by the second, deep creases forming across his face. 9-5 Sovereign. They actually rolled out a new hidden class this year. He whispered in amazement. Those kids from Jiangdong really know how to keep a low profile. Why isn't this all over the news? What class is it? Mage or warrior? And how did one person get 3 pieces of gear? Watching with a faint smile, Wei Zheng could tell from the barrage of questions that the old general was completely hooked. The loss of those 3 legendary items had already slipped his mind. He's a summoner, Wei Zheng added softly. One who can practically field an entire army by himself. An army of 1. General Yan's hands trembled involuntarily. Did you bring the exam footage? I need to see it with my own. General, you know the rules. Exam surveillance can't just be. Cut the nonsense, kid. You're angling for those 3 items, aren't you? If this Su Chun is really that good, he can have as much gear as he wants and he'll sign off on it. Wei Zheng nearly blurted out a triumphant deal. He flicked his sleeve and produced a palm-sized projector. With the general's promise, those 3 items were already halfway in his pocket. The device hummed to life, throwing the recorded footage onto the wall. The screen lit up with Su Chen's lone figure approaching 3 teleport gates. Ji Boda moved to stop him, but the sudden appearance of Dian Wei's murderous aura sent him stumbling back several meters. The moment Dian Wei appeared, the old general straightened. The ferocity hiding behind those beast-like crimson eyes made even this battle-hardened veteran's heart skip a beat. What presence? Is that really just a level 20 summon? The footage rolled on as Su Chun called forth Huang. Then he and his 2 warlords each stepped into a separate gate. Pointing at the projection, General Yin turned to Wei Zheng in disbelief. How is that possible? Summons entering an instance on their own without direct control? Your questions are mine as well, Wei Zheng said, shaking his head. Save your shocks full of surprises. The feed cut to Zhao Yun and Dian Wei launching into battle. In a blur of lightning-fast moves, the general's jaw dropped lower and lower. Good grief. You've got to be kidding me. What the? That spear work is magnificent. The longer he watched, the more animated he became, eyes shining like stars. Wei Zheng observed quietly nothing ignites an old soldier's blood, like witnessing a true prodigy. The footage shifted to Huang carving his way through Langjiu Pass, every maneuver textbook perfect, drawing one exclamation after another from the general. For a veteran like him, the very name Huang rang with ancestral resonance. Next came the lopsided, nail-biting boss fight, so fierce it seemed to scorch the very air. When the 3 battlefronts converged at the finish line, the camera caught the candidates, led by Su Chun, charging headlong at the Abyssal fiend. General Yan's chest surged. It felt as though he were back on a smoke-filled battlefield a century ago, witnessing the indomitable spirit that had carried the Xinxia people through the ages. In the final moments, Huang arrived with his forces, joined the main assault, and together they smashed the enemy in a single strike. General Yin sprang to his feet, cheering hoarsely, all pretense of old soldier composure gone. Xinxia has heirs. Xinxia has heirs. Heaven bless Xinxia. The footage ended, and Wei Zheng put the device away. Elder Yin remained seated, one hand pressed to his chest. After a few labored breaths, his heartbeat finally steadied. Once he had gathered himself, Wei Zheng spoke again. Elder Yin, what about that gear? Give it to Su Chun. He'll feel better with him in charge, Elder Yin replied, waving dismissively. On Su Chen's behalf, thank you, sir. Wei Zheng snapped to attention and offered a crisp salute. Elder Yin chuckled self-consciously. From here on, we're counting on you youngsters. Old men like me should step aside. We took down Zhu Kai, so the folks in the East Isles will definitely respond. Stay sharp. Yes, sir, Wei Zheng answered without hesitation. Go on, bring the kid the good news. Elder Yan's tone turned grave. Remember this, Wei Zheng invest in that boy's growth. He's got a bright future. The next day, Wei Zheng delivered the upper brass final decision to Su Chun. These 3 legendary grade weapons are still yours to keep, he began, then passed over 3 elegantly bound brochures. One more thing, Imperial Capital University, Jiuzhou University, and Southern Sky University all blew up my phone this morning. They already have your entrancesum scores. The brochures lay quietly on the table. Imperial Capital, Jiuzhou, Southern Sky Shangxia's top 3 academies, synonymous with the nation's best resources and most powerful professional networks. Su Chen stared at their covers, slightly dazed. Back when his synchronization rate was 0, he hadn't even dared to dream of these names. Now all 3 were courting him. They each have strengths. It's hard to say one is definitively better, Wei Zheng reminded him. Su Chen barely hesitated, setting 2 brochures aside. He'll go with Imperial Capital University. That fast? Wei Zheng raised an eyebrow. I'm destined to be the sovereign. A sovereign belongs in the capital, Su Chen said with conviction. Wei Zheng's smile showed his approval. Then there's a good chance you'll be my student. That would be an honor. They exchanged smiles. Admissions settled. Changing the subject, Wei Zheng asked, You've got about 2 weeks until the semester starts. Any plans? Su Chen shook his head. None for now. Perfect. Wei Zheng slid a mission dossier across the table. One of my senior classes is tackling its graduation mission, Tianhai Island. Large-scale instance, chalk volcano, level range 26 to 32. You're underleveled, but the instance scales to the team's average. If you're willing, you can join them. Su Chen agreed almost instantly. Any mission handed over personally by General Wei had to be special. Don't be too quick to say yes, Wei Zheng warned with a faint smile. Chalk volcano isn't on Shangxia's mainland. It's in international waters, a wild instance shared by neighboring nations. You'll be fighting not just monsters, but possibly other countries' students. It's risky. If you have doubts, you can still back out. A shared instance? Su Chen zeroed in on the key phrase, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. Wild instances worked like wild gateways. Clear it, and he could convert instantly. As a high-level instance, it was sure to outshine Heart of the Pharaoh. Su Chen weighed the pile of jade seal fragments in his palm, finally seeing a use for them. As for danger, he hardly cared. Last night's brief clash with Zhu Kai had convinced him that anyone at level 35 or below simply wasn't a threat. Even though Zhu Kai was an assassin who specialized in one-shot kills, the margin of error was small. Su Chen still didn't know how far above his level he could punch, but anything under level 40 posed no real risk, and that was enough for him to ignore safety altogether. He accepted the level 30 dungeon quest that Wei Zheng offered on the spot. Good. Tomorrow morning, then. They'll come get you, Wei Zheng said, clearly pleased. Because of your performance in the college entrance instance, the academy will credit you with an extra 30,000 contribution points. They'll hit your account the moment you're back. Get ready and do your best. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder and headed for the door. As he stepped out, his eyes swept over the pink, couple-themed room and one eyebrow quirked. Nice taste. It was late, and every other room was taken, Su Chen explained with an awkward laugh. Wei Zheng nodded with a knowing look and left. Once the older student disappeared around the corner, Su Chen returned to the table. Handing him a level 30 instance was both an acknowledgement of his strength and a test in itself. Their partners would be third-year students graduates in a 3-year university structure. Judging by the instance level, those seniors were probably around level 30 as well. If top-tier graduates sat there, and he had already hit level 24 right after high school, even Su Chen felt a little shocked by the insane boost flying banner of 1,000 miles had given him. Of course, 2 consecutive war instances had accelerated that growth, and without more wars his leveling speed would surely slow. No matter what, he had to pass Wei Zheng's test. A successful run would mean a steady stream of special commissions. Still early, he teleported to Nanshan City. The Labyrinth instance had just finished recharging, so he squeezed in a couple of quick runs for extra experience. The next morning, Wei Zheng brought him to meet the party right on time. 5 players in total, 2 DPS, 2 tanks, 1 support, a solid, classic setup. After a brief introduction, Wei Zheng left. He hadn't mentioned Su Chen's intransiism ranking. The official list wasn't out yet. The party leader was a senior clad in light armor. She offered Su Chen her hand first. Hi Su Chen. I'm Lianxi. Just call me Angxiji. She pointed to the burly man beside her. This is Shield Bro, everyone calls him that, so you can too. Then she gestured to 2 identical girls. Xiao Zhuojia, Xiao Yujia. The twins stood shoulder to shoulder, impossible to tell apart an officially certified pair. Finally, she indicated the bespectacled young man with a scholarly air. Our aura caster, Huang. Su Chen greeted each of them in turn, fixing their traits in his mind. Angxiji was brisk and cheerful. Shield Bro carried a massive shield that radiated security. The twins shared matching smiles, mirroring each other perfectly. Huang pushed up his glasses with a gentle nod. Everyone seemed friendly and reliable, which put Su Chen at ease. All right, let's roll out, Lianxi said brightly. Guided by Lianxi, the party entered the long-range teleportation hall. The chamber was roughly the size of a basketball court, its floor inlaid with hundreds of inscription channels through which mana flowed like invisible waterways, glowing a cool blue. The array was laid out in concentric rings, each calibrated for a different travel distance and the corresponding energy cost. All around, crystal nodes hummed in resonance, advertising the massive power they held. Because their destination, Tianhai Island, lay beyond national borders, an identity check was required. Lianxi handed over everyone's transit tokens with practiced ease. A crystal panel projected each person's data, while a blue beam swept across their palm veins. Seconds later, the system cleared them. She gestured forward, and the team stepped onto the central platform. The runes beneath their feet lit up, spreading outward like frost at dawn. While the array gathered power, Lianxi turned to Su Chen and lowered her voice. Since you're new, we'll give you a quick rundown of our target. Her summary was brief, but thorough. Instance name, Bay Volcano. As the name suggested, the entire dungeon was set inside an active volcano. The extreme heat granted water skills extra potency, fire skills met higher resistance, and lost some punch. Ice skills were heavily suppressed, damage plummeted, and some forms were forced to change. Elemental resistance and environmental interaction? Su Chen extracted the core points at once. He hadn't realized the elements could interplay so intricately. That topic usually appeared in advanced university courses. He checked his own toolkit. Royal Majesty, psychic damage, unaffected by elements. Royal Majesty, vast awe, true damage, likewise unlinked. Summoned soldiers and generals fought mainly with blades and spears, rarely using elemental power. No impact, he concluded. Great. Lianxi relaxed, her excitement rising. Besides the environment, Bay Volcano has one big draw, the Eye of Lava. It's an ultra-rare material that spawns only once a year, and only today. Once it's claimed, it won't reappear for 12 months. Its intrinsic value is sky-high, but its symbolism matters even more. She laid out the stakes. Once a year, right in graduation season, at a crossroads of several nations. Those factors turn the hunt for the Eye of Lava into a showcase for top graduates worldwide. On this day, elite universities send their best students to compete. Whoever captures the eye gains personal glory and, by extension, boosts national pride. Su Chen nodded to himself. Wei Zheng's assignment clearly wasn't a routine monster run. While she spoke, Lianqi watched his expression. Thrown into such a high-level mission right after the college entrance exam, Su Chen's talent was beyond doubt, but his experience might not match. If he faltered, the whole squad would suffer. Yet his gaze stayed calm from start to finish. Lianqi revised her estimate upward. This newcomer was stronger than she'd thought. Pleased, she shifted gears. By the way, Su Chen, none of us know your class. Summoner, Su Chen answered simply. A summoner, huh? Lianqi mused. Is your creature more defensive or offensive? I need to know so I can assign roles. It can do a bit of both, Su Chen replied. All right. Then is its attack style mainly close quarters or ranged? Both, actually. Seriously? Li Ying's mouth fell open a little. You're a real all-rounder. Su Chen answered with a genial nod. In that case, you'll take the same slot as Huang's Akaromer. If a fight breaks out, just improvise. Su Chen agreed with another nod. Get ready, everyone. We're inside Tianhai Island's perimeter. Lianqi gave a final warning. First objective after landfall is to locate the dungeon entrance. Avoid clashes with other squads unless absolutely necessary. A shimmer of light passed, and they stepped onto Tianhai Island. The island sat in the tropics. Palm trees speared upward, a blazing sun beat down, and the air reeked of warm, humid earth. Stick to the plan, Lianqi ordered, raising her hand. The team slipped into the jungle at once. Su Chen took the rear, choosing not to summon the White Horse Knight. Cavalry was useless for reconnaissance in dense forest, and Lianqi had mapped out the route in advance. The preparation showed. Tangled terrain and vague landmarks couldn't slow these top students from the Imperial Capital Academy. They moved almost without pause, maps in hand. Su Chen had to admit, elite schools really do produce elite talent. Stop, Lianqi hissed from the lead. The team froze. Contacts, she muttered, parting the branches ahead. Beyond the leaves, a 7-person squad was setting up camp in the clearing, their uniforms nothing like the group's own. The sleeve patches were unmistakably an Eastern Islands team. Lianqi signaled. Everyone withdrew a few hundred meters in silence and chose a new route to skirt them. Moments later, she frowned. Something's not right. Shield edged closer. What is it? I can't say, but it feels off. It's their camp, Su Chen said. If they were here for the Eye of Lava, they wouldn't be pitching tents in this spot. Exactly. Li Ying's eyes lit up, and she shot Su Chen a grateful look. Tianhai Island holds only one dungeon, the Chalk Volcano. If they're ignoring it to camp on the outskirts, they must be after something else. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Just what scheme are those well-heeled islanders trying to pull this time? To avoid the Japanese encampment, Lianqi changed course on the fly, leading everyone in a wide arc. The tropical jungle was hot and clammy, sticking to their skin so that every step felt like walking inside a steamer. Sweat dripped from every forehead, soaked their clothes, and clung to their bodies. A few of the girls' figures were outlined far too clearly. Su Chen, though, had no interest in sightseeing. His mind burned with anger at the Japanese. If those guys hadn't blocked the path, they wouldn't be trudging so far out of the way. Stop. Lianqi raised a hand again, sweat sliding down her temple as she glanced back in frustration. Everyone's stomach sank. More trouble? She pushed aside a curtain of leaves, and sure enough, a small Japanese squad was blocking the path. After the long forced march, Shield finally lost it and muttered, "Damn it, what are those bastards doing?" Even Huang Zakai, the normally quiet support at the rear, spoke up. "I'm done with the detours, let's go talk." Logic told Lianqi that bargaining with the Japanese was risky, but she still had to consider her teammates' mood. Unsure what to do, she instinctively turned to the youngest member, Su Chen, who had stayed calm the whole time. In this moment, his steady presence felt unmistakable. Su Chen thought for a second, then said decisively, "No more detours." Huh. Lianqi hadn't expected such a blunt answer. "We didn't bump into them by chance," Su Chen explained. "These outposts are obviously deliberate. Keep circling, and we'll just hit another one." Deliberate? Li Ying's eyes narrowed. A bold idea clicked. The Japanese must have ringed the dungeon entrance with outposts to keep everyone else out. "They're really going for broke," Shield growled. "We break through," Su Chen concluded. The others nodded. If the whole perimeter was sealed, more wandering was pointless. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps swished through the leaves. Lianqi signaled everyone to hide, but they still ran heated into the newcomers. "Unshi." A head poked out of the bushes. Li Ying's face fell. Huang Jun, the unlucky classmate from her year. He lacked exactly what his name promised. The first time Su Chen saw that exaggerated, almost cartoonish face, had thought a wild monster had popped out. "Unshi, you really can't forget risking your life to open a path for me," Huang Jun declared, striking what he imagined was a suave pose. "Spare me. Keep your distance," Lianqi shot back. Huang Jun fell silent, embarrassed, and led his squad out of the brush. When he spotted the Japanese camp in the distance, his eyes flickered. Figures. They're up to something again. After a quick survey, he shared his intel with Lianqi. He was scouting on behalf of Shangxia's teams. All the Xinxia squads had spawned from the same point, so they were moving in roughly the same direction. Several student teams from universities across Xinxia had formed a brief alliance once they discovered the Japanese outposts. Their job now is to figure out what those people are planning. The 7 newcomers looked ridiculous in Japanese high school uniforms, sharp-pressed epaulets, cuffs hiding wear and tear, but arms covered with faint battle scars. No one would mistake them for students. After quietly locking onto them with an advanced scouting skill, Huang whispered his report. Every one of them was over level 30, and 2 were level 35. We suspect they're not students at all, but members of the Japanese military. The campfire fell silent at once. Mobilizing the military for a single eye of lava? The thought tightened everyone's chest. Even the crackling flames sounded louder. The eye of lava can't be their only target, Chen said in an unhurried voice. If they just wanted the material, they could hold the dungeon entrance. Instead, they've set up hidden sentries around the perimeter. That means they're after something else. Exactly. Huang slapped his thigh and stared at Chen, whom had only just met. I knew something was off. Stifling his curiosity about Chen's identity, he dashed into the forest. Stay here on standby, I'll go report back. When Huang vanished, Lianxi and the others traded looks. So we're just resting here? Lianxi asked tentatively. Everyone nodded, except Chen. He shook his head. Sitting still was never his style, and he was nearly certain of the Japanese team's real aim, not the Eye of Lava, but the entire dungeon. Tianhai Island had no owner, and neither did Bay Volcano. Under the guise of fighting for the Eye, they could seize the whole instance, lock it down with a stronghold, then clear the surrounding area for their conversion array. If all they wanted was the Eye of Lava, Chen could wait. The material wouldn't help him much anyway. But if they were after the dungeon itself, he couldn't delay. He was holding 40 fragments of the Imperial Jade Seal, perfectly suited to claim this public instance, and anyone who tried to stop him would pay dearly. You don't want to wait here? Lianxi noticed his expression and asked. Waiting only wastes time. Every minute we stall brings the Japanese closer to success. Lianxi nodded. Every second counts. I'm in. What's the plan? Break through this outpost and keep moving inward, Chen answered. How? 7 level 30s. If even one of them gets a message out, every post will be on alert, Lianxi argued. Then we don't let them send a message. Don't let them? You mean a stealth approach? Chen nodded. Something like that. But none of us plays an assassin class, Lianxi said, scanning the group before fixing her gaze on Chen. Don't tell me one of your summons can infiltrate. It can, more or less, Chen replied calmly. Eyes widened all around. A class that could tank, unleash burst damage, and now perform stealth infiltration as well. Who would believe it? At the edge of the rainforest, the air was stretched taut like a drawn bowstring. Chen, this isn't the campus Anamori. I'd better stand by your words. Captain Lianxi lowered her voice, voicing the concern everyone felt. If the mission failed, it wouldn't just be their ad hoc squad that paid the price. Chen stayed calm, merely nodding. He was used to skepticism. If the junior's confident, let's give it a shot, Halicaster Huang said cheerfully. Yeah, anyone recommended by General Wei won't be ordinary, added the heavy armor fighter known as Shield Bro, patting his shield. Fine, Lianxi agreed at last. Chen raised a hand, and a pale gold halo rippled outward. A moment later, a 3-ma turtle, half-man half-goat mercenary Pan-Shan materialized, hooves crushing dead leaves. Gaunt, hunched, skin etched with dark red runes, slit pupils gleaming. He still looked like something from a demonic bestiary, even after purification. This isn't a summon, it's a monster. Someone blurted. Chen, that's a pretty special summon, Shield Bro gulped. Lianxi's scalp-tingled creature looked disturbingly like her demonized friend Huang. Ignoring the panic, Chen signaled Pan-Shan to raise a jet-black stone flute. A cold, lingering tune threaded through the jungle and bored into the ears of 7 enemy operatives several hundred meters away. They froze at once. Now, Chen moved. Pan-Shan was only level 24. Against foes above level 30, his control would fade fast. White flashes erupted. 180 white horse lancers shot forward like arrows. To stay nimble, they had dismounted, yet their uncanny agility carried them through the forest at breakneck speed. Armor rasping over branches merged into a roaring tide that rushed the outpost. Their sudden appearance left Chen's teammates gaping. Where'd a whole platoon pop out from? Are we on a school trip? Shield Bro squeaked. A chill washed over Li and Zeef. They blew their cover. Every academy in the Xinxia Empire could be dragged in. Forget credits. They might not even avoid expulsion. Inside the outpost, the flute still echoed as the 7 operatives from the Eastern Kingdom stared glassily ahead, a cold prickle on their necks. Bakiaro. Mind control. The veteran ninja jolted awake only to find a dozen silver spears at his throat. His fury died, replaced by a sheepish grin. Maybe we can discuss this? Outside, Lianxi and the rest were still rehearsing rescue plans for a failed mission. It's done. Chen dismissed Pan-Shan and walked toward the outpost. They traded looks. Only when the unnatural stillness reached them did they realize what had happened. The white horse lancers had already subdued the enemy without sounding a single alarm. Unbelievable. They'd pulled off a stealth assault like that, and no one even noticed. As Su Chun drew closer, they saw more than 100 cavalry on white stallions circling 7 enemies. The horses snorted clouds of steam, and half-meter lances gleamed coldly. Dozens of spearheads locked onto every vital point of the Japanese fighters. One wrong move would mean shredded flesh at best, dismemberment at worst. Li Eng's team watched from the fringe, dumbfounded. This looked nothing like covert ops. Everything they'd learned in class seemed irrelevant. Su Chen's method defied every stealth rule, yet the enemy had raised no alarm. Su Chen stepped into the ring, eyes fixed on the Japanese officer in the middle. "Do you understand Chinese?" he asked calmly. The officer shook his head. A silent order. A cavalryman lunged. The lance punched through the officer's thigh with a sickening crunch, blood spraying as the man screamed. "I ask, you answer," Su Chen said evenly. "No funny ideas." Moments later the interrogation was done. The enemy's goal was not just the instance. They meant to use it as an anchor to swallow the entire Tianhai Island. A teleport array was ready once the students cleared the dungeon. The Japanese would trigger the next phase. "Time's short," Su Chen growled. "If the Japanese claimed the dungeon first, retaking it would be near impossible." "What do we do?" Lianqi asked, already defaulting to him. "We go in and clear it before they can." "But they went in long ago." "We still have a window," Su Chen said, unshakable. "Fine." Lianqi and the rest chose to believe him. Though Su Chen's level wasn't remarkable, summoning 100 combat units put his firepower on par wither above theirs. With him, morale soared. Move out chalk volcano. After wiping out the outer strongholds, they found the inner defenses surprisingly weak. The enemy had gambled everything on the first line, leaving hardly any sentries behind. Su Chun scattered his cavalry through the forest as mobile scouts. Guided by this living radar, the team skirted every post and rushed the dungeon gate. A Japanese squad waited in formation. Su Chun unleashed Pan Shun and the cavalry. The whirlwind assault shattered the line in seconds. At the crystal, Su Chun lacked the level to enter alone, so he averaged with Li Eng's team. Palms to crystal. Space rippled, a beam of light descended, and they were drawn inside. Just before teleporting, Su Chun sent a thought. "Zhao Yun, hold this entrance. No one gets through. By your command." The silver-armored general knelt, spear to the sky. Elsewhere in the forest, junior elites of the Xinxia Empire students from Imperial capital, Jiuzhou, and Nantian universities were holding an emergency meeting around how Yingjun's intel. "We stick to the plan. No one acts alone," the acting leader said firmly. Head barely finished when a scout stumbled in, face ashen. "Someone breached the line. The Japanese are on full alert." "Impossible. Who besides us could break through those outposts?" Inside the stronghold, aside from the squad, there was a timed alarm. Every 30 minutes, someone had to press the button manually, or the device would shriek a warning. After Su Chen's team wiped out the garrison, no one bothered with the button. When the countdown hit 0, the siren erupted. In the next instant, every Dongying soldier on Tianhai Island snapped to attention and raced toward the fallen outpost. While outside the instance, the dragnet for Xinxiao players swung into motion. The transport beam flickered out, and Su Chen's party landed in a world of burning red. The rock walls looked as if fire had eaten through them, magma rolled in the maze of fissures, and the air was so hot it felt like a blade. Each breath threatened to ignite their windpipes. "Shield, soda pearls," Lianqi called. At Ding Ye's thought, 6 fingernail-sized blue beads dropped from his personal inventory. Soda pearl forms a film inside the body that protects the respiratory tract from high-temperature burns. Lianqi gave a quick note and swallowed one. Su Chen followed suit. Coolness burst through his chest, the burning vanished, and his mouth felt like it held an industrial-strength mint. "Looks like you really did your homework on this dungeon," Su Chen murmured. "They'll take point," Lianqi said, setting off. They'd rehearsed the fastest clear route before the instance even loaded. No one objected now. They fell in behind her at full sprint. The sole objective: finish the dungeon as fast as possible. Everything else could wait. The tunnel suddenly widened, and the first wave of monsters appeared. When still, they were just scattered crimson boulders. As the party drew near, the boulders lifted on belly legs volcanic shell crabs. Moving, Lianqi recited a quick brief. Volcanic shell crab. 100% immune to fire magic. 80% resistant to blades. Extremely high vitality. Skill: volcanic eruption. Small area fire AoE. Best approach: blunt weapons or non-fire range spells. Su Chen raised his hand and cast probe. Volcanic shell crab enhanced level 28. Strength: 1600 agility, 1600 spirit, 1300 constitution, 3000. The numbers crushed the Tiger Leopard Cavalry's earlier edge. That constitution was almost boss level. Before Li Enshi finished speaking, the twin sisters Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu were already chanting, while Aura Master Huang Zikai layered buffs on them. "Su Chun, summon your soldiers. Give them some cover," Li Enshi urged. The crab's blade resistance made standard melee nearly useless. Su Chen waved her off. Wait, let me try something. Time was life. He couldn't waste any on coordination. 300 tiger leopard riders materialized from the void. Black armor gleaming, round shields high, sabers glinting dark in the red glow. Advance. At the clipped command, the cavalry ignored flame and magma alike, charging in a wedge that surrounded the volcanic shell crabs. Shields locked, they forced the monsters into a narrow pocket. Imperial might flooded the field. A solemn, authoritative shout split the air. Golden ripples fanned across the crimson sky, gold and scarlet light, entwining in a blaze as fierce as a sun falling into molten lava. Hissed the 300 tiger leopard riders tightened into a ring, their combined strikes multiplying at once. Imperial Majesty converted every blow into true damage, ignoring the volcanic rock crabs' physical and magical defenses and searing straight at their souls. Boom! Boom! The crabs were wiped out in seconds, never given a chance to strike back. The monsters fell and a torrent of experience flooded in. Killed level 28 corrupted magma rock crab, EXP 3120. Killed level 28 corrupted magma rock crab, EXP 3011. Killed level 28 corrupted magma rock crab, EXP 3291. Countless orbs of light poured into Su Chen's bar, leaving only a fifth of level 24 unfilled. He was certain he would level up before the dungeon ended. The victory carried a price. When the crabs died, they self-destructed, and the fiery blast toppled a swath of soldiers. Had Lianxi not warned him of the AoE, Su Chen's losses would have been far worse if he had summoned the entire regiment at once. Move on, he ordered, but no one answered. He turned and saw Li Yingxi's group rooted to the spot, stunned. Moments ago the soldiers had worn white mail, now they were in heavy black plate. The troops who had fought with a sword formation were wreathed in golden light and had erased the enemy in two swings absurdly strong. Not going, Su Chen urged. All right, he'll lead the way. Lianxi snapped back, her gaze on Su Chen completely changed. She had meant to look after her junior, yet clearly he needed no help. As graduates of the Imperial Capital Academy, they were used to spectacles. They quickly gathered themselves, reformed the ranks, and asked no questions. The party reached a lake of magma. Molten rock churned while scattered slabs of stone floated on the surface. Only by hopping from rock to rock could they cross. Be careful here, look up, Lianxi warned. Su Chen raised his eyes. Below the cavern's ceiling hovered a swarm of translucent creatures, blistering ash worms with winged serpent bodies. Blistering ash worm, flying type, immune to all magic, can cast ranged spells, turns to ash stone on death. Kill them and more stepping stones will appear, Lianxi recited, then fixed her gaze on Su Chen, both expectant and curious. How would he handle magic-immune flyers? Su Chen lifted his hand. 300 Han iron riders rode out through the flames, their heavy plates reflecting the magma's glow. They drew their bows and took aim at the ashworms above. It was the perfect moment to test the newly learned wandering bow formation. A spark of thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, and the Han iron cavalry shifted into skirmisher formation. The entire company's agility shot up, and their ranged and armor-piercing damage spiked. Facing them were enhanced fiery ash worms level 28, strength 800, agility 800, will 800, constitution 2000, coated in an 800-point ashen carapace, and completely immune to magic. They were designed to counter high magic, low defense parties. Without strong physical ranged firepower, this stage was almost unbeatable. To Su Chen, however, these low HP grunts weren't even a test. Another pulse of his will, and a fresh wave of units spilled onto the field. Lianxi and the others were dumbfounded. Troops kept arriving, as if a supplier were making non-stop deliveries. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of arrows blotted out the sky. The worms' high will and magic immunity meant nothing against steel shafts. They were riddled by the hail of arrows. They posed even less danger than the volcanic rock crabs in the first round. Killed LV.28 corrupted fiery ash worm, XP 1923. Killed LV.28 corrupted fiery ash worm, XP 1896. Killed LV.28 corrupted fiery ash worm, XP 1911. System prompts rolled by. Amid shrill screams, the worms rained to the ground, their gray dust sprinkling into the magma lake and instantly solidifying into walkable stone. In a blink the stage was clear again, leaving the group with complicated feelings. Students from the Imperial Academy had always sailed through dungeons, convinced they were prodigies, yet now they were merely spectators being carried to victory. The gap was indescribable. We're moving. Step on the dark ground. The pale spots won't hold. Su Chen tossed out the warning. Lianxi didn't even answer. She simply took point like a tour guide with Su Chen around. They really were sightseeing. The upside was that they might actually be the first to claim the Eye of Lava. Outside the instance, the college alliance had already been scattered. Neon squads launched a full-scale manhunt, forcing everyone to split up just to reach the entrance. Hao Yingjun tore through the jungle with his 7-man team, nerves on fire. Lianxi had chosen to slip in with a single squad, hastily assembled for farming. No scouts, no assassins. If they met the enemy heathen, the outcome would be catastrophic. And with Li Ying's face, no one dared imagine what would happen if she fell into neon hands. SHHK. While running, a flash of cold light sliced past. A blade split Hao Yingjun's forehead, a line of blood snaking down his nose. He whipped out his sword and roared, "Who's there?" Only birds answered. The woods were empty. Someone had struck the captain without anyone noticing. Unthinkable. Ah! A piercing scream. A teammate collapsed, clutching his thigh. Their scout. His femoral artery had been severed, blood spurting everywhere. Even the scout hadn't sensed the attacker closing in. A blade wound, close quarters. Hao Yingjun judged from the cut, and his heart sank. A melee fighter was already inside their perimeter, yet no one had detected a thing. A terrifying possibility flashed through his mind. Cold sweat mingled with blood trickled down his forehead. Ninja's signature class of the islanders from the east. Boom! A deep, rumbling roar from something enormous reverberated through the cavern as it tore through the air. Countless chunks of volcanic rock rattled loose, showering them in razor-sharp shards that scraped past their armor. The ground heaved beneath their feet, as if the whole world had been crammed into a runaway shaker ride. Up to this point, Su Chun had carved an effortless path, clearing every monster they met. But the obstacle ahead finally brought the party to a standstill. The lava devourer. Lianxi braced herself against Shield Bro's massive shield and shouted into the depths of the cave, straining her voice. Dungeon Elite. High magic res, high physical res. Covered in volcanic rock. Fast, and can burrow anywhere in the cave. Enter its territory, and you're locked on instantly. Steadying himself, Su Chen peered through the swirling dust at a colossal worm dozens of meters long. Its gaping maw was as tall as a grown man. Gray-white rock plates clamped around its body, each one riddled with tiny holes. One glance was enough to make anyone with trypophobia break down. Insight activated. Lava Devourer Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 30. Strength 3000. Agility 3000. Spirit 4000. Constitution 3000. Rock solid. Encased in hardened volcanic stone, the body cannot be harmed until the shell is broken. Hardened carapace. The stone shell grants 80 resistance to magic and 80 resistance to slashing or piercing. The body cannot be harmed until the shell is broken. Death fumes. Emits dense sulfur gas, ignoring defense and draining 5 of maximum health per second from every target in the cave. Fatal charge. Charges forward at high speed, devouring any creature smaller than the diameter of its maw. Brutal mechanics. Su Chun skimmed the skill panel and sighed inwardly. Percent-based damage reduction, percent-based HP drain, and that ruthless line about swallowing anything narrower than its jaw. Never mind whether you die instantly. Getting eaten at all was disgusting. No wonder pros valued teamwork as much as personal power. As levels climbed, monsters only got more complicated. One person alone could never handle so many mechanics. Fall back. When Su Chun didn't attack at once, Lianxi hurried to lay out a plan. Its hyper-territorial leave its zone, and it drops aggro. Its shell doesn't build hate either. We pull to the boundary, chip the shell with ranged skills, then rush in and finish the core. Su Chun shook his head again. They had discussed that contingency, but with 80% resistance both ways, how long would it take to chip it down? They had no idea how fast the Eastern team was pushing the dungeon. Every second counted. His eyes settled on the creature's gray-white casing. Volcanic rock, inert, no aggro on impact. The shell itself wasn't alive. It was just a layer of hardened magma clinging to the body. In that case, there was a way. Su Chun raised his hand, and a rancid wind howled through the cavern. No matter how sturdy a barrier is, if it isn't alive, it can be broken. Dian Weiss's purple-gold hammers never bother with finesse. Once blew a gap in the towering wall of the Gaixia dungeon, so a layer of volcanic armor was nothing to him. Space rippled and tore, and the crimson-armored warrior dropped out of the void into the magma chamber. The pressure of his arrival rolled out like a tsunami, forcing Li Ying's party several meters backward. What's going on? Another summon, and it's on a completely different level from those soldiers. Someone shouted. Dian Weiss's gaze locked on the colossal worm coiled in the depths of the cavern. Kill! Su Chun barked. Twin purple-gold hammers slammed into Dian Weiss's palms, and he charged straight into the cave. Boom! The worm sensed the intruder. Hundreds of tons of flesh convulsed. Rubble showered from the walls. Its circular maw, lined with fangs, spun wildly as it dove under the rock and burst out again, hurling gray dust and a choking vapor. Sulfuric poison gas. Su Chun saw Dian Weiss's health plummet and instantly recognized the defense, ignoring that stripped 5% of HP per second. Even with Dian Weiss's toughness, if they couldn't finish the fight in 20 seconds, he would die to the toxin. The fog spread, and Auracaster Huang Zakai dashed forward. God of light, hear my call, purify this place. Pale golden radiance burst from him, and the yellowish vapor vanished on contact. With the poison gone, Dian Wei no longer held back. Die thunderclefting hammer. Dark purple lightning raced from haft to head. 7,500 strength, boosted by 20% to 9,000, multiplied fivefold by Siege Breaker to 45,000, then quadrupled by Thunderclefting Hammer 180,000 damage in all. No armor could withstand it. Crack. Thunder boomed, the whole cavern shuddering harder than when the worm churned the earth. The monster screamed as its volcanic shell shattered like paper, exposing pink, spike-studded flesh still spraying venom. Its armors down hit the body. With a flick of his wrists, Dian Wei conjured twin halberds. The blade spun like a cyclone, spraying gore while each new puff of poison was erased by holy light. Watch for Death Devourer, Lianqi warned. When it's dying, anything inside its maw is instantly killed. Stats don't matter. Even as she spoke, the worm's gaping mouth snapped open, far wider than Dian Wei's frame, thousands of teeth gleaming. Su Chen's heart clenched. Are we really about to lose him? Dian Wei didn't flinch. Halberds crossed at his chest. He spun them at high speed, turning himself into a living shredder. Squelch. The moment the jaws met the spinning blades, blood erupted. In seconds, the proud head of the worm was pulp. Momentum drove its dozen-meter body into the whirl, and it was minced into ribbons that plastered the walls and floor. The stench was so heavy the anxious group almost lost their breakfast. The only one smiling was Su Chen. The Devourer's death had pushed him straight to level 25. Lava Devourer, LV 30 slain. EXP 6,324. Shredded flesh 34. Kill confirmed. Permanent HP 30. A pillar of light rose around him. Su Chen opened his status screen. Name, Su Chen. Class, Son of Heaven unique. Level, 25 1.35. Strength, 250-220. Agility, 250-200. Spirit, 8,500. Vitality, 3,500-750-200. Equipment, Skull Ring, Golden Mask, Heart of the Pharaoh. Items, Reset Crystal, Sacrificial Banner. Legendary skills. 1. Summon General, Dian Wei LV 25, Spirit 900. 2. Summon General, Zhao Yun LV 25, Spirit 1000. 3. Summon General, Huatsubing LV 25, Spirit 1200. 4. Imperial Command LV 25, Area-wide Forced Order, Spirit 600. 5. Imperial Majesty LV 3, Ten's Ally Aura. Enemies within 10m take damage equal to 100 of allies' HP, stacks, cost 5 targets. 6. Banners Unfurled LV 1. Allied units fight freely, ignoring summoner control and distance. Legion Roster. General Dian Wei, Elite Tiger Leopard Cavalry, 550 troops. General Zhao Yun, Veteran White Horse Cavalry, 200 troops. General Huatsubing, Veteran Han Iron Cavalry, 700 troops. Pan Satter LV 25 STR, 3,500. AGI 3,000, SPI 5,000, VIT 3,500. Dian Wei LV 25, STR 9,600, 8,120, AGI 8,000, SPI 8,000, VIT 9,600, and 81 8,000 1,681. Zhao Yun LV 25, STR 12,000, 8,150, AGI 15,000, 10,150, SPI 8,000, VIT 5,600. Huatsubing LV 25, STR 8,000, AGI 8,000, SPI 12,000, VIT 8,000. Level 25 reached. Imperial Relic System unlocked. Reaching level 25 unlocked the Imperial Relic System. Su Chen's eyes lit up. A brand new feature had appeared. Because Imperial Relics were tied to the level 30 class change quest, Su Chen figured each relic would come with extra powers. Anything bearing the word Imperial had to be extraordinary. Instead of opening the fragment shop right away, he kept following Lianqi along the rugged mountain path. At the end of the trail, the danger finally ebbed, and the party stepped into an open clearing. Su Chen dropped to the rear, opened his personal interface, and brought up the fragment shop. Fragment shop. 5 fragments. Upgrade one chosen general's weapon by 20 levels. Upgraded weapons may gain new skills. The next upgrade costs double. Each general is counted separately. 10 fragments. Obtain one random skill below level 40. Usable at level 30. 15 fragments. Permanently convert one dungeon into exclusive territory. Available at level 20. 30 fragments. Draw one random general card or Imperial Consort card. Available at level 30. 20 fragments. Receive a clue to an Imperial relic and unlock a unique relic quest. Available at level 20. Note: a relic clue exists in the current dungeon. Don't miss it. More functions to be unlocked. 20 fragments for a single clue. Su Chen frowned, then chuckled. The late game really does chew through fragments. Luckily, he still had 40, plenty for one indulgence. Since the system insisted a relic clue was hidden in this dungeon, he couldn't let it pass. A thought erased 20 fragments. Pale gold motes whirled around him as the shop interface dissolved, replaced by a golden scroll that unfurled in midair. Gilded lines appeared on the parchment. Congratulations on unlocking the Imperial Relic System. Your interface has been upgraded to the Imperial Decree template. Jade seal fragments consumed, presenting the corresponding relic clue. Relic name, Dragon Chariot. Relic description, the Son of Heaven must ride in a chariot worthy of dragons. Relic effect, unknown. Relic clue, hidden deep within a volcano, guarded by 6 untamed dragon colts. My first relic is the Dragon Chariot. Su Chen's heart thumped. After several dungeons, he had felt his stat shortcomings. Aside from a respectable spirit score, his strength and constitution were average. Strength didn't matter, wasn't a melee bruiser like Gandalf. Constitution was covered by Dian Weiss loyal bodyguard trait. The real bottleneck was agility. A pitiful 250 points left him scrambling to keep up with the unit, often sharing a horse with Zhao Yun. An emperor riding pillion with a subordinate was an open invitation to mockery. Once he claimed the Dragon Chariot, his mobility would soar. No more frantic sprints to catch the troops. And as a mount-type relic, the Dragon Chariot would be a tactical nuke. In this world, most adventurers relied on their own legs, and the lucky few had cars or motorcycles. Mount items are so rare that almost no one gets to use them. First, their drop rate is second only to legendary gear, and scarcity drives the price sky. Ordinary professionals simply can't afford them. Worse yet, most mounts provide no direct stat bonus, so their impact on combat power is negligible. With all these drawbacks, you almost never see a mount on the battlefield. In the records and forum posts Su Chen had read, the best examples were flying swords, carpets, materialized treasures, or common beast mounts worlds apart from the mythical Dragon Chariot. That thought gave him a strong hunch. Once he claimed the Dragon Chariot, keeping a low profile would be out of the question. For now, though, the dungeon's relic was the priority. The only clue read, hidden in the depths of the volcano, 6 dragon colts awaiting taming. The volcano was the very dungeon beneath their feet. Depths pointed to the final stage. The Book of the Later Han notes that emperors rode with 6 steeds, while others used 4. Those 6 dragon colts were clearly the Dragon Chariot's team. Awaiting taming could only mean a fight. In short, reach the deepest chamber, and the side quest would be done. Incoming. Li Ying's warning snapped him back to reality. Su Chen looked up. The volcanic floor ahead quivered as if squeezed by an invisible hand. Slabs cracked, rejoined, and piled up until gray stone giants towered before them. Gray stone giant elite monster. Level 30. Strength 2000, agility 1000, spirit 1000, constitution 2000. Trait: volcanic rock skin, 80 resistance to both magic and physical damage. Skill: boulder smash, stuns enemies within 5 meters and interrupts casting. This was the last wave of guards before the boss. Li Ying slipped into her tour guide mode. High magic resist, high physical resist, plus an AoE interrupt. Su Chen, your aura-based Imperial might is in for a rough time. Su Chen nodded. That skill required close, continuous contact, exactly what the giants countered. Still, he had more than one card to play. Space rippled, and Huang appeared. Behind him, 300 Han cavalry fell into formation. The elite students from the Imperial Academy obligingly pressed against the cave wall, clearing a path for the charge, likely the first time they had ever volunteered to play support. At Su Chen's signal, Huang swung into the saddle and shouted, "War Spirit formation kill." In the cramped tunnel, the cavalry formed a wedge, lances leveled, hooves pounding like a steel tide crashing toward the Greystone giants. Boom. When the dust settled, the giants were still standing. The tight terrain had shortened the charge and thinned the riders, and with the giants' brutal 80% dual resistances, the assault hadn't even taken off half their health. Not a single charge finished them off. Su Chen hadn't expected this. His Han cavalry had steamrolled every encounter so far, yet for the first time their opening strike failed to end the fight. The cramped limestone cavern limited large-scale summons, and this was already the cavalry's peak output. Opposite them, 3 ashstone giants raised their fists in unison, gray light rippling over their knuckles as they gathered power. Embodiment of light, hear my voice and purge this wicked intent. Huang Zikai dashed forward, palms pressed together, and a fist-sized orb of radiance burst to life. Blinding light ricocheted along the cavern walls, freezing every giant in place. In that instant their charge-up was interrupted and their skill reset. Huang wheeled his mount and led the cavalry into another charge. Lacking the Legion's spirit buff, the impact was clearly weaker, shattering only the giant's outer stone plates without reaching vital cores. Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu stepped forward in perfect sync, fingers interlacing. Overhead, a ribbon of red and one of blue twisted together. As twin Blossoma class that requires them to act as one, they held nothing back, but every skill had to be cast simultaneously. Enfeeblement field. Glyphs unfurled, filling the cavern. Black mist rose from the giants as their magic resistance was steadily stripped away. The longer the field lingered, the weaker they became. Seizing the moment, the shield brother hefted his massive tower shield and slammed it down. Shattering stomp. A chain of shockwaves skimmed along the floor, smashing into the giant's ankles. The sonic blast shredded their physical defenses and gnawed away the remaining magic resistance. Cracks spiderwebbed across their stone hide. Perfect opening, Su Chen thought. This squad really had come prepared. Lianqi gripped her greatsword, stepped in, and spun. Flames coiled around the blade like a dragon-fire dance above the 9 heavens. A blazing arc cleaved through the air, igniting the giants' chests. Charred rock flaked away. With both defenses gutted, the strike hit like a hammer. Their health bars crashed, leaving only a sliver. Su Chen, finish them off. Lianqi shouted. Su Chen didn't hesitate. Han cavalry, charge. Iron hooves shook the ground, a roaring gale echoing through the narrow cavern boom. The armored riders became a black torrent that slammed into the ashstone giants. Stone shards filled the air as all 3 giants collapsed into uneven piles of gray rubble. Kill LV.30 Ashstone Giant. EXP 3365. Obtained Ashstone Core 3. Kill LV.30 Ashstone Giant. EXP 3263. Obtained Ashstone Core 3. Kill LV.30 Ashstone Giant. EXP 3592. Obtained Ashstone Core 3. Experience flooded Su Chen's panel like a tide. Lines of elegant calligraphy appeared across the golden scroll, giving even the rigid number prompts an air of scholarly grace. Perfect. Seeing the Ashstone Giants utterly destroyed, Lianqi leapt with excitement. It had been Su Chen's solo showcase up to now, and finally the rest of the team had been able to display their strength. Su Chen turned and nodded to the others. Thanks, everyone. Since turning pro, Li Ying's squad was the most comfortable team he had worked with. From precise pathfinding and thorough knowledge of monsters to seamless skill chains, every facet of their play justified the Imperial Academy name. They had undoubtedly shown top-tier form. What amazed Su Chen wasn't the battle itself, but the way they treated a newcomer. Although he had just joined the team, they never doubted him or tried to hold him back. They respected his decisions from start to finish. When Su Chen cut down one monster after another, the upper-class students didn't feel upstaged. Instead, they stepped back and found new roles. Whenever he needed support, they appeared right on cue and let him take every bit of experience. This time Su Chen's thank you came straight from the heart. No need to be so polite, little brother. We were just playing support, the shield user said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Thanks for trusting us, too. Let's keep it a pawn last stage to go, Lianqi added. Xiao Zhua, Xiao Yu, and Huang Zikai weren't talkative. They simply nodded from the rear. Senior, is the final boss some kind of horse creature? Su Chen asked as they walked. Nope, it's a giant fire lizard, Lianqi replied, pushing aside the bushes ahead. A fire lizard? Su Chen frowned. A lizard had nothing to do with a horse. If the draconic colts weren't in the last stage, where could they be hiding? Sensing his confusion, Lianqi asked, something on your mind? Without mentioning the word relic, he probed. If I'm sure a dungeon contains a certain monster, but never see it even at the end, could that happen? Absolutely, Lianqi said with a nod. Large dungeons usually have more than one path to the final room. Different routes spawn different monsters, so if you take the wrong way you'll miss some of them. On top of that, extremely rare creatures might be tucked into hidden stages. Hidden stages. The idea struck Su Chen like lightning. Deep inside the volcano 6 untamed dragon colts. That description screamed hidden stage. So how do you unlock a hidden stage? He pressed. Each one is different, Lianqi said, shaking her head. There's no universal trick. Has anyone ever recorded a hidden stage in Bay Volcano? No, she answered flatly. If even Lianqi found nothing, no information existed. He would have to figure it out himself. Su Chen clenched his fist. He could feel the entrance to the hidden dungeon had to be near the final room, and the first Imperial relic was drawing closer. Hao Yingjun lay in a pool of blood, his vision blurring. Behind him, all 6 teammates had already stopped breathing. A man in a black ninja suit appeared without a sound, a katana still dripping crimson in his hand. Pretty tough you even managed to rip my clothes, the ninja muttered, bending so the blade's tip hovered between Hao Yingjun's eyes. Blood from his teammates trickled down the back of the sword onto Hao's neck. Too bad, I won't get to watch you run for your lives. Kind of boring, really. Hao Yingjun lay prone, gasping. Air mixed with bloody foam burned his lungs. Every breath felt like a knife. He glared at the ninja, scenes of his teammates falling replaying in his mind. He opened his mouth and forced out the words, each syllable rasping with agony. Japan violated international treaty, slaughtered level 29 warrior class, 7 warriors fought to the very end. No one can hear your mutt yelping. The ninja's lips curled. A flash of steel cut the air, and his blade punched through Hao Yingjun's throat. Hao Yingjun convulsed and collapsed, blood splattering across the rain-soaked grass. A talisman at the ninja's waist flared, and a hoarse voice rasped from the charm. Several teams broke through and are heading for the instance entrance. Get over there. Cripple them if you must, but do not kill anyone. He surveyed the scene. Student corpses lay strewn in every direction, faces frozen in terror, blood still wet. The air reeked of hot iron. The ninja grinned. Understood. Deep in the jungle, the assault against every student had begun in full. Their enemies were elite troops, each one a cut above the Shinya rookies in level and coordination. Brand new combat boots crushed fallen leaves with measured, ruthless strides. Caught off guard, the students scattered in panic, weaving between vines and ancient trunks, their ragged breaths echoing through the foliage. A few squads tore open a gap in the encirclement and sprinted toward the dungeon gate. Their only plan was to rush inside, barricade themselves, and wait for reinforcements from Shinya's command. But the invaders hunted like demons, arrows and ninjutsu, weaving a lethal net that smothered every bid for survival. Ironically, the monster-infested dungeon now seemed the safest refuge they had. Inside the chalk volcano, a furnace-hot gust rolled over them. Lianxi led the school team to the final checkpoint, a massive crimson gate standing in the center of the cavern. Its surface was scarred with rust and strange runes, and the searing heat made every breath burn. She pressed a palm to the metal and chanted words Su Chun couldn't begin to decipher. At the last syllable, the gate shuddered. Rust flaked away in crimson showers, and the heavy hinges screeched. Beyond lay a lake of magma, glowing red and veiled in yellow fumes. 6 black pillars jutted from the center, each wrapped in a thick chain that plunged into the molten depths, binding a colossal shape. The final boss sealed beneath the volcano, the Kunlun megalizard. Lianxi looked almost calm. Compared with the monsters they had fought on the way, this last boss clearly worried her less. Su Chen stared. The final boss isn't that strong. Its defense and resistances are lower than the earlier mobs, and its stats drop a little every year. As Lianxi spoke, she thrust out a hand, loosing a torrent of flame at the magma pool. Fire resonated with molten rock, and the entire cavern quaked. Back! She yanked Su Chen aside. Shield strode forward, his tower shield humming open. Stay behind me. Sacred bulwark. A silver barrier snapped into place, solid as steel. Boom. The magma exploded, a scorching wave hammering the shield with a vicious hiss. An enormous form surged from the lava, revealing only its upper body, several meters tall. Dark red skin was laced with fissures, molten rocks streaming down its jagged ridges. Su Chen's pupils contracted. It looked exactly like the Godzilla from old films, except forged from fire. Boom! The Kunlun megalizard roared, a blast of searing wind flooding the cavern. Su Chen cast insight. Kunlun giant lizard, enhanced variant, final boss. Level 32. Strength 4,980. Agility 0. Spirit 6,351. Constitution 5,321. Volcanic carapace reduces magic damage by 36.14 and physical damage by 26.58. Flame sweep unleashes a wave of fire in front, searing every hostile target and inflicting burn. Volcanic eruption shakes its body, causing magma in the pool to explode outward and deal massive burn damage. After reading the numbers, Su Chen's brow tightened. Normally a monster's 4 primary stats are clean integers, yet this boss had decimals everywhere. Even its defenses and resistances looked like torn rags. Lianxi scanned the panel as well and murmured, all 4 stats are about 300 points lower than last year's record except speed. Both physical and magical resistances have dropped a full 10%. Su Chen frowned. A reset should never leave a monster weaker each time. What's going on? The professors think something inside the instance is siphoning off the lizard's energy, Lianxi replied. Whatever it is, it's part of the dungeon itself, so every respawn leaves a bigger hollow. Something that's feeding on its power, Su Chen echoed, glancing up at the 6 stone pillars in the middle of the magma pool. They almost seemed to answer his intuition. Boom. The lizard roared. Magma churned. A pillar of fire as thick as a water barrel speared toward the team. Brace for impact. If this blast is too heavy, don't blame me for folding. The shield bearer shouted, raising his shield though it shuddered under the force. Huang Zikai, Xiao Zhua, and Xiao Yu fell back at once, staves lifted as they chanted, ready to replace the tank at a moment's notice. Su Chen pointed forward, golden light flooding his eyes. Imperial mandate. An invisible psychic shock tore across the field. The Kunlun giant lizard shrieked, the fire column vanished, and its massive body froze in place. Every teammate stared wide-eyed. They could heartstun a boss. What kind of terrifying skill was that? Ignoring their shock, Su Chen swung his right arm. A golden war banner dropped out of the void. Huitzubing, to the front. Han cavalry formed the roaming archer line. The roar of war spirits answered. 700 cavalry materialized, reins in hand, bows drawn, arrowheads glinting. Coldly ranged pressure was perfect for a magma pool boss. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A storm of arrows slashed through the searing air, empowered by piercing and ranged bonuses, nailing themselves into the lizard's lava-like hide. At the same time, Lianxi, Huang Zikai, Xiao Zhua, and Xiao Yu did what they did best: defense shred, direct damage, layers of spell light, and arrows carving visible chunks out of the boss' heavy health bar. The HP bar neared its threshold. The lizard threw its head back and howled. Magma veins pulsed across its body, then, rumble. The entire pool boiled, sending a crimson tide skyward. Fall back. Lianqi barked. Magma spray deals 200 heat damage per second. With Su Chen's mere 250 constitution, head vaporized instantly, and the shield bearer couldn't possibly cover the whole firestorm. Their only safe move was to retreat to the edge. Yet Su Chen didn't budge. The war banner had just cooled down. War spirits, defensive stance engage. Golden light burst from the banner, expanding into a tangible barrier over the party. The rolling magma crashed against it, turning into a curtain of flowing fire that hissed and spat, but went no further. At the same moment, Huang leveled his spear and the cavalry calmly reformed behind the shield, unleashing a fresh volley of arrows. The lizard howled in agony, molten scales cracking, its health plummeting. The magma rain subsided, scorching heat still lingering, steam blanketing the arena. Standing beneath the golden banner, Su Chen's gaze was razor-sharp. Next round, finish it. The battle spirit ignited. Scarlet energy burst from 700 armored riders, swirling overhead as if pulled by an invisible field. In seconds it condensed into a colossal tiger of crimson flame, its lowered eyes radiating crushing pressure. Now in defense mode, the fiery tiger formed the core of a vast shield. Wherever the cavalry stood was inside its protection. Into the array, Su Chen barked. Lianqi and the others sprinted beneath the shield without hesitation. The lava pool detonated with a dull boom, hurling molten rock against the barrier like an inverted waterfall. At the first touch, steam exploded skyward, rolling clouds that erased every line of sight. The lava kept vaporizing, hungrily draining power, yet the wall woven by 700 riders never wavered. Half the pool was boiled into mist, scorching turbulence churning overhead. Lianqi froze in disbelief. No one had ever taken the boss magma shock heat. Players usually fled to safe distance or simply gave up. Yet Su Chen was meeting the volcano's wildest fury with a single battle spirit. His offense was terrifying enough. Now his defense seemed just as broken. Could any class really do everything? When the lava assault finally ebbed, Huang recalled the spirit, raised his longbow, and struck back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows screamed through the vapor, leaving burning lines in their wake. The lizard boss health plummeted. Its massive frame wobbled, unable to fight on. A last, piercing screech echoed as White Ash Volcano's final boss, the Kunlun monitor, collapsed into the magma, fire washing over its body. System message. Defeated level 32 boss, Kunlun monitor. EXP 10,210. Loot. Blazing monitor Fong 1. Loot. Gold grade monitor staff 1. Loot. Gold grade tough stone armor 1. Loot. Heart of magma 1. Loot. Volcano rock 94. Loot. Imperial jade seal fragment 15. Dungeon cleared. New record set. Unique drop. Eye of lava has spawned. We did it. Lianqi shouted, her voice echoing under the molten dome. Su Chen, did you grab the eye of lava? Su Chen nodded, materializing a fist-sized, ruby-clear gem and handing it to her. It's yours, he said. But it's useless to me, Su Chen said calmly. It's raw material. It still needs enchanting. I'm here for something else, and you need it for your graduation quest. A crimson teleport circle flared beneath their feet, signaling the clear. What's happening outside? What are the Japanese after? Lianqi whispered. We'll talk outside, Su Chen replied. They checked their gear. Lianqi stepped into the circle first, the others followed. Su Chen brought up the rear, then paused. What came next was his alone. With Zhao Yun guarding the exit, nothing major would break loose. Right now he had to locate the hidden stage deep inside and unlock that crucial dragon stallion. On the far side of the jungle, inside the Japanese faction's temporary command tent. What happened? How is the dungeon cleared? Our team was only halfway. The officer roared, shattering the table with his hand. Could a Chinese squad have slipped through? A soldier murmured. Impossible. There's no way they could catch up to us even if they got inside. Something's definitely off here. The officer's face darkened. He snapped toward the elderly man beside him, whose hunting robes brushed the ground. Mr. Kobe, take a squad to the instance entrance. I need a clear report on what's happening. The old man smiled faintly, his wide sleeves sweeping in a graceful arc. General, there's no need to worry. Whatever belongs to the great Yamato Empire will never be taken by others. As his final word fell, his figure scattered like dust on the wind, fading from sight. Sir, do we really need to dispatch Mr. Kobe personally? The adjutant whispered. If we don't act now, it'll be too late, the officer answered coldly. A hidden instance can only be opened by the first team to clear it each year. If that group discovers its existence and claims the artifact, our mission fails. Sir, without that artifact we can't seize Tenkajima? Exactly. It's a relic of an ancient civilization. Whoever controls it can raise a barrier over the entire island and claim it outright. Tenkajima is rich in resources and sits above the Cretaceous instance. The Empire must have it. The officer paused, his gaze icy. The Shinobi Division will spearhead the assault, and Lord Kobe will cover the rear. The great Yamato Empire has been suppressed for too long. This time let the world see that the sleeping lion has awakened. A magic circle flared, and Li Inx's party was ejected from the instance. When the light faded, Zhao Yun stood guard at the exit, silver armor gleaming, tall and imposing. He looked back, failed to see Su Chun, and resumed his post. Su Chen's order was simple: no one enters, those inside may leave freely. Zhao Yun, ever obedient, had no idea that his casual glance had just made countless girls' hearts flutter. Lianqi stared at his broad back, swallowing hard. If Hao Ingjun chased her with that face, she'd have agreed long ago. Even as she swooned, her mind raced. 1. Zhao Yun didn't attack on sight, so they weren't considered enemies. 2. Judging by his build and armor style, he was almost certainly another of Su Chen's summoned generals. She stepped forward to confirm. Excuse me, sir, hello. Clang. The spear struck the ground, metal ringing like thunder, jolting every chest present. This area is off limits. Keep your distance. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed, his voice like forged steel. Startled, they followed his gaze to a stretch of dense forest empty at first glance. Who on earth was he talking to? A heartbeat later the spear trembled again. Zhao Yun's tone grew sharper. I said, the area ahead is forbidden. They stared once more into the trees, just in time to see a figure slowly coalesce like spreading ink on green canvas. Clad head to toe in black shinobi gear, only his calm eyes visible, 2 katana crossed on his back. A ninja elite assassin class unique to the Yamato kingdom. The ninja stood at ease, amusement flickering in his gaze as he studied Zhao Yun. So you can see through my stealth? Interesting. The instant the ninja appeared, Li Ying's party snapped into battle formation. Ninja's pinnacle of assassin classes come preloaded with every infuriating skill. Stealth, shadow step, you name it. Perched in midair on a branch, the black-clad figure sneered. So you cleared the dungeon first? You bottom-tier clowns think you can outrun the warriors of the greater Yamato Empire? He flicked his wrist, casting advanced appraisal. A beam of gold swept over the team, and their stats filled his interface. Li Ying's group clustered around level 30, while Zhao Yun showed only level and gear. His attributes were blank. What the? A level 25 rocking legendary gear? Greed sparked in the ninja's eyes. Twin katana flashed from their sheaths, cold steel spinning between his fingers. Guess it's my lucky day. All of you can die for me. SAA. Hiss. He vanished without a sound, the classic ninja party trick. Everyone's nerves shot up to the breaking point. A stealth ninja was impossible to track, and the mages needed cast time, rendering them useless. Huang Zikai, Xiaozhua, and Xiao Yu were effectively sidelined, leaving only Li Yingxi and Shield Bro to anchor the front line. Shield Bro planted himself at the vanguard, sparks flying as his shield scraped the earth. Li Yingxi tightened her grip on her sword, glancing anxiously at the teleport array. Where was Su Chun? If he were here, this ninja wouldn't even register as a threat. Sizzle. While the ninja melted into the shadows, Zhao Yun moved. Lightning crackled across his armor, snapping like a live wire. The sudden surge of power jolted the party. Everyone had nearly forgotten about their general. If Zhao Yun could tag an invisible ninja, they just might survive this. Whoosh. A silver spear ripped through the night, leaving a blinding arc of electricity. As it passed a certain spot, a faint silhouette shimmered beside the shaft. In the same heartbeat, Zhao Yun blinked to the spear's tip. Boom. The second stage effect of piercing stars detonated. A brutal shockwave plowed up the ground, shredding grass and hurling dust skyward. Forced into view, the ninja lurched onto an old tree beyond the blast zone, all arrogance erased. A level 38 captain of the Yamato Shadow Corps, he prided himself on flawless stealth, yet a level 25 had nailed him 3 times. The first 2 hits had chalked up to luck. Now he suspected wall hacks. Without substitution jutsu, that last spear would have wrecked him. The humiliation burned. Cowardly cur. He roared, pointing at Zhao Yun. If stealth is useless, taste the true art of the blade. Bang. A smoke bomb hit the ground. White vapor billowed, and he vanished again. The very next second, a katana slashed straight for Zhao Yun. A jolt of dread shot through Li Ying's group. To them, the ninja's strike was nothing but a savage blur that seemed to split the very air, utterly unavoidable. Clang. A sharp metallic blast rang out as Zhao Yun swung his spear across and lifted, catching the blade Heaton. Street performer, your time is up. The ninja barked, but before the words had left his lips, crack, a bolt of lightning flared, and Zhao Yun was already countering. The silver spear flashed like a shooting star, clashes of steel exploding in rapid succession. Wind and electricity swirled around the spearhead. It whirled in his grip like a dancer, every step graceful yet lethal. The ninja had never imagined his trump card II/ could be blocked so easily, let alone answered as if pre-read. The crackling spear coiled like a silver serpent, forcing him back again and again, arms numb, shock twisting into fury. A mere level 25 was overwhelming him. Lianqi and the others watched, spellbound. She was a warrior, shield bro and knight. Melee fighters sensed true technique more keenly than anyone, and Zhao Yun's spear work was terrifying. Beyond class, level, and gear lies the most decisive factor: personal skill. For melee classes, this truth is stark. The Imperial Academy once saw an ordinary warrior take top 3 on skill alone. History. 2. Records non-legendary fighters who reached the summit by sheer prowess. Now, facing Zhao Yun's spear, they felt that crushing weight of pure technique for the first time, and she doubted she could last 3 exchanges. The ninja felt the same. In mere minutes they had crossed 100 blows, all of them his defense. With each pass his reflexes, stamina, and focus slipped, while Zhao Yun struck with the tireless precision of a machine. Any longer, and he would crumble. No choice. He ground out. Being cornered by a level 25 was humiliating, but victory would erase the shame. Eyes chilling, he unleashed substitution jutsu. The wooden decoy split in two under Zhao Yun's spear the instant he flashed through a rapid seal sequence. Shadow prison kill formation. 6 shadow clones burst into view, surrounding Zhao Yun. With the original, there were 7 bodies. This high-tier skill, learned only after level 35, lets clones swap places with the caster, mirror his skills, and stack their damage should they strike together, renowned as a dual breaker that elevated the entire ninja class. You can block 1 psi, can you block 7? Die? The ninja roared, 7 katanas descending from every direction at once. Zhao Yun did not budge. Silver light flared along the spearhead, humming with a subtle tremor. Lone hero activated. 7 targets, 7-fold damage. The ninja had no idea what kind of monster now stood across from him. As the katana came down, Zhao Yun sprang into action. The lightning lance's second combat art sweeping strike erupted in a flash. The spear cut a glittering arc, thunder cracked, and a ring of blue-white light ripped across the field. Everything caught in its radius was blasted backward, vision dimming to black as dizziness set in, while a gale born at the spear tip spun dust and sand into a roaring vortex. Under the skill's 7-fold amplification, the 6 fragile shadow clones didn't even have time to scream. The raging wind shredded them into drifting motes of darkness. The lone real ninja was hurled several meters. A deep, bone-bare gash burned across his chest by the crackling spear. Before he could utter a sound, Zhao Yun stepped in, power surging through his legs. The spear, a thunder dragon lancing toward the sunbuzzed tip, punched through the man's ribcage, and a geyser of blood followed. With a smooth upswing, Zhao Yun hoisted the body skyward, cold steel and scarlet spray, turning his white armor into a living ink wash. An instant later he snapped his wrist, flinging the corpse away. It hit the ground with a dull thud, as meaningless as a torn trash sack. "Filthy vermin, how dare you yap before me?" he murmured, drawing the spear back. He turned and strolled toward the instant's entrance, face utterly placid, as though he had only dispatched a stray mutt. Behind him, everyone stared, slack-jawed, their breathing half a beat late. Li Yingxi's eyes were shining, and her heart pounded with Zhao Yun here. The Japanese players no longer frightened them. Inside the chalk-white volcano, Su Chun paced the boss chamber. By all rights, the hidden quest had to be tucked away in this final room. Yet after scouring every corner, he had found nothing. Out of options, he summoned Dian Wei to smash the walls with his warhammer, stone chips spraying in all directions, but still no clue emerged. Could it be in some fork along the way? He muttered. He had spent 20 jade seals on that hint. If he failed to secure the relic, the loss would sting, and the thought made his head throb. He circled the room again, then softly recited the clue. Hidden in the volcano's depths, 6 untamed dragon colts. Once, twice, 3 times. A spark lit in his mind. Hidden, volcano, depths, 6, tame, dragon colts. Strip away the obvious words, and you're left with depths and 6. Depths 6. His gaze lifted to the magma pool at the chamber's center. The boss corpse had already sunk beneath the lava. 6 stone pillars bridged the pool, heavy iron chains dangling, runes still flickering. 6 pillars, 6 dragon colts. The deepest part, the bottom of the magma pool. But how was he supposed to get down there? While he pondered, his eyes settled on Dian Wei. Dian Wei felt his stomach drop and met Su Chen's stare. "Your Majesty, that's lava down there." "I know, which is exactly why I can't go," Su Chen replied gravely. "You go take a look." Dian Wei's jaw hung open. "It only nicks 200 HP per second. Think of it as a hot bath," Su Chen said, patting his shoulder. "Who in the world bathes in lava?" Dian Wei grumbled, but he swallowed the protest, drew a deep breath, and plunged headfirst into the molten lake. Glug glug glug. Su Chen switched to Dian Wei's viewpoint. The world became an unbroken sheet of searing crimson. The giant Kunla lizard still floated in the molten lake, its corpse oddly serene. The 200 points of burn damage per second were bearable for Dian Wei, but the cumulative agony of bathing in lava mounted fast. He held his breath and dove straight down. A dozen meters later, his feet struck solid rock, scalding dark red currents curling around his ankles. Through Dian Wei's eyes, Su Chen instantly noticed something amiss. The basin's walls were etched with exquisite lines depicting horse-shaped beasts, graceful yet tinged with menace. At last they had found it. Heart pounding, he directed Dian Wei toward the center, where the outline of a mechanism glimmered in the lava's glow. In its core lay a round socket that matched the eye of lava dropped by the Kunla lizard perfectly. Thank goodness Li Yingxi and the others hadn't pocketed that trophy. With a thought, Su Chun pulled the eye of lava from storage and flicked it into the molten pool. Dianwei scooped it up and set it into the socket. Click the device engaged, and the pool bed trembled. Just as he assumed the job was done, the entire floor yawned open, hurling him and the burning magma into the depths below. Ah hell! Caught off guard, Dianwei swallowed a mouthful of lava, the liquid fire sliding down his throat and warming his gut. People said this stuff cures period cramps. Guess we'll see. The joke flashed through his mind as he forced his health bar to hold and clawed to the surface of a new lava pool. The fall and the relentless burns had drained over half his life, his worst injury since Su Chun had summoned him. He gulped a lungful of sulfur-laced air, and a chill of danger ran up his spine. The fresh cavern's walls had been carved into 6 separate alcoves, each pitch black, swallowing even the lava's crimson glare. 6 massive pillars, thick as ancient trees, descended from the ceiling to the floor, linking this chamber to the boss room above. Complex runes glimmered a dull red at their bases. The Kunla lizard's body had fallen here as well, shackled between the pillars by 6 black iron chains. Pale light pulsed along the links as energy siphoned from the boss's corpse into the pillars. Su Chun stared, mind reeling. A sacrificial ritual. No wonder the Kunla lizard's stats had dwindled year after year. Someone was leeching its power through these columns. The proud final boss of the White Rust Volcano was nothing but fodder for another creature's growth. Using a dungeon boss as tribute, unthinkable. Before the shock could fade, Dianwei watched in confusion. 2 crimson embers flared within one of the alcoves, floating like predatory eyes. What in the? He muttered. In that instant the sparks ballooned, and all 6 alcoves ignited in turn, scarlet flame erupting like half a dozen newborn suns. Easy. A deep, imperious roar rolled out of the caverns, followed by an overwhelming surge of killing intent. Dianwei flipped upright, twin halberds at the ready, sweat and lava steam mingling across his body. The crushing pressure stretched every nerve to the breaking point. This was, without a doubt, the most powerful creature he had encountered since arriving in this world. Inside the cavern, the flames suddenly surged, lunging at Dianwei. A wave of fire and heat slammed toward him so fast he barely had time to raise his twin halberds. Boom! He drove the halberds into the rock before him, meeting the blaze heated with cold iron. The violent impact shoved him nearly a meter back. The soles of his boots scraped the edge of the stone, almost pitching him into the roiling magma pool. He had just regained his footing when fresh jets of fire burst from other tunnels. Boom! Boom! The successive shocks made the walls hum. On the 4th blast, Dianwei could no longer hold his ground. The force hurled him into a wall and bounced him to the floor, leaving the world spinning. In 2 lifetimes combined, he had never been this battered. Forcing himself to focus, he tapped his toes and snapped back into a guard stance. In that split second, he finally saw the creatures in the tunnel stallions that looked like living firebolts. Through Dianwei's eyes, Su Chun saw them clearly as well. 6 dragon steeds. They stood shoulder to shoulder beside the magma pool, their blazing eyes locked on Dianwei. Long, sleek bodies shimmered with a faint golden glow, manes flowing like liquid light. Sharp horns jutted from their brows, golden dragon whiskers dangled from their chins, and though their killing intent was obvious, they radiated innate majesty and grace. Su Chun sighed inwardly. These might be the finest creations under heaven. Boom! The masterpieces dived again, and a wall of flame swallowed Dianwei. Don't fight back. Lead them up here to me. Su Chen's voice exploded in his ear. What? Dianwei barely dodged the strike, and almost fainted from outrage. Facing such foes, and being told not to retaliate, where was the justice in that? But an imperial order could not be defied, so he obeyed. He leaped, drove his halberds into the rock wall, and scrambled upward. Seeing their prey shift, the dragon steeds lifted their hooves and charged into the air. Boom! One of them lined up behind him and rammed his backside, knocking him clean back into the boss chamber. Su Chun watched Dianwei tumble across the floor and couldn't help laughing. Dianwei's face was a picture of misery. Having a master like this was truly unfair. Before they could speak, heavy, rhythmic pounding echoed from the depths of the cavern. The 6 dragon steeds vaulted between the stone walls, bang, 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 and landed on the platform. Even after the mockery, Dianwei stepped in front of Su Chun without hesitation. By contrast, Su Chun remained perfectly calm. The absence of health bars meant these creatures were not hostile enemies, but mounts awaiting taming. He lifted a hand and motioned Dianwei aside. One after another, the dragon steeds emerged from the tunnel and halted before Su Chun. After a brief stare, the fire in their eyes flared brighter. Their front hooves gouged the ground as they prepared to charge. Su Chun met their gaze, turned his palm over, and unleashed imperial might. Submit. Golden pressure burst from his eyes, the voice of an emperor echoing through the cavern. Bathed in that power, the flames in the steeds' eyes hissed and died. Buzz. They neighed, lowered their forelegs, and dropped to their knees before Su Chun. The creatures offered in the boss blood ritual dropped to their knees before Su Chun. Such was an emperor's majesty, the supreme aura of the Son of Heaven. Su Chun advanced with slow, steady steps, reaching out to stroke the lead colt's golden mane. The moment his fingertips brushed it, he felt every fine, silky strand. At that instant, the system chime rang out, and a golden decree materialized in midair. 1. Hidden stage unlocked. 2. Mount Dragon Colt tamed. 3. Imperial relic unlocked Emperor's Dragon Chariot. 4. Initial Emperor template acquired. With the final step complete, an indescribable sense of fulfillment welled up inside him. This hidden stage had cost him no end of effort, and now it was finally settled. A single thought summoned the Dragon Chariot. Space rippled, golden light spilling from the fissures, and a gleaming chariot of pure gold drifted into view, as if crossing time itself. Gems of every size and gilt fittings studded its exterior, scattering dazzling light. Lifelike dragon engravings covered the square carriage, each scale on the whiskered beasts rendered in perfect detail, radiating thunderous imperial might. As the chariot appeared, 6 dragon colts lifted their heads and strode to the front. Thick golden reins snapped around their necks, runes glimmering along the cords to mark an unbreakable pact. With the team in place, the Emperor's Dragon Chariot stood complete. A tremor ran through Su Chun. He mounted the steps and entered the carriage. Inside, the luxury only deepened. Silk and brocade draped the ceiling, gilded lamps hung from every wall, and a thick, ornate carpet underfoot felt like walking on clouds. Every detail proclaimed imperial prestige. Seated, he called up the stats panel. Emperor's Dragon Chariot Imperial Relic Mount Item. Item Overview. A sacred relic of the Emperor, symbol of unrivaled sovereignty. Swift as falling stars passive. While the chariot is active, the rider's agility matches that of the mount. Imperial Presence passive. Mental control skills used by the rider have double effect while active. Personally leading the charge active. Teleports the rider to any summoned unit, ignoring distance, world, or dimension. 10-minute cooldown. Next he checked the Dragon Colts. Level 25. Agility 8,000 exactly equal to Jianwei. Simply by sitting in the chariot, his own agility would soar to 8,000 and scale upward with level, erasing his mobility weakness in one stroke. Imperial Presence doubled the power of his domination-type abilities, while personally leading the charge thrilled him even more instant relocation to any summoned unit. If he faced a 3-front battle like the Gaixia instance again, he could move between them at will and command in person. Those 20 Jade Seal shards were worth every piece. The very first Imperial relic had given him an enormous boost. After confirming the stats of both chariot and colts, he recalled Dian Wei and all his troops into the summoned space. Dian Wei's injuries were serious this time and needed rest, and as Emperor Su Chun had to watch over his general's health. Finally, he opened the shop panel and, without hesitation, spent 15 seal shards to initiate the dungeon conversion process. This was the primary goal of his visit. Just as the conversion began, the system threw up another notification. A hidden effect of the Imperial Dragon Chariot, all under heaven is Imperial land, has been detected when the chariot is equipped and activated. Dungeon conversion is upgraded to territory conversion. While the instance is being claimed, the entire area that contains it is simultaneously turned into exclusive territory. Seeing the hidden effect appear, Su Chen's eyes lit up. The chariot had elevated mere dungeon ownership to full territorial control. Now he wouldn't only take over the instance, the whole region around it would also be added to the domain of the Son of Heaven. That was what an emperor's skill was supposed to look like. Ever since he obtained the Imperial Dragon Chariot, both his interface and conversion effects had leapt forward, and Su Chun was beginning to grasp the terrifying potential of the 9-5 sovereign class. Begin territory conversion? Su Chun answered yes, without hesitation. The next second, a torrent of golden light surged out of his body, gathered above the chariot, and spiraled upward as though forging a throne of pure gold. Selection confirmed. Conversion in progress establishing teleport anchor modifying instance parameters. Bestiary generated. Please select the monsters you wish to capture. Multiple selections allowed. Chosen monsters will join your army and will no longer spawn in the instance. 1. Corrupted Volcanic Rock Crab, 34. 2. Corrupted Blazing Ash Worm, 211. 3. Corrupted Lava Devourer, 1. 4. Corrupted Ashstone Golem, 23. 5. Corrupted Armored Rock Beetle, 112. 6. Corrupted Gnome Brambleback, 136. 7. Instance Bosslock and Basilisk, 1. Time to pick prisoners again. Last time he had snagged a crowd control pan, which had been a huge help, but this list offered nothing nearly as compelling, and the final boss was little more than fodder for his dragon colts. Su Chun didn't need the extra firepower right now, and it would be better to leave the monsters in place so the instance could keep churning out experience. He recalled the shortcut Li Enshi had taken on her speedrun. Large portions of the map hadn't even been cleared. Chalk Volcano was a level 30 mid-tier dungeon, and its monsters offered solid experience. When Dian Wei and the others returned for a full sweep later, the gains would be even higher. Decision made. No captures. Su Chun pushed the territory conversion forward. Exclusive instance, chalk volcano generated successfully. Teleport anchor established. You may enter the dungeon anytime, anywhere. The instance resets every 3 days, and used runs stack up to a maximum of 5. Monster deployment can be reconfigured to suit speedruns, training, and other needs. Imperial Dragon Chariot effect continues. Associated region Tianhai Island is now undergoing conversion. Tianhai Island is being transformed. Outside the instance, the real-world chalk volcano towered in the center of Tianhai Island. The Provisional Eastern Nation Command Post was set up not far from its base. Boom. A golden pillar as thick as a mountain shaft erupted from the crater. Bzzz. The pressure was overwhelming, as if a deity had descended. Even the air trembled. The officers inside the command tent felt their hearts clench and every hair stand on end. What was that? Thunder? The lead officer's face drained of color. He dashed out of the tent. Looking up, he saw the golden column piercing the clouds above the crater, painting half the sky in blinding light. What on earth? The officer's eyes bulged as he stared at the sight in front of him, a fully functioning territory conversion array. Such a miracle should only appear after clearing a dungeon and obtaining the relic hidden in its secret stage. Yet classified reports insisted that plan was still on the drawing board for the Empire and the Abyssal Fiends. How could someone have beaten them to it? The realization slammed into him. The mission had failed, utterly. Retreat. He burst into the command post, grabbed the transmitter, and bellowed, "All units, fall back." Only a shriek of static replied. Once the ritual began, Tianhai Island's magnetic field was shredded like a dungeon interior, knocking out every communicator. A cold sweat crept down his back as he grasped the truth was cut off from the world. Deep in the jungle, the main Shinsha force was trapped in an airtight circle by the Japanese team. Their enemies weren't in a hurry to finish them off. They played with them instead, cats teasing cornered mice. The Shinsha students fought for their lives, but simply couldn't bridge the gap in experience and skill. Blood and sweat wore away their courage, and despair spread like poison fog. Boom. A thunderous blast erupted from the volcano's crater. Everyone assumed the Japanese had launched their final assault, yet golden light punched through the clouds instead, cascading down to form a massive dome that swallowed Tianhai Island like an upside-down bowl. Territory conversion of Tianhai Island complete. Anchor established. Tianhai Island is erased from reality. Without the Lord's permission, it cannot be scouted or entered. Within its borders, the Lord possesses omniscient sight. Inside the dungeon, Chen finished reading the prompt. With a single thought, a bird's-eye view of the island unfolded in his mind. He saw the Japanese squad's positions, the Shinsha students' locations, every tree, every contour of land etched, as clearly as the lines on his palm. He zoomed in and found a grisly tableau. 7 bodies in Imperial Capital Academy uniforms lay in blood-soaked soil. One was Huang, a student Chen had met only briefly. The Japanese had killed Shinsha students. It wasn't just a breach of international law. It was a flagrant crime against humanity. Chen's gaze hardened to ice. Even without that brief acquaintance, he would never allow his compatriots to be butchered. Whoosh. He raised his hand and issued his command. Huang stepped into the teleportation array and vanished from the dungeon. Outside, Zhao Yun received the order at the same instant, turning into a silver blur as he shot toward the jungle. Tianhai Island had become Chen's absolute domain. Without his consent, no living soul could leave in, no reinforcements could enter. From his omniscient vantage, Chen locked onto every Japanese fighter moving through the trees. Since they had come, they would never leave. Deep in the jungle, a golden barrier suddenly snapped shut overhead, forming a colossal dome that swallowed the entire sky. The Dongying soldiers looked up, their excitement written all over their faces. "Yoshi, looks like we pulled it off. Fantastic. This isn't just a dungeon, it's practically an entire province. HQ must be losing their minds right now. Why haven't we heard from them? Who cares? If they're hesitating, we'll just move faster and finish off these brats." They checked blades and talismans with practiced ease, preparing to deal the students of Xinxia a final blow. The High Command had strictly forbidden them to kill Xinxia citizens, but crippling them was another matter entirely. These kids were the cream of Xingxia's top academy. If they were allowed to mature, they would become a nightmare for Dongying. Better to crush hope in the cradle. Gas squad move. The captain barked. Several mages in special armor stepped forward, chanting in low, rapid tones. The world knew Dongying ninja for stealth, but their true trump card was this gas core. When the incantation ended, a cluster of toxins compressed into a single gray cloud. Resistance-sapping agents, mind-warping hallucinogens, flesh-eating poisons, even more than a dozen flu strains. A level 30 student would be devastated, and veterans above level 50 could be scarred for life. This was the real terror of poison. The haze drifted toward the students' line without a sound. The scout team spotted it first and sent a frantic report. Clerics lifted their voices in unison. Rings of holy light spread from their feet, trying to disperse the cloud. The spells worked, but at the cost of spiritual energy they no longer had. After a string of brutal fights, their supplies were gone. Time itself became a visible countdown. The cloud grew thicker while the cleansing glow kept fading. Despair swept through the ranks like a winter gale. The captain from the Imperial Capital Academy could hold his fury no longer. Staying here is death. If we're going down, we go down fighting. Follow me and break through. The words lit a fire under everyone. Let's show them what Xinxia students can do. Better to die on our feet than live on our knees. Take one donging dog with you, and you break, even take two, and you're rich. Desperation sharpened into raw combat spirit. The students formed up, ready to charge. Just then, outside the encirclement, metal clanged and screams rang out. The incoming poison drifted off. Someone had engaged the donging troops hidden. Rescuers? Doesn't matter. This is our chance charge. The captain shouted. Warriors smashed the line first, clerics right behind them, their lights sweeping away the last of the toxins. The student phalanx shot forward like an arrow, meeting almost no resistance. After roughly a kilometer, they burst into a clearing where a chaotic melee raged. Donging soldiers were falling in droves, while another force troops in crimson armor drove through them with near-suicidal ferocity. Reinforcements? They're incredible. Someone really did come for us. Look at that charge. They don't fear death at all. The newcomers were the great Han Cavalry in this case, soldiers of the Han Empire, carving a bloody path through the jungle. The jungle was no place for cavalry, so Huang ordered every soldier to fight on foot. Deprived of their thundering charge, he remained unfazed, for within the Han Legion each trooper carried 1/5 of his own attributes, an average combat power close to 1,600. Individually, they might be weaker than the well-equipped donging professionals, but 700 stood against fewer than 200, a gap too wide to ignore. A tide of scarlet armor surged through the dense undergrowth, rolling toward the donging squad like a crashing wave. Bastards! Who dares ambush us? The donging officer bellowed. Sir, we're surrounded. Impossible. We were the ones laying the trap. Look, people everywhere. People everywhere. Counterattack. Counterattack. Huang stood on a rise, blade leveled at the enemy, and issued a single, blunt command. Cut down anyone you see. He sent the Han soldiers into a suicide charge. No flanking, no dodging, not even a heartbeat for the enemy to reform their ranks. 700 hardened veterans ripped through the foliage like bloody blades and slammed into the line. Steel whistled, blood spattered across trunks. Flashes of magic and streaking arrows tangled among the leaves, while screams, orders, and the clash of metal fused into a deafening roar. Huang knew that if the donging fighters calmed down and linked their skills, they could unleash terrifying firepower, so he dragged them into a chaotic melee by the most brutal, direct means possible. The Emperor commands, leave none alive. His voice rolled down the slope, punching into every Han soldier's ears and burrowing into every donging heart. The shadow of death spread in an instant. Who are these people? Why aren't they afraid to die? Requesting backup, requesting backup. The donging lines began to crumble. At that moment, the students burst onto the field. The first sight of mangled bodies made them recoil. This was their first taste of a real battlefield and of death. The fear lasted only a heartbeat before the anger in their chests reignited. Will killing them break international law? Someone asked, voice trembling. The captain from the Imperial Capital Academy slashed his hand through the air. Killing is illegal. Killing these donging bastards perfectly legal. Everyone with me. The students roared, unleashing skill after skill, striking the donging force from the flank while the Han soldiers pressed from the front. The battle instantly hit a boiling point. Searing flames shattered tree trunks. Icicles pinned armor. Long blades cleaved through breastplates. The donging troops collapsed like a landslide, dead, maimed, or scattering for their lives. But Huang had no intention of letting anyone escape. Su Chen's order contained only one line. Leave no one alive. Death spread across the battlefield. The Japanese ranks fell apart, dissolving into chaos as the soldiers bolted for the depths of the jungle. Huang hoisted his banner high. One crisp command later, Han troops snapped the line shut like an iron gate, sealing the breach and cutting down every man who tried to run. The enemy captain, desperate for some stability, hastily formed a squad of a dozen men. They covered each other and drove hard for an opening. Terrified though they were, their formation held. Stripped of horses and support skills, the Han foot soldiers could not stop them at once. Just as the group was about to break through, a crimson-armored figure sliced through the bloody mist. Red armor, long spear. Huang, commander of the Han Cavalry. As he sprinted, the Hua family spear thrummed, its icy edge cleaving the air. He lacked the personal buffs of a Dian Wei or a Zhao Yun, yet with 8,000 points of raw strength, he was a weapon in motion. The spear flashed like a shooting star and fixed on the squad's rearguard. A brutal hiss. Steel punched through armor and flesh, pinning the man to the earth and killing him instantly. What a spur so fast! Who is he? That's insane. Students from the Xinxia Empire watching at the jungle's edge erupted in cheers. I've been watching him's the commander. Magnificent, a one-man army. Awesome. Kill them all, don't let a single Japanese soldier escape. Hua drew back for a second thrust when vines erupted from the ground, binding his limbs death's embrace. The foe was clearly a seasoned veteran. The moment he was restrained, Hua stowed the spear and drew his bow. The Yaoyang bow arched into a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the sky like a tongue of flame. The Japanese warrior threw up a defense, a phantom bronze bell dropping over him. Bang! The arrow punched through the bell, ripped open his shoulder, and buried itself in the mud. The enemy captain went white. Such power, monstrous. How had a beast like this appeared on Tianhai Island? Were other nations involved? Impossible. Before he could recover, a second arrow was knocked. Its shriek in flight zeroed in on his chest. No one was left to block it. The trap had closed. Its over a chill crawled up his spine. A heartbeat later, a massive purple hand caught the lethal arrow midair. The captain whirled around to see an elderly man in hunting robes standing calmly at the rear, a towering, energy-forged samurai spirit looming behind him. Master Kobe, the captain cried, as if greeting a savior. Kobe Kodai, Japan's unique class on Myoji. Only on Myoji above level 40 could summon such a dual-purpose Shikigami, and the class was hailed as Japan's strongest. With Kobe on the field, the captain led his battered troops toward him. Master Kobe, you're finally here. That shameless squad ambushed us. We've taken terrible losses. Following the captain's pointing finger, Kobe fixed his gaze on Huang and the Han cavalry massed behind him. He looked at the sprawled bodies of Japanese soldiers at their feet and shook his head. The position still reeked of gunpowder mingled with blood, broken arrows littered the ground, and warhorses lay where they had fallen. Pretty brutal out here, someone muttered beside him. Wasn't the Shinobu officer supposed to help? We never ran into Lord Shinobu, his comrade answered. He must have been sent on another mission. Kobe Shodai pushed the thought aside and fixed his gaze on Huang and the handful of Han iron cavalry still standing. For crimes this grave, he said, flinging his arms wide, none of you are leaving alive today. With those words he sliced his left hand downward. Behind him, a towering Shikigami mirrored the motion. An enormous spectral palm crashed to earth and pinned Huang into the mud. Hua hadn't even finished drawing his bow before he was locked in place. Kobe clenched his right hand and snapped it open. The Shikigami lifted its arm, a blinding white beam forming in its palm. Boom! A laser-like spell tore across the field, ripping open the earth, shearing trees in half, and leaving a charred trench in its wake enough power to deal thousands of points of damage. When the glare faded, only scorching air remained. After a heartbeat of silence. No, the students of Xinxia shouted. The animal's finally dead, isn't he? The Japanese captain snarled. Dust drifted down, leaves fluttered. At the very spot the spell had struck, Huang still stood upright. He tanked my Senki cannon and lived? Kobe froze and instantly threw out an appraisal spell. Level 25? How can a level 25 have that much health? A chill ran through him. What kind of monster is he? Boom, boom, boom. Multiple beams of magic lashed back toward the Shikigami. Advance. Cover the general. The fight's not over, we can still win. Roused, the Xinxia students and the surviving Han soldiers charged. Fools. They'll kill you first. Kobe kept his left hand suppressing Huang while training his right on the onrushing troops. The remaining Japanese soldiers reformed their lines. Seasoned by battle and shielded by Kobe, they were sure they could bury these students and the leaderless cavalry here. This place will be your grave. Die. The Senki cannon's light grew to a blinding peak. And then, kneel. A single command thundered from the sky, irresistible and absolute. Every Japanese soldier felt his skull split, his mind crushed by the weight of death. Their knees buckled, and they knelt in unison before the Xinxia students and Han soldiers. The cannon's glow shattered, and Kobe reeled, his thoughts spinning. What in the world? He gasped. What kind of mass control skill has that much power? He looked up. The heavens churned. Clouds spiraled into a colossal vortex, molten gold light coursing through them, gathering at the center. A heartbeat later, a sacred golden pillar burst through the clouds, spearing the sky. Torrents of energy cascaded down, sending tidal waves of golden ripples across the land. Gale-force winds flung sand and grit, and no one could keep their eyes open against the blinding radiance. What is that? Kobe's heart hammered, his face drained of color. Amid the storm the students cheered wildly. Huang lifted his eyes to the golden column, feeling the overwhelming aura that towered above all creation. Only an emperor could unleash such terrifying might. Golden energy cascaded from the sky. A blinding pillar of light split the clouds, and dust billowed upward. 6 dragon steeds, their bodies cloaked in crimson flames, burst forth, iron hooves trampling the air and breathing waves of heat. Behind them drifted an imperial dragon chariot of gold and jade. Carved dragon pillars and gilded curtains radiated such solemn majesty that no one dared meet its gaze. Fear, awe, and confusion rippled through the crowd. In the moment, everyone held their breath. That commanding voice thundered again. Any foreign invader kill, without mercy. The words struck like war drums at every Xinxia heart. Blood surged. Reasons no longer mattered. All they wanted was to cut down the warriors from the Eastern Isles standing before them. Huang raised an arm. The skill snapped into place. Fallen soldiers opened their eyes and rose, while the wounded healed before anyone could blink. Renewal took only an instant, followed by his second roar. Show no mercy. Han cavalry surged forward like a breached flood. Slaughter them all. The Xinxia students cried, morale soaring as they charged beside the Iron Horsemen in a desperate assault. How did 6 horses appear out of nowhere? How did 700 men just revive? Are they men or ghosts? Terror churned the thoughts of the Eastern Isles soldiers into mush. There was no time to ponder. Pausing meant death. On my OG Kobe showed I locked onto Huang and raised his hand, forcing a spell of mental suppression. Hold that general, and they might still turn the tide. Kneel, he roared. The incantation had barely formed when the sky-shaking voice crashed down once more. Kobe's mind went blank, his magic collapsed, and the battered soldiers beside him thudded back to their knees. Bastards! We'll die before we bow. One Eastern Isle soldier screamed, eyes bloodshot. An arrow pierced his throat the next second. Blood sprayed, and he crumpled. Han cavalry and Xinxia students were on the enemy in a heartbeat, blades rising and falling. Imperial might sweep forth. At the command, golden ripples seeped from the seams of Han armor, turning into holy radiance. Wherever it passed, Eastern Isle soldiers vaporized before they could even scream, their ashes scattered on the wind. Kobe panicked completely. As the halo brushed by, the Shikigami behind him vanished in steam. Please, don't kill me. I have intel. I have equipment. He begged, dropping to his knees. Huang answered with a cold snort and thrust. His spear flashed like lightning, boring through Kobe's throat. You talk too much. Kobe swallowed his last mouthful of blood and collapsed. With his death, the forces of the Eastern Isles were wiped out. Seated on the dragon chariot, Chen directed the cavalry from on high, waves of golden fire evaporating every stain of blood and corpse below. When the battle ended, a flick of his sleeve turned Huang and the Han riders into streams of light that flowed back into him. On the plaza, Huaxia students bowed to the chariot. They had realized the true victor was the man inside. Without his aid, they would have died today. Yet, facing their grateful gazes, Chen remained silent within the pavilion. He would not reveal himself. If the Xinxia leadership learned he had converted Sky Sea Island into his personal territory, they would demand answers. After the invasion during the college entrance dungeon, his trust in them had already wavered. Leveling up was all that mattered. Once he reached level 30, he could advance his class and summon a new general. Until then, explanations were meaningless. With that resolve, Chen raised his hand. Pillars of gold enfolded the upperclassmen below as a teleportation array blossomed at their feet. Sky Sea Island was his realm now. Opening a portal was little more than a casual wave. The column of light shivered, and an instant later the students materialized in another part of the jungle. The moment Li Ying's squad touched down, they spotted 7 bodies sprawled across the ground. The entire team, led by Hao Yingjun, had been wiped out. An hour ago these friends had been laughing together. Now they lay in pools of blood, the air thick with iron. Grief crashed over everyone. Li Ying's eyes burned. He knelt and gently rolled Hao Yingjun onto his back. Dried blood formed dark red lines across that familiar face, somehow making him look even more handsome than usual. Goodbye, Hao Yingjun, he whispered, his voice raw. Several kilometers away, at the foot of Bay Volcano, the temporary Dongying command post was dimly lit. Intelligence officers raced to wipe hard drives, strip out transmitters, and toss anything flammable into incinerators. The mission had failed completely. Their only option was to abandon Tianhai Island. Moments ago they'd brimmed with confidence. Now they scattered like beaten dogs. Tianhai sits between the Xinxia Empire and the Dongying Empire, the choke point of 2 tectonic plates. Seizing it would have made it the main supply hub of any future war, the first step in the great Dongying Empire's rise. That dream had turned to ash. After a last equipment check, the commander waved his hand. The team slipped into the forest, boots rustling through fallen leaves. They hadn't gone far when they stepped into a clearing and found a gold-lacquered carriage gleaming paint, intricate carvings. 6 unusual, shaggy-maned horses lounged lazily at the hitch, while a silver-armored warrior leaned against the coach wall, spear in his arms, cool eyes fixed on them. A brocade curtain lifted just enough to suggest someone seated inside. What kind of setup is that? One Dongying soldier muttered as the rest exchanged uneasy glances. A gentle voice drifted from the carriage, carrying an inexplicable pressure. Gentlemen, care for a cup of tea before you leave? The soldiers swallowed hard, unsure whether to accept or refuse. We're really doing this? Elsewhere in the jungle, Chen felled the last Dongying soldier, the mote of energy in his palm flickering out. A system chime sounded. First-time territory cleanup complete, discount event unlocked. He raised an eyebrow. I get a reward for tidying up? A golden interface unfolded before him, its header super sale blinking. Choose one item below. After purchase, all prices return to normal. 1. 5 shards upgrade a chosen general's weapon by 20 levels may unlock new skills. Future uses cost double resources, track per general. 2. 10 shards gain 1 random skill below level 40 10 off at level 27. 3. 32 shards permanently convert 1 dungeon into your personal territory 20 off at level 30. 4. 30 shards draw 1 random general card or consort card 10 off at level 27. 5. 32 shards obtain a clue to an emperor relic, unlocking its unique quest 20 off at level 26. Further features coming soon. Apart from the first item, everything carried a level-based discount. Compared with the monthly sale, it wasn't earth-shattering, yet the level bonus made Su Chen's eyes light up. He already held 20 shards. As long as he gathered a few more before hitting level 30, he could spend freely. His real bottleneck was level, not currency. Skills and general summons both get discounted at 27. Su Chen murmured, rubbing his chin as his gaze drifted over the panel. Do I unlock a general first, or pick up a skill? The discount promotion was a one-time deal. Pick one item, and everything else snapped back to full price. Su Chen scanned the entire redemption list. Converting a territory or buying relic clues required level 30, which was out of the question for now. Both class skills and hero summons unlocked at level 27, so he could choose only one of those. Tapping his arm with his fingertips, he weighed the pros and cons. 1. Upgrade a class skill, most likely a straight boost to overall combat power, just like Imperial might. 2. Unlock another hero, a fresh source of support that, combined with the passive banner Beyond Borders, could speed up leveling considerably. Our current heroes and troops already outclass anything in our tier. Instead of piling on more power, I should level faster, he decided. With the plan set, he locked the lone discount slot onto hero summon and postponed the class skill until level 30. He had just hit level 25, 2 levels short of 27. Each milestone jacked up the XP curve, so climbing another 2 would be no picnic. But reaching 27 would mean welcoming his 3rd historical general, and the thought made his pulse race. What ruler in history didn't dream of a court brimming with talent? Hero at 27, new skill and class quest at 30. The only obstacle left is XP, he told himself, closing the shop window. His gaze returned to the territory. Members of the Xinxiao Alliance were still policing the battlefield. After a brief farewell to Huang Jun, the students lifted their fallen classmates into black body bag standard issue for field missions, though none of them had expected to use them so soon. Once the zippers were sealed, a 3-meter-wide golden teleport array flared to life. Runes spread across the ground and wrapped everyone in the body bags in light. A heartbeat later, a beam shot skyward and whisked them back to their respective academies. Imperial Capital Academy, Teleport Hall. Su Chen and the other ICA students materialized inside the glowing circle. The chalk volcano dungeon had stackable entries, so he wasn't in a rush to go back. Reporting the anomaly on Tianhai Island came first. Li Ying's squad noticed him at once. They had assumed he was still inside the instance, so seeing him appear beside them was a surprise. Su Chen, thank goodness you're safe, Li Ying said, her eyes rimmed red. The grief of losing teammates still raw. He gave a small nod. Senior, the eye of lava slipped into the molten pool. Our mission. It's all right, she interrupted softly. Less than a minute later, Academy officials and medics hurried into the hall, Wei Zheng among them. Tianhai Island went dark. The teleport gate was destroyed. He broke off when he spotted the row of body bags, a shadow settling over his face. Forcing down his emotions, he strode toward the students. The moment they saw the dean, Li Ying and several other girls could no longer hold back. Their sobs rose one after another. They hadn't cried inside the dungeon, not even when staring down despair and death, but back on safe ground the dam burst. The tears stripped away the hard shell, exposing the still tender hearts beneath. After all, they were still students, and no one had taught them how to say goodbye. A high-level hearing was underway at the Imperial Capital Academy. The expansive, oval conference room blazed with white light. On either side of a 20-meter alloy table sat Academy board members and generals from the Imperial Command, their academic robes intermingling with military uniforms in a tense tableau. At the far end, Su Chen and the surviving members of Li Ying's squad sat shoulder to shoulder back straight, but clearly drained by their all-night ordeal. The Tianhai Island incident had been labeled a major security disaster. 7 Academy students killed, the entire island inexplicably gone, and signs of a possible Dongying military conspiracy. Coupled with the recent Intransism dungeon accident, the turmoil threatened to shake a century of peace, so the leadership took nothing for granted. Golden teleportation array, a dragon carriage descending from the sky, spirit beasts, and that sudden army. These are the anomalies you witnessed on Tianhai Island, correct? Asked a gray-haired general with a gold star medal, his voice hard as hammered steel. That's correct, Li Ying replied crisply. Any idea where they came from? I can't speak to the first 2. As for the army, Su Chen's class is soldier, but he stayed inside the dungeon the whole time, Li Ying answered. All eyes swung to Su Chen. Student Su, Do you know anything about the golden array, the dragon carriage, or those soldiers? No, Su Chun said evenly. So the fighting outside had nothing to do with you because you remained in the dungeon? Correct. Then what were you doing in there? And how do you explain the power of your soldiers, which clearly exceeds the norm? Enough. Major General Wei Zheng exploded from the back row, slamming the desk and sending his voice rolling through the chamber. My students crawled off Tianhai Island alive. They are not criminals on trial. They have no reason and no motive to lie. Keep talking to them like that, and I will take them out right now. The Major General's rank carried weight. Several officials exchanged uneasy looks. The moderator cleared his throat and hurriedly shifted to intelligence on Dongying. The hearing dragged from dawn until the following daybreak. Every student who had entered Tianhai Island gave a complete statement with their team. No one could explain the golden array or the dragon carriage. No known powerhouse had shown up. No known class could create such an array, so the clues were shelved. Most decision-makers quietly pinned the mysterious army on Su Chun. Given Wei Zheng's hardline stance and the limited strategic impact, the issue was brushed aside. The investigation concluded. Every Dongying soldier was dead, Tianhai Island had vanished, and the empire lacked definitive proof of foreign aggression. Student testimony pointed at Dongying, but not strongly enough for a declaration of war. The leadership opted against immediate conflict, prompting fierce protests from Wei Zheng's war faction. When the session finally adjourned, Su Chun, Lian Shi, and the others were permitted a meal at the academy's first cafeteria. Even after midnight, the hall buzzed, metal trays clanging nonstop. They loaded up on curry beef, black pepper chicken, and energy drinks, and the steam quickly eased their ravenous hunger. Afterward, Wei Zheng personally escorted Su Chun to assigned housing. Single rooms were normally the prerogative of noble science, but the Major General secured a key with one sentence. I'll vouch for him. The dorm measured roughly 40 square meters, a living area that flowed into a semi-open kitchen, complete with washer, dryer, and a private bath, light years better than the rundown unit Su Chun had previously rented. He rolled his suitcase around twice, unable to hide a satisfied grin. At the door, Wei Zheng clapped his shoulder. The situation will stay turbulent for a while, and you'll feel anxious. But trust the academy and trust the empire. The chaos will pass. Get your mind back on leveling and training. He drew 3 items from his uniform pocket. 1. A rare dungeon pass, glowing blue gold, valid for every rare instance hall on campus. 2. 20,000 contribution points. You're fine on gear, but consumables are always useful. 3. An elegantly bound admission letter with a gilt cover, the Imperial Capital Academy's official offer. Placing the letter in Su Chen's hands, Wei Zheng said solemnly, "Welcome to the Imperial Capital Academy, our top scorer." After giving a few basic instructions, Wei Zheng left the dormitory. Su Chen leaned against the bed frame, smoothing the admission letter whose faint scent of fresh ink still lingered. Having crossed over from another China, he felt a special attachment to this single sheet of paper. In his previous life, more than a decade of hard study had been devoted to waiting for a letter just like it. He peeled away the packaging, revealing a weighty card embossed in gold. Imperial Capital University, one of the empire's most prestigious institutions, where talent and resources converged. Gaining entry was merely the start of a new race, not its finish line. Skipping the general introduction, he turned straight to the section on internal rankings. The booklet emphasized the university's ruthless elimination system. Only top results could secure access to the best resources and the most elite schools. Every freshman was labeled a prodigy, yet in truth the gap between them could be wider than that between man and beast. It also noted that the national entrance exam was not the sole gateway. Guaranteed admissions, recommendations, and special quotas were common. The real competition began the moment you set foot on campus. Among the many schools under the university's umbrella, Jiuzhou Academy and Nantian Academy were the strongest, borrowing their names from 2 other renowned institutions in the empire. Su Chun didn't know the history. He could only guess that Imperial Capital University meant to proclaim it gathered the nation's finest minds. Entry into either academy required at least level 30 and unlocked exclusive dungeons and quests, his next target after enrollment. The booklet continued with familiar sections on dining halls, dormitories, and logistics, no different from college brochures in his previous life. Closing it, he focused on the 2 rewards Wei Zheng had left him: 20,000 contribution points and a rare dungeon pass. The contribution points were payment for his outstanding performance in the Intransism dungeon and could be exchanged for gear, items, and potions. At the moment, he owned only 1 minor dungeon reset crystal, far from enough for Wei and the others to farm instances. He would need to pick up a few more tomorrow. The pale blue pass covered every rare dungeon available to ordinary students. Outside the campus, such secret realms were almost impossible to find, yet here a single card let him choose at will. Compared with the random dungeons that appeared in the wild, those inside the university were more systematic and stable, the fastest route to level up. After sorting out his rewards, he murmured to himself, "Top-tier rare dungeons at Imperial Capital University? They'll test their difficulty tomorrow. The early bird gets the worm." Before dawn the next morning, Su Chen got up, washed quickly, and headed straight for the rare dungeon hall. The Tianhai Island assessment had ended. Candidates like Li Enshi had been sent home to rest, and the graduation mission was on hold. Only Su Chen had been allowed to stay, thanks to Wei Zhang's special approval. The hall stood at the heart of the university beside Weiming Lake, a 7-story tower. Vermilion columns propped up carved eaves, and blue-green tiles cast a cool sheen in the morning light, giving the entire structure an ancient, solemn grandeur. Before the Abyss invasion, this building had been the university library. Walking along the lakeside path into the instance hall, Su Chen was surprised by the crowd. It was summer break. Most students should have gone home, yet the first-floor lobby was packed with undergraduates from the Capital Academy. Behind that glossy genius label lay countless hours of quiet grind. The first floor was a broad circular space, and the information desk directly opposite the entrance drew every eye. Above it hung an electronic board like a train schedule display. Instead of train numbers, it cycled through dungeon names, each tagged available, full, and so on. Every instance the Academy managed had a party limit. Small dungeons allowed up to 10 groups at once, medium and large ones even fewer, and the most popular required advance reservations. Levels ranged from 18 to 40, with every size category represented. In sheer number and quality, a single university in the capital held several times more dungeons than the entire city of Nanshana Gap. That spoke for itself. The choice was overwhelming. Finding the right match was what mattered. Su Chen walked straight to the desk, picked the prettiest attendant without thinking, and asked, "Hi, what are the 3 best instances for experience around level 25? The girl, who had been quietly slacking off, jolted upright. "Oh, he level 25? Usually only freshmen asked for help. She had never met a sophomore or junior level player with that question. Yes, Su Chen nodded. While he answered, she cast another quick glance. A level 25 asking about dungeon swazi hitting on her. Rumor had it some upperclassmen targeted first years because they couldn't find girlfriends. Still, he was handsome. If he was flirting, that might not be so bad. Dating sounded fine, but marriage? A bit soon. Whose surname would the kids take? Hello? Su Chen waved. She had been zoning out for half a minute. Ah, right. Her cheeks flared crimson as she lowered her head. Let me check level 25, best experience. Her fingers flew over the console, and 3 entries popped up. 1. Level 2325, small rare instance city of calamity spider-type monsters, packed with elites. 2. Level 1823, small rare instance corrosive ant nest swarms of ants, overwhelming trash mobs. 3. Level 2530, medium rare instance one-piece assorted sea beasts, large and small. Those 3 will do, Su Chen confirmed without hesitation. All 3. She blinked, expecting him to choose one. What do you mean, all 3? Thanks for the help. Su Chen nodded politely and headed upstairs. Entrances to rare instances were on the upper levels of the tower. Hey, wait. She called after him. Don't you need a party? I can post a recruitment notice in the lobby. No need. That was all he said before vanishing around the stairwell corner. The girl stared after him, stunned. She hadn't been on the job long and had met all kinds of players, but this was the first time she'd seen someone dive into rare dungeons without even bothering to look for teammates. Su Chen headed straight for the 3rd floor. The 3 rare instances the girl had mentioned were all located there, so he didn't slow down. The stairwell was dim, each step on the metal stairs ringing sharply. While climbing, he summoned Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hoi Yubing, then activated Banner across 10,000 miles, a skill that let the 3 generals clear different dungeons simultaneously, tripling the experience he would gain. The generals had traded their imposing ancient armor for the custom-tailored black suits Su Chen had ordered a few days earlier. Even the perfect cut couldn't hide their massive build's broad shoulders, iron arms, 3 walking mountains in formal wear. Su Chen glanced back and sighed. So much for keeping a low profile. Then he remembered he had only just turned 18. Most people would think twice before provoking someone flanked by giants. If they stood out, so be it. The moment they stepped onto the 3rd floor, every pair of eyes snapped toward them. The entire level looked like a marketplace of teleport circles, colorful arrays embedded in the floor, streams of light weaving between them, each leading to a different rare dungeon scattered across Xinxia. Because the 3 targets were spread out, Su Chen ordered a split search. Zhao Yun and Hoi Yubing checked each array carefully, pausing to read the nameplates, while Dian Wei lingered within sight, flashing a grin at a group of female students. Ladies, how do you like the suit? Premier tailoring from AIM Couture, made to measure. Free advertising, he figured, and maybe a phone number or 2. Before the generals returned, Su Chen had already found his target, the instance called One Piece, flagged as the toughest on the floor. The name matched the manga One Piece from his previous life, and the coincidence made him chuckle. If the Japanese had simply kept to drawing comics and shooting action movies, maybe people wouldn't dislike them so much. Hey, are you queuing for this instance too? A clear female voice sounded beside him. Su Chen turned to see a girl leading a party of 7 or 8. She offered a friendly smile. You're by yourself? Want to join us? The athletic-looking boy behind her didn't hide his annoyance. No, Thanks, Suchin replied flatly. The girl looked a little awkward but stayed polite. Then would you mind letting us go first? You don't seem to have a party yet. Suchin glanced at the holographic panel above the array. Raid quota 45. A medium instance allowed 10 to 30 players, up to 5 parties at once, for we're already inside, leaving only one slot. So that was their plan. They wanted to cut the line. I'm soloing it, he said calmly. The boy behind her, Lu Ao, couldn't hold back a laugh. Buddy, you're soloing this raid? If you don't want to give up the slot, just say so. No need for lame excuses. It's fine. He doesn't owe us anything, the girl said, maintaining her composure while she led the group to the waiting area. Lu Ao retreated as well, but kept taunting. You'd better walk in there alone, pal, or he'll look down on you. Su Chen chuckled, dismissed Dian Wei back into the summoned space, then placed a finger on the teleport crystal. A menu popped up. One piece normal, one piece hard, one piece nightmare. The instance capped at level 30, and nightmare difficulty had only just been unlocked. Su Chen tapped nightmare without a moment's hesitation. The system detected a one-man party and asked whether to proceed on nightmare difficulty. The teleportation pillar flickered, and Su Chen vanished from the lobby. Lu Ao had just sat down in the waiting area, still scoffing. A level 30 dungeon? Even on easy you need 5 people. Solo? Man, you sure can brag. He looked back and saw that Su Chen had disappeared. Where is he? He already went in, the staff member stammered. Holy crap, he really went in alone on nightmare? I was only trying to provoke him, not send him to his death. If something happens, won't they blame me? Lu Ao sprang to his feet. A rare mid-sized instance one-piece difficulty, nightmare tier. The teleportation light faded, and the scenery changed instantly. Su Chen found himself on the deck of a massive wooden ship. Briny wind slapped his face, waves roared in his ears, and a system prompt sounded. The vessel has entered the windcom zone of the East Sea. Hold off the sea monsters until the storm arrives. He stepped out of the captain's cabin and looked around. Towering masts and rows of cannons showed clear one-piece styling, but the overall palette was darker and black-violet vines crept between the boards. Su Chen mused. So the monster corridor links not only to history, but to pop culture worlds too. At this rate, Zhuge Liang capturing Megatron wouldn't even be shocking. The thought passed. He waved his hand. Dian Wei appeared with a roar, his casual suit instantly morphing into heavy armor. Hey, where's my Armani? The Tiger Guard commander cried, patting his chest. If you flirt on a mission again, they'll toss you back into the lava pool for another swim, Su Chen said with a smile. Forgive me, your majesty. Dian Wei blanched and dropped to one knee. Enough. Form up and hold the line. At your command. The banner of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry unfurled. 550 armored riders lined both sides of the deck, silver sabers gleaming. This stage was pure tower defensino travel, no puzzles, just waves of sea monsters. For Su Chen, it was the perfect place to farm XP. Whoosh. A violent gust tore across the water, and an eerie shriek rose from the sea. First wave incoming. Splash. Splash. Dozens of dark shapes burst from the water and landed on deck. Halfish creatures clutching spears, their bulging eyes grotesquely protruding. 3-fingered hands and feet were webbed with sickly gray-green membranes. Disgusting creatures, Su Chen muttered, casting insight. Corrupted frogman nightmare. Level 25. Strength 1,300. Agility 1,300. Spirit 1,500. Constitution 2,000. Skill tidal slam. No wonder it's nightmare. Their stats beat the cavalry across the board, he noted. Relieve the count was under 100. For most 30-player parties it was a wipe warning for him. It was free XP. Kill them. Dian Wei roared. Ironclad boots shook the deck as 550 riders closed in. Silver blades fell like a storm, spraying green blood and a rank stench. Su Chen held back his imperial might. He still didn't know how many waves lay ahead. Even without it, the cleanup was swift. On the deck, frogmen were trampled and hacked apart, their bulging eyes filled with disbelief. We're supposed to be the ones doing the beating. Why are we the ones getting beaten? A flash of silvery steel cut through the air. After only a few seconds of resistance, the Murloc line began to collapse. On deck, Dian Wei held the outer perimeter with steady commands. Seeing the opening, Su Chen gave a crisp order. Charge. A single Murloc carried 2,000 vitality, killing one meant a permanent gain of 20 points, an opportunity far too good to miss. Dian Wei stepped into the fray at once. Twin halberds whirling like lightning carving through sea fog, and fishmen dropped in clusters. Killed level 25 mutated frogman. EXP 2,361. Killed level 25 mutated frogman. EXP 2012. Killed level 25 mutated frogman. EXP 2,133. Within minutes, only mangled limbs and broken bones remained, green slime slick across the planks. Before the stench could fade, a sharp gust carried the second wave of monsters straight into what felt like a meat grinder. Su Chen wiped the smile from his lips. This really was the richest dungeon for experience. This wave featured a mixed formation. 1. standard mutated frogmen identical to the first wave. 2. Level 26 mutated coral merlix bulkier, skin shifting from pale blue to mottled green-brown, seaweed coiled around their bodies. Strength 1,500, agility 1,500, spirit 3,000, vitality 3,000, skill, deep sea call. The moment the coral murlocs landed on deck, they spread their jaws and let out an eerie, otherworldly wail. Yellow-green halos rippled outward, and nearly a dozen casters unleashed deep sea call at once. Every ordinary murloc inside the glow went blood-red in the eyes, slipping into a berserk trance. Tiger Leopard Cavalry raised their shields, but frenzied tridents rattled the metal too fast to allow a counterstrike. Sensing danger, Dian Wei pushed off the planks, plunged into the caster line, and drove both halberds at a coral murloc. Two heavy blows split the creature's chest like a seaweed sack, spraying yellow-green ichor before it crumpled. The halo shattered, the berserk enchantment vanished, and the cavalry immediately pressed the advantage. In mere heartbeats, the second wave lay dead across the deck. Killed level 25 mutated frogman, EXP 2261. Killed level 26 mutated coral murloc, EXP 3012. Killed level 25 mutated frogman, EXP 2133. A torrent of experience flooded in, Su Chen's bar climbing fast enough to see. He knew this was nowhere near the ceiling. Once Zhao Yun and Hua Zubing pushed their own fronts, the gains would skyrocket. Inside the rare hall, Hua Zubing had already locked onto a dungeon, corrosive ant nest, a small rare instance for levels 1823. The description warned of overwhelming numbers, but low individual strength. Su Chen reasoned that once the Han cavalry activated battle spirit, they could steamroll the entire nest. Hua Zubing stood before the teleport array, waiting for his teammates. With banners across 10,000 miles active, the system treated the generals as human units, yet without Su Chen's link, they held no pass to open the instance. They had to form a party before they could get in. During a dungeon run, experience was split according to the damage each player dealt. If you shaved off 30% of a monster's HP, and I took the remaining 70%, the XP would be divided 3 to 7. Support skills healing, debuffing defenses, and so on were factored in by a far more complex formula. In theory, if your DPS was high enough and you let no one else touch the mobs, you could still walk away with every drop of experience even in a group. In practice, though, that was easier said than done. Corrosive Ant Nest was one of the most popular grinding instances at the moment, and a steady stream of players came to farm it. Hua Zubing had barely waited at the entrance when he ran into a 7-man squad. A small instance allowed up to 10 people, so they still had 3 empty slots. Dressed in a crisp suit, sharp as an unsheathed blade, he stepped forward and clasped his fists. "Greetings, everyone. May I join your party?" Huh. The odd, archaic greeting startled them, and they exchanged confused looks. Thinking they hadn't understood, Hua hurried to recall the lines Su Chen had taught him. When the first try failed, switch tactics. He clasped his fists again, eyes blazing as he faced the captain. "Bosses, please carry me." The teammates traded low murmurs. Probably a shy freshman with 0 social skills. That would explain the weird way of talking. Taking him along should be fine, right? We're shooting for top 3. What if he drags us down? Forget it. Consider it a favor. One more body won't hurt. After a brief huddle, the captain stepped up. "We're aiming for a top 3 time. Just stick behind us, and you'll be fine." The moment Hua heard the word yes, he straightened, fists still clasped. "I won't let you down." "Great. Love the enthusiasm." The captain gave him a thumbs up. Party formed. Next, the captain ran through the plan. Main tank on point, 2 ranged DPS for trash, double healers alternating, control mage locking down the elites. When he finished, he reminded Hua, "Stay close to the group." They lined up and stepped through the portal. Rare small instance, corrosive ant nest. Difficulty, hard. The demonized ant queen's nest has breached the surface. If left unchecked, it will consume everything in its path. The teleport glow faded, and they found themselves on a gray, desolate plain. Stones and deadwood were riddled with holes, as if thousands of fangs had gnawed at them for centuries. Ahead rose a jagged stone forest, its pitted walls oozing black miasma from every crack. "All right, people, every second counts," the captain shouted, rallying the team. The goal was simple: break the clear time record and, at the very least, snag 3rd place. At Imperial Capital University, where prodigies were a dime a dozen, that was no small task. The top spot belonged to a squad from Jiuzhou Academy, their run called Unreachable. That left 2nd or 3rd. For the past 2 weeks, the team had practiced this route over 10 times, memorizing every inch of terrain, every spawn, every boss mechanic. With a flawless run, they might even take 2nd. In any case, today's raid was a must-win so long as the newcomer didn't hold them back. Unable to help himself, the captain glanced at the sharply dressed rookie bringing up the rear. Holy crap! At the rear of the party, Hua Zubing's suit split apart, replaced by a sleek suit of crimson armor. Red light raced along the edged plates. and in an instant he radiated the aura of a war god, the very air tightening around his killing intent. With a flick of his wrist, the family spear snapped into his palm with a ringing clang, its icy tip trembling. The captain stared, forgetting to breathe. Sensing something amiss, the players in front turned as one and froze in shock. Hiya! Huang raised his spear, his shout booming like a great bell. A fieryman stallion thundered toward him, hooves flinging gravel. He vaulted into the saddle in a single bound, swept the spear upward, and space behind him warped as if a mirror had been smashed by a giant fist. Through the ragged fissure, armored light blazed. Rider after rider burst forth in crimson mail, and within seconds 700 Han cavalry had formed ranks inside the instance, iron hooves roaring like war drums. What the heck is going on? Who did we just party with? A final boss? Move, or we'll get trampled. The team scattered in panic. The captain's mind buzzed. He was still thinking, I'm only a sophomore, utterly unable to process the epic scene before him. Soldiers, hear my command. Huang raised his arm on horseback, his voice shaking every inch of the instance. Finish this quickly, leave no armor intact. Rumble. 700 cavalry charged at once, the ground shuddering as if 10 freight trains were roaring overhead. Wind and sand whipped past while the riders swept around the party and plunged into the jagged rock forest ahead. In a heartbeat, dust blotted out the sky, leaving only the fading thunder of hoofbeats. Am I dreaming right now? Even an immortal descending wouldn't look this insane. Didn't he ask us to carry him? He almost blasted us into orbit. Inside the rocky thicket, the termite swarm had barely wriggled out of the crevices before the cavalry ground them to paste. Huang barked, execution formation. The armored riders lowered their lances. Their thunderous charge leveled the entire grove, leaving nothing but churned gore and shattered chitin behind. Inside One Piece, Chen was facing the fourth wave of monsters. The ordinary fishmen from the first 3 waves were still alive, and now elite demonized great-toothed sharkmen had joined the fray, all fangs and fury. With a thought, he selected 200 soldiers and activated Imperial Majesty. Each soldier cost 5 focus points, 1,000 in total, nothing for someone with an 500-point ceiling. Golden ripples spread from the soldiers' feet, hammering the monster horde and dropping them in swaths. Kill notifications flooded the screen, almost completely filling the panel. At the same time, pop-ups from the corrosive ant nest poured in like a waterfall. Killed level 25 demonized frogfishman. EXP 2261. Killed level 18 demonized termite hatchling. EXP 203. Killed level 18 demonized termite hatchling. EXP 198. Killed level 19 demonized scout ant. EXP 423. Killed level 26 demonized coral fishman. EXP 3012. Killed level 19 demonized scout ant. EXP 423. Killed level 25 demonized frogfishman. EXP 2133. Killed level 26 demonized sea bream fishman. EXP 2531. Killed level 27 demonized great-toothed sharkman. EXP 5231. The experience bar rocketed upward, flashing so fast, it was almost solid gold. Chen smiled faintly. Zhao Yun's side hasn't even started yet. Once his kills come in, this power-leveling speed might rival a full war instance. That's the allure of Xianjing Wanli, it lets you level up at a breakneck pace. Chen is still stuck at level 26. One more level and he can summon another general, which will push his experience gains even higher. Boosted by the Emperor's might buff, the 4th wave of monsters on deck has already been swept away. The sea wind howls with the stench of blood, the hull rocks, and the 5th wave is already scrambling aboard. The respawn timer is brutally short. Unlike a progression dungeon, where players advance at their own pace, a defense dungeon simply locks you in place and pours enemies on you. That convenience comes at a price, sky-high difficulty. In a normal dungeon, you get a breather between stages, time to regroup, heal, and sort gear. A defense dungeon spares you nothing. Slip once, and the run is over. That's why, at the same tier, defense dungeons are the toughest yet offer unrivaled farming speed, a godsend for someone like Chen. Heavy footsteps pound the deck as the grotesque 5th wave boards the ship. Neon-colored blood from sea beasts drenches the planks, turning the deck into an abstract painting that would fetch millions at some rich collector's auction. Dian Wei braces his weight, charges with his troops, and the clash of blade and shield sends gore flying. A notification pops up on Chen's panel. Level 23 Shadow Web Spider slain. Zhao Yun is online. Calamity Sitya small, rare level 23-25 Instancias famous for having few mobs, all elites. Zhao Yun located the portal early, but his quiet nature cost him several party invitations. His luck finally changed when he met a 5-man squad. The captain, Lei Xiangyang, president of Qianlong Academy's student council, earned a top 3 finish in Hiwi Province's college entrance trials with nothing but a lightning spear, making him a minor celebrity at Imperial Capital University. One look at Zhao Yun's straight posture, steely eyes and lean new head found a natural spear fighter. If you don't use a spear, who will? He joked. A brief chat confirmed it, and Lei insisted on recruiting him so they could spar inside the dungeon. And so Zhao Yun joined Lei Xiangyang's team in Calamity City. For sub-30 players, it's the most coveted rare dungeon, beloved because every monster is an elite perfect for students who crave solo duels and personal skill expression. Still, professional training values teamwork, so the Academy capped the instance at levels 2,325 to keep students from farming it forever. Even with the cap, Calamity City stays packed every day. Lei Xiangyang's squad had barely reached level 23 when they charged in. They're a pure warrior Lenupno ranged DPS. No healers, and they're convinced their technique and tactics alone can bulldoze any elite that stands in their way. City of Catastrophe. A rare, small instance. Difficulty. Hard. This is a dead metropolis ruled by evil creatures where the sun never rises. Crumbling, somber walls block the way, and a despair-laden frozen desert stretches on all sides. A howling wind sweeps past, carrying an icy chill. Lei Xiangyang shivered, yet he still drew his weapon at Onsia Thunderclap spear. The ash-brown shaft shimmered with a faint, cold gleam as he whipped out an entire set of flourishes before Zhao Yun. Opening stance, wrist flip, straight thrust, spin, and recovery. The moves flowed together. Among students his age he was top tier, though how that ranked in Zhao Yun's eyes was another matter. Warm-up finished, Lei Xiangyang regained his confidence. He glanced at the unruffled Zhao Yun and laughed. Pretty calm, aren't you? Check out my Thunderclap spear. Just got it yesterday, high quality, superior grade weapon. Zhao Yun gave the gray-brown spear a quick look and nodded lightly. If Jianwei were here, he would probably be mocking already. In the biting wind, Lei Xiangyang dropped the small talk and led the group toward the city gate. The first monster showed up before they could even step inside. With a thunderous crash, the sand-covered ground caved in, and a shrill screech announced a gigantic spider's leap. Its body was black-violet, bristling with rigid hairs. 8 pairs of icy eyes gleamed, and thick pedipalps crossed in the air, while venomous fangs shimmered green. Anyone with arachnophobia would have fainted on the spot. Corrupted cave spider, enhanced elite grade. Level 23, strength 1800, agility 1500, spirit 2000, constitution 3000. Skills, full power lunge, neurotoxin. Roughly 3 meters tall, its 16 eyes were locked on the party. Lei Xiangyang stepped forward, spear in one hand, and grinned at his teammates. Mind if I take point? The run was meant for solo practice. Nobody planned to coordinate. Go for it, President Openstrong. Test the water for us first. Facing the spider, Lei Xiangyang lowered his stance, set his elbow, and let the spear tip quiver. Allow me to demonstrate. Oh, come on. 3 minutes later, a single mistake sent him flying from a heating collision. He barely caught himself, blood at the corner of his mouth, but he had still stripped away half the monster's health. He muttered, tough beast. He could wear it down if he kept at it, but injuries were certain, and with no healer and teammates waiting for turns, he sheathed his spear and backed off. Your turn, friend, Lei Xiangyang said to Zhao Yun. If your spear work is good enough, I can recommend you to Qianlong Academy. Much appreciated. Zhao Yun cupped his fists and strode forward. Arcs crackled, silver light flared, and the purple cloud lightning patterned spear coalesced in his grasp, electricity dancing along its shaft. At the sight of a weapon sporting built-in lightning effects, Lei Xiangyang and the others guessed this was no ordinary gear, at least rare or top quality. Zhao Yun charged, spear edge gleaming coldly. Flowing cloud thrust. A streak of silver ripped through the air amid thunder and lightning. The spear bored straight through the spider's abdomen, leaving a trail of charred cracks, and the health bar vanished in an instant. The colossal monster let out a final screech and crashed to the ground. From the moment Zhao Yun moved to the instant the tip struck home, the whole sequence lasted less than 2 seconds. Lei Xiangyang and the others froze in place, jaws hanging open. After 10 seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted with primal shouts. Holy crap! One-shot kill, how strong is this guy? So smooth and decisive. That spear work is unreal. He looks amazing. I can't let my girlfriend see him. As president of Qianlong Academy's student council, Lei Xiangyang knew better than anyone how valuable that strike was. What looked like a casual thrust held over a decade of hard-won skill, proof of a natural spear prodigy. He bowed without hesitation. Master, please teach me your spear technique. The other students followed suit at once, forming a sea of bowed heads. Zhao Yun stood there with his spear, baffled. He had only swatted a random monster. How had it turned into a pledge of brotherhood? His Majesty had never mentioned anything like this. Corroded ant nest. Huang led the great Han cavalry in a flat-out charge. The ant nest monsters relied on numbers rather than strength. Their frail bodies crumpled beneath the deadened formation. The termite legions were completely hard-countered, and any elite creature was obliterated before it could scream. Thunderous iron hooves pounded northward, their roar shaking the entire dungeon. Huang rode with effortless grace, but the player squad behind him was soon gasping for air. At first they managed to sniff the exhaust, Yet soon even the taillights were gone, only monster corpses and swirling dust remained. Keep moving, are we catching up? Not even a shadow in sight. The teammates staggered amid the carnage, sweat and dirt plastered to their faces. This speed is just too fast. Boss, he's going to break the dungeon record, right? Guaranteed record shattered. I'm done chasing. I'm lying down, looks like we're not needed. Sounds good to me. One Piece instance. System messages spam the screen. Killed LV. 25 corrupted frog merman. EXP 2261. Killed LV. 18 corrupted termite larva. EXP 203. Killed LV. 19 corrupted ant scout. EXP 423. Killed LV. 19 corrupted ant soldier. EXP 473. Killed LV. 26 corrupted coral merman. EXP 3012. Killed LV. 27 corrupted sunfish merman. EXP 5133. Killed LV. 26 corrupted snapper merman. EXP 2531. Killed LV. 27 corrupted megalodon merman. EXP 5231. Experience poured in like a tidal wave. Dian Wei and the troops annihilated the fifth wave. As the battle wound down, Su Chen pulled out 50 soldiers and activated Imperial Majesty. Not to kill, but to clear the field. The overwhelming aura pulverized every monster remnant, keeping the momentum intact. With the ground swept clean, the sixth wave appeared right on schedule. Stage 6 reinforced wave commencing. A reinforced challenge stage? Looks like they're finally turning up the heat. Su Chen rested both hands on the rail, his gaze sweeping calmly over the shimmering sea, yet a long-lost thrill bubbled inside him. Most of his battles had been one-sided, leaving little room for real pressure. Today, however, he had brought only one General Dian Wei into a mid-scale stage capped at level 30, on nightmare difficulty. Any slip-up could sink the whole run. Whoosh! The salty wind whipped his robes, fluttering them like banners to an unseen war drum. Splash! Splash! Spray burst apart as monsters vaulted onto the deck. Their twisted shapes made Su Chen mutter to himself. Reinforced versions really are stronger and uglier. Demonic Devilfish Man Reinforced, Nightmare. Level 28. Strength 2000 Agility, 2000 Spirit, 2000 Constitution, 2500. Skills: Frightening Screech, Leaping Strike. First aboard were corrupted deep-sea devilfish. Two fin-like protrusions jutted from their foreheads, jagged gills lined their faces, and instead of spears they dragged heavy black iron anchors. Screech! They roared at the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Gills pumped like bellows, releasing warped sound waves that rippled outward. Soldiers caught in the blast saw darkness bloom before their eyes and staggered, stunned. A loose skirmish line of a dozen devilfish spread overlapping sonic waves from every direction. The front rank was crippled almost instantly. Right on cue, the second wave vaulted over the rail. Demonic Mola Man Reinforced, Nightmare. Level 28. Strength 1500 Agility, 2000 Spirit, 3500 Constitution, 2000. Skill: Abyssal Vomit. Short and thick-set, the Mola men sported grotesquely swollen heads. Inflated poison sacs bulged at their mouths, oozing dark green pus down their skin. The moment they landed, they drenched the stunned infantry with jets of virulent fluid. The toxin, highly corrosive and lethal, burned through armor in seconds. Casualties mounted immediately. The damage all but ignored defense. Dian Wei, go? Su Chen snapped. Heavy footsteps thundered forward as Dian Wei charged, glaive swinging wide. Several devilfish instantly switched targets to this new threat. Layered sonic blasts stalled his advance. Gobs of vomit slapped onto his armor, stripping away a third of his crimson health bar. Fearless charge. Rage mode ignited. Dian Wei tore free of the control, his strength doubling. The glaive shrieked through the air, cleaving the nearest devilfish from shoulder to hip. Viscera and black blood gushed out. Crimson runes flared across his armor. Blood harvest triggered, restoring half the damage dealt as health. Bathed in the spray, Dian Wei's lost vitality surged back. So that's the true power of a legendary weapon. Su Chen's eyes lit up, fingers curling as his heartbeat quickened. Holding the line alone, Dian Wei drew every monster's aggro. A heartbeat later, the deck erupted into a storm of rending sound waves and corrosive bile, a deadly rain from all sides. Faced with a barrage of abilities, Dian Wei's eyes blazed with murderous intent, the veins along his arms bulging. He didn't bother to dodge. He simply ate dozens of high-damage, armor-piercing corrosion attacks, and charged forward like an enraged bullkill. The skills fell like a torrential downpour, shredding his health bar in an instant. Ordinarily, that salvo would obliterate a fully geared level 40 knight, yet Dian Wei tanked it heated. Even with 9,000 constitution, the corrosion tore through him as if he were made of paper, but he kept advancing. The moment he reached the monsters, the free fall of his HP abruptly stopped. Twin halberds spun in a blur, flinging slime and chunks of flesh in every direction. The powerful lifesteal from Blood Harvest cancelled out all incoming damage, locking his health in perfect equilibrium with the enemy's assault. As their numbers dwindled, their damage output dropped, while Jian Wei's self-healing only accelerated. His HP shot up faster than 10 healers working overtime. Splat blood burst everywhere as he fought with mounting ferocity, refusing to let the newly freed soldiers lift a finger. Limbs flew from the center of the deck, which now resembled a slaughterhouse. Crowd control, armor break, raw DPS. This phase had everything, making it the dungeon's nastiest checkpoint. Any other party would likely wipe here, Su Chen was certain, but against Dian Weiss brute force tactics the monsters could only dissolve into gore and experience points. Defeated level 28 Corrupted Flounder Murloc, EXP 6533. Defeated level 28 Corrupted Devil Murloc, EXP 6233. Defeated level 19 Corrupted Ant Scout, EXP 423. Defeated level 19 Corrupted Ant Soldier, EXP 473. Defeated level 28 Corrupted Flounder Murloc, EXP 6533. Defeated level 28 Corrupted Flounder Murloc, EXP 6533. Defeated level 28 Corrupted Devil Murloc, EXP 6233. The corrupted fishmen shrieked at a pitch that stabbed the eardrums. The entire deck had become a giant abattoir, and Jianwei looked every inch the butcher of death. With only a few monsters left, he tossed his halberds aside and went to work barehanded. He seized a fishman by the head and tore it off. Arms and legs came away just as easily. The brutality was so extreme that even Su Chen felt a twinge of pity. Ugly as they were, did they really deserve this? When Jianwei punched through a fishman's chest and yanked out its organs, the last two flounder murlocs rammed their own venom sacs, letting poison flood their bodies. One final, piercing scream later, they collapsed, driven to suicide by sheer terror. Su Chen was dumbstruck. Was Jianwei simply too insane, or had the monster's spirits completely broken? With the death of the final pair, the sixth wave ended, leaving only blood and entrails on the deck. Jianwei stood in the carnage, chest heaving, still itching for more. Blood Harvest had long since topped off his health bar. Su Chen doubted a single drop belonged to him. Every bit had been leached from the monsters. As soon as the sixth wave of monsters subsided, Su Chen quickly ordered his troops to reset their formation. Dian Wei's fearless charge was still on cooldown for the next wave, so if they ran into another group of control-type creatures, their only option would be Imperial Might. Imperial Might wouldn't be interrupted even if the soldiers were crowd-controlled, but it rooted everyone to the spot. Once their spacing fell apart, enemies could easily slip out of range. To head that off, Su Chen rearranged the lines in advance. While the troops shifted into place, he reviewed the flaws that had just been exposed. Without Dian Wei's super armor in the previous wave, they would have been on the back foot. It finally hit him. None of his units had crowd control immunity, and none of the three generals possessed such skills. Abilities that cleanse or reduce control belonged to support classes, but he was a summoner, and his three generals were all fighters. Their lineup simply had no slot for immunity. At the moment, he had only two countermeasures. One, use Imperial Might to interrupt enemy skills for a brief moment, but its cooldown was far too long. Two, let Pan use control to break control. Yet as the monsters leveled up, Pan's control tier was becoming increasingly inadequate. Neither path was reliable. For future growth, should he recruit a dedicated support class or find a different workaround? While his thoughts churned, the sea in the distance reared up with waves higher than before, and a howling wind swept in. The sky darkened as if the final curtain were about to fall. Su Chen shelved all other concerns. There would be time for them later. Clearing this stage came first. A system prompt flashed. Wave 7 Day of Abandonment. Survive the final boss assault. Quite an announcement. Su Chen closed the panel and gripped the railing to steady himself. The wind roared. The surf rose like walls. The storm youth arrived, instantly igniting the battlefield. With the blare of horns, the monsters of the 7th wave emerged the corrosive anthill. On the other flank, Huitzubing had led the Han cavalry in a sweeping charge all the way to the last checkpoint. Their lethal formation never lost momentum. At most, they slowed briefly to shoot down a few flying scout ants, but the rest of the monsters couldn't hold them for even half a stride. The entrance to the final stage was an ant nest tunnel, narrow and windigno place for a mass charge. Huitzubing did not rush in. Instead, he sent two soldiers to scout ahead. Experience inside the volcano had taught him that the tighter the space, the more caution was required. Moments later, the two scouts scrambled back out, with a dense swarm of ant warriors on their heels. Swish, swish, swish. A volley of arrows screamed down, pinning the gray-white ants firmly to the ground. Report. The two soldiers saluted and made their report. 1. The tunnels are cramped with a maze of horizontal and vertical branches. 2. The passages are packed with enemies. Halfway in, we were surrounded on all sides and had to fight our way out. 3. In the center of a large chamber hangs an enormous ant creature. It hauls an egg sac dozens of times larger than itself and appears to be incubating something. The room held the largest concentration of enemies. It was there that 2 soldiers had been surrounded. After hearing the scout's report, Huang's eyes darkened as plans flashed through his mind. The ant nest tunnels were a tangled maze that ordinary troops could never penetrate. The enemy outnumbered them by tens, even hundreds to one. Once the cavalry advantage was lost, the soldiers would be swallowed by the swarm. Decision made. He stowed his longbow and sprang from his horse. General Yu, pull back and wait for my signal, Huang ordered, then strode alone toward the nest entrance. He always led the charge. He had gone unknown with the Zhuoxian king during the Gaoqiao instance, and today was no different. Corrupted ants relied on sheer numbers. Elite fighters were exactly what they overwhelmed best. Huang lacked any wide area attack, and if he were surrounded, the termites would strip him to the bone in seconds. Still, a commander must take the vanguard, and no one embodied that creed more than Huang. At the entrance, he flicked his arm. The family spear snapped into his grip, its tip glinting coldly. Without hesitation, he plunged into the tunnel. At once, dozens of knee-high soldiers surged forward like a black tide. The spear whirled. Its point pierced the lead-white ant sappers, and a hail of blows sent bodies rolling at his feet. He never slowed, driving deeper into the maze. The passage was so narrow he could barely stand upright, its twists and turns disorienting. But he had navigated trackless deserts. This was nothing. Remembering the approximate location of the trapped men, he raced through the nest as though no one dared bar his way, homing in on the boss chamber. The swarm closed on him several times. Each time he broke the encirclement until he burst into the final room. Suspended in midair hung a huge milky white egg, its top fused to a grotesquely oversized head. The corrupted ant queen. Enhanced boss. Strength, 24. Agility, 0. Spirit, 0. Vitality, 6,000. Skill, 1,000. Trait, infinite proliferation. As the final obstacle of the corroded nest, her stats were weaker than those of common drones. Perfectly matching ant society, the queen existed only to breed. She had no attack power, but infinite proliferation produced endless waves of soldiers, making this one of the most lucrative experience farms around. Anyone who tried to clear it by the book would watch the swarm grow exponentially. Today, however, the queen would have no time to multiply. Hundreds of worker ants poured in from every direction. Huang's eyes flashed. The plum blossom bow appeared at his side. He knocked and loosed in one motion, 3 arrows streaking like a single shaft. Recon flyers hurled themselves forward, piling up into a shield of flesh. The first 2 arrows were deflected, but the third punched straight through the queen's skull. A mere 2,000 vitality could not withstand the strike. The corrupted ant queen fell. The corrupted ant queen was dead. A massive cocoon burst apart with a sickening pop, spraying a flood of viscous yellow ichor and thousands of milky white eggs that reeked of acid and rot. Without a second's hesitation, Huang wheeled around and sprinted out of the boss chamber. Thanks to his master-level pathfinding talent, he flew through the winding tunnels as if the layout had been etched into his mind, every footfall perfectly placed. Boom. He carved through anything in his way and finally broke onto the surface. His armor was pitted and smoking from ant acid and other corrosive fluids. Behind him, an endless tide of white termites surged from the hole, rabid mandibles raised in a suicidal charge. At his silent command, his warhorse screamed and thundered in from the flank. Huang swung into the saddle and instantly opened the distance. Raising his spear high, he signaled the waiting Han cavalry in the distance. Absolute kill formation. 700 riders moved as one. The central spearhead drove forward while the wings tucked back, the entire array drawn taut like a fully pulled bow. The roar of charging horsemen shook the wasteland. The ground quivered, and dust boiled into the air. For the termite legion, this was the true apocalypse. Underground they could rely on numbers, but out here in the open they faced the throne room of heavy cavalry. Boom. As the 2 forces met, ant soldiers barely half a horse's leg tall were ground to paste. White shells and severed limbs sprayed skyward, while shimmering experience orbs poured toward Huang's interface. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant worker, EXP 422. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant soldier, EXP 573. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant soldier, EXP 562. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant worker, EXP 416. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant soldier, EXP 527. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant scout, EXP 616. Defeated level 21 corrupted berserk ant scout, EXP 623. It was slaughter pure, unquestioned domination. Huang had dived into the hive for one reason: lure every ant to the surface and annihilate them in one sweep. On this field, no force could blunt the edge of Han cavalry. Against a steel tempest, the ants' death charge was pitifully fragile. In under a minute the charge collapsed, and countless corrupted termites joined their queen in death. System messages flickered across his vision. Corrosion anthill cleared. New record set. Rank, 1st. Obtained Queen's Reproductive Gland 1. Obtained Silver Grade Queen Limb 1. Obtained Rage Hormone 1. Obtained Heart of the Anthill 1. Obtained Acid Etched Stone 94. Obtained Imperial Jade Seal Fragment 10. A pillar of pure white light descended from the sky, signaling the end of the dungeon and the successful completion of His Majesty's commission. Huang raised his hand. 700 riders dissolved into streaks of light and slipped back into the army formation space. He strode toward the beam. Just as he was about to step inside, a clear summons pierced his mind. Su Chun was calling. Huang accepted without hesitation. Boom. A golden teleportation array crashed down, shattering the original pillar. Huang walked into the gilded light and vanished completely. At the same moment, at the entrance to the corrosion anthill instance, the 7-member team had completely given up and was sprawled on the ground when a system alert suddenly popped up. Instance corrosive ant nest cleared. New speed record set. First place awarded. We cleared it. How long did that take? Like springs, all 7 shot to their feet. The final stage requires crawling through the ant tunnels. There's no way it should be this fast. Yeah, and our captain's class is cavalry. He can't even swing a spear in there. Forget that. Weren't we aiming for 3rd place at best? Not only did we snag first, we broke Jojo Academy's record. We didn't even see a single monster and still set a record. We're freaking amazing. After the brief euphoria, an eerie silence fell. Aside from the new record banner, the screen showed no EXP or item rewards. They stared at each other, unsure whether to laugh or cry. A second later, a teleport beam descended, and the 7 were whisked out, feelings thoroughly mixed. What they saw next nearly turned them to stone. Every student in the lobby was crammed around the corrosive ant nest portal, packed tighter than tiles on the floor. When the light column faded, a deafening cheer erupted. They broke a 2-year record. That's insane. Jojo Academy held that top spot. This is huge. All hail the new champs. All hail. The roar swept over them like a tide, leaving Greyhawk's squad completely stunned. Above the portal, giant characters flashed. Congratulations to Greyhawk squad for setting the fastest clear time in corrosive ant nest. WTF? A light bulb went off in the captain's head. The powerhouse had entered with them. Even if they never touched a single ant, the broadcast still used the squad's name. Breaking the top 3 triggers a lobby announcement. Beating first place notifies the entire school. Imperial Capital Academy has a century of history, its instances studied to the limit. Shaving off more time was thought impossible. The words new record were enough to shake the whole academy. From now on, everyone would remember the name Greyhawk Squad. It should have been the kind of glory they'd only dream about, yet the tidal wave of praise left them helpless. The record had absolutely nothing to do with them. They hadn't even seen an ant's leg. Where's the pro? Where's that guy? The captain searched the crowd in panic, the name Huang echoing in his mind. But the man was nowhere to be found. Just then the crowd parted, and a middle-aged man with a dazzling smile strode over. A new set of heroes has risen. Congratulations, Greyhawk Squad. It was the lobby director, the highest authority here. He seized the captain's still rigid hand and shook it vigorously. Director, no, we aren't. Don't be modest. You earned this honor. No, really, Director, we. Come this way. Tell everyone how you cleared it. After that, I'll introduce you to the Jojo Dean. Wait, no, Director, please. Anything but that. City of Calamity. Zhao Yun gripped his silver spear and, with Lei Xiangyang and the other spear wielders at his back, hacked and slashed his way into stage 5. The first 3 bosses could barely trade a few blows with them. But as they pressed on without a tank to draw aggro, without supports to buff, and with no mages or archers to share the damage, they struggled even to scratch the boss hide. Raised on lessons and teamwork, everyone knew that solo heroics looked cool, but were beyond the reach of ordinary players. The greater their helplessness, the deeper their awe for Zhao Yunkelmide, casually switching between martial techniques and relying on pure spear play to leave every enemy defenseless. Blood pumped hot in their veins, and they silently vowed to apprentice themselves to him once they cleared the instance. An elite monster for stage 6 appeared. Zhao Yun stepped forward alone and went through the motions. Thrust, parry, thrust again. The creature let out a shrill scream and collapsed like a dog beaten lame. Lei Xiangyang and the others in the back row watched, utterly entranced. That spear work is unreal, so smooth. It's like a living painting. I'm jealous of that monster. I want to be the one getting stabbed. Lei, whose spear skills are better, the boss or your dad's? Lei Xiangyang needed less than a millisecond. My old man's technique is only fit for skewering chickens. He's not even in the same league. Damn, if your dad hears that, he'll beat you silly. Humph. After I finish training under the boss, we'll see who calls whom dad. You're the man, Lei. Stage 6 was steamrolled, and stage 7 the final level arrived. They reached the deepest part of the City of Calamity and stepped into a cylindrical hall 20 meters across. The ceiling soared beyond sight. The walls were carved with scratches and draped in tattered webs, and the damp, icy air felt like a tomb untouched by sunlight for 10,000 years. Scree. The sudden rasp of spider mandibles tore through the silence. Spiders and serpents, masters of ambush, were already the stuff of nightmares for professionals doubly so in such a confined space. Yet with Zhao Yun at the front, their fear was instantly suppressed. Scree! The hissing grew sharper from every direction. A slanting beam of moonlight cut through the dark, and they finally saw the final boss hanging in midair, its massive body plugging the entire cylindrical hall. BZZZT. A system panel flashed. Demonic gigantic face spider, enhanced variant. Level 25. Strength 3000. Agility 0. Spirit 4500. Constitution 5000. Skills 1000. Face venom stinger, heaven's web. Scree! The face spider shrieked and snapped its tail. Heaven's web. A torrent of sticky webbing cascaded down, instantly cocooning everyone in place like immobile turrets. Still suspended in the air, the face spider twitched its tail again, and countless fine bristles began to tremble. Whoosh! Hundreds of steel-hard bristles shot toward the immobilized players below, leaving nowhere to hide. Lei Xianyang and the others could only raise their shield skills and take the attack heat-in. System messages flooded the screen. Their health was halved, and both defenses were debuffed. One more volley of poisoned quills would knock them straight out of the instance. The assault paused for less than a second before the face spider lifted its tail again. Its opening motion was the unmistakable heavenly snare. First trap the targets, then follow up with the venomous needles. Web, quills, web, quills. The loop left no room to breathe. What a terrifying combo. Lei Xianyang stared up at the monster hanging overhead, a wave of helplessness rising in his chest. Without ranged attacks, they couldn't touch the boss. Without crowd control removal, they couldn't escape the web. The dungeon was teaching these lone wolf professionals a brutal lesson. Going solo would never beat the monsters of the future. Let's treat this as a hard-earned lesson. He gave a wry smile and glanced at Zhao Yun, whose calf was also bound by silk. Whoosh! Before Lei Xianyang finished speaking, Zhao Yun hurled his silver spear skyward. A spear throw? What's he planning? Lei Xianyang froze. An instant later, thunk! The spear pinned the face spider's tail to the stone wall with pinpoint accuracy. At once, purple thunder spear, piercing star activated, and Zhao Yun streaked upward like a bolt of lightning. He yanked the spear free, spun, and swept out a blazing white arc. Flash! White light erupted as Zhao Yun seemed to hang in midair, the spear's afterimages spilling like moonlight across the spider's shell. A shrill scream ripped through the cavern. The monster was hacked into pieces and fell with him toward the ground. Landing on one foot, Zhao Yun leaped again. Silver spear flashed, lightning crackled, and in mere seconds the enormous body was shredded into a rain of flesh. System announcements rolled by. Boss LV. 25 face spider defeated. City of Calamity cleared. New instance record. Clear rewards. Spider King Soul Bone. 8 Spider Lances 1. Silver Grade Spider King, Limb 1. Viscous Web 3. Heart of the Abyss 1. Greystone Block 63. Heirloom Seal Shard 10. Lei Xianyang and the others were stunned. Zhao Yun had ended the fight in just 2 moves. Lord Su Chen is calling. Zhao Yun cocked an ear, then cupped his fist. Until we meet again. Boom. A column of golden teleportation light slammed down. His figure faded in the radiant glow, leaving only a dashing silhouette. So cool. Absolutely awesome. Someone finally blurted. That pillar's gold, does that mean it's legendary? If I learned that spear art, I could slay Demon Su and win every girl's heart. The golden glow vanished, replaced by an ordinary blue teleport pillar. Meanwhile, in the One Piece instance, sea wind howled across the deck as Jian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hui Tsubing reappeared together to face the final stage. Right on time. Su Chen flicked his wrist. Boom, boom, boom. 700 Han heavy cavalry, 550 tiger leopard riders, and 200 white horse vanguards formed ranks in an instant, crowding the deck with a forest of gleaming blades and armor. A nightmare grade enhanced stage? Su Chen's eyes were calm, lips curling in a half smile. Let's see who the real nightmare is. Boom boom. A furious gale swept over the sea, and waves several meters high slammed against the hull. The wooden vessel groaned under the relentless pounding, as though it might splinter at any moment. On deck, soldiers wedged their blades and spears into the gaps between planks, planted their feet, and forced themselves steady. Wind, rain, and spray howled past, yet not a single person wavered. A brutal battle was about to break over them. Splish splish. Columns of water erupted near the railings as demon-tainted mermen launched into the air. Before landing, they opened their jaws and shrieked. The sonic assault piercing the storm. The final stage monsters had even stronger crowd control. Earlier, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry lacked ranged attacks and could only take the beating. Now the elite horse archer units, the White Horse Volunteers, and the Great Han Heavy Cavalry were arrayed, and the momentum had flipped. Loose. The commands of Zhao Yun and Hui Tsubing rang out together. The White Horse Riders and Han troopers gathered in the center of the deck, bowstrings twanging in unison. Hundreds of arrows, fired at point-blank range, tore through the rain. Though the mermen's sound waves warped some trajectories, they couldn't divert them all. Within moments, The first wave of mermen was shot full of holes. Defeated level 28 corrupted devil merman. EXP 6533. Defeated level 28 corrupted devil merman. EXP 6210. Defeated level 28 corrupted devil merman. EXP 6445. The system prompts hadn't faded when a second swarm of devil mermen and triggerfish surged forward, as numerous as every monster from the previous phase combined. The mermen, with their control skills, remained the top threat. They had to be kept at bay. Another volley darkened the sky, and the mermen fell in droves. The triggerfish behind them, largely untouched, puffed out their bellies and spat steaming acid. Abyssal vomit engulfed the deck in an instant. Army Soul. Defensive mode. Huang raised his blade. The fighting spirit of 700 Great Han riders fused into a crimson tiger, crouching overhead. Army Soul. Defensive stance. Creates a shield that absorbs party size average constitution 10 damage. With 700 riders averaging 1,600 constitution, the barrier held 112,000 durability, roughly a raid boss health, shared by the entire squad. Hissus. Acid splattered against the red shield, clouds of white vapor billowing as a third of the barrier vanished in an instant. Nightmare difficulty showed its teeth. Without this ability, an ordinary party would have been wiped out long ago. When the spray stopped, the triggerfish slammed onto the deck. On the opposite side, Wei and his Tiger Leopard Cavalry were already itching for action. Grinning, Wei swung his twin axes wide. Kill them all. Shrieks of dying monsters echoed across the deck. Those sunfish brutes who landed in Wei's hands were bound to regret it. They'd rather have been cut down by the first arrow volley. The moment the Tiger Leopard Cavalry slipped the leash, they needed no orders to shred anything in their path. Even with better stats, the sunfish men were pincered on three sides and couldn't find the slightest gap to breathe. As the second assault wrapped up and Chen was about to realign his ranks, the hull lurched with a deafening crash. The deck pitched, everyone's footing vanished, and Chen nearly went down. When the impact ended, a colossal fishman with a rounded skull and sleek profile vaulted out of the spray onto the deck. Its skin gleamed like steel, arms tapering into dagger-sharp bone blades. Every slab of muscle stretched drum-tight. Mutated Orca Fishman Enhanced Elite. Level 29. Strength 4,500. Agility 3,000. Spirit 4,000. Constitution 6,000. Skills: Seismic Stomp, Orca Rush. A Nightmare Deer dungeon really pulls no punches. These stats would make him a final boss in hard, Chen thought. Mine. Wei roared before Chen could speak and charged. The fodder just now hadn't scratched his itch. This Orca Fishman was perfect. Chen, who always let his generals improvise, raised a hand to clear a lane. The troops obeyed at once, leaving a wide corridor. Twin halberds whirled, their edges screaming through the air. The three battalions, plus Zhao Yun and Huang, all turned to watch. This time, Wei meant to show the full glory of the legendary evil eye. Fishhead punk. 3 moves, and your mutt life is forfeit. His first halberd hacked down, splitting the wind. The Orca Fishman didn't flinch. Suddenly, it stamped both feet. Skill: Seismic Stomp. The deck heaved, the sea boiled, the ship canted hard. Wei lost his balance and pitched back. The monster's bone blade swept across, catching his ankle and flipping him skyward. Its eyes flared crimson, and it hammered forward with its skull. Skill: Orca Rush. Boom. With no room to dodge, Wei was blasted off the deck like a cannonball, tumbling twice and a half before slamming into the sea. The plume dwarfed any blast fishing explosion. Chen stayed silent. Zhao Yun and Huang traded awkward looks. The Tiger Leopard troopers all gazed elsewhere, wearing faces that said, "Never seen that guy in my life." The Orca Fishman bellowed, crouching to charge again, thirsty for a new target. Flinging Wei away in 3 moves had its blood pumping and confidence soaring. Kneel. Chen pointed and spoke softly. Arrogance shattered on the spot. The fishman's leg buckled, and it crashed to one knee, still clueless as to why. A silver-white spear and an enormous arrow arrived at the same instant. Zhao Yun's purple lightning spear and Huang's sunburst arrow shot toward the Orca merfolk at the same time. Caught off guard by the twin barrage, the creature could no longer rely on tilting the ship to break their balance. It could only raise its thick arms and brace for impact. The effort was pointless. Both weapons were artifacts. The sunburst arrow tore through one forearm with a shrill whistle and slammed into its chest, while the lightning-wreathed spear punched through the other arm in a crackle of blue light, blood spraying everywhere. Half its health vanished on the spot. An instant later, Zhao Yun blinked forward, caught it in its moment of shock, and unleashed whirlwind sweep, his cold blade carving a crescent arc, followed by 2 precise thrusts. A system prompt appeared. You have slain a level 28 enraged Orca merfolk. EXP 12,533. Loot: Orca Sawtooth 1. The hulking body crashed to the deck and moved no more. Both the Bema Yitzong and the Han Iron Cavalry exhaled in relief, glad their general hadn't made a fool of himself. Only the Tiger Leopard riders squirmed. their toes curling into the boards. The swift victory only made Dian Wei's earlier plunge look even more ridiculous. With the elite down, the second wave was over and the third began. Su Chen's mind raced as he recalled the soaked Dian Wei back onto the ship. Spotting the Orcaman's corpse, Dian Wei wiped the water from his face, stowed his twin halberds, and could only mutter, "That deck was slippery, really slippery." Su Chen spared him no comment and told him to resume command. The troops had just reformed when the sky darkened again. The already overcast heavens turned as black as the deep sea, as if every trace of sunlight were cut off. Pitch-black darkness swallowed the entire vessel, and the air grew damp with a salty, clinging stench. Su Chen locked onto a soldier in the center of the formation and cast Imperial Aura. A thread of golden light rose from the man's body, lighting only a few feet around him. The spell wasn't meant for illumination. To equal a single lantern head, have to maintain it on 50 chunks of focus for one light bulb, a waste he couldn't afford. The deeper he dove into these dungeons, the more Su Chen appreciated support classes. Raw damage couldn't solve every problem. Right now, the total darkness had nearly neutralized their ranged firepower. A clammy wind swept the deck. Even sightless, Su Chen felt a massive presence closing in. Its pressure was suffocating. Boom. The deck jolted as a thunderous blow slammed the ship's far side, striking before anyone could glimpse the attacker. He instantly cast Imperial Aura on 20 more soldiers. The light expanded. They could finally see one another, though black mist still swirled beyond the rail. Boom boom. 2 more dull impacts. In the flickering glow they caught their first look. 2 colossal, sucker-covered tentacles snaked out of the dark, each segment within the light already over 10 meters long. Crack! A third strike hammered the planks, sending splinters flying as the whole ship lurched. Loose! Su Chen roared. The bowman loosed a blind storm of arrows into the darkness, shafts vanishing into the black fog. Seizing the moment, Su Chen cast Identify on the monster lurking just outside the glow. Demonized Kraken, enhanced nightmare tier boss. Attributes: Strength 30, Agility 10,000, Spirit 4,500, Constitution 9,000, Skill 6,000. Abilities: 1. Blot out the sky. Ejects ink particles into the air, massively reducing visibility. 2. Tidal Slam. Strikes with its tentacles, dealing double damage to non-living targets. 3. Treacherous Flesh. 50 resistance to physical damage and 80 immunity to ranged attacks. 4. Endless Devour. A nightmare-exclusive skill. Each time the Kraken kills and consumes an enemy, it restores HP equal to that target's constitution. After reading the skill panel, Su Chen felt his chest tighten. The earlier stages had hardly been easy, but the numbers in front of him all but spelled despair. The creature lurked in deep water, neutralizing most of his team's strength. Blot out the sky crippled their vision. Treacherous Flesh nullified the bulk of their ranged attacks, and Endless Devour offered a nearly broken self-heal. Victory, once within reach, now seemed to be slipping through his fingers. Was this going to be his first defeat? 5 levels under the cap, soloing a mid-sized dungeon on nightmare difficulty had finally met a worthy opponent. Boom boom. 2 muffled blasts erupted as Tidal Slam crashed against the ship's flank. The double damage to non-living targets split the wooden deck with a web of cracks. Su Chen looked up. The hull groaned like a mast struck by a giant's hammer. It would not last long. If the whole party hit the water, even the strongest fighters would be crippled. Loosen arrows, he ordered while keeping track of his cooldowns. Shafts slashed through the air, but under the dim sky and the squid's rubbery hide, they did little. Boom. A third Tidal Slam landed. The deck finally gave way, ripping the ship in half. The hull keeled over, and soldiers and officers slid screaming toward the sea. Another strike shattered the planks into driftwood, hurling everyone into the water like scattered game pieces. The troops knew how to swim, but infantry without footing was no match for a sea tyrant. Massive tentacles rose from the dark surface, suction cups snaring helpless soldiers and dragging them into the depths. In mere seconds the unit was thrown into disarray. Su Chen dangled in midair, gripping a rail with both hands. The vessel sat at a 90-degree angle, and he swayed with the wreckage. In a flash, a thought struck him. If they couldn't win on the surface, maybe the water itself held a chance. All units dive and engage the beast. The soldiers stopped floundering and plunged without hesitation. 100 silhouettes knifed into the black water, converging on the enormous shadow ahead. It was pitch dark, yet they could feel the Kraken waiting with a maw like an abyss. Would they meet death or imperial glory? Tentacles whipped toward them, a looming shadow of death. At that instant, bands of golden light flared across the soldiers' armor. Su Chen poured every ounce of spirit into imperial radiance, driving the technique to its limit. A sun seemed to ignite on the ocean floor, banishing the ink cloud in a single flash and flooding the deep with light. Blinded by the glare, the demonized Kraken screeched as tons of seawater churned. The soldiers struck, spears, axes, and bolts biting into the warped flesh. Endless Devour swallowed a few isolated victims, but the incoming damage multiplied far faster than it could heal. The screech cut off. The colossal shadow convulsed, then sank into the darkness. Silence reclaimed the abyss. Nightmare boss, demonized Kraken slain. Experience 52,533. Level up. Su Chen has reached level 26. After clearing Calamity City, Su Chen set a new dungeon record and took first place, earning the following rewards. 1 pair of gold-tier Malevolent Tentacle Bracers, 1 gold-tier Dark Robe, 1 Midnight Ink Pouch, 1 Heart of the Ocean, 63 Sea Salts, and 15 fragments of the Imperial Seal. A pillar of light signaled his breakthrough to level 26, and when it faded, a stream of system chimes followed. Starting at level 25, every new level boosts all attributes, so Su Chen immediately opened his status panel. Personal stats. Strength, agility, and constitution each rose to 260, numbers of little value to a summoner like him. Spirit jumped by 600, from 3,500 to 4,100. With his gear and the Heaven Offering banner, it surged to 9,701 steps short of the coveted 10,000 mark. In the professional league, breaking 10,000 in any stat qualifies you to teach at a university, a feat most achieve only around levels 40-50. Su Chen is poised to do it at level 25, proof of his terrifying Emperor talent. Dianwei. This upgrade granted 700 to every stat, bringing his base agility and spirit to 8,700. Strength climbed from 8,700 to 10,440 thanks to the purple gold warhammer, breaking the 5-figure barrier. Constitution started at 8,700, then gained 3,961 from the Crimson Armor's kill effect, totaling 12,611 with no ceiling in sight. Because Dianwei's HP equals Su Chen's, the summoner no longer worries about being rushed by warriors or ambushed by assassins. Tiger Cavalry. 70 new troopers joined, raising their number to 620 and solidifying them as a true core force. Zhao Yun. Strength reached 13,050 with the Purple Cloud Thunder Pattern Spear. Agility went up by 1,000 to 11,000, then multiplied to 16,500 after buffs. Purely by stats, he is now the team's top combatant. 40 more White Horse volunteers arrived, bringing their total to 240. Hordes. Strength, agility, and constitution all stand at 8,700. Spirit gained an extra 1,500, hitting 13,500 ideal for a commander. Great Han Iron Cavalry. 90 new riders increased the unit to 790. Because they share a single battle soul, every added soldier strengthens the entire regiment's stats and skills in one decisive stroke. Summary. Troop numbers have ballooned, personal and officer attributes have leapt forward, and Su Chen's overall combat power has reached new heights. Beyond the troop upgrades, he is pleasantly surprised to find that several of his skills have advanced as well. Thanks to the countless monsters in One Piece, Huang finally advanced to level 4. As Su Chen's core Jiawujizuan skill, it once again transformed the entire army. For 10 seconds, level 4 Huang cloaks every ally in an Imperial Might aura. The radius doubles to 20 meters, and all enemies inside take stack damage equal to 150% of each ally's HP. The cost remains 8 spirit points for every target hit, doubling the range from 10 to 20 meters, raising damage from 100% to 150%, then factoring in troop numbers and the HP gained from leveling, the damage scales exponentially and borders on terrifying. With power like this, Su Chen no longer worried about the 8 spirit per head drain, yet boosting his spirit stat was still the top priority. Fortunately, the latest slaughter had produced a mountain of loot. Su Chen opened his inventory and stared at the bulging medium pack, silently thanking the Zhaiyan guild leader for having gifted him this storage artifact, otherwise today's haul would never have fit. With a thought, he sorted the items by grade and began reviewing them one by one. An adventurer has limited equipment slots and can wear only one item of each type, so better gear always replaces the old. At the very top was a gold grade mage item dropped by the corrupted giant Crocanthy evil tentacle bracers. They grant an immediate 1,500 spirit and a base bonus of 1,000, monstrous numbers even within the gold tier. More importantly, with the Tion Golden Banner active, every base stat is amplified by another 200%. The second piece was also gold grade, the Dark Robe, offering 800 spirit and 400 constitution. Wearing an ordinary robe felt a bit beneath a 9-5 supreme, but spirit is hard currency. Until an Emperor-class relic appears, he'll make do. Luckily, neither item conflicts with his current gear, so he can equip them right away. Su Chen strapped on the evil tentacle bracers, draped the dark robe over his shoulders, and hid their appearance only. He needed to know what he was wearing. Finished, he pulled up his character sheet again. Under the 200% boost from the Tion Golden Banner, his spirit value soared. 13,300. Fourth a 700 plus 7,500 times 2. The number finally settled at 13,300, breaking the 5-digit mark. Now he could unleash a full-power Huang Haodong over the whole force without feeling a thing. And the upgrades weren't over. Wei Zheng's contribution points were still untouched. Once he left the instance, head hit the contribution shop and hunt for more spirit gear. With the Tian golden banner amplifying everything, his spirit stat was poised for an even greater leap. After stowing his gear and recalling his troops, Su Chen stepped onto the teleportation array. One bright flash later, he was standing in the very center of the instance lobby, engulfed by a vaulted ceiling, roiling mana sigils, and a deafening wave of cheers. The hall was packed. The moment the crowd saw Su Chen emerge from the pillar of light, the buzz turned into an explosion. Just minutes earlier, the squad that had fought him for the last party slot stood rooted to the floor. Their captain, Lu Ao, stared, mouth hanging open, thinking, impossible. He had assumed Su Chen took on a nightmare-level solo run out of spite. Instead, Su Chen had gone in last, come out first, and shattered the record while he was at it. What kind of face-slap story is this? Lu Ao muttered, his worldview in pieces. He glanced at the record still under the one-piece instance. The dazzling fastest clear no longer carried its old name. Su Chen now sat there, and the new time was visibly quicker than the mark that had topped mid-tier dungeons for more than a decade. Conversation rippled across the lobby. Did we hit the jackpot today? Why are people breaking records back-to-back? Is he a prodigy from Jiuzhou Academy or Nantian University? Students craned their necks for a better look at the newest legend. The lobby director forced his way through the crowd, seized Su Chen's hand, and practically shouted, "Congratulations! You're the third student to break a record today. Come share your insights in the first-floor conference hall." Without waiting for an answer, he hauled Su Chen inside. The students followed in a cheering wave. Once they reached the spacious first-floor hall, Su Chen spotted the day's other record breakers, Lei Xiangyang, a spearman from Qianlong Academy, and the captain of Greyhawk Squad. While the director played host up front, Lei Xiangyang leaned in and asked under his breath, eyebrow raised, "Bro, did that boss player carry you, too?" Su Chen nodded without elaborating. He knew the boss player was Zhao Yun and Hui Tsubing in disguise, but this was no time to expose them. Lei's eyes lit up. Knew it. Same guy, right? Summons a whole army, finishes with a golden portal? Su Chen nodded again. Perfect match. Looks like we're blessed by fortune. Lei almost clapped in delight. After praising the boss' unstoppable style, the Greyhawk captain frowned. But the big shots are gone, and nobody believes we rode their coattails. How do we file a report? Lei scratched his chin, troubled. I can't claim full credit. I barely lifted a finger in there. Su Chen thought a moment, then said, maybe they rushed off because they don't want anyone to know who they are. Lei's eyes snapped wide. You're onto something. Maybe someone up top favors us, helped in secret, but refuses the spotlight. Would the higher-ups even care about us? We're not Jiuz's elite, the Greyhawk captain asked pragmatically. Opportunity. Lei balled his fist, voice ringing with excitement. This is a gift from the heavens. Grab it, and we'll be the next Jiuzhou legends. The three whispered for a long moment. At last, swayed by Lei's enthusiasm, the Greyhawk captain agreed to keep the secretat at least for now. The cheers swelled once more. Under the spotlight, the trio stepped onto the podium. Facing an audience brimming with anticipation, they took turns recounting every narrow escape, how they conquered their fear, how pressure unlocked their potential, and how they ultimately shattered the record while leading their teams to victory. Captain Huang was straightforward but stumbled over his words. Lei Xiangyang was thick-skinned and could talk nonstop. Su Chen, who looked every inch the righteous hero, could spin a lie so flawless that even Huang and Lei Xiangyang were secretly taken aback. As soon as the presentation ended, the director of the training hall announced the record-breaking rewards on the spot. According to Academy rules, every student who helped set the new record would receive 1,000 contribution points. But because Su Chen had cleared the instance solo, he was granted an additional 3,000, bringing his total to 4,000. The crowd looked on with envy, and even Su Chen was surprised to learn that smashing a record could pay so well. Leaving the training hall, he headed straight to the Academy's exchange market. The numbers floating on the light screen were clear. 20,000 points from Wei Zhong, 1,000 earned in the wilderness, and the 3,000 he had just received, for a total of 24,000 contribution points, an amount most professionals could only dream of. At the entrance, floating screens scrolled rapidly. With a clear goal in mind, Su Chen quickly locked onto a rechargeable medium reset crystal. Function: resets medium or small instances. Uses per charge: 3. Price: 10,000 contribution points. Recharge cost: 2,000 contribution points per charge. He placed the order without hesitation. At the same time, he spent another 500 points to top up the small reset crystal he carried with him. Tomorrow he would use the 2 crystals to power level. He switched to the equipment section next. The marketplace imposed a level cap, so for now he could only browse gear below level 35. Most items offered strength or agility bonuses that meant nothing to him. Su Chen only cared about spirit. After a few pages of searching, 2 pieces caught his eye. 1. Ring of the Goddess of Wisdom, 1,000 spirit, improved meditation, price 6,000 points. 2. Sorcerer's Boots, 800 spirit, 20 spell effect, price 6,000 points. The basic stats looked modest, but the extra effects were exactly what he wanted. Faster meditation would let him restore mana between runs, and the 20 spell boost would amplify both Huang and its empowered version, Huang Haodong. Buy. With 2 taps, he spent another 12,000 contribution points. When the checkout was finished, he had only 1,500 contribution points left. He had dropped 22,500 points on 1 consumable and 2 pieces of gear steep bill, but one he knew was worth every point. He opened his equipment menu, slipped off the long-serving skull ring, and donned the softly glowing ring of the goddess of wisdom. Then he replaced his shoes with the intricately patterned sorcerer's boots. Light flared and then faded, and his stats updated. Spirit, 16,800. Base 4,100, gear 4,300, 216,800. Another leap in spirit meant faster farming and an across-the-board boost to his leveling speed. Just one more level to hit 27 and unlock a new hero, he muttered, staring at the panel. Satisfaction and anticipation welled up inside him. He was sure even bigger surprises were waiting down the road. In a private office somewhere on the Imperial Capital campus, a desk rattled under a heavy blow. A white-haired, hawk-eyed old man glared furiously at the staff members in front of him. Today I want answers. My grandson went into the college entrance exam just fine. Why did he come out a fool? A group of examination board teachers sat on the far side of the conference table. Under the hardline pressure of Hui province's most powerful clan, their palms were slick with sweat, yet they could only force polite smiles. Eldarin, please don't worry. We'll give you a full explanation. Explanation, my foot. The patriarch roared, springing to his feet. The heavy chair screeched across the floor. How long has it been since the exam ended? Where's your answer? Dry mouth. The teachers exchanged helpless glances. Several had invigilated that exam and knew exactly what had happened. In Huang had been kicked out of the simulation by Su Chen's psychic skill. In theory, they could hand Su Chen over and be done. But Su Chen was the national top scorer, the darling of the Capital Academy. Who dared expose what had gone on inside the instance? This isn't over. The family will get to the bottom of it. The patriarch's fists tightened, his face dark. His family had never suffered such humiliation on his watch, and whoever was behind it would answer today. Yuhi had barely begun when the conference room doors swung open. Wei Zheng strode in wearing full dress uniform, a black case in hand. At the sound of his steady footsteps, every murmur fell silent. Even the raging patriarch clamped his mouth shut. As the empire's youngest general and one of its foremost powers, Wei Zheng commanded immediate respect. He set the case in the middle of the table and spoke evenly. Good afternoon. Eldarin, I'm here to give you your explanation. He pressed a switch. The lid sprang open and a miniature projector lit the wall. The one who injured in Huang in the instance was this year's national champion Su Chen. Hey, race the footage. Judge for yourselves. The recording played. 1. And Huang secretly rallied Hui candidates, tying up Zhao Yun to block Su Chen's advance. 2. Su Chen saw through the ploy and unleashed imperial might, a sweeping psychic blast. 3. And Huang was blasted out of the instance. His score dropped to 0. The chain of events was crystal clear, and Huang had broken the rules first. When the projection ended, the patriarch's face was black as ink. He wasn't mourning his grandson. Head recognized Su Chen's terrifying talent, overwhelming martial power, and unrivaled psychic force. The capital's leadership would guard that boy with everything they had. Not even the family could shake the Xinxia Empire. Let's go, he snapped, flinging his sleeve for a final shred of dignity before marching out with his entourage. The teachers relaxed only after the footsteps faded. One of them ventured, General Wei, showing Su Chen's data like that, won't they retaliate? Wei Zheng closed the case, coolly. With their resources, finding Su Chen is only a matter of time. Better we lay our cards on the table. Let them know Su Chen has my protection and the Empire's. He picked up the case and left. Gentlemen, carry on. Technically, exam footage was top secret, never to be leaked, but this was the second time Wei Zheng had bent the rules for Su Chen. He gave a rueful chuckle. The kid had walked out of one instance with 3 divine artifacts, and Wei had spent the whole time cleaning up after him. Memories of cadet days surfaced. He could almost see his old mentor giving him that same exasperated look. Bureau 13, Capital City Senior Conference Room. The moment Wei Zheng settled the family issue, he hurried straight into another meeting. The matter didn't really require his personal appearance, but for Su Chen's sake, he chose to show up. The conference room at Bureau 13's headquarters was brightly lit. A spotless, jet-black table ran the length of the room, and the Bureau's senior officials took their seats in order, the metal armrests reflecting a cold gleam. A top-secret dossier lay before each person. Its crimson cover bore Bureau 13's embossed seal only. The Empire's supreme leader and the Bureau's directors were authorized to break it. When everyone had arrived, the director tapped the tabletop. The sharp sound rang through the room. You may open the files. Knives flashed as the seals were slit. Soft ripping echoed in quick succession. Thick pages turned, releasing a faint scent of ink. Wei Zheng sat near the director, uniform crisp, the insignia at his collar catching the light. As the military's representative, he had clearance to read everything. Excitement faded to gravity, then to hesitation as he turned the pages. The information far exceeded expectations. Only a few lines of core intelligence appeared, yet they were enough to chill anyone's blood. 1. A level 40 medium rift has opened on the Tianshan frontier. 2. A legendary grade weapon has been detected inside. 3. The site straddles the disputed border between Xinxia and Indi. Wei Zheng sketched the situation in his mind. Tianshan had always been a flashpoint. With Shangxia's strength waning, Indi had crossed the border repeatedly in recent years. Now the rift lay at the most sensitive pass. Any misstep would escalate the conflict. If it were just a routine medium rift, the Empire might have shown restraint. The presence of a legendary weapon changed the risk-reward ratio and, more importantly, touched Shangxia's sovereignty. For over a decade, Xinxia had weakened under economic stress, resource shortages, and the burden of abyssal defense. Its international influence slipped year by year. The Empire Alliance once had 5 permanent council members, nations honored for their sacrifice in the abyssal invasion a century ago. Xinxia had been among them. After it fell to the second tier, the other members pressed to remove it, and a few years ago they succeeded. Reporters called that meeting the twilight of shame. Losing the seat emboldened neighboring states, which began probing Shangxia's borders. The rift was therefore more than a chance at a legendary weapon. It was a statement of sovereignty. Success would deter aggressors, failure would embolden them. Ensure they had to fight. Wei Zheng stopped reading and set the dossier down. Around him others did the same, faces equally grim. Besides Indi, several small powers hovered near Tianshan. The slightest spark could drag the empire into war. The director struck the table again, his tone heavier than before. Tianshan frontier, disputed border, level 40 medium rift, 1 legendary weapon. You all know what's at stake. His gaze swept the room as he issued the orders. 1. The rift opens in 7 days. Secure it while avoiding open conflict if at all possible. 2. The military will covertly escort the team to the rift, disguising themselves as ordinary operatives. The Empire will not allow a full-scale war. 3. Once on site, a strike team of sub-level 40 operatives from the Collegiate Alliance will enter the rift and take control. 4. Within 7 days, select the strongest level 40 candidates nationwide. We need the best of the best. 5. The legendary weapon will be awarded to the operative who contributes the greatest merit. He paused, his eyes resting on Wei Zheng before moving on. His voice was calm, but left no room for dissent. The operation begins now. Dismissed. No one objected. All rose and saluted in unison, the scrape of chairs merging into a sound of iron resolve. The legendary weapon was known as the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. 7 days to scour the entire nation for the best sub-level 40 professionals, that was far more than simply picking a few aces. The squad needed every capability at once. Melee, ranged, physical, magical, single target, area effect, support, and even puzzle solving, all to survive an uncharted corridor that remained largely a mystery. Current tech could only predict its general terrain and a handful of monster stages. Everything else was a blank. The chosen team therefore had to improvise on the fly and above all work in perfect sync. In short, they had 1 week to assemble an all-round perfect party, and no member could exceed level 40. The weight of that challenge blanketed the conference room, freezing every face in silence. Then light flashed in Wei Zheng's eye. She had thought of someone, a candidate who might cover every role on his own. The nationwide selection starts today. The director of Division 13 slammed his palm on the table, his voice crisp and decisive. All professionals under level 40 are enrolled automatically. Anyone with corridor combat experience gets priority. This is about the Empire's honor. Give it everything you've got. Meeting adjourned. Instance Hall. After a night's rest in the dorms, Su Chun returned at dawn for day 2 of grinding. He locked onto the same 3 instances he cleared yesterday. Right now, experience and leveling were top priority, while Jade Seal fragments could wait. High XP beats blindly trying new dungeons. The division of labor stayed unchanged. Su Chun, Zhao Yun, and Hui Zubing each went their own way again. With Dian Wei in tow, Su Chun jumped straight into the nightmare difficulty one-piece instance. A fresh round of stat allocation plus yesterday's stored XP left him completely at ease. The first 2 waves mutated frog murlocs and coral murlocs lacking crowd control were erased in an instant. Wave 3 ballooned in numbers and strength, even mixing in elite murlocs. Using the formation he perfected yesterday, Su Chun had Dian Wei lock aggro at key points, then raised his hand and cast Majestic Imperial Aura. The upgraded skill was savage. A golden ring 20 meters wide burst outward, dealing true damage equal to 150% of his max HP, further boosted by a 20% spell bonus from his gear. It poured out like molten lava, cleansing every creature in its radius and leaving nothing behind. Stage 3 vanished. Stages 4 and 5 tried drowning him in sheer numbers. But numbers were exactly what Majestic Imperial Aura excelled at. Skill was born for wide area true damage. Entire swaths of monsters vaporized in the golden blaze, and Su Chen reveled in the familiar thrill of mowing everything down. The XP ticker flooded the screen. Killed LV.25 mutated frog murloc, 261 XP. Killed LV.25 mutated frog murloc, 261 XP. Killed LV.26 mutated coral murloc, 3012 XP. Killed LV.25 mutated frog murloc, 2133 XP. Killed LV.26 mutated snapper murloc, 2531 XP. Killed LV.27 mutated megalodon murloc, 5231 XP. Experience poured in like a waterfall now. This was real grinding. This was true speedrunning. Stage 5 wrapped up in no time, nearly twice as fast as yesterday. Yesterday's pace was already frightening. Today, he doubled it again. Such a feat would be unimaginable for a regular combatant. After Royal Might was upgraded, its damage skyrocketed, and Su Chen's mental power rose just as sharply. The two boosts stacked together, allowing him to spam the skill without a second thought. Without that extra reservoir of focus, his base stats could never have supported the enhanced version of Royal Might. When Stage 5 ended, the fortified Stage 6 opened at once. During the brief prep window, Su Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, the ring of the goddess of wisdom purchased with contribution points the night before glinting on his finger. Testing had proven the artifact was no gimmick. The boost was immediate and brutal. Without the ring, his mental power regenerated at only 1,0001, 500 points per hour, meaning a full bar would take at least 11 hours. With the ring, regeneration shot up to 5,004,000 points per hour, putting him back at full strength in just 4 hours. No wonder everyone fights tooth and nail for contribution points, Su Chen mused. Waves slammed against the hull as Stage 6 empowered monsters appeared. Corrupted Sunfishman and Corrupted Stingrayman, a nasty crowd control plus burst duo. Thanks to yesterday's experience, Su Chen gave them no chance to set up their combo. The instant they set foot on deck, Royal Might crashed down within a 20-meter radius, freezing them in place. Even the soldiers caught in the blast kept their royal aura buff and fought harder than ever. Screams echoed across the deck, and Stage 6 ended in short order. Su Chen leaned against the rail and yawned lazily. Swell after swell rose as Stage 7 the final wave began. With his focus bar topped off, Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to summon Zhao Yun or Huatsubing. Countless monsters broke the surface only to drop straight into the Royal Might trap he had already laid, instantly shredded to dust. The second wave of corrupted sunfishmen spewed bile at the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Su Chen issued no extra orders. Yesterday's shield upgrades and block rate were more than enough to keep their health steady. When the fishmen landed, the cavalry greeted them with a flurry of true damage slashes, wiping them out on the spot. Then the elite Ayurveda corrupted orca fishmen, bristling with menace. The skill animation hadn't even finished when Su Chen barked, "On your knees." Royal Might detonated again, its power scaling with the gap between their mental stats. Now that Su Chen's focus had nearly doubled, the orca fishmen collapsed in convulsions. Dian Wei charged across the waves, twin halberds locking around the creature's neck. Grinning, he growled, "Thought you were tough? Let's see your backing now." A scissoring slash, and yesterday's debt was paid in blood. At last, the final boss rose. A massive shadow churned beneath the ship as the corrupted giant kraken hauled its tentacles skyward, water cascading off each limb. Su Chen motioned for every soldier to dive overboard. "I haven't even attacked yet, and they're delivering themselves?" The kraken wondered until a thunderous boom echoed from the depths. BZZZZZSBLASH. Boss defeated. Level 30 Nightmare Dungeon Corrupted Giant Kraken. Experience 52,538. The final boss went down, and the teleport array appeared. The clear time display lit up. 2 hours 34 minutes, exactly half of yesterday's 5.5 record. The lobby broadcast blared. Player Su Chen has just set a new best time for the instance One Piece. The once noisy hall exploded. Students swarmed the giant holoscreen, voices overlapping. "This is the second record in 2 days, seriously? They smashed One Piece again. No way. 2 hours and 34 minutes. That's twice as fast as yesterday. For real? Look, it's Su Chen again. Him again. Breaking records is addictive now? Let me get hooked too. Where did this monster player come from? Unreal." Su Chen stepped out of the teleport beam and ran straight into the dungeon hall curator waiting at the exit. The elderly man, hair snow white, adjusted his glasses, his voice shaking. "It's you again?" "Yes." "And another record?" "Another one." 2 short answers, and the curator inhaled sharply. Yesterday, this kid had explained in detail how hard the run had been. Today, he simply have the time? Impossible. He showered Su Chen with praise, but Su Chen politely declined another onstage debrief and headed for the rest area. That last fight had drained nearly 10,000 points of mental energy, and he needed to meditate. Luckily, the goddess ring doubled his recovery rate. An hour of meditation would top him back up to about 10,000. After that, He planned to use a reset crystal to clear the cooldown and run the dungeon again for more levels. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered meditation. System chimes kept pinging. Zhao Yun and Huang were already out hunting, funneling a torrent of XP into his bar. At this pace, Head hit level 27 today, unlocking a new general. Who would it be? Su Chun let his mind wander as he meditated. Students nearby kept sneaking glances at him, no surprise, since he was now the brightest spotlight in the hall. But Su Chun had decided, next time, Head throttle back and avoid another headline. Breaking records earned no extra contribution points and only painted a target on his back, and he hated being stared at. The hour flew by. Fully recharged, Su Chun strode toward the One Piece entrance only to find a long line. All 5 slots were already taken. The instance was suddenly on fire. He approached the first party in line. Hey guys, any room for one more? Teaming up would skip the wait, and splitting XP wouldn't hurt him. No. The reply was instant, even though the team still had space. Su Chun nodded and turned to the next group. How about you? Sorry, won't work. Third group, fourth group, the answer was the same. Spectators were baffled. That's the guy who just broke the record. Why won't anyone take him? Yeah, he could hard carry them. Hey, champ, join our team. We're short a player. Amid the clamor, Su Chen's brow furrowed in confusion. A crowd had appeared out of nowhere, and every team flat out refused to let him join. If only 1 or 2 squads had done that, it might have been coincidence, but all 7 teams in front of One Piece reacted the same way, which felt downright eerie. The players queuing behind One Piece kept their heads down in silence, as if deaf to the chatter around them. Ignoring every invitation Su Chun threw their way. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, sizing them up. No healer, no tank, not a single complete lineup. It was obvious they weren't here to clear a dungeon. They were here to block him. Anger simmered in his chest. Leveling could wait. Insults he could stomach, but hindering his grind? Never. Who's pulling the strings? Golden flames flickered in his eyes, and a wave of pressure rolled outward. The students in line gasped and instinctively fell back. Thinking about roughing up your classmates again? A powerful voice boomed from the dungeon lobby entrance. The crowd parted, and a tall young man strode in. And Xiuqiang. Someone whispered. He was a scion of the Yin family from Hiwi province, a rare warrior class judicator wielding a massive axe, already famous across Imperial Capital University. In his second year of graduate school, he was level 36, a bona fide prodigy. And Xiuqiang, the one you heard in the Intransism dungeon in Ziyanji's my brother. He spoke from above. Never heard of him. Su Chun replied flatly, without even lifting his eyelids. Except for the chubby kid at the very end, no one in that run had been strong enough to leave an impression. So arrogant. And Xiuqiang snorted and flicked his arm, snapping open a challenge scroll. 3 days from now, after the matriculation ceremony, fight me. If you win, handle this however you like. If you lose, you'll kneel before my brother and the entire family and apologize. The lobby erupted. Su Chun was just past level 25. Going up against a level 36 opponent was blatant bullying. Su Chun looked up calmly. And if I refuse? Refuse? A sneer curled in Zhuiqiang's lips. Then forget ever setting foot in this lobby again. The Yin family can make that happen. The onlookers buzzed with pity. Accept and be humiliated, refuse and be barred from leveling. With no background to lean on, Su Chun seemed cornered. He simply raised a finger at the fake queue. Fine. I accept. Now tell them to clear out. Wei Zheng could have ended this with one word, but Su Chun didn't want to trouble his friend. First, Wei Zheng was busy. Second, if the Yin family wasn't crushed now, they'd only cause more problems later. Pick any 3 of our warriors, and Xiuqiang crowed as though his plan had worked perfectly. See you in 3 days. Be sure to prepare your confession. With a sweep of his arm, he herded the 7 teams and the gawkers away in high spirits. Once Xiuqiang was gone, the students left behind looked at Su Chun with newfound sympathy. At Imperial Capital University, when a prominent family targeted someone, that person rarely came out unscathed. Su Chun ignored them. He placed his hand on the dungeon crystal and selected nightmare difficulty without hesitation. Gao. Li, one day I'll wipe you all out, he murmured. The world had suffered under the great clans long enough. He used a reset crystal to enter One Piece again. In the earlier stages, he had deliberately restrained his sweeping imperial presence, leaving enough time so he wouldn't break another record and draw a crowd. He had already warned Zhao Yun and Huang to hold back as well. When the timing felt right, Su Chun suddenly released his full aura and began pushing forward at top speed. Before stage 7 even refreshed, he ordered the soldiers to dive straight into the sea. The moment the demonized giant kraken broke the surface, it was instantly slain. Experience surged like a tide, and kill notices streamed down the interface in golden rows. One Piece was cleared once more, and Su Chen's experience bar climbed to 4/5, just a step away from level 27. Meanwhile, the kill messages from Zhao Yun and Huang's instance never stopped, feeding him extra experience. As soon as they finished, level 26 would be maxed out for sure. Leaving the battlefield, Su Chun went to the rest area, sat cross-legged, and waited for the level up. The combat log kept rolling. Killed LV.21 Demonized Berserk Ant Sapper, EXP 422. Killed LV.21 Demonized Berserk Ant Forger, EXP 573. Killed LV.21 Demonized Berserk Ant Sapper, EXP 416. Killed LV.21 Demonized Berserk Ant Forger, EXP 527. Killed LV.21 Demonized Berserk Ant Scout, EXP 623. The experience bar rose steadily before his eyes. 88.31, 91.56, 93.79, 94.99. When the notices successfully killed LV.25 boss Demonized Ant Queen and successfully killed LV.25 boss Arachnid Demon appeared, the bar finally hit 100. A pillar of light shot skyward, pure energy flooded every limb, and he broke through to level 27. Suppressing his excitement, he handed a small reset crystal to Huang, then hurried out of the instance hall, eager to summon a new general. He teleported to his private territory, Gaixia Island, in the Academy's back mountains. The salty wind swept over him as he took a few deep breaths to steady his mind, then opened the fragment shop. Fragment shop. 5 fragments. Upgrade 1 general's weapon by 20 levels minimum price. 10 fragments. Random skill below level 40 10 off for level 27 players. 32 fragments. Permanently convert an instance into a personal territory 20 off for level 30 players. 30 fragments. Random general card or concubine card 10 off for level 27 players. 32 fragments. Unlock an Imperial Relic clue and the related quest 20 off for level 26 players. More functions coming soon. Clearing One Piece, City of Calamity, and Corrosive Ant Nest had earned him 35 fragments. With the 20 heads saved earlier, he now held 50 enough for a general card draw. At his mental command, 30 Jade Seal fragments vanished. A golden glow burst from the shop, and the system announced, drawing general card. A dazzling beam formed in his palm. Su Chun held his breath, nerves taut. This time there was no backdrop of campaigns like Finglangjutsu or Changban Slope, making him both more eager and more uncertain. Su Chun had no idea which generals would appear this time. A pale blue halo churned before him, energy flowing like water into 3 glowing cards that slowly rose into the air. Clenching his fists, he let his eyes blaze. If he could choose, he would certainly pick legends such as Zhao Yun or Huang, but a card draw answers only to fate, and there was no telling what would emerge. After a wait that felt both fleeting and endless, the blue light stilled, and the 3 general cards took shape. The instant their names came into view, Su Chen's blood surged, and his chest felt ready to explode. What astonishing luck! Valiant General Yin Liang. Marshal Saint Guanyu. Brave General Wen Chou. Foremost of the 5 Tiger Generals, the Marshal Saint Guanyu Guan Eri himself. He needs no introduction. His loyalty and valor echo across China, and he is honored alongside Confucius as Lord Guan. His titles are endless. Bodhisattva of Precepts, Guardian of Monasteries, Chongming True Lord, Prince of Martial Peace, Great Emperor who assists heaven, and many more. In the 9th year of Tongji, he even received a 26-character posthumous title, praising his loyalty, courage, and divine protection. Such renown is unmatched. With this mighty general aboard, their strength would soar. The 3 cards floated in a line. The center card, bearing Guan Ye's name, pulsed with regal power, while the cards for Yin Liang and Wen Chou quivered on either side, as though begging, choose me. Su Chen drew a breath and, without hesitation, tapped the Marshal Saint card. Blue ripples spread. The other 2 cards dimmed, fractured, and drifted away like ash. Guan Ye's card burst into a cloud of sapphire sparks. Crackle. At the instant the card vanished, the world changed color. Clouds boiled, gales roared, and the screech of metal dragged across stone split the air. Space in front of Su Chun twisted violently, lightning dancing inside the rifts. He's coming. Su Chun held his breath, pupils contracting as he waited for the Martial Saint to descend. Whoosh. A pitch-black blade thrust out first, its killing wind slicing the air in 2. Boom. The Xianiron crescent blade crashed to the ground, shattering thick stone slabs, cracks spiderwebbing outward. First the weapon, then its master. Ho! A towering figure in golden armor and a billowing green robe stepped through, dragging the blade behind him. Currents of gold and emerald light spiraling around his form. Guanyu had arrived. He stood 9 chi tall, his beard flowing 2 chi long. The sun glinted off his golden armor. His green robe snapped in the wind. Even standing still, he radiated an aura that could shatter a coward's nerve, truly worthy of the title Martial Saint. The moment he landed, Guan Ye's gaze locked onto Su Chun, heat flashing in his eyes. Spinning the blade behind him, he covered the distance in 3 meteoric strides, then dropped to 1 knee. Your servant Guanyu greets your majesty. Please rise, General. Su Chun reached out and steadied Guanyu by the arm, helping the 9-foot giant to his feet. The warrior stood a full head taller than him, as immovable as an iron tower in the courtyard, an aura of dominance rolling off him with every breath. Gazing up at that proud figure, Su Chen felt a surge of real satisfaction starting today. He commanded another true one-man army. To gauge the Saint of War's power firsthand, Su Chen raised a hand and cast insight. A soft golden light slipped from his fingertips, and Guan Yi's status window floated into view. Hero, Guan Yu LV, 20. Strength, 8,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 8,000. Weapon, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Skills, 1. Champion of the Lines active. Locks onto one enemy unit and initiates a duel. During the duel, damage and effects from non-dueling units are reduced by 90. If victorious, he gains 50 of the target's total stats until leaving combat. Note, while the duel lasts, his own damage to non-dueling units is likewise reduced by 90. 2. Lone Rider against 1,000 active. On every kill, all stats except Constitution increase by 20. This bonus has no stack limit and also applies to the duel target. Note, buff lasts until combat ends. 3. Saint of War passive. When Lone Rider stacks reach 200, he automatically enters Saint of War mode. In this mode, Lone Rider's growth rate doubles, and each kill grants an extra 5 crowd control resistance. Su Chen's eyes darted across the numbers and descriptions, inwardly stunned. First were the raw stats, freshly summoned and already at 8,000, what even Dian Wei needed level 25 to touch. Then the skill set, no troop commands at all, built solely for diving headlong into enemy formations. Champion of the Lines lets Guan Yu snatch an enemy commander's head from the heart of 10,000. Lone Rider makes him stronger with every kill, and once it snowballs he could even surpass Zhao Yun's solo heroics. Best of all was Saint of War. Patching his control vulnerability once fully stacked, it doubles every boost and adds CC resistance. If Guan Yu could carve a path through the battlefield, almost no one could stop him. The thought made Su Chen's blood race. Guan Yu, the one-man army, holding a pass against 10,000, hasn't every man dreamed of that? Even imagining the Saint of War charging the lines was enough to set his pulse hammering. He dismissed the glowing window, closed the hero panel, and immediately pulled up his own status screen. A new hero meant it was time to review his overall stats. Now that he has hit level 26 and picked up a mountain of new gear, everyone probably wants to see the full stat sheet. Base attributes. Strength, 270-200. Total bonus, 275.31. Agility, 270-200. Spirit, 18,000, 4,700, 4,300, 200. Constitution, 270-200. Equipment, 1. Golden Mask. 2. Heart of the Pharaoh. 3. Evil Tentacle Bracers. 4. Dark Robe. 5. Ring of the Goddess of Wisdom. 6. Mage's Boots. Items. Reset Crystal 1. Heavenly Sacrifice Banner Legendary 1. Medium Reset Crystal 1. Skills. 1. Summon General, Dian Wei, LV 27. Calls Dian Wei into battle under the player's control. Cost, 1,100 Spirit. 2. Summon General, Zhao Yun, LV 27. Calls Zhao Yun into battle under the player's control. Cost, 1,300 Spirit. 3. Summon General, Hui Xiubing, LV 27. Calls Hui Xiubing into battle under the player's control. Cost, 1,400 Spirit. 4. Summon General, Guan Yu, LV 20. Calls Guan Yu into battle under the player's control. Cost, 1,700 Spirit. 5. Imperial Command, LV 27. Issues a compulsory order to all targets in range. Refusal inflicts psychic damage and slows thought. Cost, 800 Spirit. 6. Majestic Dominion, LV 4. Grants allied units a 10-second Imperial aura. Enemies within 20 meters take damage equal to 150 of the ally's HP, and the effect stacks. Cost, 8 Spirit per affected ally. 7. Banner Unbound, LV 1. Puts any allied unit into autonomous combat, freeing it from the summoner's control and range limit. Legion Roster. General Dian Wei Elite Tiger Leopard Cavalry. General Zhao Yun Veteran White Horse Cavalry. General Hui Xiubing Veteran Han Heavy Cavalry. General Guan Yu. Pan. Generals and Troop Stats. 1. Dian Wei, LV 27. STR, 11,289,400 120 AGI, 9,400 SPI, 9,400 Con, 13,831 9,400 4,431. Command, 690 Veteran Tiger Leopard Cavalry. 2. Zhao Yun, LV 27. STR, 14,100 8,150 AGI, 18,000 12,150 SPI, 9,400 Con, 6,000. Command, 280 White Horse Light Cavalry. 3. Hui Xiubing, LV 27. STR, 9,400 AGI, 9,400 SPI, 15,000 Con, 9,400. Command, 880 Han Heavy Cavalry. 4. Guan Yu, LV 20. STR, 8000 AGI, 8000 SPI, 8000 Con, 8000. Command. 5. Pan, LV-27. STR, 4000 AGI, 3800 SPI, 6000 Con, 4000. Staring at the rows of numbers, Su Chun felt a surge of satisfaction. Every uptick was a tangible sign of his growing power. With spirit now sitting at a jaw-dropping 18,000, he closed the panel, called Guan Yu to his side, and headed for the White Chalk Volcano instance. Time to christen the blade on a few monsters. The Chalk Volcano dungeon had been charged 3 times already. Unlike the instance hall, where the crystals had to be reset before another run, this place allowed 3 straight challenges. Before heading in, Su Chun summoned Dian Wei and switched him to expedition mode since Guan Yu alone could clear the volcano. Dian Wei could stay in the hall and grind levels. For separate routes meant 4 streams of experience, and the leveling speed was insane. With everything set, Su Chun dismissed Dian Wei and stepped into the volcano with Guan Yu. The scene shifted instantly, a hellish crimson filling their vision. Waves of heat rolled through the cavern, and Guan Yu instinctively raised a hand to guard his long beard. Su Chun didn't notice. He simply walked forward. Had already turned the dungeon's temperature down, so no extra gear was needed. Controlling a dungeon let him turn off any annoying setting at will. They soon reached the first spawn point. Rows of volcanic rock crabs crawled into formation. Volcanic shell crab elite. Level, 28. Strength, 1,600. Agility, 1,600. Spirit, 1,300. Constitution, 3,000. Those stats would be a headache for level 20 Dian Wei, but against Guan Yu's near 8,000 combined attributes they were nothing. General, Su Chun said, pointing at the chittering crabs. Guan Yu stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes to slits. Insects. Watch me finish this quickly. He spun, raising the green dragon crescent blade to eye level. Sparks flew as the blade scraped the ground, and he charged. Red-brown stones trembled as the crabs woke. Guan Yu roared, "Sweep the battlefield." 3 flashes of steel, and the nearest crabs collapsed. One-man army triggered every stat rose by 60%. Swallow darts through the woods. He ducked low, weaving through the ranks. 2 more monsters shattered, adding another 40%. Seek the snake in the grass. Slanting cut. One attack followed another. Kill messages flooded the log, buffs stacked higher, and his swing speed went wild. Will slash. Rain in at the cliff. Wild horse breaks halter. Blade light crisscrossed the cavern, rock chips flying everywhere. Su Chun stared not at the kill speed, but at how Guan Yu shouted every skill name at full volume, a comic contrast to his stern face and sweeping attacks. Mountains and rivers stand still. The final roar shook the cavern. With a 560% bonus to every stat, his last strike sent the final crab's corpse hurtling dozens of meters. Clang after the last monster fell, Guan Yu slammed the green dragon crescent blade upright into the ground. With his free hand, he smoothed the beard that had been tousled while he was fighting. Su Chun blinked at the scene in front of him. The Guan Yu standing there wasn't quite the figurehead always imagined. Once his beard was in order, Guan Yu spoke in a low, resolute voice. "Your Majesty, it's time to press on." Su Chun's thoughts snapped back into focus. If they hesitated any longer, Guan Yu's kill streak bonus would start to fade. "Move out," he ordered. Guan Yu wasted no words. Hoisting the green dragon crescent blade, he shot toward the depths of the dungeon like a gale. His already absurd agility, stacked with the kill bonus, left faint afterimages in his wake. In the past, Su Chun could only trail far behind, but now, with a mobility item of his own, he could match the pace. At a thought, a gold dragon chariot drawn by 6 dragon colts thundered into being. The dragon heads at its prow released pale streams of breath. Su Chun jumped aboard and sped after Guan Yu. Though the general had long vanished from sight, Su Chun could still track him. Guan Yu's booming shouts echoed through the volcanic tunnel like war horns. Wild horse unbridled. Cut the horse's legs. Chuckling helplessly, Su Chun urged the dragon colts to run faster. Experience notifications flooded his interface. Defeated level 21 enraged demonized ant worker, 422 EXP. Defeated level 21 enraged demonized ant soldier, 573 EXP. Defeated level 28 demonized volcanic rock crab, 2120 EXP. Defeated level 21 enraged demonized ant worker, 416 EXP. Defeated level 28 demonized volcanic rock crab, 2011 EXP. Defeated level 28 volcanic salamander, 1898 EXP. Defeated level 21 enraged demonized ant scout, 623 EXP. Defeated level 23 demonized spider king, 4653 EXP. Alongside Guan Yu, Hu Xubing and Zhao Yun had also re-entered the instance, and an occasional unfamiliar entry showed that Dian Wei was on the field as well. The experience bar rocketed upward as though someone were hammering the progress button. Boom. Will slash. Guan Yu roared. Jade green arcs of blade light swept out, tearing every volcanic salamander from the tunnel walls and grinding them to sludge the instant they hit the floor. With the salamanders cleared, the whole volcano shuddered. Bang! A section of the rock face burst apart, and a one-eyed stone giant emerged, trailing scalding steam. The volcanic instance was a maze of side paths. Su Chun had taken the shortest route last time, so the elite monster on this track had now respawned. Molten Giant Enhanced Elite. Level 30. Strength 3000. Agility 3000. Spirit 4000. Constitution 5000. Rock Solid. Encased in hardened volcanic rock. No damage can be dealt until the shell is broken. Hardened Carapace. The rock skin grants 80 magic resistance and 80 slashing resistance until the shell is pierced. Seismic Slam. Pounds the ground, heavily damaging and stunning all nearby targets. Eye of Lava. Fires a superheated beam that deals continuous, massive damage. Volcano monsters were notorious for their thick armor. The party had cleared the instance last time largely thanks to Jian Weiss purple gold hammers and their armor-piercing effect. Guan Yu didn't have those hammers now, yet he was still full of confidence. His attribute bonuses had climbed to 1,260, and his toughness had already hit the 100 cap. The corrupted lava colossus lumbered into view, yet Guan Yu stood where he was, calmly smoothing his beard. The monster let out a thunderous roar. Infuriated by the total disregard, the giant spewed molten breath that splattered across the floor, but Guan Yu did not so much as flinch. The next instant the creature stomped, shattering the charred stone and hurling a searing gale toward him. The beard he had just straightened was tousled all over again. Guan Yu arched a brow, his eyes flashing like lightning as murderous intent erupted from him. Impudent whelp, come and lose your head. A fierce dragon crosses the river, as still as a mountain, as swift as thunder. Cracks rang out as his great blade whirled, weaving several arcs of steel in the blink of an eye. Empowered by a 1,260% stat boost, every strike carved deep fissures into the lava giant, sending rocks and sparks flying. The monster endured the blows with its heavy rock armor, then swung its meter-wide fists down like twin mountains to crush him. Guan Yu kept slashing, refusing to yield, and only at the final instant did he dart backward. His agility had soared as well, so the devastating punch seemed to move in slow motion to his eyes. Boom. Fury peaking, the giant hammered the ground again, unleashing a rolling shockwave that stunned and battered everything in its path. Pull back from the brink. Reversing his grip, Guan Yu held the blade across his body like a wall of granite, dispersing most of the impact with steel and chi. When the aftershock died, he lunged forward. A wild horse breaks free. A green-tinged slash exploded forth, shattering huge sections of the gray armor and exposing the creature's blazing core. Its health had plummeted to barely 3,000 points, life draining away by the second. Roaring wildly, the giant whirled its massive fists to drive Guan Yu back while activating Lava Eye. Fiery red light gathered above its crown, ready to spit a beam of annihilation. Stop! Su Chun uttered the single command, Imperial might crackling like thunder and forcibly cutting the charge short. Calm the mountains and rivers. Guan Yu raised his blade overhead and brought it down in a mountain-cleaving strike. The endless blade force crashed down, and the lava colossus disintegrated on the spot, scattering stones across the ground. Clang! Guan Yu planted the weapon in the earth and calmly smoothed his beard once more. Su Chun, watching from the side, could only laugh and cry at the same time. This was the perfect blend of carnage and swagger. They were one step from the final stage, yet Su Chun chose not to advance, and instead led Guan Yu back the way they had come. The goal was not a speed run, but a monster sweep. Every creature in the instance would be wiped out. As they retraced their path, the fights only grew easier. Not a single enemy could survive Guan Yu's blade. Most were felled with one strike. Behemoths, demon soldiers, wandering spirits, anything that stood before him was smashed to pieces. Riding his draconic chariot, Su Chun watched Guan Yu sweep through foes like a gale through fallen leaves, the very image of a lone warrior who could face 1,000. He slew ghosts when they came and gods when they dared. The chariot rolled forward at a crawl, while the experience bar on the interface surged like a waterfall. For routes, for streams of experience, and their leveling had never been faster. Defeated a level 21 enraged mutated antworker. Gained 422 EXP. Defeated a level 21 enraged mutated ant marauder. Gained 573 EXP. Defeated a level 28 mutated grey rock shade. Gained 2,120 EXP. Defeated a level 21 enraged mutated antworker. Gained 416 EXP. Defeated a level 28 mutated volcanic rock crab. Gained 2,011 EXP. Defeated a level 28 lava salamander. Gained 1,898 EXP. Defeated a level 28 mutated grey rock shade. Gained 2,120 EXP. Defeated a level 23 mutated grinning octospider. Gained 4,653 EXP. The volcano dungeon truly deserved its reputation as a resource node coveted by Japan. Its labyrinth of tunnels was far larger than Su Chen remembered. Last time he had sprinted along the route with the lowest payout. This time he and Guan Yu carved deep into the molten heart, earning at least triple the experience. After their slaughter, Guan Yu's attribute bonus soared to 2,650%. With the trash mobs wiped out, they headed straight for the boss room. The unlucky lava lizard didn't survive a single slash before Guan Yu cut it down. Clearing the instance bumped Guan Yu up by a level and a half. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He immediately launched a second run. That was the edge of owning an Instancino crystal cooldown sand Guan Yu could keep killing without Su Chen unleashing Imperial might, letting him conserve mental energy for truly seamless farming. 2 charges of Cretaceous Volcano and 5 of Pan God Labyrinth remained. By the time they burned through them, Guan Yu would likely reach level 25 or 26. A few random dungeons from the lobby would let him catch up to Su Chen, and Su Chen's own leveling speed would spike again. He was certain to break level 30 within 3 levels. Level 30 unlocked the class change quest. The Emperor template was within reach, promising a qualitative leap in power. In these turbulent times, non-stop leveling was the only path to survival. Imperial Capital Academy dungeon lobby. The 3rd floor hall was in an uproar. The commotion drew students from the 1st and 2nd floors to the stairwell, only for them to find it jam-packed. What's going on? What's going on? Quit shoving. Why is everyone crowding like this? I heard somebody tried to snatch a girl in broad daylight. What? Who still does that these days? And he wasn't after one girl who wanted a whole group. Damn, I've got to see this. Out of the way. Spectators formed ring after ring around the center of the floor, where a burly man 8 chi tall stood in a perfectly tailored suit Dianwei. He had just led a team through the Black Wind Ridge instance, smashed the record, and won the admiration of every teammate. Everything was calm until he showed his true colors. He invited the girls from his party to keep running dungeons, and openly declared he was recruiting women only, rejecting all male applicants. That set off the men in the hall. Many of those admiring girls already had boyfriends who could stand by while another guy whisked their girlfriend into a dungeon. Breaking a level 20 record doesn't make you untouchable. Tons of people here are stronger than you. Don't act so high and mighty. Even yesterday's record breakers weren't this arrogant. Taking 30 girls into a dungeon, think you can handle that alone? A chorus of angry men and a few rejected women pointed at Dianwei and cursed him out. Facing the hostile crowd, Dianwei merely shook his head, straightened his tie, and boomed. If you're not happy, step up and try me. Fine, let's give it a shot. A muscular student charged forward, fist cocked, aiming straight at the impeccably dressed Dianwei. The lobby suppressed all combat abilities, so disputes were settled with bare hands, turning the place into a frequent stage for brawls. The attacker closed the gap in a flash and threw a savage punch. Crack. The knuckles popped, but Dianwei caught the blow with a single hand, locking it in place before hoisting the entire man off the floor like a kitten. The surrounding students drew sharp breaths. The assailant was a warrior track cadet, hardly weak yet. He hadn't lasted a single exchange against this well-dressed berserker. Where did such overwhelming power come from? Before anyone could answer, 2 figures pushed through the crowd: Zhao Yun in casual silver armor and Huang Zhubing in a training jacket, both exuding calm authority. His Majesty ordered us to keep a low profile, Hu said quietly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Why are you causing trouble? At the words His Majesty, Dianwei's urge to show off evaporated. He released the student at once, dropping him back onto the floor. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Who were these 2? That a brute like Dianwei would back down after a single sentence. Their confusion deepened when 2 more squads hurried over Lei Xiangyang's team and the Grey Eagles, fresh off a spate of record-breaking runs. Everyone, Dianwei is part of our squad, Lei Xiangyang explained, adding just as Zhao Yun had coached him, he's actually kind and easygoing, just, a bit too fond of the ladies. No harm intended. Lei Xiangyang and the Grey Eagles were now the darlings of the dungeon hall. Their recent achievements had earned universal respect. With their arrival, and with Dianwei voluntarily disbanding the 30-woman beauty legion he had just recruited, the scuffle finally fizzled out. Guided by Lei Xiangyang, the generals and both squads stepped into the City of Calamity instance. In expedition mode, generals had to queue with players, and each new stage required reforming parties, a process that wasted time and exposed true strength. To avoid the hassle, Huang Zhubing and Zhao Yun agreed to a standing partnership with Lei Xiangyang's team and the Grey Eagles. The squads would handle matchmaking. The 2 generals would speed clear the dungeons, and, at settlement, they would share experience and set new records, earning their partners a healthy haul of contribution points. For Su Chen's side, the arrangement meant lightning-fast entry while keeping their real power under wraps. For Lei Xiangyang's crew, it meant experience, points, and even greater campus fame. Su Chen called it cooperation, but Lei Xiangyang's imagination ran further. Surely Zhao Yun and Huang Zhubing belonged to some covert imperial organization, and he and his friends had been chosen as the public face. Whenever top brass needed deniable assets, the face team would step in just like in the movies. The thought set their blood racing, and they executed every task the generals assigned with relentless enthusiasm. When the loading screen vanished, the ash-brown city of calamity spread out before them. The moment they landed, Lei Xiangyang hurried to Huaqubing's side and murmured, "General, headquarters just confirmed there's going to be a professional selection tournament soon. Entrance is restricted to adventurers below level 40, and the true objective remains undisclosed." After hearing the report, Huaqubing nodded approvingly. "Good. Keep watching." The word good made Lei Xiangyang beam, and he leaned in. "One more thing, is Su Chen one of ours?" "Scoundrel, show some respect when you speak the emperor's name," Dian Wei bellowed, raising a massive hand. Huaqubing shot him a cool glance, signaling him to calm down, then turned back to Lei Xiangyang. "Yes, Su Chen works with us. What happened?" Lei Xiangyang quickly shared the news from the Yin family, and Xueqiang challenged Su Chen to a duel during the opening day tournament. "He's not coming alone. He's gathered several clan heirs from 9 provinces academy to ambush the freshmen. If things get ugly, should we step in?" "Just a bunch of paper tigers," Huaqubing said evenly. And Xueqiang was a level 36 warrior, and 9 provinces academy was full of hidden masters. Yet his casual dismissal thrilled Lei Xiangyang and his team. When the briefing ended, Lei Xiangyang led his people to the side. Huaqubing and Zhao Yun then explained Lei's identity to Dian Wei, who finally realized they had taken 2 squads under their wing. Rubbing his chin, Dian Wei suddenly blurted, "With all this power, how can His Majesty travel without a few concubines?" Huaqubing's face darkened. "General Dian, drop it. We're to keep a low profile. If you make a scene, you'll anger His Majesty." Forced to swallow his temper, Dian Wei snorted and fell silent. Zhao Yun, equal in rank, could only laugh awkwardly beside him. In truth, the only people who could rein Dian Wei in were Su Chen and Huaqubing. Huaqubing felt a twinge of guilt. Scolding a fellow general in public was harsh. He would have to apologize later. With business settled, they prepared to leave the city of calamity instance. Lei Xiangyang's squad and Zhao Yun would stay behind as sentries. "Brother Xiangyang, Brother Xiaobai, assign a few people to escort General Dian for another run," Huaqubing instructed. "Got it." Lei Xiangyang and Grey Eagle Captain Sun Xiaobai were about to pick volunteers when Dian Wei stepped forward and, with a few clicks, selected every female student from both teams. "They'll do." Grinning, he led the startled women through the portal. Huaqubing clenched his spear, eyes blazing. Zhao Yun rushed to block him. "Easy, General. Dian may be a philanderer, but he won't cross the line." Huaqubing sighed and sheathed his weapon. "Let's hope so. His Majesty can deal with that habit later." He then withdrew from the instance with Sun Xiaobai and the Grey Eagle squad. Tianhai Island. Su Chen guided Guan Yu through White Ash Volcano for the 3rd time, bringing Guan Yu to level 26. Next up was the Pan-God Labyrinth in the Jiangdong Province Wilderness. 5 runs there should raise Guan Yu to match Su Chen's own level. After clearing the entire Chalk Volcano instance, night had already fallen. The Academy's dungeon hall shut down for nightly maintenance, but Su Chen's personal instances never closed. He summoned Guan Yu and marched straight into the Pan-God Labyrinth. Most of the traps and puzzles had been disarmed beforehand, forcing the monsters to bunch up in the narrow corridors. Averaging around level 20, these creatures were hardly worthy of the name when faced with Guan Yu, who had just soloed the Chalk Volcano. Each swing of his blade sent bones and blood flying. It was quicker than slicing melons. They steamrolled forward without the slightest resistance. Su Chen didn't bother to watch and instead crawled into a 6-dragon carriage parked in the wilderness to get some sleep. Unlike last time, when he had simply spread a blanket on the sand, this carriage was half again as wide as a normal wagon, lined with thick cushions and walls that blocked both noise and grit. Even at over 6 feet tall, he could stretch out fully and sleep soundly. The comfort was 1,000 times better than camping on the ground. At first light, he opened the door and stepped down. Guan Yu was already waiting, drenched in blood, yet with his beard still neatly oiled, crimson tassel of his crescent blade dripping. Su Chen raised a hand, cast insight, and lines of data scrolled across his retina. General Guan Yu, level 28. Strength, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 15,000. Constitution, 15,000. Equipment, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Skills. 1. Battlefield Duelist active. Locks onto a single enemy and initiates a duel. During the duel, damage and skill effects from non-duel units against the caster are reduced by 90. If he wins, he gains 50% of the target's attributes until combat ends. Note, the caster's damage to non-duel units is likewise reduced by 90% during the duel. 2. One Rider, 1000 active. Each enemy killed increases all attributes by 20%. The effect also applies to the duel target and stacks without limit until combat ends. 3. Saint of War passive. When one Rider, 1000 reaches a 200% bonus, the Saint of War state triggers automatically. In this state, the stacking multiplier of one Rider, 1000 is doubled. Each kill additionally grants 5% control resistance. Level 28 already? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Before falling asleep, he had only been level 27. He hurriedly opened his own status window, and sure enough, he too had risen to 28 in his sleep. Leveling in your dreams, indeed. He glanced back at Guan Yi's stats. All 4 attributes sat at 15,000, pure base value with no gear to pad the numbers. The sheer magnitude of those figures made him marvel at the game's mechanics. With that, every personal instance had been cleared. Both he and Guan Yu had reached level 28, just a hair's breadth from level 30. At their current grinding pace, 3 or 4 more days would be enough for a breakthrough. And to think he had only been a professional for a month. Good work. After checking the panel, Su Chen nodded in thanks. Guan Yu stroked his beard and replied evenly, "It was nothing." Su Chen recalled Guan Yu into the summoning space and, with a thought, stepped into a pillar of light that whisked him back to the Imperial Academy's teleportation hall. As the light faded, he calculated again. 3 or 4 days to hit level 30. Just then another teleport beacon flared beside him. Su Chen was surprised. Dawn had barely broken. So who else had business here this early? The pillar of light faded, and a familiar figure materialized in front of Su Chen. It was Wei Zhang, the chief examiner of the Collegian Transism instance, who had traded his usual military uniform for a dark gray training suit still damp with sweat, clearly fresh from the practice field. "I've been looking for you all day." Wei Zhang lifted a hand in greeting, speaking as calmly as if had known exactly where to find Su Chen. "The moment you appeared in the Imperial capital, I teleported over." "Looking for me?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Another assignment?" After only a few pleasantries, Wei Zhang cut to the chase. A level 40 medium rift has opened near Tianshan. The Empire plans to send combatants below level 40 to secure it. Like Tianhai Island, the location is highly sensitive, and I don't have to tell you how dangerous it is. Your level is a bit short, but your strength is more than enough, so I came to recommend you for the national selection. Tianshan region, medium rift, level 40 selection. Each phrase locked into place in Su Chen's mind. He understood how crucial that area was. Turning it into his own territory, as he had with Tianhai Island, would be immensely significant. After a moment's consideration, he shook his head. "The risk is too high. My level isn't there yet, and I'm not sure I can pull it off." The answer made Wei Zhang pause, but he soon nodded in understanding. He patted Su Chen's shoulder and lowered his voice. "Level isn't everything. I know what you can do. But if you want more time, he'll respect that. You're carrying 3 legendary weapons, and we can't afford to burn you out." He formed a quick seal and tapped a faint golden glyph onto Su Chen's shoulder. "The locator spell we placed on you while exam results are pending is now removed. Level up at your own pace. I have high hopes for you." The light dispersed, and Wei Zhang stepped through a portal, his figure vanishing in a ripple of space. Once Wei Zhang was gone, Su Chen headed straight for the instance hall. On the way, he opened the long-neglected fragment shop interface. A familiar pale blue screen spread out before him. Fragment shop. 5 fragments. Upgrade a chosen general's weapon by 20 levels. Note: upgraded weapons may gain new skills. Note: the next use costs double, tracked separately for each general. 15 fragments. Randomly acquire a sub-level 40 class skill, level 30. 40 fragments. Permanently convert 1 instance into your personal territory, level 30. 40 fragments. Draw a random Imperial Consort card, level 30. Note: at level 30, only consort cards are available. A balanced diet keeps a baby healthy. 40 fragments. Obtain a clue to an Imperial relic and unlock a unique relic quest, level 26. Further functions will unlock later. The shop discount has expired. All items have returned to their original prices. Su Chen's eyes came to rest on level 30. Permanently convert 1 instance into your personal territory. He might not have accepted Wei Zhang's offer on the spot, but he had no intention of giving up the mission. "I'm not just going to finish this job," he murmured, tracing a line through the air. "I'll turn the entire Tianshan region into my own domain." The last chapter has just been updated. Feel free to take a look. As for why he turned down Wei Zhang's invitation to join the mission, when the Tianhai Island territory suddenly vanished last time, he was on the scene. That incident is still a high-priority investigation. If he enlists now and another territory disappears, the authorities will link the 2 events, and all eyes will land on him. Su Chen carries too many secrets. Once exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. So he opted out of registration and plans to teleport straight to the battlefield on the day of the operation, seize the instance, and convert the territory at once. Wei Zhang revealed that the portal would arrive in 6 days. Within that window, Su Chen must reach level 30, only then can a territory be converted. Besides leveling, he needs Jade Seal fragments. He has 25 now. To unlock class skills, convert a territory, and draw new generals, he needs at least 95 fragments, plus 40 more in reserve in case clues to Imperial relics appear. In short, he has 6 days to hit level 30 and collect 110 fragments. By his reckoning, it's tight, but doable. Suddenly, he frowned. Why could he draw another general at level 30? Had already summoned Guan Yu at that level. The next opportunity should be at level 40. He blinked, reopened his panel, and nearly froze. Forced consort card draw? Mixed meal combo? 40 fragments for a consort card? What would a consort card produce, and what did it do? If it turned out to be just a pretty face, he'd lose big. While he mused, a system prompt popped up. Note: you must draw a consort card once before subsequent general cards can be unlocked. Strong arm tactics mandatory spending. He could only nod. Please don't let this be a scam, system. With his objective set, he closed the panel and headed for the instance hall. Guan Yu was now the same level he was, so all 4 XP streams would pay out in full. The hall doors had just opened when he stepped inside. The girl who had guided him last time was already at the help desk. Morning, Su Chen. You're here early, she said, looking up. She had remembered his name from his public speech. Su Chen nodded. Please recommend 10 new instances, highest XP first. 10. She blinked. No one had ever requested that many at once. Seeing his calm expression, she quickly said, sure, just a moment. Then she bent over the console. While he waited, Su Chen glanced at the other 2 workstations, both empty. The help desk was a semi-volunteer post with no pay, so enthusiasm was usually low, yet this girl was clearly dedicated. She wasn't cutting corners at all. Su Chen quietly noted her name, Su Ranan. All said everything should be here. Su Ranan handed him a freshly printed sheet. The list contained 10 dungeons that offered the most experience within Su Chen's level bracket. Very thorough, thanks. Su Chen scanned the sheet, and then reminded Su Ranran. If you need a party for grinding, reach out to Lei Xiangyang from Qianlong Academy or Li Xiaobai from the Grey Eagle Squad. When Su Chen recalled Hua Tsubing yesterday, Hua had already added those 2 record-breaking players to his own network, a proactive report that pleased Su Chen immensely. Having 2 efficient teams on the front line would save him a great deal of trouble. Okay, got it. Su Ranran straightened, a little nervous. Lei Xiangyang and Senior Li Xiaobai are both topping the leaderboards right now. Leveling with them would be twice as effective. She hadn't expected Su Chen to share that information so readily, and when he turned to leave, she couldn't help but call after him. Thank you. With the dungeon list in hand, Su Chen didn't start farming right away. Instead, he headed to the contribution shop to recharge the medium and small reset crystals he carried. Only after that did he step alone into the One Piece dungeon. One Piece was an older instance, but still the highest yielding experience farm for players under level 30, making constant runs essential to keep his leveling curve on track. Meanwhile, his 3 other squads were ready to tackle newly unlocked dungeons that featured Imperial Seal fragments. By pushing for both experience and fragments at the same time, overall efficiency would be maximized. As soon as he entered, Su Chen summoned all his generals. A green glow announced Guan Yu's arrival, and Zhao Yun's expression tightened as memories flooded back. Second brother? Zilong. Their reunion froze the air. Su Chen had suspected that the general's memories were only suppressed rather than erased. Closer to amnesia than true deletion, so familiar faces or scenes could trigger their return. I never thought we'd meet again in this world, Guan Yu said, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yun, eyes full of emotion. Zhao Yun was just as moved, answering softly, second brother. After greeting Zhao Yun, Guan Yu looked toward Hua Tsubing. General Hua. Hua Tsubing clasped his fist in return. Great commanders of different eras needed few words to recognize each other's stature. But when Guan Yu's eyes shifted to Jian Wei, the atmosphere tightened. Knave, how dare you stand here? Only then did Su Chen recall that Jian Wei had served Cao Cao and had been Guan Yu's historical enemy. With some memories restored, Guan Yu's hostility was inevitable. Su Chen hurried forward to intervene. In this world, Jian Wei isn't an enemy. He fights at our side. Once everyone was sure no blood feud applied here, the generals dialed back their killing intent, and the brief, lively reunion wound down. Su Chen laid out his plan. He would keep Jian Wei with him for non-stop runs of One Piece, while Hua Tsubing, Zhao Yun, and Guan Yu would each solo the new dungeons. According to the list, Hua Tsubing and Zhao Yun would each take 3 fresh instances, and Guan Yu would handle 4. When they finished the new ones, they were to circle back and farm the old, securing every fragment and every drop of experience. The goal was clear: break through level 30 as fast as possible. Once he did, new skills, new territory, new generalsno. To be precise, a new Imperial consort plus a class change quest, and the Emperor template all awaited him. A brand new stage was calling his name. After several generals left the instance, Su Chen turned his attention to leveling. Once he reached level 28, he unleashed Sovereign's might again. A golden shockwave ripped through the monster's defenses, and his experience bar climbed visibly. His farming speed was now several times faster than before. Outside the dungeon, Lei Xiangyang and Li Xiaobai were already waiting in the lobby with their classmates. Over the past few days, their encounters with Hua Tsubing and Zhao Yun had turned this into the most diligent period of their student lives. In this world, running dungeons was the same as attending class. If they could have stayed in a warm dorm playing cards and drinking tea, no one would have chosen hardship. But with 2 legendary generals escorting them, leveling was both fast and nearly painless, an irresistible lure for any professional. The two quickly divided the team evenly among Hua Tsubing, Zhao Yun, and a third general. The three groups then left the lobby and headed straight for the freshly spawned instance. It was clear that the dungeon hall was about to witness a wave of record-breaking runs. Imperial Capital Academy, Garden District. Rows of elegant dormitories rose amid sprawling flower beds, reserved for noble heirs and exceptional talents. These buildings boasted amenities far superior to the academy's older student blocks. Inside one such dormitory, and Xiang sat in a spacious living room. A holographic projection in front of him displayed the white-haired patriarch of the Yin family. Has the boy accepted the challenge? The patriarch asked bluntly. He has, and Xiang replied with confidence. He can't afford the consequences of refusing. Good, the old man said, his expression grave. But don't underestimate him. Prepare for every contingency. The Yin family's reputation must not take another hit. Understood. And Xiang nodded, then muttered, is he really that terrifying? He's not even level 30. Wei Zheng released footage from the Intransism instance. The patriarch said coolly. That boy's strength isn't measured by level alone, and the generals who follow him are just as frightening. Treat this with utmost caution. And Zhuqiang's eyes sharpened. Understood. I won't act alone. I've also invited senior brothers from Kyushu Academy. One way or another, he'll learn what it means to anger the Yin family. Excellent. The patriarch nodded, lowering his voice. Aside from cutting him down to size, there's another matter. Go ahead. The 3 legendary items that dropped in the Intransism dungeon. Legendary items actually exist? And Zhuqiang's pupils contracted. The elders tried to bury the news, but we've confirmed it. All 3 pieces appear to be in one person's hands. You mean Chen? Not even level 30, and he might hold 3 legendaries? It seems likely, but we need proof. When you confront him, see how much power you can force him to reveal. If the gear really is his, and Zhuqiang's expression turned grim. He knew how ruthless the family could be. If the higher-ups truly handed 3 legendaries to a mere youngster, they have only themselves to blame, the patriarch said, his wrinkled face twisting into a chilling smile. A shiver ran down in Zhuqiang's spine. He was an adult, yet the cruelty behind that smile still made his blood run cold. That's all for now, the old man said, the smile fading as he once again looked like a kindly elder. Gee, grandfather, and Xiang asked, his voice trembling. Is Xiang really having mental problems? At the question, the patriarch's eyes turned instantly frigid. Does it really matter if something went wrong? Anyone who stands in the way of the Yin family is signing their own death warrant. They shattered 7 instance records in a single day? The moment the curator heard the news, his teacup slipped from his hand and hit the floor with a clang. He swayed on his feet, nearly toppling over. Had spent the entire day buried in paperwork, and had only just stepped through the door that evening when someone dragged him back to the academy in a panic. A team had broken 7 dungeon records within 24 hours. In more than 10 years at the Imperial Capital Academy, home to the nation's greatest concentration of prodigies, never seen anything like it. One new record was usually enough to land a headline on the campus bulletin. 7 at once. That was wholesale. He sprinted across the lobby in shoes that were almost too slick to keep him upright. Sure enough, the giant holoscreen was flashing 7 bright red new record alerts. All the instances were level 25 to level 30, and every single entry listed the same team. Lei Xiangyang Li Xiaobai. The curator could only think one thing. Did these kids collectively unlock every meridian in their bodies? They were suddenly playing as if they'd turned on God mode. On the first floor instance hall, a sea of students pressed in from every side. Lei Xiangyang, Li Xiaobai, and the rest of their squad had barely stepped out of the portal before they were swarmed by cheers, whistles, and applause. Shattering 7 records in one day was enough to earn a place in academy lore. At the edge of the crowd, Su Chun hugged the wall and inched his way out of the crush. He was privately relieved that Lei and Li had agreed to serve as the team's public relations front. Otherwise, all this attention would be aimed squarely at him. They'd hit every target on today's list: 7 fresh records, 85 Imperial Seal fragments, and 7,000 contribution points. His own level 28 experience bar was nearly maxed out. A bit more grinding tomorrow, and had reached level 29. Everything was lining up for a smooth push to level 30. Then he remembered something and stopped short. The freshman orientation ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow morning, which meant he couldn't spend the entire day farming. Su Chen frowned. Orientation ceremonies were always a pain. Imperial Capital Academy, Tianjin Field. The massive stadium was packed with brand new faces. Up on the dais, the bald principal was rasping out the same welcome speech had delivered for years. The freshmen were still bright-eyed enough to listen. The upperclassmen, however, had moved on to the real draw, the arena matches that followed. The only reason a speech this dull was the academy's most anticipated event was the arena afterward. Since the monster invasion, the school had fully reinvented itself as a training ground for professional combatants, and the freshman arena match had become tradition, a showcase of martial pride. The schedule included club exhibitions and high-level demonstrations, but the moment that set pulses racing was the New versus Old duel. Any freshman confident enough could step onto the stage and challenge an upperclassman. Every year, kids had been hailed as geniuses all their lives, marched onto that platform convinced they were invincible. Every year, the student body reveled in watching those cocky newcomers get flattened by their seniors. For the upperclassmen, those freshmen were mirrors of their former selves. They remembered the days they'd been humiliated by older students, and now it was finally their turn to dish it out. The thrill was indescribable. They'd been soaked by the rain, and now they couldn't wait to tear someone else's umbrella to shreds. The tedious speeches finally ended, and the long-awaited arena bouts began. Brilliant overhead lights blazed in the auditorium, making even the air seem to thrum. Both freshmen and upperclassmen stared at the ring, veterans flexing to assert their dominance, newcomers itching to earn campus fame. By tradition, each club gave a skills exhibition before the real fighting started. Qianlong Academy's Spear Society opened the show, their cold spearheads carving silver arcs under the lights. Baihu Academy's Longbow Society followed, bowstrings thrumming like sudden rain. Next came the Axian Shield Society and the Arcane Society, axes howling through the air while elemental flares painted the stage. Flashy moves and perfect timing sent the freshmen's blood racing, and cheers rolled through the hall in waves. At Imperial Capital University, getting into a club is no cakewalk. Your class has to match the club's specialty, and you still face a brutal series of tests. Because of that, each club is a hub of single professional IT, a place where minds collide and limits break. Watching the demonstrations, many freshmen unconsciously clenched their fists, even more excited for the next 4 years. On either side of the headmaster's box sat reserved sections for Zhuzhou Academy and Nantian Academy. Their representatives were notoriously elusive, yet today they had all shown up, drawing frequent sidelong glances. Even Zhuzhou Academy and Nantian Academy showed up this year. Yeah, they never attend the entrance ceremony. Maybe the freshmen really are strong. They say that every year, and every year the seniors steamroll them. I heard this batch fought Abyssal beasts in an instance. You buy that hype? We'll find out soon. Haha, I can't wait to see the rookies get wrecked. In the Zhuzhou section, and Xueqiang scanned the crowd for Su Chun, his face darkening. He planned to defeat Su Chun in public and force him to apologize to the Yin family. To guarantee victory, he had recruited several classmates for a relay match, determined to drain Su Chen's strength before finishing him off himself. Once they squeeze him dry, he calculated, there will be no comeback left. When the club displays ended, the headmaster strode onto the dais, his voice booming through an amplification array. Students, to promote interaction between new and returning classes, we now begin our annual arena competition. The ring has 2 camps, freshmen versus seniors. Upperclassmen will send representatives, and freshmen may challenge whomever they wish. To keep things fair, the arena array will equalize both fighters to the lower level. Seize this rare chance. Senior representative team, please take the stage. He hadn't finished when 5 Zhuzhou students rose in unison. The hall fell silent. Even the Nantian delegation looked surprised. Zhuzhou almost never joined these events, usually letting lower-tier schools handle them. But this time, Zhuzhou Academy is actually stepping in. The freshmen are toast. Great, getting smacked by Zhuzhou is a lesson you can't buy. Which clueless rookie will dare stand up to them? Start already. Start. Led by Xueqiang, the 5 Zhuzhou students walked to the ring's edge. From the moment he entered, N's eyes swept the stands. Yet Su Chun was nowhere in sight. His brows knitted. Could that kid really be dodging the fight? If he skips this match, and thought coldly, he can forget about leveling in the instance hall ever again. A warm welcome to the elites of Zhuzhou Academy now. It's time for our freshmen. Hardly had the headmaster finished when he faced the newcomers. Anyone brave enough to step onto the stage? Don't miss this chance. Before his words faded, a forest of hands shot up from the freshmen's ranks. Youthful pride and the hunger for fame were everywhere. Losing was no disgrace, so volunteers were plentiful. None of them, however, had any idea what kind of opponent awaited them. Roughly 20 confident freshmen were called to gather at the edge of the arena, and Xueqiang searched the group but couldn't find Su Chun. Very well, friendship first, competition second. I declare the arena match open. With that customary line, the headmaster stepped down. Let me test them first. From the Zhuzhou Academy side, a burly upperclassman vaulted onto the platform. A moment later, an equally sturdy freshman flipped onto the stage to meet him. Zhuzhou Academy, Ren Guangyuan, level 33, Golden Armor Warrior. Class of 2019, Ji Boda, level 21, War Soul Knight. The moment they introduced themselves, a blue barrier hummed into place. Ren Guangyuan, quickly misnamed Run Guangda by the crowd, felt his level forcibly suppressed to 21. Every skill and piece of gear above that tier fell dormant. In this arena, fair play was no slogan. Only at equal levels could true strength be measured. Yet among professionals, level was just one parameter. Class balance, battlefield experience, and technique often outweighed mere numbers. Even shackled to the same level, the upperclassman still felt certain he could crush a freshman. Make your move, Ren Guangda said impatiently, lifting a hand. Boda's eyes sharpened as he summoned his war-soul black blade. He had never lacked courage. He had dared provoke that man. Charged abyssal monsters hadn't we fear one senior? Meanwhile, level 29 at last. Stepping out of the dungeon gate, Chen glanced at his stats. A brisk dawn run had supplied the experience he'd missed yesterday. Only one more step to level 30. He looked up at the lobby clock. The opening ceremony had begun at 8 and was long over. Had been up since 6, grinding dungeons without wasting a second. Leaving the dungeon hall, Chen hurried toward Tianjin Field. Had missed the first half of the ceremony, but the arena matches should still be underway. As he ran, he marveled that had finally learned to use scrap minutes for leveling back in college. He never stirred before noon. The field lay just past the library. Rounding the classroom building, he heard the boom of skills detonating inside. The arena battle was definitely on. On stage, Boda's black armor shattered as a crushing blow launched him across the platform. A shrill whistle of wind followed him over the edge. He hit the ground hard, rolled a dozen times, and coughed up blood. The spectators gasped. That senior was ruthless. Ren Guangdao still wore a look of disdain. At first had planned to hold back, but the newbie's stubborn resistance dragged things out. Finishing him in one strike now felt like mercy. Next, he swept his gaze over the freshman, his voice icy. Boda's brutal defeat scared half the newcomers into retreat. Many abruptly abandoned the idea of friendly sparring. Cowards, Ren Guangdao spat. He'll go. The crowd parted. A freshman leapt onto the stage, sword and shield flashing in the sun. Class of 2019, Gaixia, level 18, Sword and Shield Knight. A level 18 Sword and Shield Knight? Ren Guangda's sneer finally broke through his composure. That kind of power dares step onto the platform? He scoffed inwardly. 18 wasn't the lowest rank in the Imperial capital, but among true prodigies, it was still bottom tier. Anyone who climbed into this ring was usually a monster brimming with confidence like Boda, the level 21 rare class fighter who had at least traded a couple of blows with him earlier. But this guy? A run-off-the-mill Sword and Shield Knight, at level 18? Where did he find that kind of nerve? Do I look that easy to bully? The thought amused him even more, and he sighed at how far the Academy's admission standards had fallen. They'll give you 3 swings, Ren Guangdao said, waving one armored hand with open disdain. After that, get off the stage yourself. Up in the stands, several instructors exchanged uneasy looks. The words were harsh, yet at Jojo Academy the students' backgrounds were formidable. As long as nobody died, the faculty rarely interfered. Below, the upperclassmen's comments rolled like thunder. Pathetic freshman, this year sending a common class to represent them? Poor kid, climbing up there just to be humiliated. He thinks he can break Senior Ren's guard in 3 hits? Dream on 10 would barely scratch it. The gap between a rare class and a common class is wider than that between man and dog. At this rate, the freshmen really are shaping up to be the worst batch ever. The noise never touched Gaixia. His focus locked on Ren Guangdao alone. So what if my class is ordinary? The top 100 powerhouses still include plenty of common classes. He heard Su Chen's mantra echo in his mind. There are no strongest classes, only the strongest class bearers. Huh, Gaixia roared, hoisting his iron greatsword and charging. Ren Guangdao stood firm, heavy golden armor pulsing with light. Clang. The blade slammed into the golden shield, the crash echoing through the arena. Numbness shot up Gaoxia's arms, and the greatsword flew from his grasp. The man hadn't even moved. His defense was terrifying. Weapons clattering to the floor sent dread rippling through the freshman ranks. The opponent disarmed him without lifting a finger. Boda's rare class had at least managed a couple of exchanges. Gaixia couldn't even dent the shield. Holy lunge. Gaixia gritted his teeth, retrieved the sword, and swung again. A blinding arc flashed as his speed spiked. Clang. The shield shuddered. The sword fell once more. Many spectators turned away, unable to watch the repeated humiliation. Still, Gaixia refused to quit. He drew a long breath and clenched the hilt. Solar grace. Sacred light crawled up the blade. He gathered every ounce of strength and hewed downward. Clang. The ultimate strike only stirred a fiercer golden ripple. The shield remained pristine. The jolt almost tore his arms apart, yet he clenched his jaw and held on. It's over, Ren Guangdao scoffed. Will you crawl off, or should I throw you? Solar grace. Gaixia roared again and lunged. Ren Guangdao clicked his tongue, raising his hands to block high and strike low in one seamless motion. A beat later he pivoted, smashing the face of his shield sideways. With a dull thud, Gaixia was hurled clear of the platform. That's the best you can do? Ren Guangdao sneered, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. The Jojo Academy section erupted in laughter. Ren Guangdao then glanced at the ready bench and shrugged at Xiang. It was who had claimed this year's freshmen were incredibly strong, prompting Jojo Academy to show up in force. Judging by what had just seen, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. And Xiang forced an awkward smile. To play it safe, he had invited several Jojo students as backup, but with Su Chen absent and other allies of the family missing, the freshman looked hopelessly outmatched. He had never imagined things would turn out like this, and now his precautions felt embarrassingly overblown. The rest of you, get up here together. Don't waste my time. Ren Guangda pointed at the freshman below, arrogance dripping from every word. One guy against everyone? That's insane. We're going to be skullmatis, doesn't he know what respect is? Jojo Academy never takes us seriously. I almost want to step in for the freshmen. Be really out, get flattened too. This is disgusting. They're humiliating us. The chatter swelled, yet not a single freshman moved. Ganging up on him would look dishonorable, while losing would be a lifelong disgrace. Right now, withdrawing seemed their only dignified choice. Too scared? Is this all you've got? Not one of you can fight. Ren Guangda's taunts fired like bullets. The strong should humiliate the weak, that's the iron rule of the jungle. Sir? Sir? In the stands, the principal was staring slack-jawed when a light tap landed on his shoulder. He turned to see a neatly featured young man. What is it? May I sign up for the tournament here? The boy asked calmly. The principal's eyes went round. Someone wanted to register now? You're a freshman? You're sure about signing up right this second? Is that not allowed? The boy returned. At ISA, of course it is, it's just. Class of 2019, Su Chun. Su Chun. The principal blurted. This was the year's top scorer on the national college exam. Even a desk-bound principal remembered that name. Excellent. He'll register you immediately. He hurried to jot down the entry. Ren Guangda had gone too far. Someone had to stand up for the freshmen. Don't run off, get up here together, you cowards. Ren Guangda was still barking from the platform. Call yourselves professionals, and you don't even have the guts to fight me? Ren Guangda, that's enough, the principal said, raising his voice. We have a new challenger. Everyone, please welcome Su Chun to the stage. Su Chun. The moment the principal uttered the name, the freshmen burst into an uproar. Every student admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy had survived the final stage of the Gaokao instance, and it was Su Chun who had led them in smashing the Abyssal monster's last assault. Although the authorities had classified the event, the witnesses' memories could not be erased. Ren Guangda's earlier mockery had stabbed each freshman in the heart, yet the difference in strength left them unable to respond. Now Su Chun had arrived, as though tearing open the suffocating air. Godsu is here, sky cleared. Let's go. Show them the freshmen's strongest firepower. The shouts from the freshman section rose in wave after wave. Still dazed on the ground, Gao Zheng gripped the railing, eyes blazing. Get up there and slap that guy's face. All of his humiliation had turned into fierce anticipation. Hiding in the crowd, Ji Boda caught sight of Su Chun and felt dread surge once more. He would never mistake those indifferent eyes. This was the man. The upperclassmen also looked over. Most saw an ordinary boy and felt puzzled, yet those who had leveled in the instance hall suddenly recognized him. Holy crap, isn't that the guy who broke the one-piece record? No way that's him. And he's only a freshman? The level 30 medium instance record holder is a first-year? Freak. Lei Xianyang murmured to Li Xiaobai. The organization marked him long ago. His future's limitless. Li Xiaobai glanced at Jojo Academy across the arena, worry flickering. That's Jojo over there. Will he be okay? Relax, Lei Xianyang said quietly. General Hua promised the organization is watching. Ren Guangda can't stir up much. In Jiaza's prep area, and Xueqiang finally exhaled when Su Chun stepped onto the stage. The arena was set. Now the lead had arrived. He meant to defeat Su Chun publicly, make him pay, and confirm whether the 3 legendary items were on him. Go easy, and Xueqiang transmitted with a skill. Force all his moves out. Ren Guangda grinned, eyes mocking. So this is the rookie the family's after? No spark in his eyes, no fighting spirit, pure second-rate. Hope you last a while, kid. Su Chun showed no emotion. He simply strode onto the platform. A blue barrier rose, and the arena's leveling system began calibrating both sides. Ren Guangda had been capped at level 18 while suppressing Gao Zheng, but now his stats began to climb. At first he barely noticed if the family wanted Su Chun. The kid's level had to be respectable. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. The numbers kept climbing, and Ren Guangda's smile froze. Surprise turned to shock. This level was far beyond anything a freshman should possess. 27, 29, 29. Ren Guangda's level finally climbed back to 29. That meant the freshman facing him was also level 29, already brushing up against the threshold for a second advancement. Impossible. This rank usually took students until junior year, sometimes even grad school to reach. Yet the man in front of him had done it in his first semester. A translucent curtain of light dropped from the sky like a banner, announcing the start of the duel. Ren Guangda snapped to attention, every nerve on edge. This kid clearly had some tricks, but there was no way he would lose. Level 29 or not, he had 4 extra years of combat experience. Su Chun, 9-5 Sovereign. The freshman introduced himself and pointed at Ren Guangda. He'll give you 3 free shots. After the third, crawl off the stage. The arena erupted. New students, upperclassmen, faculty of Jojo Nantian Academy, even a stray yellow mutt trotting by were left gaping. A freshman talking to Ren Guangda like that? Arrogant didn't begin to cover it. Even some of Su Chen's supporters started to waver. 3 unanswered attacks? Was that really possible? You're dead. Ren Guangda roared. No one had ever humiliated him like this. With a metallic hum, two golden bucklers snapped onto his forearms. As a gold-armored warrior famed for defense, his shields were both wall and weapon. Bulwark impact. He lowered his stance and charged, twin shields turning into golden horns that ripped through the air. The freshmen in the stands held their breath. This was the very move he had used to crush Bodahai damage with armor-shredding force. If Su Chen tried to block, his barrier would shatter in an instant. Boom! The shield slammed into Su Chen's chest. Su Chen didn't budge. Ren Guangda screamed as the recoil hurled him back several steps. What? Su Chen hadn't cast a spell or dodged. Had taken the hit barehanded, yet Ren Guangda was the one in pain. Thornmail while guarding Su Chen, Dianwei also shared this damage-reflecting armor with him. Ren Guangda's full-force strike not only failed to injure Su Chen, the backlash tore into him instead. Su Chen let out a cold chuckle, eyes icy. Damn you. Ren Guangda charged again, ignoring the agony. Golden armor guard. Radiant light wrapped his huge frame. Holy shield assault. The strongest defensive skill a gold-armored warrior could learn at level 25. The trump card had been saving. Die. He smashed towards Su Chen with a sonic boom. Bang. They collided once more. In the next instant, Ren Guangda's golden armor exploded, plates flying off as he was launched several meters through the air and crashed to the ground. The reflected force from Thornmail felt like it was snapping every bone in his body. His face went ghost white with pain. Get lost. Su Chen's eyes were full of contempt. Bullies were the people he hated most. Rolling on the ground, Ren Guangda still howled, coward. What trick did you use? You cheated. Get off the stage. A flash of gold crossed Su Chen's pupils. A surge of mental power slammed into Ren Guangda's mind. His body locked up, then guided by an invisible hand, and almost gracefully rolled off the edge of the platform. The arena exploded. The freshman section erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. He did it. We won. Sugid, you're amazing. I love you. On the opposite side, the upperclassmen stared at one another, stunned. Su Chen hadn't even used an active skill. How had he shrugged off Ren Guangda's assaults? In the Kyushu Academy prep area, and Xueqiang and the other students were stunned. Although Ren Guangda was one of their weaker fighters, he was still a seasoned upperclassman. How could a freshman crush him in 3 moves without even cracking his defenses? Before the shock could spread, Su Chen pointed at them from the center of the platform, his tone flat. All of you come at once. I'm on a schedule. Su Chen hadn't known the intercollegiate arena would impose a level cap. If his opponents had kept their original levels of 35 or 36, he might have shown more caution. But with everyone scaled down to match him, he decided to end this quickly and get back to leveling. His words landed like a thunderclap, and the prep area fell silent. As students of Kyushu Academy, the elite of Shanxia's younger generation, they had never endured such open provocation. Down below, the freshmen erupted. The gloom Ren Guangda's taunts had caused vanished, replaced by sheer exhilaration. 5 minutes ago he was calling us out. Now Kyushu's the one stuck on the stage. Karma hit fast. Let's go, Su. That's what you get for underestimating freshmen. Their shouts overlapped until the air seemed to sizzle. On the platform, and Xueqiang's face turned ashen. Isn't the 9-5 sovereign a summoner class? How can his constitution be this high? He tanked Ren Guangda's strike Heaton. Questions flashed through his mind, but the infamily's honor could suffer no further blows. Even if it meant 4 against 1, they had to win. Go. He barked. The remaining 4 leaped onto the ring together, their landing scattering invisible shockwaves. Kyushu Academy's strength was undeniable. The freshmen's cheers died instantly. 1 against 4 against Kyushu Academy, no less looked grim. Upperclassmen whispered, no matter how strong he is, that's arrogance. He's about to eat dirt. They won't hold back. Messing with the aristocrats of Kyushu will cost him later. Across the ring, hatred darkened in Xueqiang's eyes. You asked for a Furinon. Today you'll pay for your arrogance. The others burned with the same fury. Never had they been humiliated before such a crowd. They announced themselves in turn. Kyushu Academy, and Xueqiang, level 36 Arbiter. Kyushu Academy, Shuezhenghua, level 35 Forest Sentinel. Kyushu Academy, Yang Jing, level 35 Executioner. Kyushu Academy, Lei Qinjianhui, level 33 Thunderstrider. Top-tier rare classes, all from noble lineages. Kyushu's nickname, the Aristocrats Academy, was well-earned. Su Chen watched them in silence, ignoring the roll call. As the reigning challenger, he had no need to introduce himself again. A blue barrier descended, and the level cap snapped into place. The barrier had barely begun to drop when the team opposite suddenly moved. Thunder Wrath, a barrage of violet lightning. Tempest, Arrow Rain, a curtain of emerald arrows. Archer and Mage unleashed their level 30 assault skills in unison, lightning and arrow fire weaving together as they hurtled towards Su Chen, hoping to strike before the level lock lifted. Boom. Bolts and arrows converged beside Su Chen with a deafening blast. A mushroom-shaped cloud swallowed half the arena. Hey, stick to the rules. The match hasn't even started. Shameless. The freshman stands erupted in fury, yet the casters on stage only smirked. Rules protect the weak. They don't concern us. History belongs to the victors. Win, and nothing else matters. An armored warrior burst forward the next instant. Louis guillotine. Executioner Yang Jing seized the final heartbeat of suppression to trigger his level 30 finishing art. Blade raised high. He dove into the smoke. Crawl back to the kennel, mutt. Clang. Steel met something massive, shrieking metal on metal. Whoosh. A gale-like blade wind ripped sideways, cleaving the smoke in two. Yang Jing screamed as the shockwave sent him crashing toward the arena's edge. Impossible. And Xueqiang and the others gaped. Yang Jing's level 30 finisher was stopped just like that? Another gust tore the dust away, revealing two figures, Su Chun and a towering general shoulder to shoulder. Golden scale armor, green cloud robe, phoenix eyes beneath heavy brows, a crimson face framed by a flowing beard. A 2-meter green dragon crescent blade radiated killing intent. Who dares act so brazenly here? Name yourselves. The general stroked his beard with one hand, hefting the massive blade with the other. His voice was steady as a mountain, every syllable booming. Guan Yu, the freshman stands erupted. God Seuss general. We get to see his general again. Awesome. Are all his generals this cool? That pressure, that one swing could slice Tenemy in half. The seniors were stunned. What is that thing? The presence is overwhelming. It's not my imagination suppressing all 4 of them by himself. Total domination, and that's Jiuzhou Academy down there. How is this even possible? And Xueqiang's heart pounded. So this is the summon General Grandpa warned me about? That Orican Emir summon really possessed such might? Crackle Guan Yu dragged his blade sideways, sending a streak of light skidding across the arena floor. The edge of the massive Xianiron crescent blade scraped the ground, throwing sparks as if it meant to split the platform in two. The 4 students from Jiuzhou Academy were stunned by the spectacle. Weapons in hand, they no longer dared to step forward, their earlier swagger gone. Standing below the stage, Su Chun watched calmly. He had no desire to waste more time and gave Guan Yu the order to attack. All of Guan Yu's skills required an execute to trigger, practically useless in a point-stop duel, yet his monstrous base stats were enough to overwhelm opponents of the same rank. Su Chun had chosen him not for his attributes, but to hide the existence of 3 legendary weapons. Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hua Tsubing each carried one, while Guan Yu did not. Wei Zheng had warned him, never expose your gear in public unless absolutely necessary, or you will attract endless covetous eyes. Until his growth was complete, Su Chun refused to become a target, so the unarmed Guan Yu was the perfect cover. At the command, Guan Yu strode forward, iron boots making the platform tremble. His blade cleaved the air, stirring a cutting wind. Sensing lethal pressure, and Xueqiang's team finally acted, unleashing their range barrage arcs of lightning and a hail of arrows sealed off the sky. Guan Yu's eyes burned crimson. He pressed 2 fingers together and pointed at Xueqiang. Duel at the front. The instant the skill took hold, all damage from anyone but the target dropped by 90%. Lightning crashed and arrows whistled, but they only struck sparks from his armor, unable even to scratch the hide. A gust of wind and an afterimage. Guan Yu suddenly appeared in front of the 4, crescent blade raised like a falling meteor. Boom. The blade was slender, yet it landed with the weight of a warhammer. The Greenwood Ranger reacted fast, diving backward to barely escape, but the Thunder Envoy had no time to raise a shield. The flat of the blade slammed into his chest, flinging him off the platform like a rag doll. He bounced across the ground, rolled for dozens of meters, and lay unconscious beyond the boundary. Seeing the blow, the remaining 3 turned as white as paper. Their minds went blank, and they even forgot to attack. Below the stage the crowd erupted, cheers crashing like waves. Guan Yu's strike had landed not only on a Jiuzhou student, but on the smoldering anger of every freshman. Even some upperclassmen felt their blood boil. Watching those arrogant aristocrats get beaten so miserably was deliciously satisfying. And Xueqiang's throat tightened, his thoughts shattering. What is this? A level 29 summon can unleash that kind of power? And why is he almost immune to our skills? Grandfather warned me about Su Chen's generals, but now I know this isn't a gap caution can bridge. Whirling slash. The roar knifed through the cheers. In Guan Yu's hands the Xianiron blade became a tornado, spinning into a storm of razor-sharp arcs that swallowed the entire arena. Shockwaves followed, cracking the floor inch by inch. A chill crawled up the trio's spines. Just how many techniques does this monster have left? Judgment. With nowhere left to run, and Xueqiang unleashed the strongest skill he could muster. This was the Judicator's trump card, ignoring every resistance. It locked onto a target, cut off casting, froze movement, and stripped all abilities within seconds. Thanks to this power, Judicators stood atop even the rarest classes. Metallic crackles ripped through the air as the skill detonated. A swarm of dark chains burst forth, lashing around Guan Yu's arms, legs, and torso in an instant. The heavy links cinched tight, halting his stride and silencing his blade. Su Chun, watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. It took real power to shackle someone as monstrous as Guan Yu. Now, and Xueqiang roared, his voice shaking the arena. His skills are gone, he can't fight back. Judgment Cleaver. Luminous Thrust. Lewis Guillotine. 3 shouts exploded in unison, and Xiang and his teammates launched their ultimates together, protective light and murderous intent twisting into 3 blazing strikes that surged toward Guan Yu. They were certain one blow would settle everything. In a flash, Guan Yu flicked his wrist. Chains that seemed unbreakable snapped with brittle pops, the remaining loops across his chest and waist shattering a heartbeat later. He seized the weighty green dragon crescent blade with both hands. Rivers overturned. Seas rose. Blinding arcs of steel crashed outward like a furious tide. The massive blade carved a sweeping curve, waves of edged force rolling out like a tsunami. And Zhuqiang's mind reeled. Impossible stripped his skills. The shock drained the color from his face and the light from his eyes. Whoosh. The raging blade wind slammed into the trio, and Xiang and his partners went limp like puppets with cut strings, flung off the platform and crashing hard in 3 directions. Every Jiuzhou trainee and Nantian Academy student shot to their feet, staring in disbelief. What kind of power was this? 1 against 5, and he crushed Jiuzha's prodigies as if they were nothing. Unimaginably strong, impossibly distant. In the stands, freshmen screamed themselves hoarse. Godsu. Su's the strongest. He soloed 4 Jiuzhou traineeshes even crazier than Faker. When the dust settled, Su Chen stood at center stage, expressionless. Behind him, the 2-meter tall Guan Yu stroked his beard with one hand, blade in the other, battle aura sharp as frost. Su Chen stepped to the edge, looked down at the unconscious Xiang, and said quietly, "I hope you remember this lesson." Then he turned and left, walking through a tidal wave of cheers and out of the arena. By fighting Hedon, Su Chen not only answered in Zhuqiang's provocation, but also warned anyone harboring malice opponents are not to be provoked. No sooner had he left than the medical team rushed in. Seeing Jiuzhou members sprawled everywhere, they were speechless. They had never expected to treat their own today. In the stands, the freshmen cheered without restraint, while the upperclassmen, though wary of Jiuzhou, couldn't hide their secret satisfaction. People from the organization really are something. Brother Su finally got his payback, Lei Xiangyang said, envy gleaming in his eyes. Li Xiaobai, captain of the Greyhawk squad, sighed. If we had met the organization sooner, we wouldn't have been squeezed so hard all these years. Gao Zheng and Ji Boda whispered as well. They could feel that Su Chen was far stronger than had been during the entrance exams. His power had soared, and his very presence had grown sharper, as if the classmate before them were no longer just a peer, but an emperor in the making. In an unassuming corner of the stadium's highest tier, Wei Zheng sat shoulder to shoulder with Elder Yin, who had reluctantly donated 3 pieces of legendary gear. Looks like he's summoned another general, Wei Zheng remarked, watching the arena with undisguised admiration. This kid is limitless, the very light of Xinxia, Elder Yin said, stroking his chin. He paused, remembering the upcoming professional election. Did you put his name forward? I did, but he declined. He declined? Elder Yin raised a brow. With his strength, he could handle level 40 professionals with ease. Wei Zheng shook his head. Strength probably isn't the real reason. Then what is? It may be tied to certain secrets. Wei Zheng watched Su Chen's departing figure, his gaze steady. Su Chen has moved beyond the usual framework. He's surpassed everything we understand. The greater the power, the more secrets it carries. As long as he stands with Xinxia, I want pride. Elder Yin nodded slowly, eyes flickering as if recalling distant memories. Those who change history always carry elements beyond common comprehension. You're right. All we need to do is make sure Su Chen keeps growing. I can feel a monumental upheaval on the way. The moment the tournament ended, Su Chen didn't head straight for the instance hall. Leaving the venue, he politely slipped past the swarm of excited freshmen and followed a quieter corridor to find Gao Zheng, his longtime friend and classmate. When they met, Ji Boda and Gaixia were standing beside Gao Zheng. The trio had forged a solid bond during the college entrance instance. Su Chen. Gao Zheng spread his arms and hugged him. You really helped me vent some anger out there today. Su Chen chuckled and patted his shoulder. Compared with Gao Zheng's enthusiasm, Ji Boda and Gaixia were far more reserved. Ji Boda still broke into a cold sweat whenever he remembered Dian Wei's threats in the exam instance, while Gaixia, even more composed, now saw the post-transition Su Chen as someone far beyond her reach. After a brief exchange, Su Chen naturally took on the role of tour guide, showing them around campus. Having arrived a few days earlier, he knew the place better. This is the instance hall. This is the lake beside the instance hall. That's the grove next to the instance hall. And here we are, back at the instance hall again. After circling the tower several times, Gao Zheng finally protested, Su Chen, do you only know the instance hall? Su Chen thought for a moment. During the past few days he had indeed gone only between the instance hall, cafeteria, and dormitory. He offered an embarrassed smile, pushed open the door, and said, since we're already here, let's grab some levels before we leave. The other 3 exchanged glances, stunned to be entering an instance on their first day. Ji Boda sighed inwardly. Genius really is 99% sweat and 1% talent. The thought had barely formed when Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hui Zubing stepped out of the teleportation array shoulder to shoulder. Back when Su Chen faced the exam with Guan Yu, the three of them were still grinding low-level instances. Now the generals strode up to Su Chen like personal guards, dropped to one knee in unison, and declared, "My lord, the instance has been cleared. We are here to report." The three generals stood before Su Chen, detailing the battle they had just fought. As the long string of experience points rolled in, Ji Boda finally understood why Su Chen leveled so quickly. What shocked him even more was that Su Chen could gain levels without showing up in person, and he did it without breaking a sweat. To Ji Boda, the whole thing defied common sense. The moment the brief opening ceremony ended, Su Chen rushed back into the grind. He already had enough Imperial Seal shards. All that remained was to push his experience to level 30. For maximum efficiency, he stopped sending his generals to random dungeons and instead ordered them into zones with higher yields. At the same time, he recommended Ji Boda, Gao Zhang, and Gaixia to Lei Xiangyang, whose so-called mysterious organization was expanding rapidly behind the scenes. Inside the instance, the four generals split up, each carving a separate path, and four torrents of experience poured into Su Chen at once. Whenever he hit a milestone, he summoned new generals and unlocked stronger skills, making the entire climb so smooth it seemed unreal. Most professionals feel an abrupt slowdown every 5 levels as the experience curve spikes. The farther they go, the steeper it becomes. Worse yet, if a dungeon's level falls 5 below your own, an experience penalty kicks in, and kills yield almost nothing, turning progress into a slog. That is why wanderers linger around level 20 in the wilds, and many instructors stall near level 40 at the academy. But none of that mattered to Su Chen. Leveling was as easy for him as drinking water. Huang Wei Haodong. Standing on the deck of the One Piece instance, Su Chen raised his hand and unleashed Huang Wei Haodong. With his mental power soaring, he no longer had to ration skill usage. A golden aura erupted, blanketing the deck. Monsters dissolved in the blazing light, their bodies vaporizing into ash. Experience surged toward him like waves crashing against the hull. Beyond his line of sight, Guan Yu and the other generals were cleaving through their own battlefields, feeding Su Chen's bar at the same relentless pace. New skills, newly summoned generals, the class change quest, everything tied to level 30 beckoned him forward. The bar filled chunk by chunk, his eyes growing brighter with each tick, his very breath hot with anticipation. Bzzz. A deep hum exploded in his ears as a golden pillar stabbed down from the sky, thick as a god's spear, sealing Su Chen inside a blinding cocoon. Level up completely had finally crossed into the 30s. System chimes followed in rapid succession, and the Imperial Decree interface unfolded within the light. Level increased successfully reached 30. Level increased, the store has been updated. Level increased, the level 30 class change quest is now available. A pillar of light flared, and Su Chen broke through to level 30. When the cursor stopped squarely on 30, his heart slammed against his chest. This threshold was a watershed moment for every profession. Reaching it meant entering the ranks of true veterans and, more importantly, unlocking the class change quest for a second advancement. For someone blessed with the system, the gains would be even wilder. Just how outrageous would an Emperor-grade advancement be? Shoving the thought aside, he brought up his stats window. The holographic panel cascaded like a waterfall of light, nearly every row flashing update. Level 30 delivered a sweeping boost to Su Chen's overall power, but what thrilled him most were the troop upgrades. 1. Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Elite Tiger Leopard Troopers evolved into Champion Tiger Leopard Troopers, pushing their combat power closer to the legendary unit recorded in the Chronicles. The core split. 60% became Tiger Riders, 40% became Leopard Riders. Tiger Riders, heavy cavalry wielding black iron lances, clad in refined steel plate, with equally armored warhorses. Leopard Riders, light cavalry. Their short blades were replaced by broad sabers. Each rider now carried a longbow, and both man and mount wore refined steel armor. With a flick of thought, Su Chen summoned them. 900 Champion Tiger Leopard Cavalry appeared at Dian Weiss command. 60% Tiger Riders formed the vanguard, forests of black iron lances bristling as their heavy warhorses pounded the ground like an iron wall. 40% Leopard Riders held the rear, pitch-black armor glinting coldly, killing intent rolling off them like harbingers of death. In battle, the Tiger Riders would smash open a path, the Leopard Riders would pursue and finish, and their long-range bow fire would blanket the enemy. Their tactics were finally complete. This was the elite force that once made armies tremble. 2. White Horse Vanguard. The veteran White Horse troopers under Zhao Yun advanced simultaneously, becoming elite White Horse Vanguard. Besides upgraded weapons and armor, the entire unit unlocked a new skill. Scout while on reconnaissance. Vision range 200%, danger sense 200%. Coupled with their already stunning mobility, their mapping speed would soar several-fold. Su Chen could hardly imagine the convenience to come. 3. Great Han Cataphracts. By rule, this unit would not upgrade again until level 40, so it remained unchanged for now. Even so, the massive boosts to the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and White Horse Vanguard were more than enough to satisfy Su Chen. Beyond the troop changes, the stats for his generals and regular soldiers also rose sharply. After the breakthrough to level 30, Dian Wei's 4 base attributes leapt to a staggering 11,500, breaking the 10,000 mark without a single piece of gear. Factoring in the growth he had gained from days of grinding, his constitution had climbed to 17,862. His bloodthirsty armor alone provided 6,362 points of constitution, and the stat will continue to rise with every enemy he slays. After breaking the 1,000 threshold, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry's base stats climbed again to 1,150. Their numbers also rose from 800 to 900. Drawn up in front of the encampment, the black-armored column looked like a river of iron, their armor flashing coldly in the sun. Next came Zhao Yun and the Bai Ma Yizong. Zhao Yun's strength already sat at 11,500, but with the buff from the Zixiao Lei when Spirit rocketed to 17,250. His base agility of 15,000 surged to 22,500, smashing through the 20,000 mark. The stat sheet looked ready to burst. The Bai Ma Yizong expanded to a full 400 riders. Coupled with their innate scouting talent, future exploration would be effortless for Su Chen. Then it was Hua Qubing's turn. Strength, agility, and constitution all held steady at 11,500, while Spirit leaped to 19,500, brushing the 20,000 line without any external aid, worthy of a true leadership-type commander. The matching Han Iron Cavalry grew to 1,150 riders. The shrill of warhorses and the clash of iron rang out unceasingly. Sheer numbers alone were enough to rob an enemy army of sleep. When Hua Qubing's command skills and the soul-stirring effect of the sacrificial golden banner were factored in, the killing intent almost took on physical form. Finally, the newly recruited General Guan Yu stepped forward. Even without equipment bonuses, his base stats reached 17,500, enough to leave most opposing generals gasping for air. With that, the upgrades to generals and troops came to a close. But Su Chen's ascent was far from over. Everything so far had only been an appetizer for breaking through level 30. The real feast lay in the Imperial Seal shards he had been hoarding and the shard shop they unlocked. As he repeatedly cleared instances to grind levels, Su Chen's stash had grown to 135 shards. He had been restraining himself for a long time and was finally ready to splurge. The shop interface unfurled. 5 shards. Raise the weapon level of one designated general by 20. 15 shards. Obtain one random class skill below level 40. Level 30. 40 shards. Permanently convert an instance into exclusive territory. Level 30. 40 shards. Draw one random Guifei card. Level 30. 40 shards. Receive a clue to an Imperial relic and unlock its unique quest. Level 26. New clue available. 40 shards. Perform an Emperor template match, selecting the Huaxia Emperor template that best fits the world's needs and the host trait's additional functions pending. As the gilt-edged menu spread across his vision, Su Chen caught a brand new option out of the corner of his eye. Emperor template match. It was a fresh privilege added after level 30, analogous to a second-class advancement for other professions, allowing him to acquire the Emperor template that suited him best. Which Emperor would resonate with him? Calming his anticipation, Su Chen decided to follow procedure and first spent 15 shards on a class skill. Whether it turned out to be Magnificent Imperial Might or Banner Unfurled Across 10,000 miles, either one would represent a massive leap forward. What kind of skill can I still draw at level 30? Class skill acquisition in progress. Several heartbeats later, golden light exploded in his palm, brilliance flooding through his body, and a prompt appeared on the panel. Acquired skill, Dragon Fights in the Wild. Skill gained, Longzhan Yuyi, level 1. It consumes spirit to summon a golden dragon soul. While the soul pierces enemy units, it deals true damage every second equal to 10 of the summoner's spirit. With its current length, each penetration lasts 3 seconds. Summoning costs 2,000 spirit, and sustaining the soul costs 200 spirit per second. Duration and flight range are unlimited, determined only by the summoner's spirit level. After reading the description, Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Unlike Huangwei Haodong or Xianjing Wanli, this skill does not buff soldiers or generals. It is a blade he can wield himself. Until now he had mostly been a commander, but with Longzhan Yuyi his own body becomes a weapon, allowing him to enter the fray in person. He did the math, and his heartbeat quickened. Per second damage spirit 0.1, for 3 seconds. With a spirit stat of 20,600, the Dragon Soul can inflict 6,180 true damage on a single target over 3 seconds, and the damage rises in real time with his spirit. As the skill levels up, the soul grows longer, and its duration increases. Because it is a spiritual projectile, it is far harder to block than normal spells, and with no ceiling on duration or range it is tailor-made for wiping out entire teams. With this move I can beat any peer in a Onion. Su Chen pushed down his excitement and turned his attention to the summon consort option. The system required him to draw a consort card before unlocking more generals, and his squad lacked support, so a consort might fill the gap. He spent 40 shards without hesitation. Golden light flared as the system went to work. What kind of consort will I get? He wondered. It was his first draw, and he didn't want a mere trophy. Moments later the light faded, leaving 3 pale pink cards floating in the air. Softer than the aggressive general cards, they spun to reveal their names. 1. Zhao Zhao Ming Fei Wang Zhaojun. 2. Timeless Beauty Dong Shi. 3. Drowning Fish, Sinking Goose Jia Nanfeng. Seriously, Chen almost burst out laughing. This gacha was nuts. Dong Shi a timeless beauty? And the chronicles called Jia Nanfeng ugly, short, and dark-skinned, vicious by nature. What fish or goose would she sink? Knowing a bit of history, he instantly tapped the leftmost Wang Zhaojun card, and the other 2 dissolved into motes of light. The Wang Zhaojun card blossomed like fireworks, and a teleport array lit up beneath his feet. Dungeon queues were long, and he couldn't linger after clearing one, so he decided to summon her back at the dorm. After a quick cleanup, he stepped into the array and opened his character panel. Character panel. Name, Su Chen. Class, Jiwu Jizuan Unique. Level, 300. Experience, 5.31. Spirit, 20,600, 6,000, 4,300, 200. Active skills. 1. Summon General Dian Wei, LV 30. 2. Summon General Zhao Yun, LV 30. 3. Summon General Hui Tsubing, LV 30. 4. Summon General Guan Yu, LV 30. 5. Summon Consort Wang Zhaojun, LV 30. 6. Huang Wei, LV 30. Issues a compulsory command to all targets in range. Refusal inflicts spirit damage and cognitive lag. Cost, 1,000 spirit. 7. Huang Wei Haodong, LV 4. Grants allied units a 10-second Huang Wei aura and deals enemies within 20 damage equal to 150 of allied HP, stackable. Cost, spirit 8. Number of affected allies. 8. Xianjing Wan Li, LV 1. Designates a friendly unit for free campaign, removing summon distance limits. 9. Longzhan Yuyi, LV 1. Consumes spirit to summon a golden dragon soul that deals true damage each second equal to 10 of spirit while piercing targets, currently lasting 3 seconds. Legion information. General Dian Wei commands 900 veteran Tiger Leopard Cavalry. General Zhao Yun commands 400 elite White Horse Riders. General Hui Tsubing commands 1,150 veteran Han Iron Cavalry. General Guan Yu, no troops. Consort Wang Zhaojun, no troops. General attributes. Dian Wei, LV 30. STR 13,800, 11,500, 120. AGI 11,500. SPI 11,500. VIT 17,862, 11,500, 6,362. Zhao Yun, LV 30. STR 17,250, 11,500, 150. AGI 22,500, 15,150. SPI 11,500. VIT 8,000. Hui Tsubing, LV 30. STR 11,500. AGI 11,500. SPI 19,500. VIT 11,500. Guan Yu, LV 30. STR 17,500. AGI 17,500. SPI 17,500. VIT 17,500. Wang Zhaojun, LV 30. STR 1,000. AGI 3,000. SPI 19,500. VIT 1,000. Other units. Pan Shun, LV 30. STR 5,000. AGI 4,200. SPI 7,200. VIT 5,000. He looked over the long list of impressive stats on the panel. A wave of satisfaction rose in Su Chen's chest. The numbers kept climbing like a bank balance refreshing on a phone screen. Simple and direct, yet thoroughly exhilarating. Fresh from the public dungeon, he wasted no time and headed straight for his single-occupancy dorm. Pushing the door open, he found the cramped room awash in dim yellow light, his personal terminal hovering quietly in the corner. Su Chen closed the door, summoned the consort panel with a thought, and locked onto his target, Wang Zhaojun. Calling her in public was risky, doing it here was far safer. The instant he decided, the summoning protocol activated. A lingering zither note filled the room, clear and delicate, like spring water striking stone or a breeze stirring a bamboo, easing the residual tension in his muscles. A deeper chord fell like a hammer. Visible ripples spread through the air. As space itself shuddered, a figure stepped out from the waves, Wang Zhaojun, cradling a yueqin. Her arrival was like someone turning up a hidden lamp. A pale blue Han robe floated around her, its sleeves and hem embroidered with intricate patterns. Her jet black hair was coiled into a high bun, a gold-edged pearl pin supporting a piece of warm jade, the faint glow mirroring the flush of her cheeks. Wang Zhaojun raised her hands to brow level, dipped into a curtsy, and spoke softly. This concubine greets your majesty. Su Chen gave a slight nod, marveling inwardly. One of the four great beauties truly earned her title the legendary face that made fish sink and geese fall. Every gesture was poised yet unpretentious, her quiet confidence leagues beyond the filtered influencers of his previous life. No wonder old chronicles told of emperors so enamored they neglected court. Her looks alone justified the summoning fee. Compared with rugged warriors like Dian Wei, she was in an entirely different league of visual appeal. Still, admiration aside, strength was what counted. A glance at her slender arms suggested a support role hardly the type to charge in swinging a blade. With that thought, he raised a finger. Pale golden light gathered at the tip. Insight spell, cast. Imperial Consort, Wang Zhaojun. Level 30. Strength 1000. Agility 3000. Spirit 19,500. Constitution 1000. Equipment, Moon Lute. Skills. 1. Melody of Harmony active. Strums the lute and releases a soothing tune. Allies who hear it gain Melody of Harmony, boosting strength and agility. Note, bonus ranges from 0 to 20%, depending on distance and sound reception. 2. Rainbow Skirt Aria active. Plays an impassioned piece that removes all debuffs from allies within range. Note, debuffs include poison, burn, stun, confusion, and more. Base radius is 500 meters. Every extra 1,000 spirit spent adds 100 meters. 3. Little Lute, Big Smash passive. Swings the lute like a club, unleashing a concussive chord. Each melee strike with the Moon Lute forces the target into a stun. Note, the stun can be stacked repeatedly until the enemy dies or the attack stops. After reading Wang Zhaojun's skill list, Su Chen's eyes widened. What shocked him wasn't the battlefield-wide buff of Melody of Harmony or the near-map-wide cleanse of Rainbow Skirt Aria, but the last skill Little Lute, Big Smash, a close-quarters face bash with a musical instrument. Is the system serious? This breathtakingly delicate beauty is supposed to swing her lute like a hammer? Su Chen froze. Then he noticed her 1,000 strength compared with his own 300 and shut up at once. With numbers like those, she could pin him down and mop the floor with him anytime she wanted. Set aside that memo-level passive, the two actives were outright broken. Melody of Harmony, an AoE buff that could grant up to a 20% lift in strength and agility to the whole team. For context, Dian Wei's entire legendary set only gives a 50% boost to himself, while this 20% applies to everyone. In any support's hands, it's a game-ending trump card. Rainbow Skirt Aria cleanses every debuff on allies inside the zone. The base radius is 500 meters, plus 100 meters for each extra 1,000 spirit. With Wang Zhaojun's 3,000 spirit almost on par with what Hubingsh could grant the army near-permanent crowd control immunity. Su Chen instantly pictured the mass stun scenes in one piece. With Zhaojun around, that would never happen again. Beautiful and busted, this consort card is pure gold. Su Chen's excitement soared as he drafted future lineups in his head. 2 generals and 1 consort, or maybe even a single general paired with a consort. The Huaxiao system really does look after its own. After checking her stats, he didn't file Wang Zhaojun into the card album. Instead, he let her sit on the edge of the bed. The room had no chairs, so the bed was the only sensible spot. She obediently dusted her skirt, sat gracefully, and watched Su Chen with gentle, liquid eyes. He turned back to the shop list. The final option, spend 40 Jade Seal shards to match an Emperor template, was flashing. The system would analyze the world's needs and his own traits to select the most suitable Chinese emperor. Thinking of China's millennia of history and its countless rulers, some hailed as sages, others cursed forever, Su Chen felt a flicker of unease. If he drew a dud, there'd be no second chance. While his brow furrowed, a faint, melodious lute note slipped into his ears. The music, soft as an evening breeze, instantly calmed his nerves. He looked back to find Wang Zhaojun plucking the strings, her eyes brimming with affection. She said nothing, yet her silence was more comforting than 1,000 words. Su Chen couldn't help thinking it was surreal that such a gentle woman could smash an enemy into paste with her lute. If it were Dian Wei, the brute would already be laughing maniacally in the corner. Fully relaxed, Su Chen took a deep breath. With a single thought, another 40 Jade Seal shards crumbled into dust. Emperor template scan initiated. Emperor template scan initiated. Soul scan initiated. World scan initiated. Emperor template adaptation initiated. Countless streams of golden light whirled about as Su Chen felt his consciousness drift into a misty void. Every fleck of gold triggered a surge of memories, flooding his mind like an incoming tide. Shattered, restored, then shattered again. He witnessed the lives of China's emperors, blood-soaked campaigns, wars that crowned the victor and crushed the fallen, and the ceaseless scheming of palace intrigues. An unbroken panorama of history unfolded before him. From age to age, the great rivers of China flowed on. Proud, cunning, fearless, or faint-hearted, each emperor stitched his own thread into the fabric of the nation. The golden glow dimmed, replaced in turn by flashes of red, green, and even ink-black light, one flare of brilliance after another. World matching complete, soul scan complete, Emperor template scheduling. The system's voice echoed. In that split second, every image shattered. A charcoal black scroll appeared within Su Chen's mind. Ancient and weighty, it slowly unrolled to reveal a scene on its dark surface. A bottomless corridor stretched forward in winding curves. Vermilion pillars upheld a vaulted ceiling, purple drapes swayed in a phantom breeze, and cold stone tiles exuded a somber chill. Rows of bronze cranes stood beside the pillars, some craning their necks aloofly, others poised as if about to take flight. Purple and black entwined, lending the corridor an oppressive majesty. Suddenly, a single drop of water fell from the void, striking the scroll and sending ripples across it. The frozen image twisted at once, corridor, cranes, pillars, and tiles stretching into a vortex as though flung through a wormhole. No one could tell how many distances or ages were crossed before the ripples calmed and time itself froze. The picture solidified again, revealing a vast audience hall. Bronze swords lined the rear wall, while enormous copper cranes stood sentinel on either side. Red felt covered the floor, a broad desk lay across the expanse, and intricate dragon patterns coiled like living serpents. Beneath the bronze swords, a lone man stood with hands behind his back. His black ceremonial robes followed the 6-part code. A 6-inch coronet crowned his head, and 12 emblematic motifs were embroidered upon his garment, sharpening the aura of severity around his solitary figure. He spoke, his voice cold and clear. "Who stands before me?" Buzz. Once more the vision shattered. The scroll dissolved into sprays of inky motes and vanished entirely. Su Chen tore himself free of the haze, awareness snapping back even as his heart pounded madly. Outside the hall, Wang Zhejian's zither sounded again, yet it could no longer soothe him. That single scene, that low, measured question, the silhouette of that man, if it truly was him. If it truly was him. Buzz. The system prompt returned, a luminous panel spreading open. Emperor template adaptation complete. Congratulations, host. Adaptation successful. Your Emperor template. First Emperor, Ingzhang. Clues to the exclusive Imperial relics have been activated. Collect all relics to unlock the class change quest. Good luck. Su Chen stared at the display, unable to calm the storm within. The one and only first Emperor Ingzhang. If he could finish the quest and claim that Emperor template, how unimaginably powerful would that make him? Su Chen could hardly picture it. This was Ingzhang. We were talking about, the boy who fled at 3, returned to Qin at 9, and ascended the throne at 13. By 16, he shattered Han's defenses and seized 13 cities. At 19, he took the reins of state, crushed the Lao AI rebellion, and had the traitors' clan wiped out. At 23, he dismissed Lu Buwei. At 32, he destroyed Zhao, then wiped out Wei at 34, Chu at 37, Yan at 38, and finally Qi at 39, uniting the realm and laying the groundwork for a Qin dynasty meant to last 10,000 generations. If he could truly inherit Ingzhang's imperial template, it would be like holding the master key to a unified world. The thought made his heart pound. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to settle. Beneath the moonlight, Wang Zhaojun plucked her zither. The clear notes flowed into his ears like spring water, pulling him back from the brink of excitement. He prided himself on having seen countless wonders, yet the appearance of the imperial template had nearly undone him. Several minutes passed before he regained his composure and began to review the steps ahead. To trigger the class change quest, he first needed every imperial relic. The imperial dragon chariot was already his, but the trail had gone cold on the rest. He opened the marketplace interface. A new notification flashed under imperial relics, revealing the second item. Once the full set was assembled, the quest would begin automatically. With a silent command, he fed in his last 40 jade seal fragments. Notification. Fragments consumed. Generating relic clue. Relic name, unknown. Relic description. In the primordial past, who handed down the way. Relic effect, unknown. Relic location, realm of the fallen. So vague. Su Chen frowned. Even the name and effect were hidden. Still, he recognized the line from Chu Yuan's heavenly questions, though that did him little good. The phrase realm of the fallen, however, gave him a direction. The realm of the fallen was precisely the mid-sized rift Wei Zheng had mentioned near the Tianshan range, jagged peaks, swarming monsters, and a web of portals. He had already planned to seize that territory. Picking up a relic there would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, the selection of candidates under level 40 had begun in secret. The authorities were contacting prospects directly, the same method Wei Zheng had used on him last time. To avoid drawing government attention, he couldn't march in with the main force. Once the contest over the rift started, Tianshan would be locked down, making normal entry impossible. He had a workaround. Send one of his generals through the official selection, let the unit slip inside ahead of time, and then teleport himself into the instance with his imperial expedition skill. But there was a snag. Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hui Tsubing had already shown their faces in public, and Guan Yu had appeared at the school ceremony. Any of them would be recognized at once. Only one choice remained. Su Chun turned toward Wang Zhaojun, bathed in moonlight. Night fell in perfect silence. Moonlight streamed through the lattice window, silver as water. Wang Zhaojun stood by the pane, her pale skin almost translucent under the glow, delicate and ethereal like an exiled immortal. A cool breeze drifted in, but it did nothing to calm the heat surging in Su Chen's chest. His level 30 breakthrough burned through him like living flame. The most obvious change was the twin boost to his stats and troop class. Then came a new skill that summoned the imperial consort Wang Zhaojun herself. Finally, he had gained the emperor template of Yingzheng. Any one of these gifts could have reshaped his power. Arriving together, they left Su Chen uncertain just how strong he now was. With the breakthrough secured, his next goal was to unlock the emperor's relics and launch the class change quest. Only 2 days remained before the monster rift at Tianshan opened. Tomorrow he needed to recommend Wang Zhaojun to Wei Zheng so she could join the strike team. Get some rest tonight. After bidding Wang Zhaojun goodnight, Su Chen touched their contract. A flash of silver light and she vanished. He dropped onto the bed. The faint scent of sandalwood still lingered when sleep washed over him. Imperial Capital Academy, Garden Sector. In a dark dorm room, and Zuiqiang's eyes snapped open, heart pounding. The morning's arena match replayed in his mind. 5 level 30 cadets from Jiuzhou Academy, crushed by a single fresh mana defeat beyond humiliating. The palm-shaped welt on his chest still throbbed, recalling that nightmare of a general. Even outside the arena, without level suppression, the 5 of them would likely lose again. Beep beep. The bedside communicator lit up, hands shaking, and Xueqiang accepted the call. A hollow beam lit the wall, revealing the aged, cold visage of the Clan patriarch. Not bad. The raspy voice caught in Xueqiang off guard. Sir? He hadn't expected praise. I know you were tossed off the stage like dogs and made a mess of everything. The patriarch sneered, but you dragged your classmates down with you. That boy's stunt humiliated every noble family, so it's not just our clan that wants him dealt with. More families mean more leverage. Well, settle accounts when the time is right. The old man's grin was feral, and Xueqiang could only bow his head. One more thing, the Tianshan Rift. Besides the legendary weapons, even stronger artifacts lie inside. I've stationed our agents in the strike force. You'll join them and secure the rift. Take the special serum before you leave. Fail again, and you lose the clan's trust. Good luck. The signal cut, and the projection vanished. Darkness returned, and Xueqiang sat motionless on the bed. Artifacts beyond legendary tier? It sounded just like the Tianhai Island incident, something even the Empire couldn't detect. How had the clan learned about it? Was something far more powerful lurking behind them? Wei Zheng glanced at the girl standing beside Su Chen. So, she's a support class? Su Chen gently nudged Wang Zhaojun forward. No longer the stage goddess draped in ornate robes, she now wore a plain white shirt and jeans. The simplicity only sharpened her refined features. Her skin was alabaster, her aura crisp and cool. Wei Zheng examined her again. Without Su Chen's introduction, he would have mistaken her for a chart-topping idol. Yet, unlike the entertainment stars steeped in commercialism, this girl felt more like a princess born to royalty, graceful and untouched by the world's grime. You're sure she's joining the upcoming raid? Wei Zheng asked again. Whatever angle he took, Wang Zhaojun hardly looked like someone who could grapple with monsters on the battlefield. If you doubt her strength, Su Chen began. Anyone you vouch for, I want question. Wei Zheng cut in, his gaze flicking between them. Still, he wondered. Su Chen refused to fight himself, yet was sending in a support? What was he plotting? Curiosity aside, Wei Zheng made a habit of steering clear of Su Chen's secrets and covering for him when needed. He'll slot her in right away, but she needs to understand one thing, he said gravely. Before we enter the gateway, I can keep an eye on her. Once we're inside, no one can promise safety. He paused, hoping the warning would coax Su Chen into joining the raid. With Su Chen on the field, their chances would soar. She can handle herself, Su Chen replied calmly. She can handle herself? Wei Zheng muttered, eyeing Wang Zhaojun's slender wrists. Don't tell me this delicate lady plans on bashing monsters. Though puzzled, he nodded. Very well. When Su Chen spoke, he complied. Wei Zheng led Wang Zhaojun away to register her. Once their figures disappeared, Su Chen exhaled quietly. Step one of his plan was done. With Wang Zhaojun as a teleport anchor, he could blink straight into the gateway the moment the raid began. Next, he needed to test his new offensive skill dragon fights in the wild. Su Chen headed for the dungeon hall and asked the receptionist, Su Ranran, for 3 fresh instances. His jade seal shards had been depleted during his level 30 breakthrough. To finish the conversion after the raid, he needed 40 more. The 3 instances would yield 15, 15, and 10 shards, exactly enough. Su Chen set Zhao Yun, Huaxiubing, and Guan Yu to expedition mode in the new dungeons, then entered the one-piece instance with Dian Wei. It wasn't favoritism. At level 30, the place was simply perfect for grinding. Dense mobs, rapid respawns, and generous experience ideal for leveling and refining techniques. When he reached the entrance, the queue stretched for dozens of meters. The new semester had begun, and the hall buzzed with activity. But that meant nothing to Su Chen. Students in line stepped aside instinctively, clearing a path straight to the front. After all, his feat of thrashing the 5 great houses during orientation had spread through Imperial Capital University, turning him into a living legend. He accepted their courtesy, swiped his card, and entered the instance. Passing through the familiar light gate, he shook his head with a wry smile. Staying low-key was getting harder by the day. The familiar crash of waves announced the arrival of the monsters. After countless grinding sessions, Su Chen was well acquainted with these sea creatures, hideous in appearance, yet adorable when they burst into showers of experience points. The first wave clattered across the deck. Tiger Leopard Cavaliers were stationed around him, all set to defensive mode. Today's focus wasn't farming levels, but testing a newly acquired skill. His gaze swept over the restless horde. He slowly raised an arm, and with a thought, he activated Dragon Battle in the wild. Roar! A thunderous dragon's cry shook the air. Behind Su Chen, ring after ring of golden halos materialized, nested within one another and spinning counterclockwise at dizzying speed. Each ring was etched with intricate runes that spat blinding light, solemn and divine. Ripples spread from their edges, momentum mounting, the center growing ever more brilliant until the halos blurred into afterimages. When the final ring locked into place, the summoning array was complete. Bim! A surge of wild energy swept through the instance, and even the surrounding sea heaved visibly. An instant later, a pillar of radiant gold erupted from the array. In a deafening roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon burst skyward, its massive shadow cloaking the entire deck. The moment it cleared the array, it soared aloft, sunlight flashing off its scales in blinding arcs, as if proclaiming a monarch's descent. It was no creature of flesh and blood, but a dragon's soul wrought entirely from energy. The 5-clawed golden dragon, most revered and majestic in Huaxia myth, symbol of imperial authority and ultimate power, coiled in the air, its sweeping tail carving golden ripples. Tens of meters long, armored in tightly packed scales that blazed brighter than the sun, it fixed the world with eyes of cold gold, while silver thread whiskers drifted on the wind. This was a true Huaxia dragon, not the hulking lizard of Western tales. This was dominion made manifest. After circling once, the dragon's soul dove. It slowed sharply above Su Chen, then coiled behind him, draping him in holy light. A clear intent filled his mind, and his mental energy began to drain. The dragon's soul was now under his control. Su Chen leveled a finger at the monsters swarming the deck. Roar! The golden dragon snapped into motion, streaking forward like a blazing spear. It wasn't mere physical force, it was soul-level devastation. Passing cleanly through its targets, it left no outward impact, yet detonated catastrophic true damage within. With Su Chen's current mental strength, a single full body pass delivered 6,000 points of true damage. These level 30 creatures barely boasted 2 or 3,000 health. Against 6,000 true damage, they could only dissolve into gray ash amid the dragon's golden light. Gleaming and immense, the dragon's soul coiled across the entire deck. Wherever the dragon's soul passed, the monsters disintegrated into golden dust. Within 10 seconds, the first wave was gone, leaving only the briny wind and the crash of the surf. As the tide rolled in, a second wave advanced through the foam. Su Chen didn't pause. He poured out his psychic power. Beside him, the dragon's soul roared, its gilded scales flashing razor-sharp in the sunlight. The second wave included support units that could buff their allies. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The dragon's soul instantly locked onto the casters, dove, and tore them apart, their mangled bodies tumbling across the sand. After several passes, every buffer was dead, and the remaining monsters crumpled like weeds. Unlike soldiers or generals who must hack their way through a line, the dragon's soul ignores all obstacles, homing in on the core targets like a mobile executioner. Wherever Su Chen's mind reached, no matter where the enemy hid, the dragon's soul shredded them. For summoner-type mages, this ability was a perfect counter. The third and fourth waves arrived in quick succession, only to vanish in the same blaze of gold and dragon roars. The fifth wave combined mind control with venom attacks, but they faced an energy construct. Psychic interference had no effect, and poison passed straight through. In a single clash, the entire assault evaporated. All 5 waves were annihilated. With his mental energy dropping fast, Su Chen recalled the dragon's soul. Compared with Huang Haodong, Long Zhan Yi consumed more psyche. If his soldiers were in formation, Huang Haodong actually dealt greater area damage for the same cost. Yet that skill demanded close-quarters combat. Against mass knockbacks or flying enemies, it was useless. The dragon's soul had no such constraint. As long as his mind held out, no foe could outrun its hunt, even to the ends of the earth. Long Zhan Yi perfectly offset Huang Haodong's weakness, giving Su Chen a trump card he could trust completely. The Imperial Dragon of myth, symbol of sovereign power, had once again proved its irreplaceable might with overwhelming force and awe-inspiring presence. A flawless skill, Su Chen exulted. With his power soaring, his gaze shifted to a loftier goal, the level 40 passage in the Tianshan region. With his current skills, generals, and the Imperial concubine, he felt confident he could face a level 40 team Hedon. The Emperor's relic was as good as his. At that moment, deep inside Indii territory, dim lights flickered over a secret conference room where a sinister ritual circle glowed. An indescribable shadow writhed at its center, radiating suffocating pressure. Around the array, several tawny-skinned officers and occult scholars murmured in low voices. Both operations against Xinxia have failed, the director said quietly. We don't intend to see that result again. Rest assured, a colonel replied, head held high. Indii soldiers are the strongest in the world. The importance of the Forgotten Realm is obvious, and the special serum is already in your hands. Make sure you seize this chance. The colonel nodded fiercely, battle light blazing in his eyes. We will. This time well deploy an elite level 40 unit, he declared, enunciating every word. No one will stand in their way. When Wei Zheng ushered Wang Zhaojun into the hall to meet the chosen adventurers, a ripple of surprise swept through the crowd. Moments earlier the room had been buzzing with confidence, but the arrival of an unfamiliar woman silenced it at once. Among the adventurers there were plenty of striking women, yet years of battling monsters had imprinted a cold edge on them all, healers and fighters alike. By contrast, Wang Zhaojun resembled a newly bloomed lotus, her robes pristine and her gaze clear, more like a sheltered princess than a veteran of the battlefield. After a brief moment of admiration, unease began to surface. This campaign concerned the Empire's honor and everyone's future. It was nothing like bringing a rookie along for fun during a dungeon run. Every recruit was an elite, selected as much for character as for skill and teamwork. Though questions arose, no one voiced them, and the group greeted her courteously. Captain Liu quietly drew Wei Zheng aside into the corridor. The level 38 mountain knight stood in heavy plate armor, his eyes calm. I never saw her in the qualifiers, he said. Did you recommend her personally? I did, Wei Zheng replied with a nod. Then could you outline her abilities? Team synergy matters. Liu's tone was respectful. Wei Zheng's heart tightened. He trusted Su Qin's judgment implicitly and had asked almost nothing about Wang Zhaojun's skills. Caught off guard, he cleared his throat. I know her abilities, of course, but it's best if she demonstrates them herself. Liu held his gaze, then nodded. You're right. They'll remember that. Back in the hall he proposed that everyone showcase their skills in turn, both to test coordination and, conveniently, to evaluate Wang Zhaojun. He avoided singling her out, sparing her any embarrassment a tactful move that let Wei Zheng relax and rub his nose in relief. He thought, I almost gave myself away. If people found out I played favorites, I'd be the laughingstock of the army. The adventurers understood at once and began casting in sequence. Fireballs, holy light, vines, and shield walls flared one after another, magical energy churning in the air. At last it was Wang Zhaojun's turn, and every eye settled on her. She grasped their unspoken curiosity, inclined her head, and summoned a moon-white peepa into her palm. The Emperor had ordered her to infiltrate the expedition, and she knew a display of combat power was essential. The instrument gleamed pure as snow, utterly devoid of battle scars, yet its appearance sharpened everyone's focus. The rarer the weapon, the more unusual the class, they surmised. Perhaps this seemingly delicate girl truly had something special. She sat cross-legged, adjusted the strings, and let her slender fingers dance. The first note trickled like spring water over stone, and the melody blossomed, filling the entire hall. A gentle warmth rose in each listener's chest, as though they were wrapped in tender waves or returned to a long-lost home. Wei Zheng arched a brow. He had spent half his life in the army and knew little of music, yet even he could tell this piece was masterful. Though he lacked formal training, nothing could shake his conviction. Wang Zhaojun was playing at a truly elite level. Wei Zheng paused. Music, it seemed, was more than just pleasant background sound. The moment the melody ended, he felt his stats shift. Both strength and agility had jumped by 20%. Around him, the others snapped out of their daze, meeting one another's eyes with the same stunned realization, a party-wide buff. Everyone pulled up their status panels at once, the blue bonus figures impossible to miss. A 20% boost across the board was equivalent to what a piece of top-tier rare gear would grant, yet only 2 of the 12 people present actually owned such equipment. In contrast, the newly recruited Wang Zhaojun had spread the same rare-level boost to every member with nothing but a single song. And it got crazier. Their previous support's best skill granted a 15% strength buff to 3 teammates, and came with a cooldown. Wang Zhaojun's tune had no target limit. If you could hear it, you received the full effect. Unlocking a skill like that below level 40? Wei Zheng involuntarily stepped back a few paces, gauging the reach of the sound, and cheering inwardly that trusting Su Qin had been the right call. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, unable to hide his delight. The captain, Liu, grinned from ear to ear. With Zhaojun on board, our squad just leveled up again. A support girl with looks and power, who would say no? The male players were especially hyped. Wang Zhaojun instantly became their new goddess, and some were already daydreaming about heroic rescues on the battlefield. vowing to shield their delicate teammate the moment monsters closed in. When the applause died down, Wei Zheng clapped his hands and lined everyone up. Tianshan Raid Party, 11 members ready. Today and tomorrow are for final practice. We set out at dawn the day after. I don't need to repeat how dangerous and vital this mission is. I expect everyone's best defend the Empire's honor. He snapped to attention and saluted. Defend the Empire's honor. The others, except Wang Zhaojun, returned the salute. Wei Zheng lowered his hand, his expression suddenly grim. One more thing. The noble clans are sending their own support team. On paper they're here to help, but I don't want any of you relying on them. 2 days flew by. Wang Zhaojun blended into the squad without a hitch, while Su Cheng ground monsters non-stop, pushing his level 30 experience bar to 80% and gathering another 70 shards of the Imperial Jade Seal. Only had to clear the instance to convert them. At dawn on departure day, Su Cheng was already on his private territory, Tianhai Isle, sitting quietly inside a dragon carriage and waiting for the right moment to join the operation via teleportation array. Back at the Imperial Capital Academy, the raid party was attending their final rally. The core force consisted of the 11-member Tianshan raid party, plus 100 elite guards from the military, tasked with clearing peripheral threats and ensuring the team reached the dungeon entrance. In addition, the noble clans had funded an 8-person support squad, and the medical corps had assigned several specialists. To avoid a full-scale war, high-ranking Imperial professionals would stay out of sight, only teleporting in if the enemy deployed top-tier combatants. When the briefing ended, the shout of "Defend the Empire's honor" rolled through the plaza like waves. Fully equipped, the expedition set off. Eyes closed, Su Cheng sat in the dragon carriage. Outside, 4 imposing generals stood guard, awaiting his command. The Tianshan frontier, also called the Realm of Oblivion. Without the monster incursion, it would be nothing more than a stretch of primordial jungle. The rugged Tianshan mountains cut through the wilderness, serving as a natural border between the Xinxia Empire, the Indu Kingdom, and several smaller states. Even with this formidable barrier, territorial lines remained blurry in places. Before the rifts appeared, the Empire scarcely bothered with this remote land. Only after the portals multiplied did the army establish a heavy presence here. When the Empire stood at its peak, neighboring nations behaved themselves. They paid transit fees to farm dungeons beyond the border, and the Empire, valuing cordial relations, never intervened. But as years of turmoil weakened Xinxia, those same neighbors bared their fangs repeatedly, invading the Tianshan frontier, sabotaging key teleport arrays, and claiming them outright. Seeking to avoid all-out war, the Empire adopted a policy of appeasement, turning a blind eye to these incursions. Predictably, weakness invited aggression. For a weakened nation, diplomacy means nothing. This punitive expedition is Shangxia's renewed answer to the border crisis. A line of military jeeps rumbled onto the damp, humus-rich ground, their thick tires flinging black, viscous mud. Towering trees, dozens of meters high, wove together overhead, blotting out the sky. Headlights offered the only illumination. The stench of decay clung to the heavy air, while faint, needle-thin monster cries jabbed at every nerve. The Tianshan frontier is vast, its rifts scattered like stars, many impossible to seal. Monsters pour out relentlessly, spreading across the jungle and hunting nearly every wild creature to extinction. Death is now the forest's only shade. Stop! The lead officer barked, and the convoy halted in the depths of the woods. He stepped onto slick, dead leaves, approached the strike team's vehicle, and spoke in a low, steady voice. This is as far as the jeeps can go. From here, we proceed on foot into the true heart of the Tianshan frontier. Anything might happen, so steel yourselves. Li Yueging nodded firmly. Thanks for the warning. He signaled his teammates to disembark. Both the strike team and the escorting soldiers wore gray-green jungle fatigues, functional, not flattering. Yet on Wang Zhaojun's slender frame, the uniform gained an unexpected elegance that drew more than a few covert glances. The soldiers silently wondered how a girl so porcelain delicate had joined a strike team, but discipline and trust in command kept their questions to themselves. With the officer leading, they pushed deeper into the forest. Violet-black swamps spread across the ground, and strange, multicolored mists drifted through the air. Ancient trees, tainted by monsters, twisted like the spines of beasts. Any lurking creature was dispatched by the elite soldiers before it could threaten the team, clearing the path ahead. After an hour on foot, they reached the designated rendezvous point. Here, the army will erect a teleportation array to give high-ranked professionals a direct route to the front. Another 30 to 60 minutes of marching would bring them to the entrance of the newly formed passage. The column halted at the designated spot. Senior arcanists unrolled their scrolls, set their artifacts in place, and began constructing the long-range gate. The rest of the troops spread out on intersecting patrols, while the strike team hurried through its final equipment. Check arrows reknocked, elemental cores replaced, communicators set to the same channel, everything precise and orderly. After a brief pause, the lead officer ordered the advance. Half the soldiers remained to guard the array, the other half escorted the strike team deeper in. Only 1 hour remained before the portal descended, so timing was critical. The forest path ahead was eerily quiet, no enemy ambush, no prowling beasts, no foul weather. The march felt almost suspiciously smooth, yet that calm pricked at their nerves like a needle, as if an arrow might whistle from the shadows at any moment. On Tianhai Island, Chen sat upright in his dragon palanquin, watching the front line through the sight shared by Wang Zhaojun. To him, the march was too quiet as well. Wei Zheng had sworn that Indigua would never give up this opportunity. If there was still no movement, only two possibilities remained. Either they had truly abandoned the passage, or they were lying in ambush. Chen leaned toward the latter. If I were them, what would I do? He asked himself, eyes closed in thought. Moments later, they snapped open. The key was reinforcements. Indiguo's power had grown in recent years, yet it still lagged behind Xinya in both the number and quality of high-level professionals. Unless they cut off support, they would lose any direct clash. The first and foremost target, then, had to be the long-range teleportation array. Meanwhile, Li Yuegang and his team reached the clearing where the passage would appear. Staring at the silent woods, he muttered, "Did Indigua really back out?" Even as he spoke, he dismissed the idea. "Stay alert," the lead officer warned. They lay hidden in dense undergrowth, communicators linked to the rear array. Reports said construction was flawless, core nodes lit, minutes to activation. Everything seemed to follow a perfect script. Bzzz. A burst of violet light twisted the air ahead, the portal's arrival visible to the naked eye. Cold light flashed in Li Yuegang's eyes as he tightened his grip on his weapon. Suddenly, the officer's communicator exploded with harsh static. He scowled and hit the receive key. A ragged scream tore through the channel. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Anxious shouts mingled with bursts of static from the communicator, their shrillness slicing through the forest's silence like a blade. "Do you require support? I repeat, do you need support?" The squad leader bent low, pressing his earpiece as he growled the words. His voice boomed, but held no trace of panic. As one of the Empire's elite, he knew that whatever the crisis, composure came first. The teleportation array was vital, yet a hasty rescue could doom the entire mission. The transmission cut off, leaving a suffocating hush. Seconds later, a frail, broken plea bled through the noise. "Request assistance," as a sharp crack followed, and the line went dead, replaced by a harsh hiss. The officer's knuckles tightened as dread climbed his spine. Barely a minute had passed from the first enemy attack to total silence, and a 50-man vanguard was already gone. The enemy clearly wasn't interested in competing for the gateway. They meant to slaughter, seize the passage, and wipe out every Imperial soldier. The sudden change in the officer's expression told Li Yuegang and the rest of the strike force how dire things had become. "Sir, should we go back and help?" Li pressed a hand to his breastplate, his voice taut with urgency. The distant pleas of his comrades cut him to the bone. The officer snapped the communicator shut and turned toward the portal that was slowly taking shape. "First we get you through, then we go back for them. The portal still needs time. Won't it be dangerous over there? That is not your concern." His tone was ice. "We are soldiers. We left for this mission ready to die. If the objective is achieved, death is honor. If we fail, it is pointless. Your top priority is stepping through that gateway. Understood?" The cold words and the force of his stare made everyone straighten on instinct. "Understood," Li answered, then led the team, eyes fixed on the twisting rift ahead. Vehement air spiraled into a vortex. Huge swathes of forest tore open, revealing a pitch-black void. From within, the gate of an ancient city slid into view, glowing with a dim, chilling light. Dark power spilled out, devouring everything nearby. Leaves turned bruised purple, phosphorescent motes danced among the branches, and the leaf-strewn earth sagged into an obsidian mire where red-black energy writhed like snakes. "The portal is stable, move," Li roared, charging forward. Whoever stepped in first would seize the initiative. Every second now meant glory or death. They had barely broken from the tree line when a midnight black spell orb tore through the air, its heat raising every hair on their arms. "High-level hostile. Cover the strike team," the officer shouted, vaulting from the underbrush. Dozens of soldiers followed, splitting into two wings to assault the attack's source, while the rest raised their weapons. Interlocking sigils flared, and a teal barrier unfolded overhead, forming a protective shield above the unit. Boom! The obsidian spell orb slammed into the barrier, two torrents of power colliding so violently the air itself seemed torn apart. Scorching winds, mixed with shreds of foliage, blasted outward in every direction. At the treetops, a man in a black robe hovered in midair, his face buried in the hood's shadow, a single glint of cold light, all that betrayed him. Behind him, a dozen soldiers in identical uniforms utterly different from the Xinxia fatigues worn by Li Yuegang's group advanced in perfect step, sprinting toward the stone arch that housed the spatial gate. With a flick of his arm, the dark mage's fingertips flared, and 3 1-meter-wide ebony orbs hummed into existence at his side. Li Yuegang's stomach dropped. One orb had nearly shattered the barrier, now there were 3. "Keep moving," the officer roared, snappingly back to the battlefield. I promised I'd get you through, and I will. The officer ripped a blood-red token from his belt and slapped it into his palm, chanting under his breath, "Battle soul, arise." Crack. The token exploded into a shower of sparks. The lights rose above the heads of the officer and his troops, fusing in an instant into a crimson-armored giant 5 stories tall. Wish, wish, wish. The dark mage lashed out. All 3 massive orbs plummeted at once. The giant hefted its blade to meet them, steel biting into darkness with a deafening blast. We did it. Hope flared in Li's eyes. He lunged forward, leaping through rubble and gale until he reached the gate, slapping his palm against its surface. In a flash, he uploaded every squad member's credentials. White light burst forth. The whole team dissolved into streaks of brilliance and vanished into the corridor. TCH. The mage grunted, raising both hands to chant again. An even darker, more savage power spiraled together, forming a sphere several meters wide. Thud, thud, thud. A squad of Xinxiao assassins shot from the woods. They had lain in wait for this very moment. Daggers gleamed like falling rain. A dozen blades aimed straight at the mage's vitals. SHHK. Metal found flesh. The figure convulsed, strength draining as he dropped toward the ground. Did we get him? The officer stared upward, then instantly sensed the mistake. The orb above was still gathering power. They had stabbed a projection. VMM. The colossal black sphere was complete, a dark sun rolling downward. Boom. The armored giant swung its sword Hedon. The collision erupted into a vacuum storm dozens of meters wide, ripping through the forest's heart. When the winds died, fissures riddled the giant's surface. It shattered into motes of light. Backlash rose in the officer's throat, the taste of iron spilling down his chin as he dropped to one knee, gasping. In the instant the battle soul stalled the dark sun, the enemy squad reached the gate. White light swirled, taking them all into the same dimension, meaning Li Yuegang's team now had to hunt monsters while fighting a professional military unit. Sending troops across the border was far different from dispatching a few freelance combatants. This was an open challenge to Shangxia's sovereignty. That tiny nation of Indi now dared trespass because Xinxia had yielded too many times before. The officer's thoughts churned, but he forced himself upright. "Hope you make it," he muttered, then barked, "Everyone fall back. Reinforce the teleport array." Not a second was wasted. The soldiers retreated into the depths of the forest. "Captain," the lieutenant reached to support him. The officer drew a brown command token, eyes sharp as blades, and strode toward the still hovering mage in black. "Follow the order. He'll hold the rear." The scenery flickered non-stop as Li Yuegang's party entered the passage. A lush rainforest faded in an instant, replaced by a bleak forest of gray-white stone pillars, cold and oppressive. Holographic panels flashed before them, revealing the new instance. Solo ride across 1,000 miles. Objective: break through the checkpoints and escape the enemy camp. Level cap: 40. Difficulty: Hell. Hell tier dungeon. The word hell drained all color from Li Yuegang's face. That difficulty was supposed to appear only in level 50 instances. Why was a level 40 gate jumping a whole bracket? Each tier already doubled monster stats. Jumping straight to hell was insane. Forget a speed run, they might not clear it at all. After everyone finished reading, the panels disappeared in unison. No complaints, no retreat. This was their mission. Even if it was hell, they had to charge through. "Recon," Li Yuegang ordered. Several mages stepped forward, hands forming seals. Advanced recon lit up, blue ripples spreading from their staves and humming as they met the frigid air between the stone spires. While the mages scanned, the rest of the team checked gear and adjusted positions. BZZZZ. Before the results returned, a sharper vibration sliced through the air. The spot where they had entered twisted violently, space crumpling like a curtain being yanked. More incoming. Li Yuegang's brow tightened. The outer line had failed to hold the pursuers. Pushing deeper was pointless. They had to stand here. Form up. The squad spread out at once, shields in front, ranged and healers falling into preset lanes. Only wind and ragged breaths moved among the stones. Could they win? The enemy was the strike team had already seen at the gate, career soldiers, specialists in PvP, far more seasoned than his ad hoc group. The doubts surfaced and vanished just as quickly. Resolve returned to his eyes. BZZZZ. The spatial ripple ended. A dozen figures froze at the far edge of the stone forest, faces cold beneath identical uniforms. The Indi extermination squad. Mountain quake. Li Yuegang leapt, shield raised high. Battle aura surged around him as the tower shield cut the air. Mountain quake Wideria stun, brutal impact. He needed the first move. In a corridor like this, initiative meant everything. BZZ. He never landed. A thumb-wide portal opened beneath his feet, twisting space and hurling him back over his own line. One instant cast spell had unraveled his attack. Scatter. He roared. Mountain quake couldn't be cancelled. Boom. The tower shield slammed down, cracking the stone floor. Most teammates dodged, but 2 were clipped by the shockwave, including the sustain healer. She took the hit Hedon, her health bar dropping to a sliver. A near-death alert flashed in the party channel. Li Weigang's heart sank. With the healer down, their staying power was crippled. Worse, the indie squad was already closing the gap, blades and spells weaving together and turning defense into a full assault. The two teams collided. Explosions echoed through the stone forest, multicolored energies clashing and bursting, mixing light with swirling dust. Golden power flowed through Su Chen's hands. He was locking onto Wang Zhejian's anchor, setting up a long-range teleport array. Constructing an array normally drains both mind and time. A standard teleportation circle usually requires several professional array masters working in concert, while a long-range gate spanning thousands of miles can be managed only by a senior master and still devours hours of concentration. For Su Chen, however, array creation has become almost instinctive. Using any summoned unit as an anchor, he can compile a fully functional teleport array on the spot with zero mental cost. The only price is waiting for the long-distance circle to finish taking shape. The moment Li Weigang's squad stepped into the heart of the Tianshan region, Su Chen was already weaving golden runes in the distance. Through Wang Zhejian's eyes, he watched soldiers from the Indie Kingdom charge the teleport circle exactly as he had predicted, their firepower far more savage than expected. Indy had clearly cast caution aside and dared to station troops openly on Shangxia's soil. Golden light streamed from his fingertips, glyphs flowing over his palm like water. The array anchored to Wang Zhaojun finally sealed itself. A blazing pillar of gold split the clouds and speared toward the ground. Su Chen drew a deep breath, stepped into the beam, and murmured, "I hope I'm not too late. Stay behind me, stay behind me." Behind a towering stone pillar, a warrior spread his arms to shield Wang Zhaojun. He leaned through a crack to survey the field. The clash between the punitive squad and the Indie soldiers had been short, but brutal. Every enemy was a level 40 veteran, and the Empire's squad, despite fighting to the last, had earned only a carpet of corpses and dying breaths in return. The warrior's hands shook around his greatsword as his eyes swept the surroundings. "Don't be afraid, it'll protect you," he stammered, yet he refused to budge from in front of the unruffled Wang Zhaojun. The gallant rescue was unfolding, but he knew he lacked the power to shake these foes. They were simply too strong. "What are you looking at?" A chilling voice drifted down from above. The warrior jerked his head up and saw an Indie soldier crouched atop the pillar, smirking with cruel amusement. Cold sweat drenched him at once. That was the enemy's top assassin, the man who had single-handedly shattered their main force. Fear crept up his spine as beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. The assassin grinned, savoring the Catan mouse game. His eyes lit up when they settled on Wang Zhejian. This unrivaled beauty was the reason he had chased them so far, and looks like hers were a prize rarely found. Seeing that greedy glint, the warrior backed up 2 steps and raised his sword across his chest. "Come at me if you dare. Get down here," he roared, trying to steal his courage. Anyone who wanted to hurt Sister Zhaojun would have to walk over his corpse first. Huosha dark blur, and the assassin vanished from the pillar's peak. Every hair on the warrior's body stood on end as he clenched the greatsword with both hands. "Tell me, where should I cut first?" Swish, swish, swish. Afterimages flickered around him so fast they blurred together. The tip of the warrior's sword whirled after the shadows. Where is he? Fear and tension clamped his throat. Death was inches away. "Here it comes. Are you ready?" Boom. A dull thud burst through a mist of blood, and a dark figure hurtled away, spitting crimson. The warrior's eyes widened. That was the assassin. How had he been sent flying? He spun around to find Wang Zhaojun still standing gracefully, her expression serene, as if the chaos had nothing to do with her. Somehow a Yueqin had appeared in her arms, and beneath the instrument a bright smear of fresh blood glistened. The warrior looked at the unconscious assassin sprawled on the ground, then at the seemingly innocent Wang Zhaojun. His mind went blank, yet instinct screamed that he couldn't waste this chance. "Dragon's bite," he roared. Hoisting a sword as wide as a door, he lunged at the fallen assassin. The killer who had once moved like a phantom and butchered countless victims now lay limp, helpless to resist. Steel tore flesh with a sickening sound. The warrior rammed his blade straight through the assassin's chest, yanked it free, and hacked again and again. Ribs collapsed, blood splashed, yet for his first kill, guilt never came. He wasn't slaying a man, but a monster. Gasping, he turned to Wang Zhaojun. Was it you who knocked him out?" Cradling her Yueqin, she merely shook her head, face serene. The warrior's confusion deepened. Someone who could down a level 40 assassin in one strike could never be the fragile Zhaojun, and it certainly wasn't him, the one who'd just been toyed with. So who was it? A sudden whoosh split the air. He jerked his head. Yupanather assassin was diving from above. That brief moment of slackness had let the enemy reach Zhejian's crown. "No!" he screamed inside. Throwing himself forward, a level 40 assassin could kill in a single ambush. As the attacker dropped, Zhejian's gentle gaze turned razor-sharp. Gripping the loot, she crouched, whipped around, and swung. Thud! The assassin shot off like a rag doll, carving a graceful yet lethal arc through the sky. The warrior's eyes nearly burst. If not for the blood dripping from the loot's head, head imagined it. Still insisting it wasn't you? I just saw you launch him. What delicate maiden does that? He ranted inwardly, yet instinct drove him to the wounded assassin. Moments later, Head reduced the body to a bloody mess. Exhausted, he collapsed, panting like an ox. One blow to stun a level 40 pro. What monstrous power was that? And Head fancied himself the hero here. While he sat dazed, Zhaojun faced him, voice calm. Tell no one what you saw. Otherwise I'll kill you. That mild threat, backed by what Head witnessed, drenched his back in cold sweat. He nodded hard. Boom, heaven itself shook. A golden pillar of light slammed to earth, unfolding an intricate teleportation array. The warrior's eyes went wide once more. A golden array? What now? Zhaojun studied the light. At last her calm eyes rippled. His Majesty is here. Time to leave. She stepped toward the glowing passage. 6 incapacitated Xinxiao operatives lay sprawled on the ground. Wind swept grit across their blood-spattered uniforms, and the cold stone beneath them was starting to sweat. A few steps away, 3 indie soldiers stood with rifles shouldered, staring down at the prisoners from on high, while the rest of their squad pursued the fugitives up the mountain trail. The indie had no plan to execute anyone here. Their aim was to take hostages, demand ransom, and squeeze the Xinxia Empire for every possible concession. They counted on Shangxia's reluctance to break international law or spark a full-scale war. If the raid succeeded, Indy meant to seize the entire Tianshan corridor and reap immense strategic gains. Move again, and you're dead. One Indy soldier snarled. A dagger flashed, burying itself in a captive's shoulder and spraying blood. The victim's artifact slipped from his hand and skittered among the stones. Healing potion? Still clinging to hope. The soldier picked up the clear vial and laughed. Even one-handed would crush you. He hurled the bottle against a rock. Boom. The moment the glass shattered, a gold beam as thick as a city gate shot into the clouds, and the earth seemed to quake. What is that? The potion was trapped? Terror washed over the Indi soldiers. The Xinxia captives looked just as shocked. On guard. The squad leader barked, kicking a prisoner aside. A golden array bloomed at the beam's base, its pressure stealing their breath. The 3 fell into a practiced kill formation, ready to tear apart whatever emerged. Whoosh. The blinding light collapsed, the array dimmed, and out rolled a lacquered carriage drawn by 6 scaled draconic steeds. The Imperial Dragon Chariot. The Indi soldiers froze. Who would expect a single vial to summon such a taboo relic? Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, soldiers on snow-white chargers appeared around the chariot tents, then dozens, then hundreds. Lances lowered. The white horse guard thundered past, hooves cracking stone and echoing through the gorge. The 3 Indi men closed ranks, rifles up. Woe, who are these troops? The cavalry ignored them, iron hooves brushing by as the entire force charged into the stone forest. Dust billowed, silver armor vanished, and only the roar of hooves remained. They just left? What are they after? Before that tension could fully ease, the air around the chariot rippled again. SSS. 4 figures materialized. One in crimson plate, murderous intent thick as blood mist. One in polished armor with a silver spear that seemed to cut the very air. One in scarlet mail, sharp-browed and calculating. One in gold armor over green robes, long beard drifting, authority radiating from every pore. A single glance from them felt like drowning in ice. Their combined aura dwarfed even the 100 cavalry. Generals Hua and Zhao, a steady male voice called from inside the chariot, reinforced the teleportation zone at Tianshan immediately. General Guan, secure this passage. General Huang, show again the prowess of crossing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals. The 4 warriors knelt as one, fist to chest. We obey. Well, what about me? You're coming with me. The 3 Indi soldiers traded uneasy glances at the sight before them. 4 generals had stepped from a shimmering portal, clad in ancient armor, murderous intent rolling off them like a tide. They had never seen an enemy summon such terrifying beings all at once. Who, inside that gilded carriage etched with dragons, could command forces like these? Fear or not, training carved into their bones steadied the trio. The Indi code was simple. Anyone blocking the kingdom's spear must die. They lowered their centers of gravity, drew their blades, and reset their killing formation. Pressure doesn't equal power, the leader muttered through clenched teeth. Scanners pegged them at level 30. They're no match for 3 level 40 warriors. Whoosh, 3 shadows shot forward, skimming the ground, blades aimed at the generals' backs. Dianwei, sheathed in blood-red armor, spun around. His murderous aura hit them like a viper striking their eyes. The Indi soldiers froze, a chill crawling up their spines. How many lives had he taken to forge a presence like that? His Majesty is speaking. Do you worms wish to die? Dianwei thundered, his voice rumbling like distant storm clouds. General Dian, spare your rage, Guan Yu said, stroking his beard as the green dragon crescent blade hummed and flashed cold light. Mere bandits. They'll fetch their heads and be back before the wine cools. While the soldiers watched in terror, Guan Yu advanced at a measured stride. Hua Tsubing and Zhao Yun followed through the portal, the Imperial Dragon carriage rolling forward with Dian Wei guarding its flank. 1 level 30 against 3 level 40s? Fury churned in the indie warriors. Do they think indie soldiers are worthless? Their arrogance will cost them blood. A crimson spark flashed in Guanye's eyes as a system prompt appeared, all attributes 60. Outside the instance, at the Tianshan border. Any last words worth laughing at? A man in a dark arcane robe hovered in midair, wrapped in black mist. Below, a Xinxia officer knelt on one knee, breath shallow. His uniform was in tatters, scorched skin exposed, and his weapon badge lay in charred fragments at his feet. At level 45, the seasonalist was already high tier, yet before a level 52 dark mage he seemed insignificant. International law required anyone over level 50 to register. Crossing borders was tantamount to declaring war. The indie squad had clearly ignored the treaty, treating Xinxia as if it were nothing. The officer had intercepted them alone not out of vanity, but to buy time for a rear unit to rebuild the teleport array and bring Imperial high-tiers onto the field. The dark mage's mocking promise of execution echoed above, but the officer stayed silent. Death was nearly certain. Stalling was all he could offer. To hell with your last words. He roared, rolling forward as blood surged through his veins. He snatched up the badge fragments. Jingja. The seasonal incantation left his lips, and the runes flared. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the sky and slammed straight onto the dark mage's head. Lightning slammed into the dark sorcerer, and his body crumpled to the ground like wet clay. Still not enough. The officer clenched his command token, cold light flickering in his narrowed pupils as he watched the charred corpse with wary eyes. Within seconds, the corpse lifted again, as if hauled up by invisible strings. The officer had never heard of a class like this, someone who could rise even after being burnt to a cinder. What power was this, and why wouldn't it die? His nerves were stretched to the breaking point. You people of Xinxia love pointless resistance, the sorcerer rumbled, black robes billowing. Death imprisonment. He thrust out a hand, and solid darkness snapped into a cage around the officer. Frostfall. The officer roared. His last reserve of battle aura burst into a razor-sharp gale. Frost slowed the sorcerer's movements, yet the cage remained flawless. The chill faded, and a black orb screamed toward him. There was nowhere to dodge. Boom. Leaves and mud flew skyward as a violent shockwave ripped through the forest. The officer was hurled aside and hit the ground hard, his command token shattering on impact. The blast shredded his organs, bones howling in agony. Blood welled up his throat. Every breath felt like a blade. It's over. Completely over. Red-veined eyes stared upward, but all he saw were tangled branches. This forest was a prison. No rescue would come. Any last words? The sorcerer floated above, sneering like a hunter over his prey. The officer bared bloody teeth and slowly raised a middle finger. Idiot. Die. The sorcerer roared. Both hands gathered a colossal sphere of energy, intent on turning the insect below into dust. Rumble. Thunder rolled from the hidden sky. The sorcerer snapped his head up. An indescribable pressure was gathering. Kirkum. A golden torrent crashed down from the heavens onto the ancient city gate at the forest's edge. Rings of light rippled outward, blindingly bright and regal. What was that? Terror clutched the sorcerer's heart. The mission intel had mentioned no other high-tier professionals, let alone someone who could summon a golden teleport array. Shangxia's top-level forces? Impossible, they wouldn't violate international law. Forcing calm, he stared into the light. Whoosh. The radiance abruptly faded, the ripples vanished, and no one stood beneath the beam. Teleport failed? He blinked, waited a moment longer, then sneered. All that noise and not a single hair came through. He turned back to the fallen officer, mockery deepening. So this is Shangxia's backup? Pathetic. Today, every last one of you dies here. BZZZ. The teleportation array flickered to life again. 2 teleportation arrays flared to life at the mouth of the corridor. The dark mage whirled around, his crimson pupils shrinking in the gloom. There was no way the dungeon had been cleared this quickly. Had their rival squad fled at the last moment? He recalled the shadow orb he had been ready to hurl at the Xinxiao officer and drifted toward the exit. The officer lay on the floor, limbs broken and blood pooling beneath him, utterly powerless. Letting the man cling to life for a few more moments would only deepen his despair when he watched his comrades die. SZZT. Twin spheres of black energy swelled between the mage's hands. A cruel smile twisted his pale lips as he pictured the adventurers escaping one hell only to plunge into another. The terror outside would far surpass anything inside the dungeon. VMM. Light crashed down from the arrays, revealing 2 towering figures. Die. The dark mage roared, flinging both orbs. Crack. Before the spheres struck, a silver spear howled through the air. Lightning bright, it punched straight through his chest. The mage dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Thud. Even as the body hit the ground, it jerked upright again, the gaping wound knitting before their eyes. What? The mage's pupils quick no strike beneath level 40 could carry that much power. HM. Zhao Yun turned, surprised. He twitched his spear to finish the job, but a massive arrow shrieked past. Boom. Silver light exploded as it bored through the mage's chest a second time. The dark mage toppled once more. A few heartbeats later he was on his feet again. Huang, still holding the drawn bow, raised a brow. Can't kill this guy? Terror churned inside the mage. Each blow had dealt well over 10,000 damage. Without his special skill, he would be long dead. Across the room, the Xinxia officer stared, dumbfounded. The level 52 dark mage was being butchered like a hog, again and again. Through blurry vision, he thought he saw two generals striding through the air. Zhao Yun lifted his spear for another thrust, but Huang signaled him to stop. Brother Zilong, we still have a mission. We shouldn't linger. His skill is peculiar. Let His Majesty deal with him. Zhao Yun nodded and lowered the weapon. Restoring the frontline teleport array was their real priority. The two warriors exchanged a knowing glance, vaulted onto their horses, and thundered away in a swirl of dust. The dark mage watched them vanish, his face mottling with rage. Stabbed twice, and they just left? Freeloaders. A high officer of the Indi Empire, bearer of imperial honor, reduced to a roadside punching bag? Ark. He threw back his head and howled. Shame and fury boiled into murderous intent as he raised both arms, dragging in torrents of black energy until a shadow sphere several meters wide writhed above his palms. This time, the whole world would taste agony. No one could stand in his way now. No one could hope to stop him. Halt. A voice of absolute authority exploded behind him like a blade through his skull. A tidal wave of psychic force flooded his mind, scattering the currents of energy inside him, and the black power he had been condensing in his palm disintegrated at once. The dark sorcerer stared blankly at his empty hands, as if he had just been slapped in public. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. He jerked around. At the exit of the tunnel now stood a resplendent golden dragon chariot, its body carved with dragons and phoenixes, gold filigree snaking across its panels in regal splendor. What in the world is that? The dark sorcerer's throat tightened, his hands trembling. What had happened in the passage? Why were these bizarre things appearing one after another? Before the question left his lips, a blood-red blur lunged toward the chariot. Dianwei, drenched in gore, twin halberds crossed. A sonic boom erupted beneath his boots as he charged straight for the dark sorcerer. Prison of death. The sorcerer roared, clenching his fist as black light detonated. A dense fog of darkness solidified into an iron cage, racing to pin Dianwei in for good. Fearless charge. Dianwei's crimson eyes blazed. Activating his bulwark, he smashed through the cage, leapt high, and slammed the sorcerer into the ground. The sorcerer's gaze dimmed for a heartbeat, then cleared just as quickly. Dianwei glanced down at him and grinned. Heh. The twin halberds plunged again. Die, then be skewered. Be skewered, then die again. More than a dozen times the ground was gouged into a crater while the dark sorcerer writhed between death and rebirth. Inside the chariot, Chen frowned. It looked like resurrection, yet it was nothing of the sort. At level 50 the sorcerer was merely an officer. He could not possibly wield a god-tier skill, let alone revive without limit. There was only one explanation: this body was a puppet. The dark arts could separate soul from flesh, hiding the spirit somewhere inside. As long as the soul endured, the body could be rebuilt with mental force. To kill him, body and soul had to be destroyed in a single strike. Dianwei was still astride the sorcerer, stabbing with feral fury. Chen lifted a hand, curled his fingers into a fist, and murmured an incantation. Circles of golden sigils bloomed behind him, glyphs interlacing, dragon shadows coiling within. Dragon, battle in the wilds. A thunderous roar split the heavens. The soul of a five-clawed golden dragon burst from the array, its brilliance like living flame, shockwaves rippling outward. The imperial might that filled the air made even the wind freeze. The half-conscious officer's eyes snapped clear, his heart pounding. What was that creature? In 30 years of war, sweeping through countless instances and blood-soaked fields, he had never seen anything so holy, so commanding. Chen thrust his palm downward. The dragon's soul dived, a golden meteor blotting out the light as it crashed onto the dark sorcerer. The instant the dragon's shadow pierced him, energies collided within gold against pitch black, each devouring the other. Aark. The sorcerer's eyes bulged as a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. The dragon's soul not only shredded his flesh, it vaporized the hidden spirit nesting inside. An ocean of agony swallowed him whole. Agony, the soul-rending pain of being drained alive. No wound he had ever suffered came close to this. The dark sorcerer roared and howled, his whole body trembling without pause. With great effort he forced a shaking hand inside his robe, brushing the cold glass vial hidden in his sleeve. Chen's summoned golden dragon had punched clean through his chest, ripping away nearly half his soul. The radiant light still hadn't faded. Once the dragon's soul wheeled back, he would die for sure. Cornered, he had only one move left. The moment the dragon pierced him, he slapped a hand over his own mouth. Crunch, the glass shattered. Pitch-black liquid splashed into his mouth and dribbled down his chin. The instant it touched him, his body convulsed, limbs locking stiff. Dark infestation. He roared, his robe ballooning as torrents of inky energy burst outward, the shockwave flinging Dian Wei off his back. The black energy flowed over his skin like thick ink, fusing with flesh and devouring it. Within seconds, the boundary between man and darkness vanished. His form twisted until it was hard to tell human from fiend. Inside the dragon carriage, Su Chen frowned. That sent abyssal power from the Makazam dungeon. The potion was laced with it, and the sorcerer was now at least twice as strong as before. Die! Thrown aside, Dian Wei roared, flipped upright, and charged again with both halberds raised. The fiend merely lifted a hand. Darkness morphed into thick tentacles that dripped black ichor, wrapping Dian Wei layer after layer. The serpentine limbs clamped on his arms and legs. No amount of brute force could break them. This was no ordinary snare. It erased all movement. Dian Wei's fearless charge was nullified, his raw strength suppressed outright. Grim-faced, Su Chen pressed his arms together and thrust them backward. Far beyond the melee, the dragon's soul banked and dove. A thunderous roar split the sky, golden light twisting into a raging gale. Sensing mortal danger, the fiend spun and thrust out a palm, unfolding a massive circular portal to divert the dragon. The disk's pull tore at the air, yet the dragon only shuddered before punching straight through the barrier and driving for the sorcerer's chest. A shrill scream rang out as darkness writhed and golden power chewed through it, light and shadow colliding in violent turmoil. Boom! The sorcerer's body detonated, scattering in an explosive burst. Fragments of black flesh bristling with fine tentacles splattered in every direction. The instant the pieces began to fall, they snapped back toward the center, twisting together in midair until the abyss-tainted mage stood whole once more. With a sweep of his arm, the mage cast a net of inky tentacles that lashed Dian Wei back into place just as he broke free and charged. Damn you! Dian Wei roared, pinned fast by the slimy strands, his bellows shaking the trees. Even as he shouted, the corrupted mage raised both arms, black light swirling at his fingertips while an energy sphere far more terrifying than before swelled in his palms. Stop! Su Chen's imperial command cracked like golden thunder, forcing the dark orb to halt its expansion. But this time the sphere did not collapse. After a brief pause, it sucked in power even faster, swelling into a colossal globe that the mage hurled straight at the dragon chariot. Su Chen reacted in a flash. The 6 dragon steeds reared and shrieked, yanking the gilded chariot into the air and back just far enough to scrape clear of the blast zone. Boom! The orb detonated. The concussion rang like a war gong, shredding the forest. Dust waves roared, dead leaves whirled, and countless ancient trunks were blown to splinters, tearing a patch of blue sky through what once had been solid canopy. As the chariot careened away, Su Chen weighed the threat. Stronger spells, boosted attributes, and extra powers. The enhancement from abyssal corruption was far beyond expectation. That near-unbreakable spell chain was troublesome enough on a mere level 50 professional. What would it look like on a legendary? The thought chilled him. The notion only stoked his hunger for strength. He was still nowhere near strong enough. Boom boom boom. The corrupted mage switched to carpet bombing, snapping his sleeves to fling a stream of smaller spheres at the fleeing chariot. The 6 dragon steeds became a blur of hooves, stretching the vehicle into a streak of gold that weaved through the woods. On the ground nearby, the fallen officer's exhaustion had vanished along with the pain. The abyss-touched mage was terrifying, yet the golden chariot rekindled his hope. He could tell its driver was still holding back, dodging for now, but clearly waiting for the decisive moment to strike. Boom! Another sphere crashed down. Almost time, Su Chen murmured, eyes gleaming. While retreating, he had been watching closely. Abyssal power was potent, but the mage still obeyed class constraints, and his mental reserves were draining fast. Judging by how long each sphere took to form, another barrage like the last was impossible. Let's finish this. A solo duel was risky, a mob assault was not. At Su Chen's thought, soldiers of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry tore into existence along the chariot's wake and instantly ringed the mage. Tiger riders raised steel great shields to form an iron wall at the front, while Leopard riders knocked arrows on the flanks. 900 elite troops snapped the noose tight. Attack! Their shields slammed in unison, shaking the leaves and sending a wave of killing intent rolling out like an icy tide. The officer lying on the ground watched with shining eyes. He knew there was still another card to play. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry formed ranks, surrounding the demon-tainted mage like a steel wall. Su Chen stood at the center, his gaze cold as he assessed the enemy. Abyssal tentacles still writhed across the ground. At a mere thought, the mage could drag any soldier into despair. Very well, Su Chen Decidetta would see whether those tentacles were fiercer than the number of his own men. A hiss crackled as black lightning coiled in the mage's palm. The body corroded by the abyss was crazily stockpiling power, the hollow eyes devoid of emotion. Reason had long since been stripped away by the price of that augmentation. Die! Su Chen's order rang out, and Imperial might erupted. Unlike the previous command to halt, this death command was the highest level of compulsion, its force multiplied by its severity. A golden shockwave burst from his brow, draining a quarter of his mental power in an instant, yet granting near-absolute control. The demonized mage froze. The exploding orb of energy halted in midair, solidifying into a stagnant swirl of darkness. The Tiger Leopard cavalry charged. After reaching level 30, the Legion had split into Tiger Riders and Leopard Riders. Tiger Riders in heavy armor with lances, striking like thunder. Leopard Riders in light armor with drawn bows, skirmishing in support. At the blare of a horn, the Tiger Riders lowered their heads and spurred forward, hoofbeats thundering as the circle shrank. At the same moment, the Leopard Riders bent their bows to full draw, releasing hundreds of arrows that howled toward the mage in a black cloud. The mental bind lasted only a heartbeat. As the mage tore free, lance points were already at his eyes. Figures were shredded by the rain of arrows, the air snapping like 10,000 taut strings. Cornered, the mage abandoned the energy sphere. His hands snapped open, each palm raising a disc-shaped portal. The first wave of arrows vanished into those gates like stones sinking into ink. At the same time, black abyssal matter bulged from his skin, coalescing into thick tentacles that wove a dark wall around him, brutally halting the Tiger Riders. Steel rang, sparks flew, and the heavy cavalry's momentum came to an abrupt stop. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Though the enemy had lost reason, he still possessed top-tier combat instincts. Facing a mass charge, he had chosen area defense, exactly what Dian Wei would have done. Without doubt, this was the strongest foe Su Chen had encountered so far, a pinnacle in both mechanics and attributes. But strength alone was not enough. With the mage's attention locked on defense, the real killing blow remained in Su Chen's hand. He pressed his joined fingers downward. A dragon's roar split the sky as holy golden light gathered into a vast draconic soul wreathed in flame, stooping from the clouds. Boom! The dragon's soul struck like divine wrath, golden fire engulfing everything. The mage had no time to react and screamed in shrill agony. To survive, he used that eerie life-saving art once more. His flesh burst into thousands of shards, scattering in every direction. A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips. With a sweep of his arm, he commanded, "Execute." A hum rose as a golden tide rolled out from beneath his feet, washing over the entire army. Every tiger and leopard rider was ringed by an aura of imperial majesty, their momentum soaring. Within that overwhelming radiance, the scattered black tumors writhed and twisted like fish stranded on a shore, struggling for a life that no longer existed. Chunks of flesh writhed and leapt, and though they had no mouths, Su Chen seemed to hear them wail. The abyssal fiend collapsed before the emperor's aura, rings of blazing white light seared like a noonday sun, grinding the meat to ash. For nearly a minute the brilliance raged, until the last bloated lump burst, and, in a soundless scream, the battle ended. Su Chen withdrew the dragon's soul, his mindscape as empty as a desert scooped clean. Dealing with a single enemy had cost him 20,000 points of spirit. Had he not just broken through level 30, gained dragon fights in the wild for a full mental boost, and doubled his reserves with the sacrificial golden banner, any one missing link would have meant certain defeat today. We won, we actually won. The officer lying a short distance away had watched it all, joy washing the pain from his body. If his limbs weren't numb, he would already be on his feet, saluting the unseen master inside the dragon chariot. "Don't move. They'll get the medics." Su Chen walked to his side, voice steady. From the first moment he had noticed the officer, steering every spell blast clear of the area. A single stray splash would have killed the man outright. The officer nodded with difficulty, forcing out a broken plea. "Please save my squad." "Relax, they'll make it." Su Chen's tone left no room for doubt. Inside the instance, indie soldiers and the Xinxiao assault team faced off at the entrance once more. This time the Xinxiao ranks included a new Figuria general in gold armor and green robes. The moment he entered, Su Chen had unleashed 400 white horse riders, sending them racing through the stone forest to gather every scattered teammate and herd the indie troops back, restoring the standoff. Li Yuegang glanced at the three headless corpses, then up at Guan Yu. Thinking of the white horse riders and the golden transport pillar, his heart skipped a beat. Had the teleport array been repaired? Had headquarters sent reinforcements? Across the way, the indie soldiers turned ashen at the sight of their comrades' bodies. Those three had mastered the decapitator formation. Even the entire assault team would have struggled to behead them together, yet the bearded man before them had slit their throats with one stroke. The remaining 8 indie fighters snapped into formation, every eye fixed on the unhurried Guan Yu. Seeing the enemy array, the Xinxiao players drew their weapons, eager to erase the shame of their earlier rout. Guan Yu turned sideways and waved them back. "A gaggle of barnyard fowl, no need for you to lift a hand. 3 exchanges, and the enemy captain's head is mine." He leveled his blade, long beard quivering, his words echoing down the tunnel. The boast stunned both sides. 1 man against 8 within 3 moves? The arrogance was staggering. Li Yuegang and the others respected Guan Yu and trusted his strength, yet still worried. On a real battlefield of steel and blood, why reject teamwork for a one-on-many duel? The indie soldiers grew even paler. They had been taunted before, but never with such brazen contempt. Allies idle in the rear, while one man demanded single combat, openly belittling the Indie Empire, a nation poised to replace Xinxia and claim a permanent seat on the Council of Five. Outrageous. The first 2 chapters have been cleaned up, so if you missed anything, feel free to go back and read them again. When Li Yu saw that Guan Yu was determined to charge in alone, he hurried forward and said, "General, we can back you up." Guan Yu only shook his head, eyes like tempered steel. "I appreciate the offer." With that, he hefted his black iron crescent blade, dug in his heels, and shot toward the enemy lines like a cyclone. 8 indie soldiers were already waiting in a tight formation. Execution phalanx. The squad leader barked. The 8 snapped into place crowd control, ranged spells, close quarters thrusts, pinpoint strikes each attack, dovetailing perfectly with the next. Once the formation locked in, their combined power was far greater than the sum of its parts. The squad leader smirked coldly. Even a warrior this famed was about to hit solid stone. The moment Guan Yu stepped into range, all 8 attack lines fired at once. Beams of light, chains, flying blades, and arc lightning screamed toward him, sealing every escape route. "Die!" the squad leader hissed. Just before the barrage landed, Guan Yu thrust out a hand and pointed straight at the squad leader. Battle array, duelist. In an instant, every hostile strike and control effect from anyone but his target was slashed to 1/10 of its power. Guan Yu neither dodged nor flinched. Spells and steel burst around him, yet when the glare faded he was still standing tall. The onlookers gaped. Impossible. How can he be untouched after all that? "Sweep the battlefield," Guan Yu roared, forcing his breath into his core. The crescent blade carved a half-moon gale, hurling several soldiers back a good distance. Without pause he followed with whirling cleave. The heavy weapon spun like a massive wheel, driving 2 would-be assassins out of his reach. The scattered soldiers were only lightly wounded. Battle array, duelist reduced not only the damage Guan Yu took from them, but also the damage he dealt in return. The sharp-eyed squad leader caught on at once. The blade was all force and bluster, but its killing power was muted. Just a flashy show. Regaining his nerve, he flicked out twin scimitars, each edge coated with a pale golden film of sacred Ganges water. One cut was enough to flood a body with plagues. "I can miss 100 times, he sneered, advancing. "You can't afford a single scratch." In the next heartbeat, steel flashed on both sides. Guan Yu feinted a downward chop, forcing the leader to block by reflex, then surged with sudden power, whipping the crescent blade upward in a vicious diagonal meant to take the man's head. Panicking, the squad leader crossed his blades to parry. A muffled thud rang out. The squad leader's neck snapped the moment his twin blades shattered. Amid cracking bone and flesh, his head dropped from midair, eyes still fixed on the headless body below. In his final heartbeat, one thought filled his mind. "My own men set me up. We agreed it would be a feint. Why did they really take my head? Can this still be fixed?" A scarlet geyser burst from the stump, splashing the ground with blood. Li Yuegang and the others stared in disbelief. The squad that had nearly broken their entire force had just lost its captain in 3 strokes. The 7 remaining indie soldiers were equally stunned. A moment ago the enemy's blade had only torn cloth and grazed skin. How had their leader died in one strike? A system prompt flashed, "Squad leader killed." Guan Yu gains a 50 boost to all attributes. A level 40 warrior carried nearly 10,000 strength. With the bonus, Guan Yu's strength soared past 20,000. Before anyone could react, Guan Yu dropped his shoulder and swept the green dragon crescent blade again. 2 heads arced into the night, crimson trails curving after them. Another prompt followed. Enemy unit killed. Guan Yu gains an additional 40 attribute boost. His strength spiked to 30,000, and the blade now cut with a visible aura. The fight spiraled out of control. The remaining indie soldiers fumbled black vials from their uniforms and raised them to drink. "Still have time for a drink?" Guan Yu snorted, the blade aura whipping out. The strike churned like a tidal wave. 3 men in the bottles in their hands were sliced clean in half, viscera and glass scattering across the ground. The last 2 soldiers forced the dark substance down their throats. Skin twitched, bones cracked, mutation imminent. Guan Yu was already upon them. With his strength surging past 50,000, he poured that power into the blade. 1 horizontal slash, 1 vertical cut. 2 afterimages crossed. Both bodies fell in 4 neat pieces, the mutation severed before it could begin. Another prompt appeared, attribute boost 40. In mere seconds the 8-man squad was annihilated, leaving pools of blood and scattered limbs. Li Yuegang's group was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Guan Yu slid the blade into its scabbard, calm as if had merely warmed up. He lingered only long enough to unleash a piercing whistle. A distant neigh answered. Chita galloped in, mane aflame, hooves spitting sparks. Guan Yu swung into the saddle and charged toward the jagged stone forest. The bonuses would fade once combat ended. He had to push forward before they drained away. A lone rider for 1,000 li. He knew this corridor by heart years ago. He had crossed 5 passes and slain 6 generals right here. Returning to carve up old friends set his blood racing. He spurred the horse, wind and dust roaring behind him. Beyond the corridor lay the teleport array. Xinsha soldiers were being surrounded by layers of Indie mobile troops, the famed motorized killer unit of Indie Nation. Vroom vroom vroom, the roar of motorcycle engines thundered across the entire realm of oblivion. In the thick forest, Indie soldiers tore through the trees on dirt bikes. Every burst of acceleration met with a wild cheer. One two-seater bike carried 5 men. The rider balanced in the middle, 2 brawny shields dangled from either side, and a range damage dealer clung to the rear seat. Thanks to the bike's superb off-road handling, terrain meant almost nothing to them, and they streaked through shifting shadows like a gale. The formidable Indie Motor Corps fielded nothing but dirt bikes, whereas the Xinya troops had been forced to abandon their four-wheelers at the forest's edge. Only infantry reached the teleport array. In mobility alone, the sides were worlds apart. The enemy commanded nearly 100 bikes and more than 500 fighters, overwhelming Xinya in both numbers and strength. After sabotaging the array, the Indie biker killers did not rush to finish the Xinya soldiers. They circled on their machines like predators, savoring the game of tormenting their prey. To them, victory was already certain. The tunnel held a level 40 assassin squad, and a level 52 dark mage guarded the entrance. As long as the array stayed broken, the mission could not fail. Bang, 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 the energy barrier rattled with non-stop explosions. Tank-class fighters braced the outer ring, power shields raised against the rain of skills, the impacts deafening. Inside the barrier, squad leaders wore grim faces. Passive defense would never win the day. Sooner or later the enemy would tear the shield open, and they had to break the stalemate first. This isn't working at all. I'd rather charge out and die on my feet than sit here like a turtle and be worn down. Let us fight, Captain. Roar after roar shook the cramped space. The troops could no longer endure the humiliation of cowering. The squad captain clenched his fist, deep in thought. He understood their frustration. Xinya soldiers had never feared dying in battle. But the enemy was fully motorized, while they lacked even a single mount. If they charged, they would be kited to death, a pointless sacrifice. Outside, Indie soldiers howled with laughter, their taunts seeping through the energy wall and filling every ear with anger and helplessness. East flank needs backup. East flank needs backup. West side is about to collapse. Medic, medic. The barrier's power was failing, and the Legion channel crackled with endless pleas for aid. Every front was stretched thin, there were no reserves left to shift. Everyone, hear my command. The captain drew the great sword at his side, his eyes sharp as steel. There's no other choice, we fight to the death. Smokescreen. The moment the eastern shield collapses, everyone charge. At the order, every support mage in the Xia Legion raised a staff. Ash-gray fumes surged forward like a tide, swallowing the entire line in seconds. The thick haze blinded both sides and broke the enemy archers' aim. This was their one chance to close with the Indie army. Shouts rose from the opposite trench. The Indie captain immediately told his motorcycle squads to widen the ring and steer clear of the smoke. Engines howled as he barked with laughter. Still thinking you can struggle? When they burst out of that fog, they're dead. Boom. A thunderous roar rolled in from the distance, burying the engine noise. Indie soldiers glanced around. What's that racket? North flank. Enemy contact. West flank. We're under attack too. Alarms poured across the comm channel. Looking for death? No one ambushes the mighty Indie Legion. The captain roared. He spun his bike around. Bike units, with me. This will be their grave. Are they in a circus act? On the far side of the forest, Zhao Yun rode ahead of the White Horse scouts. 5 soldiers crammed onto one motorcycle struck him as absurd. A battlefield was no place for slapstick. After confirming enemy numbers, he pulled back to rendezvous with Hui Tsubing and the Great Han Iron Cavalry. The enemy had spotted them and was forming for a charge. Without slowing, Zhao Yun reported, all mounted, about 100 bikes, roughly 500 men. 100 bikes, but 500 riders? Hui Tsubing arched an eyebrow. Zhao Yun replied, each bike's carrying at least 5. Ludicrous or not, Hui Tsubing refused to underestimate them. The White Horse scouts split into 2 wings, circling wide for a flank attack. The Iron Cavalry broke into 3 groups. 1 to lure them hidden, 2 more to set the trap, on either side. Zhao Yun would join the second wave with the main force. His stellar lance and sweeping charges would crack the formation. Once the plan was set, Hui Tsubing snapped the order. All units, advance. Deep in the forest, the Indie captain thundered onward with his motorcycle column. Kilometers flew by, no enemy appeared. Didn't you say there were targets? Where are they? He slapped the comm set in fury. I swear I saw men on white horses. The moment I reported, they vanished, the scout stammered. We go 2 more clicks. If we still don't. Contact ahead. Red armored troops in sight. The report cut him off mid-threat. A unit of riders in red armor astride coal-black horses suddenly came into view. It was the legendary Han Iron Cavalry. Roughly 400 soldiers sat tall in their saddles, their armor flashing a cold crimson beneath the forest's dim light. Indie coalition scouts wove through the trees, relaying the latest report to their front line. The moment the word horses reached him, the Indie battalion commander's lip curled in contempt. Who still rides horses these days? Catch them and tear them apart. He snapped. At his command, hundreds of heavy military motorcycles roared to life. Engines thundered, exhausts split the air, and headlights etched white streaks through the shadows. The Han riders refused to stand and fight. They simply wheeled around and withdrew. Watching that fading strip of red, the commander's grin widened. They think horses can outrun my bikes. After them. Engines howled as the two forces hurtled down the narrow forest track. It took only minutes for the Indie soldiers to sense something was wrong. No matter how hard they twisted their throttles, the distance never closed. If they eased off, the horsemen slowed as well, as though deliberately keeping them at arm's length. Sir, could this be a trap? A scout shouted. A trap, my foot. Those curs only know how to run. Keep chasing. The commander roared, drunk on the promise of victory. Womp womp womp. Without warning, arrows erupted from both sides of the trail. The frontline bruisers, shielded by thick armor and brute strength, managed to stay upright, but the lighter gunners went down like wheat before a scythe. In 2 volleys nearly 100 lay dead or dying. Raise defenses. The commander bellowed, and the shield specialists on the flanks threw up shimmering energy barriers. Staring at the fallen, rage boiled in his chest. They had set out to hunt the enemy, and ended up ambushed, a stinging humiliation for any commander. Stop the pursuit. Hold formation. His head cooled quickly. Experience told him he could still turn the fight around. Another cloud of arrows blotted out the sky. 10 minutes ago they had used the same tactic on the Xinxia troops. Now the roles were reversed, and they were the sitting ducks. Column up. Flank assault. He growled. If they could just close in, they would grind these curs beneath their wheels. The Indie riders fanned out to either side, thinning the arrow storm and quickening their approach to the Trilene archers. Then the earth began to tremble. Leaves shuddered down, birds burst from the canopy. One of the commander's eyes widened as he searched for the source. Rumble, rumble. A crimson tide poured from the forest's depths. More than 1,000 red-armored horsemen surged forward like a breaking wave. Impossible. We were chasing a few hundred. How did thousands appear out of nowhere? The red cavalry formed a sweeping line and charged straight toward them. The roar of the charge rolled forward like a tidal wave. All units, form up. Hold the front. The Indie captain bellowed, switching tactics on the fly. The jungle archers no longer mattered. The true threat was the wall of steel thundering straight toward them. At his order, the front line snapped their alloy shields into place, the rims still scorched from earlier blasts. 200 ranged fighters knelt behind the barrier, energy cells blinking across their chest plates as they waited for the enemy to enter range. Even after their losses, every soldier was level 30 or higher. If they could fire at full power, wiping out 1,000-man phalanx was well within reach. Show them the might of Great Indie. The captain roared. His words were cut short by a streak of silver splitting the sky. A spear tip screamed through the air, skewering 3 riders in a recon squad. White light erupted, and a silver-armored warrior with a crimson plume crashed to the ground. Boom. The impact sent out a shockwave, shredding 5 bikes and hurling 25 soldiers into the air. Cold light flickered along the star-piercing spear. Zhao Yun had arrived. The instant his boots touched enemy soil, his talent, lone hero, multiplied every stat 20-fold. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. Who dares seek death? Lightning danced along the shaft as he swept the spear left and right, flinging chains of icy flashes. Before the Indie troops could even turn their guns, dozens of squads were ripped apart, and the planned front line collapsed into chaos. Defensive formation. The captain shouted, choking back fear while redirecting every weapon to focus fire on Zhao Yun. The remaining 100 soldiers triggered their skills at once, painting sky and ground with tracer rounds and glowing sigils. Zhao Yun dodged every untargeted blast with impossible speed, but aimed shots and area seals hemmed him in from all sides. The synchronized burst drove his health to the brink. At the threshold of death, electricity exploded across his body. Purple thunder-patterned spear, dance of the end. Fatal damage locked his life at a single drop and triggered the ultimate, granting another 10-fold boost to all attributes except Constitution and 10 seconds of total crowd control immunity. Stacked atop lone hero, he now wielded a terrifying 30-fold surge. To Zhao Yun, front and rear lines had become identical. The silver spear blurred into afterimages as he ignored every snare and sliced through the Indie formation like a storm. Each flash of the spear scattered blood and shattered armor. Witnessing their comrades fall shattered the Indie soldiers' will. Hold the line, hold the line. The captain kept screaming, but he knew the command was little more than a dying echo. Thunder rolled underfoot as Han heavy cavalry crashed in behind Zhao Yun, pulverizing the last remnants of resistance. The formation shattered, the survivors scattered in panic. Death raced unchecked across the battlefield. Why had the assault suddenly stopped? Smoke rolled across the field, and every soldier in Xinxia asked the same question. Their shield was on the verge of shattering. Yet the enemy had gone silent. Were they preparing an even deadlier blow? The gray-black haze hung like a heavy curtain, hiding both armies from each other and leaving them clueless about what lay beyond. The Xinxia captain stood with his blade poised, his brow furrowed so tightly it seemed ready to wring out water. Once the shield broke, a charge should have followed, but the enemy's lull had cooled his soldiers fighting blood. What exactly awaited them outside? "Captain, let's break out and see," someone shouted through the mist. The captain slammed his sword into the mud. "Damn it! On my signal, prepare to charge," he growled, eyes blazing. "Whatever trick they're cooking up, we won't win by cowering here. Live or die, it all rides on this assault." He wrenched the blade free and raised it high. Northwest. The cold steel pointed ahead. Full charge. At his command, shield bearers took the lead, with archers, mages, and armored infantry close behind, all hurtling toward the northwest. The fog was so dense they could barely see their own hands. No one knew whether a sea of blades or some other hell awaited them. But for Shangxia's honor, they could only press forward. Charge! Kill! Long live Xinxia! Their thunderous roar shook the field as the steel tide tore through the mist. The vapor suddenly parted. Beyond it lay an empty clearing. The 100 motorcycle killers had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The soldiers stared at one another, the captain frozen. "What's going on? Where are they?" A scout sprinted up. "Enemy sighted to the north." The captain snapped back to life. "So they're coming after all." He swung his blade, wheeling the formation northward. The two forces soon collided, but what they saw left everyone stunned. Only a dozen battered riders remained. Their bikes wobbled. Their faces were ashen with terror, as though demons nipped at their heels. Under the laws of war, a routed enemy should not be hunted down. The soldiers looked to their captain. He did not hesitate. Strike while they're wounded, leave none alive. Pent-up fury exploded. Arrows, spells, and blades rained down like a torrential storm, drowning the last Endirian riders in their screams. More ahead! More ahead! The scout shouted again. The ground began to tremble, a deep rumble rolling toward them. The men of Xinxia lifted their eyes to see a line of crimson, heavy cavalry charging at full gallop, followed by several ranks of silver-armored light horse. As they charged, a mountainous wave of pressure rolled outward. This was the very iron torrent that had crushed the Indian soldiers earlier. The Xinxia troops suddenly understood. No wonder the Indamoto battalion had folded like circus clowns when faced with such a terrifying force. Boom! The Han cavalry halted in front of the Xinxia line. Even before the dust churned up by their horses had settled, Huang and Zhao Yun stepped out side by side, their polished armor flashing cold light in the fading glow of artillery. "Thank you for the support, generals." The Xinxia company commander snapped to attention and saluted, his voice solemn. He had no idea where these two came from, but anyone who commanded such elite horsemen had to be a general. Huang and Zhao Yun gave a brief nod. "The enemy here is wiped out. Return to your posts," Huang said crisply. The commander hurried to add, "Sir, there's still a level 52 dark mage at the tunnel entrance, the enemy's strongest fighter. We need help there. Relax. He won't live much longer." Huang's tone was calm, yet left no room for doubt. Many Xinxia soldiers who had retreated from the front still remembered that mage's horrors. Hearing he won't live much longer, they exchanged stunned looks. Just who were these newcomers? After issuing his orders, Huang vaulted onto his horse. "Medics, with me," he called, then added, "The teleport array doesn't need rebuilding." "The array doesn't need it?" The commander echoed, bewildered. But Huang offered no more, spurring away with the medics in a cloud of dust. Zhao Yun and his white horse cavalry remained to hold the line. Answers eluded him, yet the commander felt he could guess. These warriors likely belonged to a covert unit under Xinya's highest authority. International law barred the empire from deploying its top combatants openly, so clandestine troops had to act instead. Watching the 8-foot-tall Zhao Yun gleaming in silver armor, he dared to imagine this force reported directly to the Xinya president. Deep inside the tunnel, Guan Yu rode like the wind, his azure cloak billowing behind him, and soon reached the first gate dangling pass. The gates swung wide. The gate commander, Kong Xiao, charged out with 500 soldiers, a long spear in his hand, and black miasma coiling around him. Corrupted General, Kong Xiao. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, ground-locked prison. Who goes there? Kong Xiao's spear leveled at Guan Yu, his voice shaking the walls. Ha ha. Guan Yu twirled the green dragon crescent blade, its edge gleaming like moonlight. "Forgot my name already? Your neck must be itching. Stand aside now." The corrupted Kong Xiao hadn't regained his true self. He merely roared the lines he had been programmed to say. Guan Yu had no patience for theatrics. With a howl, the crescent blade swept forward, and he covered the distance in 2 massive strides. Seeing this old acquaintance again, his blade could hardly wait to taste battle. Guan Yu urged red hair forward, his green dragon crescent blade scraping sparks from the ground. Ahead stood the corrupted Kong Xiao, an elite foe in this hell-tier dungeon. each stat hovering around 10,000 fearsome on paper. But with Guan Yi's strength boosted to 60,000, those numbers were little more than flimsy parchment. Kong Xiu roared, "Welp, a year from today will be the anniversary of your death." Spear leveled, he charged without a single soldier in tow. Guan Yu didn't even arch an eyebrow. His blade rose in a smooth arc. The two horses brushed past each other. Steel flashed, spears snapped, blood sprayed, and Kong Xiu's head sailed dozens of meters while his body crashed to the ground. You have slain LV.36 corrupted warlord Kong Xiu. EXP 23,651. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining troops scattered. Stroking his beard, Guan Yu laughed heartily. "That's the feeling I remember." He wasted no time and galloped straight toward Luoyang Pass. Luoyang Pass was held by the prefect Han Fu. In the romance, Han Fu and his aide Meng Ten once tried to ambush Guan Yu with trickery and hidden arrows, only to be beheaded for their trouble. This time they skipped the ruse and threw the gates wide for open battle. Corrupted Meng Tan, twin blades in hand, took the vanguard, while corrupted Han Fu drew his bow in the rear. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, taunting them like old acquaintances. "How's the feng shui of your graves these days?" The two corrupted generals howled, beyond human speech, then charged with blade and bow. Corrupted General, Meng Tan. Level, 36. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 9,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 10,000. Skill, twin blades will answer you. Corrupted General, Han Fu. Level, 37. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 9,000. Skill, 100 pace archery. One fought up close, the other from Afra far trickier pair than Kong Xiu alone. Before the clash even began, Han Fu loosed 100 pace archery. Arrows poured like rain, every shaft aimed at Guan Yi's brow. Calm, he snapped his wrist. The green dragon crescent blade spun like a wheel, batting every arrow aside. "Your archery's improved," he bellowed with laughter. In a past life Han Fu's sneak shot only nicked his shoulder. Now every arrow sought his head. Progress indeed. As the volley eased, murderous aura surged from Meng Tan. Twin blades whirled like a fiery wheel as he lunged. Guan Yu spurred forward, refusing to dodge, then chopped. Boom. Both blades shattered into glittering fragments. Meng Tan never finished his scream. The green dragon crescent blade cleaved him in half, gore spraying across the field. You have slain LV.36 corrupted General Meng Tan. EXP 26,751. A massive orb of experience surged into him. Yet Guan Yu sighed. "You've gone soft. You used to last 3 exchanges, now you die in 1. Hardly satisfying." With that he wheeled red hair, blade leveled at Han Fu. After parrying a few more arrows, with a single swing, Guan Yu severed Han Fu's head and shoulders, sending him tumbling from the saddle. He had slain the level 37 corrupted General Han Fu. Experience 25,745. A massive orb of experience surged into him, and he could almost see the numbers in his level column leap upward. Dismissing the pop-up, he reined in his horse and pressed on. Stage 3C Shui Pass. The gate was held by Bian Shi, a remnant of the Yellow Turban rebels. In both the chronicles and the romance, this man once ambushed Guan Yu at Jinghua Temple, only to be cleaved in two. Inside this corrupted dungeon, however, no such invitation would arrive. At the pass the gates stood wide open, not a single guard in sight. Without hesitation, he spurred his mount inside. The moment the last hoofbeat fell, the heavy doors slammed shut. The scene warped, the walls vanished, and he now stood in a spacious tea room. More than 100 tables filled the room, and on every chair sat the same face, the corrupted General Bian Shi. Corrupted General, Bian Shi. Level, 38. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 16,000. Constitution, 1,000. Skill, Soul Shift. Before Guan Yu could think, the 100 Bian's eyes drew their blades in unison, forging a frigid storm of steel. He swept his green dragon crescent blade sideways, cleaving several apart. Yet within seconds the severed bodies reknit through a viscous red mist and lunged again. Cut them down, and they returned. It was endless. This was a classic puzzle stage: find the real body or exhaust yourself. But Guan Yu was anything but ordinary. Realizing brute force was futile, he sheathed his blade and darted among the tables. Eyes blazing, he searched the identical faces for the slightest flaw. In a heartbeat his gaze locked onto one Bian Shi who remained calmly seated. Guan Yu flashed forward, yanked him up by the collar, and grinned. "How have you been lately?" he asked. The man stared back, bewildered, clearly unsure how he had been exposed. "Die?" Guan Yu hurled him into the air and, with a backhand stroke, sliced him in two at the waist. Blood and viscera splattered across the floor. The moment the true body died, the illusion shattered like a soap bubble. System prompt. You have slain the level 38 corrupted General Bian Shi. Experience 28,745. Wasting no time, Guan Yu mounted his horse, blade in hand, and continued on. This tour of old friends was almost over. Meanwhile, the teleport array at the tunnel entrance flared again. A dozen figures descended in the pillar of light, the support squad sent by the great clans. They had been conspicuously absent during the earlier battles and were only now showing up. Move. We don't know how far they've gotten, we'll have to catch up, whispered their leader, and Xueqiang. The young scions answered as one and pushed deeper into the passage. Officially, they were here to assist in the raid. In truth, they carried secret orders to seize the legendary weapon and claim ownership of the instance. In Shunzia, the 8 great clans stood shoulder to shoulder with the government. If they secured the spoils first, neither the administration nor the army could stop them. After a short dash, the squad spotted a group up ahead, Li Yuegang and his companions, lounging around a casual picnic. In the center, Wang Zhaojun held a cookie, nibbling with evident delight and no desire to be disturbed. Both groups froze the moment they met, and Xueqiang and the elite scions behind him looked baffled. This was a high-stakes imperial raid against a monster portal. Yet Li Yuegang's squad was lounging at the entrance, crunching on biscuits. Li Yuegang glanced up, his calm eyes sharpening as he recalled Wei Zheng's parting order. Under no circumstances were the aristocratic auxiliaries to interfere. He had already seen through their ploy, vanish during the real fighting, then swoop in at the end to claim the spoils. Gentlemen, long time no see. Li Yuegang's voice was icy as he locked onto Xueqiang. And Xueqiang frowned. Captain Li, I seem to remember your assignment involved more than forming a snack circle. The job's handled, Li Yuegang replied flatly. It will be done. Handled? And Xueqiang's gaze flicked over the 11 people at the entrance. The raid team was supposed to have 11 members, and all 11 were Hariso who was inside. Alarm bells rang. He signaled his men to push deeper into the instance. Don't move. Li Yuegang barked. A noble scion snarled. Who the hell do you think you are, you guttermutt? And Xueqiang let the outburst pass, then spoke slowly. We have to ensure mission success. Step aside. Otherwise, Li Yuegang rose. Except for the unconscious man and Wang Zhaojun, everyone behind him stood as well. They were all commoners who had long since tired of aristocratic arrogance. And Xueqiang narrowed his eyes. His longsword slid free, flashing cold light. Are you choosing to fight? Across from him stood 11 fighters at full strength. On Li Yuegang's side, only 5 were still battle-ready, plus a woman who seemed unarmed. Yielding would be easier, yet Li Yuegang didn't budge. Even though a renowned general still guarded the inner dungeon, he refused to bow to these pampered heirs. If the nobles seized the instance, the empire would lose a rare level 40 public dungeon, and its resources would be monopolized. This wasn't just today's skirmish, it was the future of every ordinary professional. One step back meant surrendering to the clans. You're not getting through. You won't move? And Xueqiang leveled his blade at Li Yuegang. Li Yuegang's arm snapped up. Boom. A massive stone shield materialized. Elemental flares, chi surges, and rune trails erupted at once, skills colliding in midair. Li Yuegang's 5-man corps took on the noble's full-strength squad of 11. He was down to 5 fighters, but every one of them was a mainstay of the team. After time spent honing their coordination, the team moved like a single unit. The noble scions thrown together at the last minute were impressive on their own, yet they lacked any sense of rhythm, each fighting his own battle. Hoping to follow behind and pick up the spoils, they instead exposed gaping flaws the moment blades crossed. What should have been a lopsided rout became a seesaw fight, neither side able to gain the upper hand. While sparks and flames erupted on the front line and abilities thundered through the air, Wang Zhaojun lounged on a folding stool, happily picnicking. Nibbling a sweet marriage cake, she smiled to herself. Legend says whoever eats one must take a bride. Perhaps His Majesty should sample it later. Boom. A sudden blast of force tore across the clearing, flipping her picnic cloth and scattering food everywhere. With half a cookie pinched between her fingers, Wang Zhaojun closed her eyes, a vein throbbing on her brow. She had intended to stay out of that crude brawl, but they had chosen to vent their fury on a so-called helpless woman, hardly something she would let slide. She tucked the cookie back into its tin, lifted her guqin, and strode toward the fight. Li Yuegang's squad, tight as their teamwork was, had been fighting too long and was badly outnumbered. Exhaustion was catching up fast. Then a warm thread of guqin music flowed over them like a clear stream, pulling the fatigue from their limbs and rekindling their strength and resolve. I almost forgot we have a god-tier support. Li Yuegang shouted, raising his shield and charging straight at Xueqiang. And Xueqiang smirked. So you added one more support. You're still ants before me. He lifted a hand and unleashed his finisher. Court of Judgment. A swarm of black iron chains burst through the air toward Li Yuegang. The technique not only immobilized its target, but also stripped every ability, a terrifying control skill unique to the rare Judicator class. Caught completely off guard, Li Yuegang was bound tight. The team's main shield halted in place with predictable consequences. A sharp guqin cord cracked through the chaos. The chains shattered, Li Yuegang broke free, and every debuff clinging to his teammates vanished. And Xueqiang's pupils shrank. Impossible. Court of Judgment uses physical chains. How were they dispelled instantly? He fixed his gaze on Wang Zhaojun. That unfathomable depth in her eyes had appeared only once before, in another man. Falling Aegis, Li Yuegang roared. Using the lingering resonance, he vaulted high, his massive shield descending with crushing force. Boom! An impact wave tore up the ground and echoed across the field. When the dust settled, his shield lay in fragments, and a thin trickle of blood ran from the corner of his eye. Even with Huang Zhaojun backing him up, Li Yuegang still underestimated the power of these aristocratic heirs. Every one of them was a rare-class professional near level 40, kitted out in the finest pre-40 gear money could buy. A handful of rare-grade items gleamed with an obsidian sheen, creating an equipment gap ordinary players could never bridge. The shield that usually let Li Yuegang soak up massive damage was pierced in an instant by two rare-grade weapons. The crack of shattering energy rang like a funeral bell in everyone's ears. The moment their captain's defense collapsed, panic swallowed the raid party. Li Yuegang's ability to tank Hedon was their only lifeline. If he fell, they wouldn't survive the next wave. Protect the captain. Several teammates roared and charged, but they knew the enemy would never waste such an opening. Chektuo pitch-black blades stabbed cleanly into the tops of Li Yuegang's thighs, blood soaking through his armor at once. With no healer in the squad, an injury like that was effectively a death sentence for his combat strength. Captain! Desperate cries echoed, yet the remaining heirs were already swarming in. Without Li Yuegang's cover, the party's line broke immediately. Huang Zhaojun's buffs kept them alive only a few seconds longer before they were crushed. Barking Mutt, still got breath left? One noble ground his boot heel into Li Yuegang's head, spittle flying. The other party members suffered the same humiliation, forced face down in the mud and blood, unable to move. When the brief commotion died down, every gaze locked onto Huang Zhaojun. Ancient Millennium Beauty, the icy stunner whose name had spread through the instance the moment she joined. She had been on these playboys' minds from the beginning. Heh, little girl, what are you going to do now? The leader smirked, sounding exactly like the sleazy rich brats in trashy novels. Shielded by their families, they ran roughshod over the Shengxia Empire. Real-world laws barely restrained them, let alone a lawless dungeon. Look at your teammates, nothing but trash. Follow me, and I'll make sure you live the good life. As he spoke, a hand slick with outrageously expensive oil reached for Huang Zhaojun. Come on, into Big Brother's arms. Thud! A blinding white flash erupted. A muffled grunt, and the snap of bones sounded almost simultaneously. The noble's body shot up like a baseball off a bat, hurtling 10 meters before crashing into a pile of rubble and leaving a long smear of blood behind. Silence fell instantly. Both the sneering heirs and the despairing party stared in stunned disbelief. A supposedly delicate woman had just sent a 200-pound man flying with a single blow. Hauga, Hauga! A nearby henchman shook the battered heir's body. He needed to know whether the young heir was faking the whole thing. After all, nobody could believe that Huang Zhaojun had blasted that kind of power with a single slap. To make sure, he gave the man 2 hard shoves, yet the aristocrat didn't stir, sleeping as peacefully as an infant. Holy! Startled cries rippled through the crowd, eyes widening in disbelief. Huang Zhaojun merely lowered her lashes and slid the yueqin back to her waist, as if the outburst had been no more than a passing breeze. Get up there and pin her down. And Xueqiang barked at 2 teammates beside him. He wasn't about to let anything else go wrong. This mission had to succeed. The 2 melee fighters exchanged a glance, raised their weapons, and edged forward. Both were close-quarters specialists, convinced that any support class could be neutralized with enough preparation. Thunk! Thunk! 2 dull thuds followed, the air trembling as though torn by invisible fists. In the blink of an eye, 2 more aristocrats collapsed without a sound, breathing evenly, lost in the same deep sleep. And Xueqiang spread his hands, disbelief etched across his face. You're supposed to be support. Why the hell did you train for raw strength? Fine, you're strong. But since when did you master martial arts too? If this dragged on, the entire squad would be taken out. Furious, he yanked a vial of stimulant from his coat and downed it in one gulp. The drugs surged through him, lightning-like energy cracked around his clenched palms. Tribunal. Screeching metal split the air as a black iron cage materialized overhead, slamming down around Huang Zhaojun. Heavy chains shot from its 4 corners and snapped shut, binding her wrists and ankles. Even with her close combat skills, she was fundamentally a support. Once chained, she couldn't so much as pluck a string on her yueqin to break free. For the moment, she had no way out. So what if the bow tie's strong? She still ends up our family's plaything. The previously frightened heirs regained their swagger, shouting at the top of their lungs. This world belongs to the great clans. Everything bows to us. With Huang Zhaojun secured, and Xueqiang ordered the others to round up the entire strike team. The clans were powerful but couldn't openly defy the Emperino witnesses could leave this place. Everyone here who isn't clanborn dies in an accident today, he said coldly. How dare you? The Empire will never let this slide. Bastards. You're all going to hell. At last the strike team members grasped what was happening and exploded in fury. Please. The Empire's not going to risk a war over a handful of nobodies. The heirs laughed, pray for some divine weapon to drop from the sky, and save Yuha. They forced the captives into formation, ready to unleash a coordinated area attack, then burn the bodies to ash. As for Wang Zhaojun in her cage, a beauty deserved a different kind of attention. Her life could wait. Just as they were about to strike, an indescribable chill seized every nerve. It felt like an invisible giant hand had clamped around their skulls, ready to rip them free at any moment. What is this feeling? Panic churned through their minds. Forget it, kill them now. And Xiaoqiang snapped. Hum. Clouds above roared and rolled, shadows surging like waves, and within them faint streaks of gold began to glow. Golden clouds rolled across the sky, bleaching the world of color. It was as if an unseen hand were stirring the heavens. The clouds spiraled inward, and golden light burst through every gap, bathing the entire passageway realm in blinding brilliance. What fresh madness is this? Noble heirs all around craned their necks and murmured to one another. Curiosity trumped fear for most of them except for Xiaoqiang. Something about that gilded glow set his nerves on edge. A deep, resonant hum cracked overhead as pent-up energy poured down. A pillar of gold as thick as a mountain punched straight through sky and earth, its power crashing like surf on rock. The beam was so dazzling that everyone instinctively turned away. When the glare finally broke, 6 golden dragon steeds drew an ornately carved chariot and hovered in midair. Dragon whiskers fluttered, gilded scales shimmered in the sun. Is that a mount item? It makes my dads look cheap. Who's inside? Here to snatch our loot, maybe? Quit posturing, watch me drag him out. The young aristocrats gabbed and gawked. In her cage, Wang Zhaojun reacted very differently. The instant the chariot appeared, she stopped struggling, lowered her head, and adopted a pitiful pose. 2 of you, see what he wants. Someone ordered. 2 teammates inched toward the chariot. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiang stayed silent, his frown deepening. Something's wrong, very wrong. A second thunderous boom split the heavens. A dark red shadow ripped the sky open and plummeted earthward. The impact exploded, hurling a shockwave in all directions and kicking up clouds of dust. The 2 scouts staggered back. As the haze cleared, a man in blood-red armor rose, a tower of muscle with a brutal, scarred-faced Yan Wei himself. The moment he appeared, murderous intent rolled out like a cold tide, making every noble youth's scalp prickle and their hearts shudder. And Xiaoqiang froze. I knew it. Only one person can summon a general of this caliber. The arena defeat beneath Guan Yes blade. That familiar or everything lined up. The figure in that chariot had to be Su Chen. Humiliation, family honor, pride, and shame churned together. The memory of that crushing loss replayed again and again. Confusion sharpened into resolve. His fists clenched until joints cracked. Revenge. No level suppression this time, and plenty of noble heirs at his back. He would win his honor with his own hands. For the infamily, mocked time and again. For the brother ambushed in the college entrance dungeon. For himself, humiliated in public. Silver light flared as the judgment blade snapped into his grip. Everyone, with me, kill him. And Xiaoqiang roared. Kneel. The single word was as soft as a mosquito's buzz and as heavy as a tolling bell, boring straight into his mind. It felt as if a bomb had detonated inside his skull. Every nerve quaked, every thought was torn apart, and only one command echoed in the ruins of his mind: kneel. His will still flickered, yet his body shook beyond control. This was no mere order. It was an overwhelming force that brooked no defiance. Screams rang across the clearing. Young heirs of the great clans clutched their ears as if struck by sledgehammers, crashing to their knees. An unseen hand pressed their spines toward the dirt, leaving them prostrate before a chariot emblazoned with golden scales and dragon motifs and imperial dragon carriage radiating sovereign might. Thud-thud. Measured footsteps seemed to tread on their chests, summoning every ounce of strength, and Xiaoqiang raised his head and saw the man who had haunted his nightmares after only 2 brief encounters. Su Chen lifted the curtain, stepped down from the chariot, and stood before the kneeling crowd, his gaze cold as a blade. Who did this? He lifted a hand, pointing at the cage that held Wang Zhaojun. Unable to move, everyone glanced sideways toward Xiaoqiang. A dragon's roar split the air as Su Chen swept his arm. The array behind him blazed to life, and a golden dragon's soul lunged straight at Xiaoqiang. And Zuiqiang's scream was torn from the depths of his being. The dragon's soul hit, and savage golden energy carved through flesh and spirit alike, shredding meridians, bones, and soul. You can't kill me, the clan will never ah. His final howl faded into countless strands of golden light. Not even ashes remained. The tribunal array that had imprisoned Wang Zhaojun shattered with him. The haughty scions were stunned. A level 38 rare class judicator, the clan's brightest hope, had been obliterated without a chance to fight back. Only now did they grasp the meaning of power, and an even more terrifying truth: the man before them dared to strike down a noble heir, who was backing him that he could afford to oppose the clans. Staring at the empty patch wherein Xiaoqiang had stood, they tasted death for the first time. One passing whim from Su Chen could reduce them to the same dust. Su Chen paid no heed to their terror. He waited silently until Wang Zhaojun walked free of the ruins and stood beside him. Only then did he notice the panicked eyes around him and allow a faint, indifferent smile. Relax. I won't kill you. He turned away and headed for the chariot with Wang Zhaojun at his side. The clan heirs gasped for breath, grateful they hadn't done anything worse to Wang Zhaojun. A surge of relief washed over them but lasted only a heartbeat. A chill knifed up their spines. They snapped their eyes open to see the crimson-armored general, Dian Wei, hefting twin halberds that gleamed with murderous light. His eyes burned with battle lust, and a feral grin split his face. What's happening? Didn't he say he wouldn't kill us? In desperation, they looked to the chariot. The curtain had already fallen. Only one hand protruded, waving casually at Dian Wei. Dian Wei's grin widened. His Majesty doesn't care for killing. He cracked his neck, lifting the massive weapons. I do. Dian Wei's grin made life and death seem like a coin toss. The moment his white, fawn-like smile flashed, both arms were already hoisting a pair of enormous, ice-bright halberds. The weapons were heavy, but his strength was heavier. One swing square hit, or glancing blow meant instant death. Blades and blood wove through the chaos, and torn flesh and viscera sprayed skyward like a crimson downpour. At first, the fallen members of the punitive squad thought numbers might help those pampered heirs hold their ground. Then Dian Wei barged in, hacked down 2 men in the blink of an eye, and the crowd disintegrated. Some threw away their weapons and scattered, others dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Either way, the twin halberds found them. The slow were cut in half at the waist by a sweeping strike, their 2 halves rolling across the ground. The fast managed a single step before a hurled halberd punched through their chests. The lucky died on the spot. The unlucky writhed and screamed until their throats gave out. Blood streamed everywhere, turning the field into a living hell. We can't kill him. We can't kill him, ha. Run, just run. If you run, he'll run. If I run, you run, ha. Where's my leg? Is this my leg? I've got 2 left legs. Screams and manic laughter tangled together, leaving the punitive squad gaping. A few of the weaker-willed retched on the spot, yet deep down they couldn't help cheering those arrogant heirs were finally getting what they deserved. When the last shriek died, Dian Wei spun his halberds and pulled them back with a sigh of regret. Too few of them, he muttered. Hardly enough to get stuck between my teeth. As the slaughter halted, Su Chen's voice drifted from the dragon litter. All these men died fighting the Indian army. Anything else you saw, you didn't see. Got it. The squad nodded frantically. Some things had to stay unseen. A pillar of light dropped, and the golden litter vanished. The onlookers stared at one another, the shock refusing to fade. That was insane. Total dimensional curb stomp. He looks younger than us. Who is that guy? His power is unreal. Flattened those rich brats. The general's scary, but that lord's even scarier. Yeah, next to him I'm an ant. All I can do is look up. Strength like that, please let him be on our side. Inside the litter. Are you all right? Su Chen asked Wang Zhaojun, still feeling guilty. Had sent her on the mission alone, and worry had gnawed at him. She was a woman, more vulnerable. Seeing her imprisoned moments ago had nearly made him explode. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine, she answered softly, eyes lowered. Good. Su Chen exhaled, about to sort through the loot, when Wang Zhaojun suddenly drew out a cloth bundle. Holding it with both hands, cheeks tinged pink, she offered it to him. What's this? Su Chen unfolded the cloth. Inside lay half a cookie. Please try it, Your Majesty, she whispered, face burning even redder. Su Chen was puzzled. Why be shy over a cookie? He picked it up and raised it to his mouth. He noticed the cookie hadn't been broken. Someone had taken a bite out of it, leaving faint scallop-shaped impressions. Did you already try this? Su Chen asked, surprised. Under his gaze, Wang Zhaojun froze. She dipped her head, silk hair cascading forward until her face was nearly hidden against her chest. The beauty, who looked cold as ice to outsiders, clearly had a playful side. Amused, Su Chen chuckled and popped the cookie into his mouth. It was an ordinary supermarket cookie, standard butter, a hint of artificial sweetener, yet it carried a wisp of sandalwood that could only have come from Wang Zhaojun herself. Su Chen chewed calmly. Wang Zhaojun, however, kept stealing glances. The more she looked, the redder her cheeks became, the flush spreading all the way to her ears. Unaware of her embarrassment, Su Chen swallowed the last bite and offered a polite verdict. Not bad. He then called up his equipment panel. A moment ago, a pack of aristocratic heirs had fallen at his feet, and their gear was astonishingly lavish, unmatched by anyone at their level. Scrolling through the rainbow of items now in his backpack, Su Chen marveled. One random piece would take an ordinary player half a lifetime to secure. Some things, if you aren't born with them, you may never get, he recalled from his previous life. The line felt even truer here. Rare-grade equipment was unattainable for commoners, yet lay within easy reach of nobles. Though Su Chen, owner of 3 legendary items, didn't need rare gear, there was no sense in letting it go to waste. He searched for mage items. Mental power was his only pressing weakness, and soon settled on the best rare necklace in the pile, the Holy Light Amulet. Item, name Holy Light Amulet. Grade rare. Description, infused with sacred light. shields the virtuous. Effect Spirit 1000, greatly increased meditation speed, reduced cooldown for all skills. A pleasant surprise. Su Chun clasped the amulet around his neck and slipped into meditation on the spot. His mental recovery rate skyrocketed almost twice as fast as when he used the ring of the Goddess of Wisdom. Equipment he had painstakingly bought with contribution points was inferior to the loot these heirs dropped at death. Their resources were truly staggering. With his own upgrade complete, he glanced over the remaining stash, mostly warrior and assassin gear, plus a few mage items that didn't suit his build. Money was no longer a concern, so the surplus would serve as rewards for his subordinates Gao Zhong, Zhao Yun, Huizubing. A single rare item each would secure absolute loyalty. Satisfied, Su Chen shifted his consciousness again, slipping into Guan Ye's perspective. Once this dungeon was cleared, the Emperor's relic awaited. It was time to get down to business. Inside the passageway, Guan Yu had already reached the 4th checkpoint, Ingyang Gate. Tonight's gatekeeper was the prefect of Ingyang, Wang Ji. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Wang Ji is Han Fu's-in-law. After hearing that Guan Yu killed Han Fu, he plotted to ambush the hero, first luring him to a postal station in hopes of burning him alive, only to be exposed and then cut in two during his flight. Now Guan Yu spurred red hair straight to the walls. Torches lined the battlements, casting a crimson glow over the night. Hundreds of soldiers stood in formation above the gate, their flames swaying. In the center loomed Wang Ji, cloaked in black, a small cap on his head, sparks of fire dancing in his cold dark eyes. Demonized General Bian Shi grade. Strength, 39. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 18,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, Gale of the East Wind, Arrows of Wildfire. Guan Yu reined in, rested his blade across his chest, stroked his beard, and laughed. I, Guan Yu, am but a simple soldier. Such a grand welcome is more than I deserve. High on the wall, the demonized Wang Ji stuck to the script, first barking, identify yourself. Ignoring the jest, you dare forget my name? Guan Yu brandished the green dragon crescent blade and shouted, puzzled that every old acquaintance now failed to recognize Guan Yun Chong. Wang Ji smirked. Leave at once, or I'll let you taste fire. Guan Yu frowned, muttered empty bluster, then leveled his weapon. Enough talk, prepare to die? Boom. Wang Ji slapped his palms together. In an instant a ring of flame erupted, a blazing cage that trapped Guan Yu in red hair. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. Wang Ji lifted his hands. The fiery circle expanded, waves of heat rolling outward. A flicker of worry crossed Guan Ye's eyes. He had endured poison scraped from bone without flinching, yet he dreaded flames not for his skin, but for his treasured beard. As the fire pressed in, he shielded his whiskers, yanked the reins, and drove red hair forward. Whoosh! A pillar of fire shot up before the stallion and exploded. Red hair screamed, reared back, and skidded to a halt. On the wall Wang Ji laughed, hands whirling. Bang! 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 Pillars detonated in succession, turning the ring into a sea of fire. Each time Guan Yu neared the edge, fresh flames blocked the way. The circle tightened, heat searing. The longer he delayed, the worse it became. Guan Yu pulled up, mind racing, then made his choice. Shifting his grip to the middle of the shaft, he hefted the massive blade over his shoulder, took aim at Wang Ji, and charged again. Seeing this, Wang Ji rushed to reactivate the array. At that instant Guan Ye's eyes flashed. He unleashed his full strength. Hum! The 1,000-gene crescent blade tore through the air like a meteor, streaking toward the ramparts. The demonized Wang Ji dared not meet it heat-in. He twisted aside in panic. With a sharp clang, the green dragon crescent blade plunged into the rampart, burying itself half a meter deep. Wang Ji twisted aside just in time, and Guan Yu spurred red hair through the wall of fire, vaulting onto the city gate. Before Wang Ji could reset his array, Guan Yu used the saddle as a springboard, landing squarely before the enemy commander. Your death is at hand, Guan Yu growled. One-handed, he wrenched the blade free. Masonry tore loose and crashed to the ground. The demon-corrupted Wang Ji's pupils contracted as he stumbled back. Once a formation master is forced into melee, defeat is certain. Lines of soldiers rushed in, steel flashing under the torchlight. Guan Yu snorted. His sleeve snapped, and the blade swept out like rivers overturned and seas upended. The narrow parapet erupted in crimson spray. Soldiers toppled in neat rows, their heads scythed clean. Wang Ji kept shoving more men forward, but Guan Ye's killing momentum only grew. The oncoming ranks dissolved into nothing but gore and rubble. Hunter and quarry raced along the wall. Seconds later, man and blade were one, and the gap closed in a heartbeat. Heart sinking, Wang Ji hurled himself off the rampart, hoping the drop might save him. Guan Yu kicked off the bricks, streaked through the night air, overtook him mid-fall, and cleaved down. Steel hissed. Wang Ji folded like paper, his halves thudding onto the earth below. Level 39 Demonized Marshal Wang Ji slain. EXP 30,745. The system prompt flashed. Guan Yu landed, flicked his wrist, and scattered the blood across Wang Ji's ruined corpse. With Wang Ji dead, the gate garrison scattered like startled birds. The doors of Xingyang Pass groaned open in panic. Guan Yu whistled. Red hair galloped to his side. He vaulted into the saddle and rode straight for the next barrier. Soon the fifth checkpoint, the Jieshou ferry on the Yellow River in Huazhe, came into view, the final hurdle of the 5 passes, 6 generals. There, Commander Qin Shi, a fierce officer under Xiahou Dun, waited with his troops in formation. Identify yourself. Qin Shi shouted, brandishing his blade. Stroking his beard, Guan Yu replied calmly, I am Guan, Marquis of Hanzhou. Qin Shi glared. By General Xiaohu's order, I guard this crossing. Even with wings, you will not pass. The familiar lines made Guan Yu feel as though he had stepped back into the romance itself. Instead of anger, he smiled, savoring the taste of rebirth. Seeing that smile, Qin Shi's fury flared. You have slain only nameless underlings, he roared. Do you dare take my head? How do you compare to Yin Liang and Wen Chou? Guan Yu asked. Wah! Qin Shi bellowed, spurred his horse, and charged, blade aimed straight at Lord Guan. Demonized General Qin Shi, level 40. Strength, 18,000. Agility, 16,000. Spirit, 15,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, Peerless Blade Art, Peerless Battle Will. Hell difficulty, Elite Monster. Each stat hovered near 20,000, eclipsing those of most fully geared level 40 adventurers. Reaching that level alone marked a fighter as exceptional, and hell difficulty was their nightmare. Yet such numbers meant nothing to Guan Yu, the man who had slain hundreds and grew stronger with every kill. Before his blade, all life was equal. Yellow sand billowed as Qin Shi spurred his horse, the hooves pounding like war drums. Guan Yu held his ground, veins standing out on his arms while he swept his blade, the black edge swallowing the light. He did not dodge or retreat. He cleaved straight into the onrushing hooves. The riders crossed in a single heartbeat. Their horses still thundered forward when Qin Shi's head spiraled skyward, blood spraying like a sudden crimson blossom. By the time it struck the dust, he was dead, featureless, stripped of all dignity. Demonized General Qin Shi defeated. Experience 33,711. Qin Shi's corpse slammed to the earth. Terror seized the soldiers at the Yellow River ferry. They scattered in chaos, and the wooden gate behind them splintered into motes of light. The battlefield, the screams, the blaring horns all crumbled in the wind as though they had never been. Guan Yu stood beside the broad river, cloak snapping in the gusts, his solitary figure mirrored on the water. A sudden emptiness surged within him. He seemed to watch his whole life flow away with the Yellow River. A deep hum split the sky, and a voice rolled down from the heavens. General Guan Yu, your life was forged in war, famed for loyalty and valor, your name revered through the ages. Yet you ended in Filuria, a beaten dog, stripped of dignity. Blasphemer! Who are you? Guan Yu roared at the sky, each word from the voice hammering his heart. I am you. The thunderous reply shook the clouds. I, Guan Yu of Shelyang, stand here. Come forth, cur, and forfeit your head. Thunder ripped the clouds apart. A towering figure in golden armor and green robes plummeted from the heavens, slamming into the ground and sending waves of dust outward. As the haze cleared, Guan Yu saw his mirror image, same massive frame, same reddish face and flowing beard, yet the stranger held not the heavy iron blade Guan Yu carried, but the weapon he knew best, the green dragon crescent blade, its thick spine coiled by an azure dragon, every scale sharp, its eyes aglow with menace. Demonized General Guan Yu, boss, level 40. Strength, agility, spirit, constitution, skill, green dragon crescent blade. Staring at his living reflection, Guan Yu's heart churned. Was this his former self? Shelyang, well, fave, you lost your nerve? The demon sneered, resting the blade across his shoulders. What nerve is there to lose? Guan Yu leveled his weapon. Today I'll grind your arrogance to dust. The demon stamped forward, earth shaking, blade dragging sparks. Guan Yu's eyes flashed like lightning as he advanced to meet him. A sudden gale howled, whipping spray from the river. Their great blades collided with a deafening clang, sparks erupting while the river exploded, a wall of water surging onto the bank and swallowing both men. The entire world fell silent, as though nothing had ever existed. Churning golden clouds swallowed the sky, and a beam of light as thick as a mountain slammed to the ground. Seated upright in the Imperial dragon carriage, Su Chun plunged down its length with a thunderous roar, an emperor arriving in person at Guan Yu's final trial. When the light dispersed and he touched down, his brows knitted. The surroundings were empty, so quiet that even the wind was absent, nothing like the grim battleground an ultimate stage should be. Su Chun leapt from the carriage, closed his eyes the moment his boots hit the damp stone of the riverbank, and tried to slip into the Guan Yu perspective within his body. The link was blocked. He could sense only distant tremors, each more violent than the last. Guan Yu was in a desperate fight. Had an enemy used spatial magic to whisk him away? Su Chun wondered. A pale gold system panel materialized without a sound. Imperial relic detected. Begin clue tracking? We can open a relic quest before Guan Yu clears the stage? Su Chen muttered, recalling the Cretaceous volcano. Start. Clue tracking complete. Relic quest commencing. Good luck. The instant the panel folded away, the river erupted. Boom. A pillar of water shot skyward, blades of spray slicing through the air. Before Su Chen could raise a hand, the torrent swallowed him. The freezing impact numbed his senses, then vanished in the next heartbeat along with his body. Above the riverbank, the golden dragon carriage hovered in silence. Inside, Wang Zhaojun sat calmly, blue eyes lowered. The blast and the roar of water seemed never to have existed. She simply waited, patient for her emperor's return. Nothingness, absolute nothingness. Darkness, darkness without end. A deep, ancient voice flowed out of the void. At the dawn of antiquity, who proclaimed the way? When all above and below was shapeless, how can we know? In the dim and the dark, who can reach the limit? The verses were from Heavenly Questions, the long poem by Chu Yuan. When the third question faded, cold streaks of light surfaced, sparks tearing through the black. The faint glow barely outlined Su Chen's palm. He raised his head. Wherever his gaze fell, the starlight brightened, dots joining into beams until the space before him was fully illuminated. He beheld a towering platform 9 tiers, each with 9 steps, 81 in all, reaching into the clouds. At its summit stood an altar, sides carved with intricate 9 heaven dark birds. Dark blue flames floated silently around it like bound souls. Holding his breath, Su Chen looked up. Suspended at the altar's center was a pitch-black sword. It shed no light, yet its presence forced the surrounding starlight to bow. Sudden insight struck him. Tianwen. The relic clue pointed to this very blade Tianwen, the sword once carried by Qin Shi Huang. Ingzheng. The imperial relic revealed this time was a sword. Su Chen felt his heart quiver. Across millennia of Chinese history, the sword has been more than a weapon. It has borne an almost sacred aura and become woven into the culture's very marrow. From the pre-Qin period through the Han and Tang dynasties, historical records devoted far more ink to swords than to any other armament, giving rise to a unique sword culture. Even after the late Bronze Age and the advent of iron, when its battlefield value declined, the sword's cultural influence never waned. For emperors, the sword was a badge of power and status. Every ruler owned a prized blade, and the first emperor, Ingzheng, was surrounded by legends of divine weapons. Suspended at the top of the stairway was one of that emperor's famed blades Tianwen. Named after Chu Yuan's epic poem, it was forged in the state of Chu and housed in Xianyang Palace, long reigning at the top of the 10 greatest swords under heaven. Whatever relics appeared in later trials, this emblem of imperial authority was destined to hold unmatched weight. To claim Tianwen was to seize a share of the first emperor's sovereignty and draw closer to the ultimate throne. What power will Tianwen grant me? The question churned with tension and excitement in Su Chen's chest. With mixed feelings, he set foot on the first step. The moment his foot landed, a boulder-heavy force slammed onto his shoulders, driving the breath from his lungs. Thinking it an illusion, he took the second step, heavier still. It was no illusion. Is this Tianwen's trial? The thought flashed by as he tried to summon the Imperial Dragon Chariot and ride upward. If the pressure grew with each step, walking the whole way was impossible. Yet the chariot was gone, as though sealed in another realm. He then called for Dian Wei, hoping the mighty general would carry him up. No response. A quick glance at his skill panel confirmed it. Every summoning ability was blocked except for innate ones like Imperial Majesty. He was on his own. After a brief reflection, Su Chen steadied himself. The path to an Imperial relic was always a quest for recognition. Last time he won the Dragon Chariot by earning the Celestial Steed's trust. This time, he would have to win Tianwen by sheer strength. He looked up. 79 steps still lay between him and the obsidian blade. The sword floated silently, as though waiting for its true master. Su Chen's gaze hardened. He lowered his stance and took the third step. To reach the summit, one must endure the pain. To earn the people's trust, one must survive the trials. If he wished to be an emperor revered by all, he had to bear a mountain of weight first. The crushing force returned. Su Chen's face darkened, but he clenched his teeth and pressed on. Too weak again. In the next instant, a demonized Guan Yu swept his blade across his chest, his thunderous roar shaking the air. His hand slid slowly down his long beard, murderous aura surging like a tide. Before him, Guan Yu knelt on one knee. The world whirled before his eyes, and only the crescent blade in his right hand kept him upright. Guan Yu's chest rose and fell violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stared at the figure, a Hida, mirror image of himself, also wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Every stance he tried, every surge of inner force he mustered, the other reproduced faster and stronger. Before him stood a demon-tainted Guan Yu who surpassed him in every respect. I can't win, he thought, yet his gaze never wavered. I must find an opening. He suddenly lowered his eyes as if dazed, then lunged without warning. Ba Chao Sun Shi. A flash of steel lashed out like a serpent, aiming straight for the demon's throat. Ba Chao Sun Shi. The corrupted Guan Yu moved with deceptive speed, Matching the strike on the same arc, steel slammed together, sparks exploding, and both fighters sprang back. Guan Yu staggered but twisted to attack again. Yima Tuajiang. Yima Tuajiang. Blades collided once more, a shrill clang ripping through the air. The impact split the skin of Guan Yu's palms and drove him several paces back, loose stones skittering beneath his boots. No matter how fast he was, the other was faster. No matter how strong, the other was stronger. The demon snorted, drove his blade into the ground, and shards of rock burst outward. With 2 fingers raised in mock salute, he sneered. Is that all, you second-rate headhunter? Rage flared in Guan Yu's eyes. Hearing his own insult thrown back at him was unbearable. Your life is mine. With a thunderous roar he charged once more. 73rd step. Su Chen's vision dimmed, his whole body trembling while beads of sweat rolled down his temples. 73, 73, the count was all that remained in his mind. The crushing weight of the 73rd step robbed him of breath. Every fiber of flesh screamed, as if being torn apart. Dying here almost seemed easier than enduring another heartbeat. I can't give up, I mustn't. He tried to raise a foot, only to find both legs locked by an invisible boulder. Under this pressure his muscles refused to obey, his skull felt ready to burst, his sight turned white, and his senses teetered on collapse. Is this the end? Even now, does the Tianwen sword still refuse to acknowledge me? Quit for now, whispered a stray thought. Come back when you're stronger. The Tianwen sword isn't going anywhere. Su Chen's knees began to buckle. Just then, his mind flashed back to the day he obtained the Emperor template. The Black Hall, the ebony dragon robe, the lone figure upon the throne. Reaching the summit and claiming the crown leaves no room for retreat. Cut down every obstacle, conquer every trial. No retreat. His eyes blazed with sudden light, imperial will pouring through him like molten gold. He issued a decree to himself. Forward, forward. The command brooked no refusal. His body obeyed, slamming down onto the 74th step. 75, 76, 77. The demon-infused Guan Yu stroked his beard and burst into thunderous laughter that echoed across the empty battlefield, mercilessly mocking the Guan Yu kneeling before him. Guan Yu's face turned ashen, his arms trembling uncontrollably, for no matter the angle or speed of his swings, the green dragon crescent blade could not pierce the other's impregnable guard. Days of brutal combat had shattered his once boundless pride. The harder he pressed the attack, the sloppier his technique became. The moment his form slipped, the retaliatory wounds doubled. Blood seeped through the seams of his armor and pooled into a dark red puddle at his feet. Yet after so many defeats, the fury that should have blazed inside him simply died away. The overwhelming gap in power had robbed him even of the right to feel anger. With the rage gone, clarity took its place. For the first time, Guan Yu calmly examined his demonic counterpart. The same height, the same weapon, the same moves, even the rhythm of every breath matched his own. Since I can't win anyway, why keep fighting? He thought with a bitter grin, driving the crescent blade into the ground and letting the other Guan Yu spew his taunts. Pick up the blade, cur. Your strokes are as dainty as embroidery stand, and taste your grandfather Guan's edge. The insults grew sharper, yet the demon Guan Yu still didn't step forward. A realization flashed through Guan Yu's mind. If the foe's techniques were mirrored from his own, then by refusing to attack he left the mirror with nothing to copy. What if I wound myself? Shing. He ripped the blade free and, reversing his grip, slashed it across his own chest. Steel shrieked, armor split, and blood burst forth. From left shoulder to hip a hideous gash opened to the bone. SZZT. An identical wound split across the demon Guan Yu's body, blood spraying in perfect unison. Ha 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 ha. The demon's laughter drowned out the wind. Excellent. Only with a quiet heart can you see what's hidden. If given another chance, would you still lose, Jingzhou? Black eyes flashed with sudden light as fractured memories churned within. He hefted the blade over his shoulder, a savage wind erupting. Take up your weapon and fight me once more. Guan Yu drew in the metallic scent of his own blood and slowly raised the crescent blade. Cold light sliced the air, the tip tracing a half-moon behind him. A faint golden panel flickered into view. Demonic General, Guan Yu. Boss level, 40. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 50,000. Spirit, 50,000. Constitution, 50,000. Skill, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Every hidden statistic now lay bare. Name yourself. My Green Dragon Crescent Blade spares no nameless wretch. The demon Guan Yu leveled his weapon and roared, his gaze crackling like lightning. Guan Yu stared back and saw the arrogant self he had been centuries ago, proud, dismissive of all others. Memories surged. If only ID held Jingzhou, would my lord have. Zhejiang of Hedong. He clasped his fists and spoke the name he had long buried. It was the alias he carried before he joined Liu Bei, when he fled across the land with blood on his hands. Because of that shame, he had never dared to acknowledge his birthplace or look back on that ignoble past. But today's clash with the demon-tainted Guan Yu seemed to purge a weight from his heart. I, Guan Yu of Hedong Zhejiang, am here. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he suddenly bellowed. his voice cracking across the battlefield. Show yourselves, curs, and hand over your heads. Clang Guan Yu lunged, blade held crosswise. The green dragon crescent blade trailed a dazzling arc of icy light, sweeping toward the demon-tainted Guan Yu like a gale, as if severing a former version of himself. Step 81. Thud. Su Chen's heavy foot finally landed on the 81st stair. The instant his soul met stone, all pressure dissolved, and the agony that had torn at his flesh moments ago vanished as though it had never existed. 99 stairs, starlight scattered, the Tianwen sword hovering quietly at his side. Did I make it? Heart pounding, Su Chen took 2 incredulous steps forward and grasped the floating sword. The metal was ice cold, no different from ordinary iron. He drew a breath and pulled boom. Space convulsed violently. Hung beyond the platform, the star-filled void drained of color, darkness surging in like a tide. Su Chen tightened his grip, the blade rising inch by inch while the tremors grew wilder. Starlight faded, darkness spread, and something solid began to coalesce within it. What is that? Horrified, he clenched his teeth and kept drawing. All he wanted was to free the Tianwen sword. Screech countless eerie shrieks burst from the darkness. Starlight collapsed, and masses of pitch-black creatures swarmed toward the platform. They were shapeless as sludge, shrieking as they climbed. Su Chen noticed that each time he exerted force, the creature's speed multiplied. Insight. Primordial matter. Level 40. Strength. Agility. Spirit. Constitution. Primordial matter. Dread washed over him, yet he refused to stop. A thought summoned the dragon soul of the 5-clawed golden dragon. A golden dragon shadow tore through heaven and earth, hurling itself into the darkness. Screech gold met black like opposite poles colliding, annihilating each other in an instant. Vast swaths of darkness were purified, and the dragon's soul shattered along with them. Su Chen's I-twitcheth dragon soul had been erased. The Tianwen sword was only a third drawn. With no barrier left, he could never finish before the darkness reached the platform. Am I still unworthy to wield the Tianwen sword? Elsewhere, the demon-tainted Guan Yu sat cross-legged, his towering killing aura slowly thinning. Blood streamed from countless wounds, yet relief softened his face. You win, he murmured. Take my head and claim the green dragon crescent blade. He laid the blade before him. The opposing Guan Yu, equally blood-smeared, met his gaze in silence, eyes conflicted. Don't delay, our lord needs you. This time, do not fail. The demon-tainted Guan Yu slashed the air. Space split open, revealing a high platform where Su Chen strained to draw a sword, while below, endless shadows scrambled upward. Atop the sky-piercing platform, Su Chen was still struggling to pull the sword free. Beneath him, countless pitch-black creatures swarmed up the rim of the platform, layer upon layer like a tide of darkness from a bottomless abyss. The extraction bar was only halfway filled, yet the monsters were already nearing the summit if they touched him here. He had no idea whether Jianwei would arrive in time to share the damage. Since his class change, this was the first genuine crisis Su Chen had faced. But stopping was impossible. The Tianwen sword felt welded to his palm like a colossal magnet. His dragon soul skill had been nullified by the darkness and was now on full cooldown. Every direction spelled doom. A wet, clammy black hand slapped onto the edge of the stone dais, less than 3 paces away. The creatures had finally reached the top. A golden halo exploded from his side as Su Chen cast Imperial Majesty, but with his current stats, it offered only a faint deterrent and negligible damage. The air shuddered. Space tore open and a surge of power yanked a rift wide. From its depths, a broad saber swept out, its cold edge gleaming under starlight, instantly cleaving the newly arrived fiends into splattering black ichor. The blade was wide and reassuringly heavy, its spine slightly curved like a half-moon hanging in midair. The grip was covered in black scales that shimmered with frost. An azure dragon etched along the back of the blade exuded a chilling aura with every breath. Su Chen's heart jolted had seen this weapon before. A gale roared as the saber carved an afterimage through the air. Your humble general has come to your aid, your majesty. Please forgive my late arrival. With that thunderous shout, a warrior in gold armor and a green robe burst out of the void. It was Guan Yu. How Guan Yu had broken the restrictions to enter this place was a mystery. Su Chen had no time to ponder. Demons and fiends, be gone. Guan Yu roared, and the green dragon crescent saber churned like a dragon rising from the deep. White, azure, and jet black light intertwined. Each sweep blasted the black tide into misty spray. Edge after edge, he shattered and remade the scene at the platform's rim, standing alone between Su Chen and the endless darkness with the dominance of a martial saint. Seizing the opening, Su Chen closed his eyes and focused solely on drawing the sword. The more he concentrated, the more he sensed that the Tianwen sword was emitting not just the chill of steel, but a steady pulse-like breathing, like a heartbeat tripling outward in measured waves. He aligned his strength with that rhythm, and the blade slowly rose. The progress bar climbed visibly. Boom. A shockwave rippled through space. In Su Chen's mind, the pitch-black hall he had once glimpsed surfaced again. The hall was vast and dim, its dragon-carved pillars cast in stark relief. A man in a black imperial robe stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, silent, lonely, yet overwhelmingly powerful. No introduction was needed. This was the man Su Chun had met before. The first emperor, Ingzheng. Ingzheng gazed at Su Chun in silence, his face an unreadable mask. The air felt frozen, the hush stretching on for several heartbeats. Just as the Tianwen sword in Su Chen's hand was about to clear its scabbard, Ingzheng raised a hand and picked up from the desk an identical black blade. It caught no light, yet its presence was as deep and steady as an abyss. At the dawn of antiquity, who conveyed the way? When neither above nor below had form, how could one learn of it? In the dim chaos of darkness, who could reach its limit? Ingzheng intoned 3 lines from Tianwen, his voice clear and archaic. As the words faded, his eyes flared like cold stars, and an overwhelming aura burst from him, an unseen flood that swept through the hall in an instant. The surroundings shattered. Su Chen blinked and found himself again atop the high platform where the Tianwen's sword had rested. The emperor's sword now lay steady in his palm, its entire body ink black, its scabbard carved with a bronze Xian bird in full flight, ancient elegance laced with lethal intent. Boom. The space shook violently, like porcelain on the verge of fracture. Pitch-black creatures shrieked with mounting frenzy, surging forward in waves far fiercer than before. Even Guan Yu, who could face 1,000 foes alone, was forced to retreat again and again, the green dragon crescent blade weaving a dense web of steel that still failed to stem the tide. The platform rocked precariously, and the world itself looked like a torn scroll with frayed edges. On the brink of life and death, Su Chun sensed a faint link to the outside. Gripping the sword with one hand, he slashed the other through the air, sending a thread of wool plunging into the void. A golden pillar of light descended and locked onto the platform. General Guan, fight as you fall back. At the order, Guan Yu cut and withdrew at once, the gust from his blade throwing back swaths of the black tide. Reaching the edge of the light, he swept the blade in a broad arc to force the creatures back, then stepped into the beam alongside Su Chun. Gold light flashed, and both figures vanished. The platform lost its anchor and collapsed, while countless ink-black fiends swarmed over the ruins, their shrieks echoing through the breaking world. The scene flickered, all noise fell away. Su Chun and Guan Yu stood once more at the final checkpoint of the passage, the Yellow River Ferry. Before them the great river roared, muddy waves tumbling, cold mist slapping their faces. They met each other's eyes, glanced at the weapons in their hands, and burst out laughing. Guan Yu's laughter grew ever heartier, the usual formality between lord and vassal all but forgotten. Su Chun reined in his smile and fixed his gaze on the massive blade. General, is that the green dragon crescent blade? The same. Guan Yu stroked his beard, gave the weapon a casual whirl, and offered it to Su Chun. Care to try it? Su Chun raised a hand in polite refusal and stepped back half a pace. No need. I can appraise it. He tapped the air, pale gold runes unfolded. A light screen blossomed. Green dragon crescent blade, legendary item. Description: a broad head shaped like a half moon, its spine barbed, the blade pierced for tassels. A dragon's maw is cast where blade and haft meet, and an iron spike caps the end of the pole. Green dragon smite passive. While equipped, strength 50%, including bonuses from other gear. Dragon's ascent, tiger's leap passive. While equipped, bearer gains 50% resistance to ranged damage. Bone scraping remedy passive. For every 1% of health lost, all attributes except constitution increase by 10%. Dragging/active. The bearer may pour mental power into the blade to charge it. The longer the charge, the higher the damage of the next strike. This damage is true damage that ignores armor, mitigation, and defense. A legendary weapon, a green dragon crescent blade. Su Chen's eyes trembled with excitement. He never imagined that deep inside what looked like an unremarkable corridor, Guan Yu's mythic weapon would be waiting for them, a surprise that struck without warning. When he first summoned Guan Yu, the general had wielded only the black iron crescent blade, a respectable weapon but still a tier below the famed green dragon blade that once shook the world. Now, after clearing the dungeon, not only had they wrapped things up smoothly, Guan Yu had vaulted straight to a true legendary armament, placing him on equal footing with Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Huo Zubing. He opened the status panel, and the weapon's golden name almost leapt off the screen. 1. Strength 50, the baseline bonus of a legendary item. 2. Range damage taken 50. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Guan Yu was renowned for close quarters combat. At his tier, almost no melee opponent could withstand him, and only ranged attacks posed a real threat. The green dragon blade wiped out that last weakness, turning Guan Yu into a walking shield wall and making one man holding the pass against 10,000 more than a proverb. Next came Guan Yu's signature skills. Dragging blade slash, though executed differently from the historical technique, was even more savage. Charge, strike, and sheath in one fluid motion, sword light pouring like a waterfall. Bone scraping recovery was fiercer still. the more grievous the wound, the higher the stat boost, a skill tailor-made for a frontline warlord. Perfect. Su Chen, delighted, recalled Guan Yu into the summoning space and told him to show off his new blade to Dian Wei and the others. Then he climbed onto the dragon chariot, his body weak from the earlier battle. Inside, Wang Zhaojun sat quietly. Seeing his exhaustion, she raised a slender hand. Notes from her yueqin bubbled like a spring, and the soothing melody, laced with gentle spiritual energy, washed away most of Su Chen's fatigue. His whole body relaxed. While enjoying the lull, he opened his personal panel to tally the day's gains. Most important was the Imperial relic he had just obtained, the Tianwen sword. Tianwen sword, Imperial relic. Item lore: personal blade of the first emperor, Ingzheng. Forged in Chu, kept in the Xianying Palace. Passive: Tianwen. The wielder restores mental energy without entering meditation and may recover anywhere, even in mid-battle. Active: Tianwen slash. Continuously channel mental energy to form an attack that can cut through anything. With greater energy, the target transcends the material, time, space, thought, emotion. Nothing is beyond its reach. He thought back to previous fights, each bout of depleted mana forcing him to retreat to a safe spot, to meditation, a vulnerable window that invited ambush. Now he could recover in the midst of flashing steel, erasing that danger entirely. Gripping the Tianwen sword, he felt a faint vibration along the blade, as if it were a living thing eager for its next taste of combat. Traditional meditation, after all, speaks for itself. For most mages, meditating in the middle of a fight is almost impossible. Only the very best can restore their mana while trading blows. The instant Su Chen gripped the Wentian sword, he unlocked that same extraordinary talent. Coupled with his high-grade gear, his recovery rate climbed at a pace visible to the naked eye. With Wentian's blessing, he only had to keep stacking efficiency. One day, he would reach unlimited mana. On top of this fearsome passive, the sword carried an active skill, Heaven Question Slash. By burning mana to gather energy, it unleashed a blade of pure force so sharp it could sever space, time, even emotions. How much mana it cost and how much power he could wield were questions for live combat. But the sword's might was beyond doubt. Su Chen was thrilled. Not only did the weapon exceed every expectation, it was his second Imperial relic, bringing him one step closer to his class change quest. Stowing the Wentian sword, he opened the shard market. 5 shards. Level a chosen general's weapon up by 20, unlocked at level 30. 30 shards. Gain a random class skill below level 50, unlocked at level 40. 40 shards. Permanently convert a dungeon into a personal domain, unlocked at level 30. 60 shards. Draw a random general card or consort card, unlocked at level 40. 60 shards. Obtain a lead on an Imperial relic and unlock its unique quest, unlocked at level 33. Further functions will unlock later. Since his last Jade Seal draw, he had sent Dian Wei and the others to farm a new dungeon, and now he had just enough shards. With a thought, Su Chen spent 40 shards to convert the current corridor. Dungeon conversion detected. Hidden effect of Imperial Dragon Palanquin, triggered. All under heaven belongs to the throne. The prompts kept scrolling. Hidden passive. While the Imperial Dragon Palanquin is equipped and active, dungeon conversion upgrades to territory conversion. The entire region surrounding the target dungeon becomes personal domain. As the shards drained away, golden runes flared across the palanquin. Su Chen suddenly realized this region, known as the Realm of Forgetting, wasn't a tiny island like Tianhai, which held only the Cretaceous volcano. It sprawled across more than a dozen dungeons and corridors. Their tangled layout was what made the place forgotten. If he completed the territory conversion now, wouldn't the whole Realm of Forgetting become his land? Selection confirmed. Converting. System messages flooded the feed. Establishing teleport anchors, modifying dungeon parameters. Establishing teleport anchors, modifying dungeon parameters. Establishing teleport anchors, modifying dungeon parameters. Su Chen confirmed his choice with a single thought. A moment later, a blazing beam of golden light burst from his body, spiraling into a vortex above the dragon chariot and climbing ever higher. Selection confirmed. Conversion in progress. Establishing teleport anchor. Updating dungeon parameters. Establishing teleport anchor. Updating dungeon parameters. The system prompt echoed twice. Just as he had guessed, this conversion overwrote every dungeon in his territory at once, meaning he had claimed every dungeon and corridor inside the Forgotten Realm in one stroke. Monster Codex generated. Please select the types you wish to capture. Monster Codex generated. Please select the types you wish to capture. Dozens of dungeons finished converting simultaneously, and the selection panel exploded into more than a dozen pages, hundreds of monsters flashing past. Note: multiple selections allowed. Chosen monsters will join your army and disappear from their original dungeon. 1. Corrupted Forest Dryad, quantity 336. 2. Corrupted Evil Squirrel, quantity 112. 3. Corrupted Pandora's Box, quantity 1. 4. Corrupted Dream Banshee, quantity 56. 5. Corrupted Troll Tribe, quantity 112. 6. Corrupted dwarf thorn pine, quantity 136. 167. Corrupted garrison soldier, quantity 1000. 168. Corrupted general Kong Xiao, quantity 1. 168. Corrupted general Han Fu, quantity 1. 168. Corrupted general Meng Tan, quantity 1. 168. Corrupted general Bian Shi, quantity 1. 168. Corrupted general Wang Ji, quantity 1. 168. Corrupted general Qin Shi, quantity 1. Dungeon boss Guan Yu, quantity 1 not selectable. After skimming the pages, Su Chun confirmed that the Forgotten Realm held 15 dungeons in total. 11 below level 30. For above level 30. The one they had just cleared was the toughest, a level 40 dungeon. Gaining 15 dungeons in a single conversion was more than he had ever expected. Even better, over half of them were classified as rare. Dungeons that ordinary professionals dreamed about were now practically wholesale stock for him, ready to be warehoused in bulk. The list of 168 monster types sped across the panel while Su Chun weighed his options. 2 runs ago, he had picked Pan, whose crowd control abilities had been a huge help. On his last trip to Cretaceous Volcano, nothing special caught his eye, so he skipped the selection. This time the catalog was enormous, but most creatures came from dungeons he had never set foot in, their traits unknown. Rather than bring them out blindly, he decided to leave them where they were to keep generating experience. Instead, the corrupted soldiers and generals from the corridor he had just cleared were perfect for recruitment. 1. They were humanoid, matching the look of his existing troops. 2. The corrupted generals were balanced in offense and defense, and could serve as centurions or other junior officers. 3. The only drawback was that the corrupted Guan Yu, as the final boss, could not be converted. Only then did Su Chun realize that the enemy Guan Yu had faced in the last stage was a corrupted version of Guan Yu himself. He had most likely acquired the green dragon crescent blade from that demon-infested Guan Yu as well. Since the final stage was already a special scenario, it was only natural that the demonized Guan Yu couldn't be converted. Being able to take the 6 officers Guan Yu had slain along with 1,000 city defenders was more than enough to satisfy Su Chun. Once everything was confirmed, he issued the order without hesitation. Convert all 6 officers and every one of the 1,000 soldiers. The instant the command was given, the conversion process began. Moments later, several teleportation circles dozens of meters across lit up around Su Chun, dark red runes channeling torrents of light. Under the lead of the 6 officers, 1,000 armored infantrymen stepped out in formation, the clash of steel echoing in every direction. Now de-demonized, they looked almost identical to Su Chin's original troops. "Hail, your majesty!" 1,000 soldiers dropped to one knee, their thunderous shout rolling out like an iron tide. Their former allegiance meant nothing now. After conversion, their loyalty to Su Chin instantly hit 100%. Su Chin raised a hand and cast insight on the 6 officers and the troops behind them. With the demonic buffs removed, the system automatically suppressed everyone's level to match his own level 32. A level 32-foot soldier's stats were modest, slightly below those of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and the Han Iron Cavalry, but free manpower was nothing to scoff at. Each soldier was only half as strong as a Tiger Leopard rider, yet sheer numbers combined with buffs like Imperial Majesty made them a force to be reckoned with. The 6 officers had roughly half of Dian Weiss base stats and a limited skill set, but they were more than qualified to serve as centurions. Bian Shi and Wang Ji, both mage types, wielded unique spells that could shine in a pinch. After a moment's thought, Su Chin assigned all 6 officers to Huaqubing's command. With maxed out leadership, Huaqubing was the best choice to integrate fresh recruits. Because these infantrymen lacked mounts and would slow the main force, Su Chin temporarily placed them in his personal guard, ready to be redeployed when needed. Looking over his newly gained 1,000 elite troops, Su Chin couldn't help but smile. When these officers met Guan Yu again, it might really turn into a tearful reunion of old comrades. With the demonized troops converted, the instance began to restructure. The galloping alone for 1,000 miles instance vanished now that all monsters were gone. Exclusive instance, Pandora's box generated successfully. Exclusive instance, the Goblin Kingdom generated successfully. Exclusive instance, the Sleeping Treasure generated successfully. All instances now had teleport anchors and could be entered at any time. Unused challenge attempts would accumulate up to 5. Enemy deployments could be adjusted on the fly, making the instances ideal for speedrunning or training. The Imperial Dragon Chariots effect triggered, synchronizing the Tianshan region. Once the conversion finished, the entire area began a full-scale evolution. Just like the Tianhai Island incident, a massive golden pillar shot skyward from Su Chin's location, piercing the clouds before scattering brilliant light across the land. An instant later, a golden barrier spread over the entire sky, expanding in every direction. As the barrier expanded, the entire Tianshan sector simply vanished. Inside a brightly lit, makeshift tent at Indus Forward Command Post, a field commander in camouflage briefed a dark-skinned 1-star general. A freshly drafted operations map lay open on the table. Headquarters has deployed a fully modernized motorized brigade, and Lord Wuji's Falcon Squad is already in position, the commander said, tapping 2 red arrows. The brigade will sever the enemy's supply lines while Lord Wujia captures the portal. With them, success is guaranteed. The general nodded silently, studying the dense markings routes, supply points, fire support grids. He weighed the odds. India's strength had surged in recent years, enough to challenge Xinxia. Yet even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Shangxia's reserves ran deep. In a full-scale war, Indy would still come up short. Still, Indy had launched this invasion for 3 reasons. First, the target was a level 40 portal mid-tier for professional fighters, perfect for honing troops. Second, intel pointed to a special relic inside the instance, its use unknown, its power assured. Third, and most secret, was to test Shangxia's tolerance. The world knew Xinxia was outwardly mild, but exactly how mild? Indy meant to find out. So far, Xinxia seemed willing to endure. After reviewing the map, the general murmured, "Well done." The commander snapped to attention. "Sir, expect a swift victory. The mighty Indi army will pry open Shangxia's gates." Boom. Before the words had faded, a thunderous blast shook the camp. They spun around to see a mountain-thick column of golden light punching through the night sky, illuminating half the war zone. "That part of your plan, too?" the general demanded, shock in his eyes. No ordinary weapon could generate such power. Maybe? The commander stammered. The plan mentioned no golden light, yet he instinctively defended headquarters. Could be some new flare? Impossible. The general shot to his feet, his chair clattering. "It's vanishing. The entire Tianshan zone is collapsing. General, please stay calm." The commander yelled, forcing down panic. "He'll confirm. It has to be ours." He lunged for the radio, snatched the handset, and barked, "Forward command to all units. Respond." "Forward commando," you read. Static crackled. Then a deep, gravelly voice answered, "Forward command here. Your granduncle Jian Wei speaking out with it." The words were flawless. Xinxia. The commander froze. "When did we start hiring soldiers from Xinxia?" The general's patience snapped. With a single palm strike, he sent the stunned commander flying over 10 meters. The man slammed into a support post, and the shattered radio scattered from his hand. "Quit daydreaming, thief, already seized our comm gear." The words were barely spoken when a cold glint flashed in the major general's eyes. His figure blurred, shooting straight toward the Tianshan boundary. He didn't know what was happening inside, only that he had to see the mission through. Yet the moment he took his first step, a golden barrier crashed down like a vast curtain, slicing the whole space in two. The once majestic, mysterious Tianshan realm vanished, leaving behind nothing but an ordinary stretch of forest. What power can rip an entire pocket of space away like that? Startled, the major general pushed on. All the scattered instance portals were gone. After racing several more kilometers, he slammed to a halt under a crushing pressure. Beyond the trees stood a man in imperial uniform, Wei Zhong, Iron Fist, the most renowned professional in Xinxia over the past decade. That name alone spelled the battle's end. The Indian forces would never dare clash with Shangxia's strongest fighter on home ground. In a flash, the enemy major general wheeled around and retreated. Watching him streak away, Wei Zhong finally exhaled. The instant the teleportation array was destroyed, he had rushed over at top speed and had made it in time. Wei Zhong scanned the area. Like Tianhai Island before it, the Tianshan realm had been lifted clean out, leaving only plain terrain. Where had that space-rending golden power come from, friend or foe? Would the troops and players inside return safely, as they had last time? While he pondered, a pillar of light descended. Liu led his strike squad and a host of soldiers out of the array in single file. Seeing them unharmed, Wei Zhong relaxed at last. Mysterious as it was, the golden barrier kept returning Shangxia's people in one piece. For now, it was no enemy. If they could ally with whoever wielded it, all the better. Wei Zhong felt a spark of anticipation one day. He hoped to meet the person behind the curtain. Deep within the instance tunnels, Jian Wei stuffed a massive mech component into his storage pouch and waited for Su Chen's orders. They had captured 15 instances in this round of territorial conversion, more than enough resources for now. Su Chen decided to build a temporary palace at the domain's center. It didn't need to be lavish, just respectable, serving as his residence and as a base for the generals. "Unless it's urgent, don't keep the brothers cooped up in the summoning space," he said. "Let them relax here and live a normal life." Site selection, sketches, and the materials list all went to the seasoned Hui Tsubing when in doubt. Ask the cavalry marshal had become standard practice. With those details settled, Su Chen packed his gear and set out for the Imperial Capital Academy. The crisis inside the instances was over, but a storm outside was brewing. A dozen scions of top clans had fallen in this operation, and those families used to bending Xinxia to their will were bound to seek blood. No one knew how far the outraged houses might go next. By any means necessary, get to the bottom of this. The head of the clan slammed the table, fury etched across his face. The classified conference room lay dozens of meters underground, its heavy alloy doors sealed tight, the air itself seemingly compressed. On either side of a long oval table, two camps faced off. To the left, the 8 great clans led by the patriarch and the smaller houses that clung to them. To the right, the director of Bureau 13 and the Empire's senior officials. The tension was so thick it felt ready to set the lights ablaze. Today marked the 3rd day since the Realm of Forgetting incident. 3 days earlier, that mysterious zone had collapsed without warning, wiping out an entire Imperial support squad composed of the brightest heirs of the 8 clans. Enraged, the families had stormed the capital with political pressure, vowing to hunt down the culprit even if it meant tearing the empire apart. An international storm followed close behind. Indila lost a 500-strong research team in the upheaval, yet refused to explain why its people were inside Shangxia's borders, instead demanding that Xinxia hand over the mastermind and threatening a regional crackdown if it did not comply. For Shangxia's leadership, this was the 2nd time after the Tianhai Island case that an entire area had vanished on home soil. Worse, the empire had gained nothing yet now bore pressure from both abroad and within. They also needed to identify whoever controlled the golden teleportation array, a figure who repeatedly saved Shangxia's forces but always took every spoil, leaving the empire empty-handed. Such an ally was a thorn in their side. Determination was plentiful, clues scarce. Every survivor suffered strange amnesia, some denied everything, others rambled incoherently. The only shared fragment was of something huge, brilliant, and unbelievably powerful, and nothing more. The director of Bureau 13 swept his gaze over the restless patriarchs, lowering his voice in a bid to soothe them. Gentlemen, please remain calm. The investigation is in full swing. Give us a little time, and we will have answers. Answers, my foot. The patriarch roared, slamming the table again. You still haven't solved the Tianhai Island case. You're useless. This time the clan will act. Whoever is behind this will pay in blood. Beside him, the Zhu and Li patriarchs stayed silent, their eyes icy. With their deep roots in the imperial military, their presence emboldened the others to shout down the government. The director exchanged a glance with Wei Zhang, and both sighed inwardly. With the Zhu and Li clans involved, the authorities could not stop this private investigation. As for the mysterious figure in the shadows, he could only pray. A sliver of unease tightened in Wei Zhang's chest. Tian Mountain region. After 3 relentless days and nights, Su Chen's temporary palace rose in the heart of the snowy range. Curved eaves and interlocking brackets crowned crystal stone walls that flashed with an icy sheen in the sunlight. Such rapid construction was possible only through Huang's unrivaled logistics and several thousand tireless soldiers. Throwing together a serviceable palace was no more than a casual exercise. Yet when the complex finally took shape, its sheer grandeur far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Huang had layered detail upon Su Chen's original sketches. Sweeping roofs rose in tiers, beams and pillars carried subtle cloud carvings, and even the traffic flow inside was completely remapped. Having lived in the Han Imperial Palace, Huang was by far the most knowledgeable architect among them. The miniature imperial residence was divided into 2 zones, a palace quarter and a barracks quarter. The palace was reserved for Su Chen. What had started as an unremarkable hut had been expanded into a majestic, great hall-paired gilded lampstands, desks and display shelves in perfect order, and even a Simmons mattress delivered only after repeated reminders from Lei Xiangyang's group. Beyond the palace lay the barracks. Following Huang's standards, 1 room per general, 1 room per 10 soldiers, more than 100 cabins stood in flawless rows after just 3 days. Their speed and precision left Su Chen marveling that these soldiers' carpentry skills put the best builders of his past life to shame. The new quarters solved lodging and offered a place to mingle. Although the rank and file lacked the full consciousness of generals like Dian Wei, they had unlocked a measure of independent thought. Moving from a cold summoning space into warm wooden huts lifted their spirits instantly. The rookies and 6 newly arrived generals blended in quickly. Kong Xiu, Han Fu, and the others could now meet their old friend Guan Yu almost daily. Each reunion filled with laughter, though Kong Xiu and his comrades sometimes rubbed their necks, sensing a faint, inexplicable ache. Small matter, they told themselves. Su Chen, meanwhile, never let construction consume all his attention. The turmoil beyond his domain concerned him far more. Lei Xiangyang, Gao Zheng, and Ji Boda scoured the campus network for intelligence so he could have real-time updates. Most impressive of all was Gaixia. Through her, Su Chen obtained the full transcript of a meeting between scions of the great clans and the empire's top brass. Although the Gu patriarch represented only a minor family, he had been present throughout, and his notes were exceptionally detailed. The most alarming revelation was that all 8 great clans had shown up in person, vowing to expose the mastermind behind the Tianshan unrest. Any group that could stand toe-to-toe with the imperial court was no mere aristocracy. By conservative estimate, each clan had at least 1 level 80 powerhouse holding the fort. So far, the strongest opponent Su Chen had faced was a level 52 dark mage in the Tianshan region. After ingesting Abyssal matter, that mage's combat strength had broken past level 60. By comparison, Su Chun could overpower anyone below level 60 in solo combat, with all his generals and troops, and provided the enemy had no outrageous bug level skills, he could manage a fight against someone under level 70. Crossing into the 70s, however, was a different world. One exclusive class skill was enough to create a gulf between level 69 and 70. Clearly, Su Chun lacked the strength to clash head-in with even one great clan, let alone all 8 at once. Before their gaze fixed on him, he had to sprint up the ranks. In this world, power is the only passport. He must level up fast, seize Imperial relics, complete his class advancement, and join the ranks of the very strongest. Only then could he gain a true foothold here. When it comes to leveling up, Su Chun had already reached level 32 by the time he cleared the Tianshan realm instance. After returning, he ordered his generals and hundreds of soldiers to level the ground at the center of his territory and stack stone walls, forcing a palace shell out of the earth in just 3 days. Meanwhile, he farmed every local instance for experience again and again. After unlocking Dragon Wars on the plains, dungeons of the same tier posed almost no challenge, and he could run them solo with ease. While grinding mobs, he also pushed the Tianwen sword to its limits. 1. The Tianwen sword devours mental energy at a crazy rate. Using it just to clear trash mobs is totally not worth it. 2. Against high-level targets, however, it's a trump card. When Su Chun pours all his focus into it, a single slash can unleash damage equal to Guan Yi's full power strike after a 200% boost, and it hits a wide area with true damage. 3. Even without extra buffs, Su Chun now delivers the highest single-hit damage in the team. Unfortunately, he still can't trigger the sword's fabled bonus effect severing emotions and spacetime because his mental reserves are too low. That will have to wait for future levels. With the sword's intimidation factor and his own skill, he swept nearly every dungeon within his domain and smoothly rose to level 33. Along the way, he noticed that some rare instances paid experience on par with the Imperial Academy, but they came with fatal drawbacks. Territory dungeons need to recharge on their own and can't be reset with stones, so after one run you have to sit through the cooldown. That caps leveling efficiency, leaving them as side options. For real power leveling, you still need the instance hall or more dangerous areas. While weighing his options, Su Chun remembered something Lei Xiangyang and the others had told him. Kyushu Academy had taken heavy losses in the Tianshan incident, so its planned assault on the ancient battlefield was stalled. To keep the timetable, they had issued a call-up to non-aristocratic students who had performed well in the instance hall, inviting Lei Xiangyang and his friends along as support. The so-called ancient battlefield was the primary front where humans and abyssal creatures clashed decades ago. Over centuries of conflict, 3 world-scale wars have broken out. The central battlefields have never been fully cleansed and have instead become breeding grounds for monsters. The longest and widest of those wars took place inside the Xinxiao region, creating the largest ancient battlefield on the planet. Unlike the wilderness bordering the cities, the ancient battlefield is several times deadlier. No guilds have ever managed to establish a foothold. There's nothing but endless corrupted relics. Low-tier professionals are strictly forbidden from even approaching. It opens only for military exercises or academy exams. Yet to Su Chun, this death trap looks like a natural leveling paradise. Just like the wilderness, the instances and portals here come with no level protection at all. Adventurers who enter a dungeon can run into monsters of every rank, and the tougher the creature, the richer the experience points. For Su Chun, that was the quickest way to level up. His gaze lingered on the words ancient battlefield, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The school's instance zones were already too restricted to satisfy his growth. Only that abandoned war-torn arena where combat was unrestricted could truly push him forward. You're heading for the ancient battlefield? Wei Zheng set aside the documents he was reviewing, his face full of surprise. He had always expected Su Chun to go there someday, but applying right after breaking level 30 was sooner than had imagined. Su Chun nodded. Outside of military or academy clearance, ordinary professionals had no hope of setting foot on the battlefield, so he had come straight to Wei Zheng, knowing the officer could find a way. The moment their eyes met, Wei Zheng realized Su Chun's resolve was unshakable. I believe in your strength, he said, closing the file, his tone suddenly grave. But you know the situation. The 8 great clans are combing the city for anything unusual. Abyssal monsters were spotted again in the Tianshan incident, and that shadowy faction is getting bolder. You're carrying 3 legendary items, and your last arena match already put you on their radar. Entering the ancient battlefield now could draw every side into the fray. Su Chun replied calmly, listing all the preparations he had made. Seeing that determination, Wei Zheng stopped arguing. Had promised Elder Yan he would back Su Chun unconditionally. Fine, he'll take you and myself. He stood at once. As usual, they moved fast. Less than an hour passed between the thought and their departure. This time they didn't head for the Tianhai Island teleport hub. Instead, they stepped into a dim, sealed elevator that sank deep underground. When the door slid open, a long corridor stretched ahead, lit by muted white lights. Wei Zheng swiped his officer's badge through more than a dozen security gates, each dull beep followed by the rumble of a massive door. Su Chen took everything in. Without top-tier clearance, no one could reach this place. The ancient battlefield was locked down not only for its danger. It was the ruins of a war between humans and monsters, rumored to hide dormant artifacts and countless opportunities. Following Wei Zheng, Su Chen felt a sudden, powerful hunch his third Imperial relic might be waiting there. Bzzz. They reached the deepest level. A teleport array lay before them, its blue-white lines pulsing while Wei Zheng poured in energy. It was a standard military model, ordinary in appearance, yet leading to the most extraordinary of destinations. Take this. Wei Zheng removed a black gold badge engraved with the military crest and handed it over, the metal cold to the touch. It's a special communicator. No matter the distance, you can talk to me directly. If you run into anything you can't handle, call immediately. Su Chen nodded solemnly and slipped the badge into his pocket. One more thing, Wei Zheng added. The ancient battlefield might still be tainted with abyssal residue. If you see any black, viscous substance, keep your distance. Abyssal residue? The memory of the swirling black fog beneath the dais when he had retrieved the Tianwen sword flashed through Su Chen's mind. An instinct told him its connection to the abyss was no accident. Wei Zheng brushed a silver badge across the scanner. With a low hum, the steel doors of the teleportation array slid open, revealing a gray, canyon-like corridor that led to the ancient battlefield. The boy paused at the threshold, straightened his collar, and met Wei Zheng's searching gaze. The Forgotten Realm incident, was that you? Wei Zheng's tone was calm, yet each word cut like a hidden blade. Su Chen held his stare, neither admitting nor denying. Ever since Wang Zhaojun had been added to the expedition party and vanished on the return, Trift, known Wei Zheng would sense the link. The officer would never believe it was coincidence. Being exposed didn't bother Su Chen. Since the Tianhai Island affair, Wei Zheng had turned a blind eye to his secrets and even covered for him, earning Su Chen's quiet trust. Now, he remained silent. Some truths changed the moment they're spoken. He stepped into the array. Blue light flared, and he was gone. Wei Zheng stared at the fading glow, brow tightening. So Su Chen had intervened in the Forgotten Realm, and it had left its mark. The faint humility he once carried was gone, replaced by the commanding presence of a born leader. It wasn't arrogance, yet it made peers bow their heads, and even made Wei Zheng's own pulse falter. He nodded to himself. This was the bearing of someone destined for the summit. Ancient battlefield, forward outpost. It was nothing like the rivers of blood and heaps of corpses Su Chen had imagined. Instead, a lifeless charcoal-gray wasteland spread beneath leaden clouds that hung so low they seemed to brush the ground. The wind carried the acrid scent of charred earth. Underfoot, purple-black slag rose and fell like frozen waves, cracking crisply with every step. A silver-white tower pierced the sagging sky nearby, the Empire's outpost nestled at its base. Su Chen had barely advanced when engine roars sliced in from the flank. 5 off-road bikes swept into a crescent, hemming him in. The lead officer's visor hid his face. His voice was ice. Pass. The garrison here seemed to have excised every spare emotion, leaving only hard discipline. Su Chen produced Wei Zheng's service medal. The dark metal caught the dim light with a sharp glint. Several soldiers dismounted at once, snapping to attention. Good luck, sir. The officer lowered his hand and spoke softly. The bikes merged into a plume of dust and vanished among the slag hills. Su Chen dipped his head and tucked the medal away. It was the Empire's highest grade insignia, granting unrestricted passage on the ancient battlefield. Drawing a steady breath, he fixed his gaze on the distant steel tower and the churning leaden clouds, then started forward again. So young, and already like this. Inside the forward outpost, the commanding officer watched through his binoculars as Su Chen disappeared into the fog. Rubbing the medal General Wei had pinned on him, the officer figured the kid must be some specially groomed prodigy, yet that fresh face looked no older than a college freshman. Could someone that young really last against the monsters on this ancient battlefield? Should we send a couple of men after him? He is General Wei's protege, a sentry muttered. No need, the officer said, lowering the binoculars, eyes steady. One look at him tells me he's not ordinary. He's a monster. Once past the outpost, Su Chen stepped onto the battlefield proper. Lead gray clouds pressed overhead, and the fog was so thick he could barely see his own hand. Visibility, however, was never his problem. Possessed more than one pair of eyes. With a thought, his white horse cavalry burst from a ripple in space, silver lances gleaming. At his command, dozens of riders scattered at full gallop, their sights streaming back into his mind. Instantly, he held a god's eye view. Rolling terrain for kilometers, shattered landmarks, monster tracks, even relics half buried in the mud. Following those tracks, he soon spotted something off. Deep in the mist, a shadow bounced along. The cavalry closed in until the figure came into focus. A stiff, humanoid creature with death-pale skin and tattered clothes, moving entirely by hops. A jiangshi, like the legends, Su Chen thought. Funny that the first monster he met here felt almost like an old acquaintance. He raised a hand and cast insight. Jet black runes burst in the air and data poured past his eyes. Corrupted white-haired Jiangshi, elite class. Level 40. Strength 6,000. Agility 4,000. Will 3,000. Vitality 5,000. Skill devourer. Stats around 5,000, several times higher than my regular troopers, Chen noted. No wonder the entry procedures are so strict. A rookie would have died here already. At his mental order, 20 cavalrymen leveled their lances and charged. Weight of numbers was tactic number 1. The spear line split the fog. The Jiangshi vaulted several meters into the air, dodging the points while loosing a filthy screech. Tra! It landed, and silver lances punched through its torso like rain. Elite stats meant little against overwhelming force. After a brief struggle, the creature hung on their spearheads, a perforated husk. Chen kept the troops in formation, replaying that screech in his mind. It sounded like a signal. Could this corrupted Jiangshi have begun to develop consciousness? The thought had barely formed when the same shriek echoed again, deeper in the fog. Treya! Soon, accompanied by the rhythmic thump of bounding feet, a chorus of snarls rolled through the heavy mist. Thump! Thump! Along with the muffled landing, the ground split open in every direction. A chorus of howls exploded all around him like a blaring alarm. Chen reacted at once. A zombie horde. They were sharing information through those roars, proof of a rudimentary hive mind. At his command, the white horse riders scattered, trying to create space, but in mere heartbeats the undead had closed in. They infiltrate and communicate faster than many professional armies, Chen thought, his pulse quickening. Hundreds of white-furred hopping corpses snapped the ring shut, trapping him and his still assembling cavalry. Behind them, a tall zombie with mottled green skin drifted in and out of sight, the obvious commander. With a sweep of its arm, the front ranks vaulted into the air, then landed in lockstep like a drilled phalanx, advancing on Chen with grim precision. Strip away the rod and fangs, and they almost looked like regular soldiers. Too bad my system only summons Han-era generals instead of a Taoist master like Lam Qingying, Chen muttered, a smirk tugging at his lips. Fine, no priest, let's bring in some Han cavalry. Clatter, clatter, the zombies' pounces were drowned by the thunder of iron hooves. Over 1,000 Han heavy cavalry in crimson armor flowed into formation before the undead ranks, their long spears bristling in an unbroken line. At their head stood Huang, weapon in hand, the chill of his killing intent forcing the horde to hesitate. For the first time, the zombies faced a force that outnumbered them. Form the annihilation array now, Huang barked. In an instant the cavalry locked into position. Charge! One unified roar, and the Han riders surged forward, the pounding hooves smothering every other sound on the field. The white-furred zombies instinctively leapt, trying to evade from above, but the moment they landed they met an unbroken forest of spears. Not a single gap remained. Their hardened bodies withstood the first collisions, yet wave after wave of cavalry shattered even the toughest line. With a thunderous crash, the iron tide rushed through. Hopping corpses fell in swathes, cut down like wheat at harvest. The system feed filled his vision once again. Defeated level 40 elite corrupted white fur zombie, EXP 10,369. Defeated level 40 elite corrupted white fur zombie, EXP 10,911. Defeated level 40 elite corrupted white fur zombie, EXP 10,132. Watching the numbers rocket upward, Chen's eyes gleamed. Over 10,000 experience for a single grunt. This ancient battlefield really is a leveling paradise. Dense monsters, rich drops. Gripping his spear, excitement burned in his chest. With a place like this, leveling up would never be a problem again. Within a few short minutes, the once formidable horde of hopping Jiangshi had been routed. After the Han heavy cavalry smashed through their center, fewer than a third of the original zombies were still on the field. Huang drove his horsemen several kilometers past the enemy line, reined in, and wheeled around to launch another charge that would finish the job. Just as the iron cavalry prepared to surge back, the turquoise Jiangshi at the army's core let out a shriek. Instantly, the remaining white-furred Jiangshi scattered like startled birds. Monsters with awakened minds clearly valued survival over obedience. But letting them escape? Out of the question. 10,000 high XP zombies were his for the taking. Chen recalled the Han heavy cavalry, and at his command the White Horse Volunteers and Tiger Leopard cavalry materialized at his side. Heavy cavalry excelled at frontal assaults, but were ill-suited to chasing a broken enemy. Pursuit was the specialty of the White Horse Volunteers and the Panther Riders within the Tiger Leopard ranks. Charge! At Chen's word, the two light cavalry units shot after the fleeing Jiangshi, while he summoned Zhao Yun to target the turquoise leader. The white-furred Jiangshi were swift, yet they still looked clumsy against these highly mobile riders. To Chen's surprise, the creatures didn't just run. When cornered, they regrouped for brief counterattacks that even cut down a few pursuers. Their resistance, however, was little more than a last gasp. Chen adjusted his formations on the fly, isolating and crushing every pocket of defiance. Experience poured in like a flood, and his bar climbed visibly. Defeated LV. 40 Elite Corrupted White-Furred Jiangshi, EXP 10,369. Defeated LV. 40 Elite Corrupted White-Furred Jiangshi, EXP 10,911. Defeated LV. 40 Elite Corrupted White-Furred Jiangshi, EXP 10,132. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun had closed on the turquoise Jiangshi. Corrupted turquoise, iron Jiangshi Elite. Level, 41. Strength, 12,000 agility, 8,000. Spirit, 8,000 constitution, 10,000. Skill, green plum corpse toxin. With stats well above 10,000, this iron-class Jiangshi proved the battlefield still hid its share of monsters. Realizing only Zhao Yun pursued it, the creature doubled back in an attempted ambush. After taking 2 spear thrusts, it turned tail again, darting through ruined camps and trenches to shake its huntress tactics almost human. After a tense game of cat and mouse, Zhao Yun seized an opening. A long-range piercing star nailed the Jiangshi to the ground. He flashed forward, drove his spear twice more, and left the monster on the brink of death. Sa! The wounded Jiangshi roared, and a cloud of turquoise venom burst from its body. Green plum corpse toxin. Teal corpse poison sprayed outward in all directions like shrapnel. The toxic mist pierced Zhao Yun's ears and nostrils like an arrow, and most of his HP bar vanished in an instant percentage-based damage at its worst. Before the iron ghoul could swell its bloated belly for another blast, Zhao Yun roared, his silver spear ripping through its chest like a thunderbolt. Level 40 green-haired iron ghoul slain, EXP 26,351. The system prompt flashed, yet that ghostly green still coiled around him. The venom chewed through his health at roughly 10% per second, the plunging HP bar a chilling sight. With a thought, Su Chun recalled Zhao Yun into the summoning space. Inside, the bleed stopped, but the debuff clung to him. Once released, the poison would resume its feast. Unless they waited for the toxin to fade on its own. Only a cleanse could save him, otherwise it was slow, certain death. Fortunately, Su Chun commanded more than frontline bruisers. He also had the gentle Huang Zhaojun. He willed her forth, sandalwood lingering in the air as she drifted down, sleeves fluttering. Understanding the situation, she seated herself with her chin and plucked the strings with jade-like fingers. A mellow, flowing melody burst into visible waves of color, rippling from the instrument like neon light. Bathed in the sonic tide, Zhao Yun's health stabilized, and the green miasma was swept away. System panel. Huang Zhaojun Skill 2, Rainbow Rhapsody, plays a stirring tune that removes all debuffs from allies in range, cleansing poison, burn, stun, confusion, and more. Base radius, 500 meters. For every 1,000 mana expended, range extends by 100 meters. Much appreciated, Zhao Yun said, clasping his fist. Huang Zhaojun bent her knees with a graceful smile and returned the salute. Watching her, Su Chun couldn't help but sigh with relief. Having a support in the party made everything easier. Monsters in this ancient battlefield had no end of tricks without Huang Zhaojun. Their problems would have multiplied. His thoughts were interrupted as a white horse rider chasing the hopping ghouls reported back. A colossal gravestone had been spotted. Su Chun instantly tapped into the rider's vision. A tombstone several stories tall filled his sight. It leaned to one side, half buried in yellow sand, with white-haired hopping corpses strewn around, freshly cut down by the rider's blades. Could this be where the zombie horde is spilling out? Su Chun guessed. The 100 head just killed had netted him a windfall of experience. A passage like this had to hold even more targets. The more zombies, the richer the rewards. But his vision went beyond mere experience. Protecting the world from evil was his true aim. These abominations had to be purged. With a single thought, a pillar of golden light descended from the sky and swallowed him, reappearing an instant later beside the white horse rider next to the monument. Without hesitating, Su Chun landed, strode forward, and laid his hand on the teleportation pillar at the mouth of the passage. Crackling electricity and a wisp of blue smoke erupted, and the scene before him changed in an instant. The shattered ancient battlefield vanished, replaced by a countryside bathed in cold moonlight. A brook babbled, scrubby trees drooped over its banks, and the stillness was so complete it made him doubt this was truly a zombie nest. Then he remembered how, in the films of his previous life, zombies always hid in rural villages, and his unease faded. A chill wind swept by, carrying faint drumbeats and the strains of opera. 2 processions emerged from the woods flanking the stream, marching in time with the music. Every face was deathly white, and all wore dark red wedding robes. One party hoisted a red bridal sedan, the other escorted a mounted groom. A ghost wedding. Su Chun raised a hand and fired off insight, targeting the groom. Corpse demon white-haired bronze Jiangshi Elite. Level 43. Strength 18,000 agility 12,000 spirit 12,000 vitality 18,000. Skill, iron teeth, bronze claws. So it was still a zombie, merely wearing human skin. The moment he probed it, murderous frost ignited in the bronze Jiangshi's eyes. Dare to look straight at me? Kneel. Imperial Majesty triggered. Golden flames burst from Su Chen's eyes. The bronze Jiangshi shrieked, toppled from his horse, and white smoke billowed from its eye sockets. With their leader struck down, the white-haired escort and bridal parties went berserk, bearing fangs. Hissa! They surged towards Su Chen like twin black tides. At a thought, Su Chen lifted both hands. To his left, an azure pillar of light erupted. Guan Yu descended, green dragon crescent blade in hand. Su Chen suddenly realized he never needed a Taoist priest to exorcise monsters. The subduing demon emperor Guan himself was under his command. Kill! Su Chen ordered. Guan Yu's strength was fearsome to begin with. Wielding the green dragon crescent blade, it became terrifying. Wild horse breaking loose. The blade swept like a half-moon, its cold gleam splitting the air. Chhk. The lead Jiangshi was cleaved in two, a mist of blood erupting. The rest tried to overwhelm him with numbers, but Guan Yu merely pivoted and struck again. Azure light traced a circle, and the surrounding zombies' heads flew free. With each kill, divine radiance blazed brighter around him, his attributes soared, and his footwork and blade speed accelerated. The bridal procession fell like grass beneath his blade, and experience flooded Su Chen's interface. Killed level 40 elite demonized escort Jiangshi, gained 10,369 XP. Killed level 40 elite demonized guide Jiangshi, gained 10,911 XP. Killed level 40 elite demonized gong beating Jiangshi, gained 10,132 XP. After slicing through a dozen zombies, Guan Yu became unstoppable. With one sweeping strike, a score of shriveled black heads flew skyward, blood mist exploding in the air with the stench of decay. Once his kill count passed 20, his buffs broke the 200% mark and Martial Saint mode snapped on, making every crowd control spell useless against him. The special zombies that had once slowed him now fell like wheat before the scythe. Wherever Guan Yu's blade flashed, heads rolled and nothing survived. While Guan Yu reveled in the carnage, Su Chen had already summoned Dian Wei and more than 1,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry. At Su Chen's command, iron hooves thundered, and sheer numbers let the cavalry match Guan Yu's kill speed. At first, Dian Wei stayed in the rear, directing the charge with his twin halberds and looking bored. Then he spotted a bright red bridal sedan chair bobbing in the corpse tide, and his eyes lit up. Haha, little lady. He laughed, whirling his weapons as he plunged straight into the horde. Su Chen stared in disbelief, knew Dian Wei was lustful, but chasing a zombie bride was something else. Was the man trying to become a ghost rider? With Guan Yu and Dian Wei leading the charge, the white fur-hopping zombies couldn't get within half a step of Su Chen. But as the fight dragged on, new variants emerged and the battlefield grew complicated. The first were verdant iron zombies hidden among the whitemans, outclassing ordinary hoppers in both offense and defense. When their health dropped low, they spewed a virulent poison that spread fast and wide. In the Tiger Leopard ranks, one wounded iron zombie could poison a dozen riders at once. Guan Yu's flank was safe. His damage was so high that no iron zombie survived long enough to release the toxin. To counter the poison, Su Chen summoned Wang Zhaojun. He first stored the afflicted soldiers inside his summoned space, where the toxin couldn't drain their health. Once he had gathered enough of them, he released them back onto the field, and Wang Zhaojun swung her silken melody. Snowflakes swirled, and every trace of venom vanished. By repeating the process, the poison's impact on the formation fell to almost nothing. Dian Wei's flank faced another threat, a pack of exploding wraith zombies. Small and nimble, they hid in the corpse tide until they could leap at the Tiger Leopard riders and detonate. The shockwaves were brutal, ripping holes in the cavalry line. Su Chen reacted at once, summoning Huitzubing and the Great Han Cataphracts. He triggered their defensive battle spirit, and waves of pale gold shields rolled outward. The party-wide barrier soaked up most of the blast damage, allowing the cavalry to hold the line. After about 10 minutes, the first engagement drew to a close. Guan Yu carved a straight path to the enchanted bronze zombie, cutting down everything in his way. Without any flourish, he gave a single plain strike. The bronze creature didn't even have time to react before it fell. On the other side, with Huitzubing covering him, Dian Wei forced his way into the sedan chair. He lifted the veil of the zombie bride to reveal a face covered in green fur, let out a horrified yell, crossed his twin halberds, and sent the bride straight to the underworld. A torrent of experience from the undead horde poured into Su Chen. Defeated a level 40 elite demonized Sonka Tiaojiang, EXP 10,369. Defeated a level 41 elite demonized green hair iron Jiangshi, EXP 12,365. Defeated a level 40 elite demonized pathfinder Tiaojiang, EXP 10,911. Defeated a level 40 elite demonized gong beating Tiaojiang, EXP 10,132. Defeated a level 42 elite demonized Guifu imp, EXP 13,526. Defeated a level 43 elite demonized white hair bronze Jiangshi, EXP 14,974. defeated a level 43 elite demonized Xiangui Lao, EXP 15,772. A surge of experience poured in, and a column of white light shot up around him. System alerts exploded in Su Chen's ears while his experience bar rocketed upward. In the blink of an eye, the bar that had been nearly full at level 33 overflowed, reset, and immediately climbed again level 34. The leveling speed in the ancient battlefield really is insane. He glanced at his status panel, excitement simmering beneath his calm exterior. One more hour of grinding, and he would be knocking on the door of the next tier. The benefits of leveling were just as impressive. His exhausted mana snapped back to its peak, every debuff vanished, and the morale of his officers and soldiers was restored. Su Chen surveyed the area, dispelled the lingering white glow, took quick stock of the loot, and raised his hand. White horse riders, spread out, and scout a faveli radius. Report the moment you spot anything. 7 snow-white warhorses thundered away. Scouts crouched low over the saddles as sand sprayed behind them. They vanished into the smoke-choked horizon, and the rich haul from the first skirmish left Su Chen eager for the next fight. At the forward outpost of the ancient battlefield, wind-whipped sand rattled against the iron barricades, their edges glinting in the dull amber light. 2 teams arrived one after the other, presented their academy passes, and cleared the garrison checkpoint. The newcomers were a strike squad from Jiuzhou Academy, the premier institute in the imperial capital. Each quarter the academy sent students deep into the ancient battlefield. A true warrior must face life and death, as the founder's motto went. This mission, however, was no routine sweep. It was an international exchange expedition. There are 3 ancient battlefields worldwide, each deadly yet unrivaled as training grounds for professionals. Since the formation of the International Alliance, countries led by the United States have demanded that all nations possessing an ancient battlefield open them regularly for joint operations and competitive exchanges, supposedly for the advancement of humanity's warriors. The visiting group this time hailed from Sheffield University in the United States. They would fight shoulder to shoulder with, and in competition against, the Imperial Students, a practice widely believed to foster progress. So the capital agreed despite current geopolitical tensions. What made the situation curious was that every member of the Sheffield contingent was of Xincha descent. They were simply studying abroad. Unwilling to risk its domestic students in such a volatile setting, the United States had sent these overseas scholars instead. Losses, should they occur, would not touch the homeland. A biting wind drove the sand into swirling curtains, slicing visibility to a minimum. A young man in the Sheffield ranks frowned and barked imperiously at the Jiuzhou side. In this damn weather we can't see a thing. Send some people ahead to scout. Jiuzhou Academy's acting commander, Luo Qianshan, kept his gaze steady and called the order. Zhu Wen, Li Xiang, move out. Luo Qianshan gave the order, but Zhu Wen and Li Xiang didn't move. Both belonged to powerful clans, and even as support members their innate arrogance showed. To them, Luo was just a nobody who had clawed his way up from the bottom. Captain or not, he would never earn their respect. When neither reacted, Luo didn't push. It wasn't his first time dealing with clan heirs, or the first time had been dismissed. For an ordinary student at Jiuzhou Academy, learning to tolerate their condescension was practically required coursework. Well, do it. 2 temporary recruits stepped forward from the rear. They'd been drafted after shattering records in the dungeon hall. Reconnaissance wasn't their specialty, yet they readily accepted the thankless preliminary survey. Hurry up. Is a simple recon mission really that hard? What do they teach you at Imperial Capital University? Bruce muttered nearby. These exchange students were all Chinese, yet they used English names to set themselves apart and flaunt a sense of superiority. To speed things up, Luo joined Lei Xiangyang's scouting group. The clan heirs and exchange students stayed off to the side, idly waiting for results. You're from Hidden Dragon Academy? Luo asked while releasing a scouting spell. Yeah, Lei Xiangyang, Hidden Dragon Academy. Lei launched his own spell into the distance. None of them were professional scouts. They could only spam beginner-level detection with limited range. Their scouting sprites flew off, and while waiting for the data they chatted. Lei soon learned that Luo and the rising freshman star Su Chen both hailed from Nanshan City, Jiangdong Province. Senior, do you know Su Chen? The guy who took on 5 Jiuzhou seniors in the arena and wiped the floor with them. Lei's excitement was obvious. Of course, Luo nodded. He's my direct junior. We both graduated from Nanshan No. 1 High School. The same school? Nanshan No. 1 really breeds talent. Lei exclaimed. Luo gave a faint smile and shook his head. Comparing me to Su Chen is a stretch. When I was a freshman, I couldn't even imagine a 5-0 win. He's in a class of his own. Don't sell yourself short, senior, Lei said with a laugh. Getting into Imperial Capital University from a remote province like Jiangdong, then making Jiuzhou Academy and captaining a strike team with clan heirs, ordinary people can't pull that off. Luo answered with a polite smile. Outsiders thought he was already remarkable, but only he knew how wide the gap between him and Su Chen really was. A month earlier, the principal of Nanshan No. 1 had told him someone had broken the training dungeon record head set years ago and had cut the clear time in half. Luo had nearly killed himself to set that mark, and had only beaten the previous record by a few dozen minutes. Yet Su Chun shattered the old mark, cutting it in half and wrapping things up dozens of hours ahead of schedule. Calling him a mere genius hardly does the feat justice. From the moment Luo Qianshan first heard Su Chen's name, had wanted to meet the prodigy in person. After Su Chen was admitted to Imperial Capital University, Luo Qianshan tried repeatedly to cross paths with him, but every attempt was derailed by last-minute missions or accidents. Even now, as a senior, he still hadn't managed a face-to-face encounter. Luo Qianshan took it in stride if fate allowed, they would meet. If not, so be it. Still, he was determined that one day he would witness Su Chen's brilliance with his own eyes. A sudden tremor ran through the scouting spirit Luo Qianshan had sent ahead. Enemy alert. His focus snapped back as the spirit withdrew, and a translucent screen unfolded before him. Corrupted white-furred Jiangshi elite. Level 40. Strength 6,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 3,000. Vitality 5,000. Skill Na LV 40. An elite monster at level 40 with stats this high? Luo Qianshan narrowed his eyes. Compared with the low-tier creatures usually found on the fringe of the ancient battlefield, this Jiangshi's numbers were several times greater. The abyss must have been stirring lately, driving stronger beasts outward. All units, ready up, monster incoming. He dismissed the spirit and barked the order. At the rear, the group had been chatting leisurely. Now they blinked in surprise, then a few chuckles broke out. The exchange student in front, Bruce, jabbed a finger at Luo Qianshan, his voice ringing out. Relax. It's just another fringe mob. Ever heard of staying calm on the job? You Huaxiao folks are way too jumpy. Cut him some slack, Bruce, Zhuwen said, standing and dusting off his clothes. They're civilians, they haven't seen much action. Enough talk. Everyone on alert. Luo Qianshan snapped, drawing the long sword at his waist. Unlike a traditional greatsword, its blade was slender and coldly gleaming, restrained yet brimming with power. His class was unique to Xinxia, the Zaishi wandering swordsman. Even as he spoke, he shared the Jiangshi's stat screen with the others. The moment it floated into view, the carefree expressions vanished. A level 40 monster? Someone gasped. This expedition was meant to be a simple international exchange. Let the foreign students skim the outskirts, farm a few low-level mobs, soak up the atmosphere. Within the Xinxiao party, only Luo Qianshan hovered near level 50. Most of the others sat around 35. The visitors were a bit stronger, barely breaking 40. No one expected to run into an elite of their own tier so soon after stepping onto the battlefield. When the screen disappeared, the entire squad fell into formation. Even the proudest among them knew an equal-level elite was no pushover. Here on the ancient battlefield, death was final. The line had just settled when a heavy thud echoed in the mist, like a hammer striking rotted earth. Boom, boom, boom. Hissing wildly, the white-furred Jiangshi burst out of the fog and lunged straight at them. The thick fog all but erased their sight lines, so everyone had to rely on sound to judge where the enemy was coming from. The first creature to burst through the curtain of mist was a white-furred hopping Jiangshi. As it lunged, Luo Qianshan flicked his sword upward, the blade flashing like a blooming flower of steel as it knocked aside fangs and claws. With visibility so poor, he refused to get drawn into a slog. He retreated several steps, slipping past 3 rapid lunges, had to confirm whether the creature carried poison. After 3 exchanges, his leather armor bore a few grooves, yet no numbness crept into his limbs, so he set his doubts aside. In the next heartbeat, he sprang forward. The teal longsword carved sweeping arcs, the first few strokes cautious and measured. Moments later, the blade blurred, its whistle falling like a rain squall. A dozen strikes landed in as many seconds. The Jiangshi's hide split into a lattice of wounds, black blood spraying everywhere. With a final rasping howl, it dissolved, leaving nothing but a curl of white experience drifting away. More Jiangshi charged in from other directions. Lei Xiangyang's squad was only level 35, but they moved like clockwork. The shield warrior held the front, the archer fired from the flank, and the mage finished the kills, dropping 3 Jiangshi in succession. On the path taken by the exchange students and clan heirs, coordination was a mess, yet sheer numbers prevailed. They hacked the incoming monsters to death and felled another 3. The skirmish was over. Seeing the tally, Bruce burst out laughing. That's it. Our homework back home is tougher. Zhu Wen and Li Xiang seized the chance to sneer at Luo Qianshan. Some captain you are charging in like that? You think we needed the help? Luo Qianshan flicked the tip of his sword, scattering the remaining black blood, yet his eyes never left the fog. His silence only emboldened the hecklers. Their taunts rose and fell in waves. Lei Xiangyang felt his blood boil and was about to retort when a teammate murmured, "They're not upset about background. They're jealous Luo Sr. is too good-looking. He fights like an immortal drifting through clouds, and all the young ladies at the academy are smitten. These guys can't stand it. At home they're overshadowed by geniuses. Outside they're outclassed by ordinary people. No wonder they're bitter." Lei Xiangyang clenched his fist, thinking, If Su Chen enrolls one day, these guys will probably blow a gasket on the spot, though he forced the anger down. Unlike Lei Xiangyang, Luo Qianshan remained utterly calm. He had long since learned to let neither gain nor loss disturb the heart, and he knew the real danger still lurked in the fog. They had thinned the first wave of white-furred jiangshi, but the numbers surely didn't end there. While the others squabbled, he quietly released several translucent scouting spirits that slipped into the depths of the mist like wandering souls. Sure enough, just as he expected, more white-furred jiangshi appeared. And this time it wasn't just a handful, but several dozen. If we slip up with numbers like this, people are going to die? Luo Qianshan flicked his wrist, cold light sparking from his sword tip as he pressed two fingers together to form a seal. Everyone on alert. The zombie horde is closing in. Lei Xianyang and the others instantly wiped the smiles from their faces, crossing their steps into formation, their energy weaving an invisible wall. Yet behind them, the foreign students and young heirs who had just tasted success still looked casual. A zombie horde? What's a dozen or so going to do? Bruce smirked, certain they were only on the edge of the battlefield. No real swarm of monsters would bother coming here. At most we'll see a few more like before. Yeah, quit making such a fuss, Zhu drawled, lazily twirling his spear. 60 of them, at least 60 white-furred jiangshi. Luo Qianshan roared. 60. Zhu grin froze. 3 of those creatures charging together had nearly broken their line. Now they had to face 60. They weren't a formal strike squad and usually trained separately, with little coordination. Could they truly take on 60 level 40 white-furred jiangshi and win? The foreign students turned ashen as well. They had come here to flaunt their overseas credentials and pick up some easy prestige, only to be slammed with 60 zombies right out of the gate. 60 a full 60, someone muttered, heart hammering. 600? Are you sure that's all? Elsewhere, Su Chun eyed the white horse rider who had just returned from reconnaissance, his calm tone sending chills down spines. After a protracted fight in the corridor, he had chased the undead back to their nest. Following a thin stream upriver from the spawn point, he found a hidden cavern deep in the mountains. To be safe, he had sent a squad of white horse riders to scout instead of charging straight in. Roughly 600 zombies inside, the scout reported. Su Chun raised an eyebrow in disappointment. Only 600, barely enough for a snack. Had hoped to reach level 35 in this tunnel. Now that seemed unlikely. He sighed, flipped his spear onto his shoulder, and pointed casually at the cave mouth. Let's go have a look. Guan Yu followed right behind him. The moment they stepped inside, a clammy chill wrapped around them like a tomb's breath. Boom. Without warning, the once-wide entrance caved in, boulders sealing the exit. A spark of excitement lit Su Chen's eyes. An ambush? Crack. The ceiling burst apart, and a towering black-skinned zombie dove down, murderous aura rolling off it. It was clearly the leader. Hiss. As it landed, the cavern walls erupted with a tide of snarls, the echo alone proving there were far more than 600 zombies here. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the leader, a glint dancing in his eyes and a faint smile curling his lips. So it really is an ambush. How terrifying, he said softly. Crack, crack. The rock walls surrounding the cavern began to shed in sheets, shards of stone raining down like pellets and rattling against the floor. From the newly exposed surfaces, zombies covered in white fur slowly emerged, their crimson eyes flashing coldly in the gloom. In barely a dozen seconds, hundreds of dark holes were gnawed into the walls that soared dozens of meters high, and the echoing howls rolled through the cave like a gale sweeping over a field of broken rock. The zombie leader directly opposite Su Chun bared its fangs, the weak glow of the luminescent stones gleaming off its teeth. Its grotesque face twisted into what could only be a mocking grin. Clearly, it had already decided Su Chun was prey in its claws. The fact that the creature could even feel contempt tightened Su Chen's chest for a moment, yet it only deepened the chill in his gaze. With a thought, Su Chen cast insight, and a status panel flashed before his eyes. Demonic Millennium Flying Ghoul Elite. Level 45. Strength 22,000. Agility 8,000. Spirit 20,000. Constitution 20,000. Skills: Venomous Miasma Zone, Soul-Binding Chains. An elite monster with 20,000 in every stat? Even on paper it outstrips Dian Wei and the others, Su Chen murmured, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. Stats this outrageous mean the experience drop must be phenomenal. Screech. Sensing the slight change in Su Chen's expression and mistaking it for fear, the flying ghoul loosed a roar that made the cave walls tremble. At the sound, every white-furred jumper launched itself downward, diving at Su Chen like a murder of vicious crows. Their fangs jutted, faces twisted and savage, but in Su Chen's eyes they were nothing more than glowing orbs of free experience rushing to meet him. He gave the order in his mind. Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. White Horse Guards. Great Han Heavy Cavalry. All forces deploy now. Columns of light burst open around the cavern, and ranks of soldiers instantly filled the empty space. Still airborne, the white-furred zombies froze, regretting that reckless leap the moment they saw what waited below. Swish, swish, swish. Su Chen's troops gave the enemy no chance to react. Bows were drawn in unison, and a storm of arrows tore through the air. The first wave of plunging zombies became living targets, turned into porcupines in seconds, and denied even the chance to hit the ground. In moments, the cavern had become a sealed archery range. As the jumpers fell one after another, system prompts flooded in like a waterfall. Defeated level 40 elite demonic white-furred ghoul. Experience 10,369. Defeated level 40 elite demonic white-furred ghoul. Experience 10,911. Defeated level 40 elite demonic white-furred ghoul. Experience 10,132. The experience bar on his interface shot upward, and Su Chen's eyebrows relaxed. This was the harvest pace he wanted. The first waves were shredded by arrow fire, but the following zombies rode the bodies of their predecessors down to the cavern floor. They had no idea that landing safely was not salvation, it was simply the threshold of another hell. Imperial might. Su Chen raised both arms, commanding his entire army to trigger the Lord Aura. Blinding golden radiance erupted from every soldier, folding over itself until it became a sea of light that flooded the cavern. Thousands of warriors crowded the confined space, their stacked auras boiling into a surging tide of gold. The damage that tide unleashed was nothing short of devastating. Every hopping zombie that hit the ground was vaporized the moment it brushed against the golden halo. The radiance surged outward like a blazing sun skimming the earth, devouring even the ashes before they could scatter, leaving no chance to survive and not a single scream behind. The soldiers on the cavern floor were bathed in a hellish glow, while the zombies clinging to the ceiling leapt into the golden fire like moths to a flame, turning in an instant into fuel for Su Chen's next level up. Watching them throw themselves at him in endless waves, Su Chen felt a flicker of pity, then pushed Imperial Majesty to full power, making death faster, cleaner, utterly painless. Where the aura swept, zombies disappeared in sheets of vapor. If the earlier experience had poured down like a waterfall, now an entire ocean was flooding straight into his stats screen. Golden numbers flickered across the interface. Kill notices filled almost his entire field of view. Killed level 40 elite corrupted white-fur Jiangshi, EXP 10,369. Killed level 40 elite corrupted Guy Jiangshi, EXP 10,369. Killed level 41 elite corrupted greenfur iron Jiangshi, EXP 12,365. Killed level 40 elite corrupted scout Jiangshi, EXP 10,911. Killed level 40 elite corrupted gong beating Jiangshi, EXP 10,132. Killed level 42 elite corrupted ghost rune imp, EXP 13,526. Killed level 43 elite corrupted white fur bronze Jiangshi, EXP 14,974. Corrupted corpses vanished in the golden blaze, the XP bar rocketing upward. The level 35 threshold was only a breath away. Just as he was about to celebrate the breakthrough, Su Chen noticed that the soldiers in the front ranks were succumbing to poison en masse. The green fur Jiangshi should have been erased before they had a chance to spread their toxins. Was this a new variant? No, something else. His thoughts flashed. He closed the notification-clogged HUD and fixed his gaze on the leader. A millennia-old flying Jiangshi clinging to the ceiling, claws whipping through the air as thick poison poured from its palms and drifted over the ranks below. Kneel. Su Chen's eyes flared gold, a burst of imperial majesty slamming outward. The flying Jiangshi reeled, its concentration shattered, its spell forcibly broken. Seizing the opening, he summoned Wang Zhaojun. Her Qin released the rainbow dress melody, sweeping through the cavern and stripping the venom from every soldier in an instant. A good support is everything. With the poison gone, Su Chen barked, "Zhao Yun, strike." The ceiling was nearly clear of Jiangshi. Only the millennial flyer remained. Zhao Yun blinked into the fray, his silver spear shooting toward the high-flying target. The creature screeched, twisting flat against the wall to dodge. At level 45 elite, its reactions and speed dwarfed any common Jiangshi. Even as the first thrust missed, Zhao Yun slid closer, silver light crackling as he drove 2 more strikes. The Jiangshi sprang backward, roaring as it hurled several black iron chains. Chains of the damned. The chains whipped around him, and the spear's momentum died. The instant they touched, Zhao Yun's movement slowed, the spear lost its edge, and his eyes glazed over, as though something had taken control. After the iron chains took hold, Zhao Yun's charge at the flying Jiangshi slowed. Within a few heartbeats he retracted his spear, whipped around, and leveled it at Su Chen. Silver-white lightning ripped through the air as the Zixiao thunder-patterned spear carved a blinding arc straight for Su Chen's chest. It was the first time Su Chen had been attacked by one of his own generals. His heart clenched and murderous intent pressed down so hard, he nearly forgot to breathe. Only now did he truly feel Zhao Yun's terrifying aura. Guan Yu. Even at death's door, Su Chen didn't neglect his own safety. Dian Wei might be shielding him, But taking that strike Hedon would still cost Dianwei dearly. Better not to let it land at all. A flash of green light split the air. Zooing. The green dragon crescent blade caught the spearhead cleanly, knocking the Zixiao spear skyward. Zhao Yun blurred into after Imagesh's skill had triggered. He flashed to the rising spear, grabbed the shaft, and the cold gleam stabbed forward again. Two rapid thrusts, both aimed at Su Chun. How dare you? Guan Yu roared, his blade sweeping in like a mountain to block the blows. Zilong, why are you doing this? He's under enemy control. Su Chun answered through clenched teeth, thoughts racing. Imperial Might and Wang Zhejian's melody were both on cooldown. He couldn't interrupt the spell or dispel Zhao Yun's status. Only one option remained: kill the caster. Clang, blade and spear clashed as Guan Yu held the line, granting Su Chun precious seconds to deal with the 1,000-year flying Jiangshi. A dragon's cry split the sky. A golden dragon soul erupted behind Su Chun, its dozen soft-meter-long form howling toward the chanting Jiangshi. Step, step. The moment the soul closed in, the Jiangshi took 2 nimble steps and twisted aside, exploiting the dragon's sluggish turning speed. A high agility foe could all but ignore its pursuit. If it could dodge, Su Chun could counter. With a thought, he summoned a new General Wang Ji, the Flame Commandant, one of the Tianshan executioners, the very man whose skill had once restrained even Guan Yu. Wang Ji raised a hand and murmured. Mana coalesced into a ring of searing flames that instantly trapped the Jiangshi at its center. The fire flared, and the undead creature recoiled, half a beat slower. Shrink. Wang Ji cast again, the fiery ring contracting violently until the Jiangshi had almost no room to move. Seizing the chance, Su Chun guided the dragon's soul once more. The massive dragon dove, and this time the Jiangshi had nowhere to go. The golden apparition tore through its body, dragon breath scorching the rotted flesh. Skria! A shrill scream echoed across the wasteland as the Jiangshi froze. Wang Ji clapped his palms, and a pillar of flame roared skyward. 2 skills detonated in unison. Within seconds, the 1,000-year flying Jiangshi crumbled into a heap of black ash. Su Chun slew the level 45 elite, the demonized Millennium Flying Ghoul, and gained 40,132 experience points. A torrent of XP surged into him, a pillar of light flared, and he finally broke through to level 35. Blinding white radiance cascaded over his body like a waterfall. The heat of battle was still in the air, yet the shackle called limitation inside him had already shattered. He had crossed the level 35 threshold at last. Raising his hand, he tapped the void, and his status panel unfolded before his eyes. Character info. Name, Su Chun. Class, Supreme Sovereign Unique. Level, 35. XP modifier, 0.31. Basic attributes. Strength, 35200. Dexterity, 35200. Spirit, 32,600, 11,000, 5,300, 200. Constitution, 35200. Equipment, 1. Golden Mask. 2. Heart of the Pharaoh. 3. Evil Tentacle Bracers. 4. Dark Robe. 5. Ring of the Goddess of Wisdom. 6. Mage's Boots. 7. Holy Light Amulet. Items. Reset Crystal. Medium Reset Crystal. Golden Sacrificial Banner Legendary. Imperial Dragon Chariot Imperial Tier. Weapon. Heaven Inquiry Sword Imperial Tier. Skills. 1. Summon General. Dianwei, LV, 35. 2. Summon General. Zhao Yun, LV, 35. 3. Summon General. Huatsubing, LV, 35. 4. Summon General. Guan Yu, LV, 35. 5. Summon Consort. Wang Zhaojun, LV, 35. 6. Imperial Mandate, LV, 35. Issues a compulsory order to all targets in range. Refusal inflicts psychic damage and mental slowdown. Costs 1,000 spirit. 7. Majesty Unbound, LV4. Grants allies a 10-second Imperial aura. Enemies within 20 m take damage each second equal to 150 of the ally's max HP. Effect stacks. Spirit cost. 8 number of targets affected. 8. Banners over 1,000 miles, LV1. Friendly units enter free roam mode. No longer restricted by the summoner's control or distance. 9. Dragon's Wild Assault, LV1. Consumes spirit to summon a golden dragon soul that pierces targets, dealing true damage each second equal to 10 of the summoner's spirit for 3 seconds. Legion roster. General Dianwei Veteran Tiger Leopard Cavalry. General Zhao Yun Elite White Horse Cavalry. General Huaitsubing Seasoned Han Iron Cavalry. General Guan Yu. Consort Wang Zhaojun. General Stats. Dianwei, LV 35. STR, 19,200, 16,120. Dex, 16,000. SPI, 16,000. Con, 29,652, 16,000, 13,652. Commanding, 1,350 Veteran Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Zhao Yun, LV 35. STR, 17,250, 16,150. Dex, 30,000, 20,150. SPI, 16,000. Con, 12,000. Commanding, 650 White Horse Light Cavalry. Huitsubing, LV 35. STR, 16,000. Dex, 16,000. SPI, 27,000. Con, 16,000. Commanding, 1,700 Han Iron Heavy Cavalry. Guanyu, LV 35. STR, 36,000, 24,150. Dex, 24,000. SPI, 24,000. Con, 24,000. Commanding, none. Wang Zhaojun, LV 35. STR, 3,000. Dex, 6,000. SPI, 25,000. Con, 3,000. Commanding, none. Other units. Pan Shun, LV 35. Kong Xiao, LV 35. Hanfu, LV 35. Meng Tan, LV 35. Bianxi, LV 35. Wang Ji, LV 35. Qin Shi, LV 35. Common troops, 1,000. Level 35, a brand new tier. Su Chen fixed his eyes on the stat window. Every number gleamed like polished steel, brimming with newfound life. The incremental bonuses from leveling had exploded into an entire column of upgrades, and nothing stood out more than his spirit. Now sitting at 32,600, the first time any of his personal stats had eclipsed those of his officers. Clearing the 30k spirit barrier in a single leap was thanks largely to the legendary artifact Sacrificial Golden Banner. Rare gear seized from aristocratic heirs purchased with contribution points had also left solid marks on the panel. What does a spirit pool north of 30,000 mean? His army has already grown past 4,000, yet he can still blanket every soldier in Imperial Majesty without the slightest strain. In fact, unless the battlefield turns dire, he no longer needs to pour the buff over the entire force at once. Even better, those same noble brats generously sponsored a holy light talisman, letting his spirit regenerate continuously in combat. 2 more items that boost recovery turn his mana bar into a tide that never stops rising, can cast whenever he wants, no longer pinching the last few drops the way he used to. This surge in spirit is more than a license to spam skills. It makes each skill itself far deadlier. Take Imperial Command, for instance. The mind control ability cares only about the gap between the caster's spirit and the target's. If the caster's value is higher, commands are imposed by force. If the gap is huge, even the ultimate order die goes through unconditionally. If his spirit is lower, the effect weakens sharply or fails outright. 32,600. With that number, Su Chen can dictate terms to almost any non-spellcaster below level 70. He is only level 35 now. Once his level catches up, hardly anyone will endure his psychic pressure. Alongside Imperial Command, he also wields Imperial Majesty, Banner Unfurled, and Dragon Rampant. Imperial Majesty scales with troop health, and Banner Unfurled is purely mechanical, so neither benefits much from spirit. The skill that truly skyrocketed this time is Dragon Rampant. Dragon Rampant has a brutally simple formula. True damage each second equal to 10% of the caster's spirit, lasting 3 seconds, ignoring all shields and defenses. More than 30,000 spirit means roughly 3,000 true damage per second, nearly 10,000 from a single Dragon Soul burst. 10,000. A typical warrior needs at least level 40 constitution just to scrape past that mark. Other classes without heavy armor won't hit it until level 50 or higher. Unless an enemy has a specific counter to Dragon Soul, they can't survive 3 seconds against Su Chen. For a summoner like Su Chen, killing no longer even requires sending in his generals. That is the lure of supreme power. After reviewing his own stats, Su Chen turned his attention to the heavy hitters under his banner. First came the Guard General, Dian Wei 19, 200 base strength, and a whopping 29,652 constitution, just shy of 30,000. The Crimson Armor alone contributed over 13,000 constitution, and its legendary effect kept stacking with every kill. With Dian Wei's skyrocketing toughness, Su Chen's safety margin multiplied. Paired with the loyal bodyguard skill, the general could shield his lord against a full minute of concentrated assault without breaking a sweat. Since the last split between Tiger Riders and Leopard Riders, Dian Wei's mixed cavalry had climbed another tier in power. Their ranks now stood at 1,350, their edge keener than ever. Next in line was the assault specialist, Zhao Yun. His panel showed 24,000 strength and more than 30,000 agility as base values. Add his lone hero talent, the thunder stored in the Zixiao Leiwen spear, and the burst from his peerless spear technique, and even Su Chen could no longer estimate Zhao Yun's true ceiling. The elite White Horse cavalry under him had expanded to 650 riders. Renowned for scouting terrain and pursuing routing foes, their increased numbers pushed Su Chen's reconnaissance radius even farther. Then came Huitsubing and the Great Han Iron Cavalry. His personal stats spoke for themselves, but his real worth lay in overarching strategy and command. With more soldiers and officers joining the ranks, Su Chun relied increasingly on leaders of his caliber. The Iron Cavalry had swelled to 1,700 troopers, a steel-tied formidable on any battlefield. Bound to the sacrificial golden banner, Huatsubing could awaken the army's soul. Its defensive form scaled with the troops' constitution and numbers, while its offensive form drew on their strength and numbers. As both headcount and attributes soared, the army soul's power in attack and defense reached an entirely new tier. After that came Guan Yu. His prowess already defied convention, and with the legendary Green Dragon Crescent Blade and a suite of exclusive skills, he could charge alone into an army, cut down 1,000 foes, and behead enemy commanders without a personal retinue. Last was Su Chen's sole support at present consort Wang Zhaojun. Her plugin-level cleansing ability had reversed the tide for Su Chen more than once. So impressive was her performance that Su Chen was even considering summoning a second consort purely for her support skills, of course, and not for her beauty. Support or not, Wang Zhaojun's 3,000 strength points gave Su Chen a real scare. A healer who's supposed to control the battlefield shouldn't have that kind of brute force. Was he expected to send the ice beauty up front to swing at people? His mind raced, yet he still couldn't picture the icy beauty wading in to bash enemies. After double-checking all his generals and concubines, he turned his attention to the rest of the troops. The Battle of Tianshan had transformed his overall strength. Pan Shun was no longer fighting alone. Overnight, he had gained 6 peers of the same tier. Kong Xiao and Han Fu had taken a hit to their base stats in the last patch, but their signature skills remained intact. The arrival of mage-type commanders like Wang Ji diversified his offensive options. Besides the decapitation 6, he had also captured 1,000 regular soldiers in that battle. Their individual stats were average, but sheer numbers made them perfect for a swarm tactic. Su Chun mentally tallied every upgrade and closed the interface with satisfaction. The 8 great clans already had him in their sights, and a showdown was inevitable. Before the bloodbath began, he had to push his level and power as high as possible here. Strength is the only language that counts, and falling behind means taking a beating, so leveling up always comes first. He looked into the depths of the cave. The zombie tunnel wasn't over. The real boss room was still ahead. One elite stage had already rocketed him past level 35. If there were more ambushes waiting, his leveling speed would skyrocket. Outside the tunnel, low black clouds and ground-hugging fog smothered the ancient battlefield, the silence so heavy it was hard to breathe. At the center of the wasteland, a squad in tattered armor bent over, gasping for air, while dozens of white-furred hopping corpses lay strewn around them. The stench of blood and decay mingling into something pungent. They had clearly just survived a brutal fight. Captain Luo Qianshan's hand still trembled around his long sword, his breathing ragged, but he didn't dare relax. 2/3 of the last wave had fallen to his blade. The zombies were only level 40, but monsters on an ancient battlefield are always nastier than those in a regular dungeon of the same level. What really gave him a headache, though, were the exchange students and young nobles behind him. Their stats looked fine on paper, yet they had no teamwork and 0 combat experience, turning the party into a sieve the moment they grouped up. Luo had to kill enemies while constantly babysitting this gaggle of heirs, terrified something might happen to them. If any of them got hurt, he wouldn't just lose his captain's badge. He might be kicked out of Kyushu Academy, maybe even expelled outright. With no choice, he devoted most of his focus to these pampered youths, and his combat rhythm suffered for it. That scared the hell out of May. Thought they'd be tougher, muttered Bruce, the leader of the exchange students, wiping the sweat from his brow. The recent battle had clearly rattled him, yet he forced himself to appear calm. As an exchange student from the United States, he considered himself worldly and refused to show fear in front of these country bumpkins. Zhu Wen thanked Bruce in a nearly obsequious tone. Without Brother Bruce, the zombies would have broken through their line. Zhu Wen knew that someone on the fringe of his powerful family rarely earned the chance to study abroad. Such privileges were usually reserved for core members. That awareness made him instinctively curry favor with the foreign students. Brother Bruce? It was Senior Luo who did the heavy lifting, Lei Xiangyang finally interjected. During the melee, Luo Qianshan had darted across the field to reinforce every weak point, keeping the squad unscathed. Without him, half the team would have been injured. Bruce cast Luo a glance filled with jealousy and contempt. In his mind, no warrior from Xinsha could rival one from the States. Luo's performance was impressive only because he was a few levels higher, Bruce told himself. I killed 10 zombies at level 40, he thought. Most people can barely handle 2. If I were level 53 like him, I'd clear 60 alone. Lei Xiangyang started to retort, but Zhu Wen and Li Xiang silenced him with a glare. Zhu Wen said coldly, Bruce has done this much at level 40. His potential is limitless. Once he ranks up, he'll leave us all behind. Who are you, a nobody from Hidden Dragon Academy, to pass judgment? Lei Xiangyang fell silent. He was no Su Chun, who could fight 6 opponents at once, and offending these clan heirs would make life in the Imperial Capital Academy impossible. Luo Qianshan waved a hand, telling Lei not to press the issue. He had spoken little throughout. Arguing with them was pointless. They despised commoners by nature. and he was used to the prejudice. His only goal was to finish the mission. The operation ends here, Luo said, staring into the murky distance. Level 40 monsters on the outskirts mean trouble inside. Pack up, withdraw, and report to the academy. Don't tell me you're scared, Bruce sneered. They're just mindless level 40 beasts. We came to see the battlefield, and this is all you'll show us? Going farther could be unpredictable, Luo replied evenly. With my strength, I may not keep you safe. Bruce and the others burst into laughter. Keep us safe? Who asked you to protect us? Zhu Wen pulled a silver badge from his jacket, the Zhu clan crest gleaming on its face. One press and our family's experts will arrive. Our safety isn't your concern. Did you really think we needed a half-baked escort like you? Amid their ridicule, Luo Qinshan turned without a word and resumed his place at the front. The team advanced deeper into the ancient battlefield. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the battlefield fog became. The mist clung to their faces like glue, cutting visibility to barely a meter. Beyond that, everything faded into a flat, ashen gray. Without someone who had a specialized scouting skill, moving forward was little more than groping in the dark. Luo Qinshan, Lei Xiangyang, and the others were forced to launch scout spirits in rapid succession. Each glowing orb disappeared into the haze like a firefly, plunging into the sea. If they failed to detect a monster before it closed in, it could mean instant death. Zhu Wen, Li Xiang, and the rest had scoffed at such precautions earlier, yet now they nervously activated their own detection skills. The dread of that oppressive black fog wasn't something bravado could withstand. No one wanted to be tackled by an unseen creature in the next heartbeat. Damn it, what kind of lunatic would come here? Zhu Wen cursed under his breath while sweeping a fan of light ahead, desperately thinning the mist around him. The fog was so stubborn that even his ability only extended sight to 3 or 4 meters, useless against level 40 monsters. This is ridiculous. We're professional pathfinders, and we're still struggling. How's anyone else supposed to cope? I even heard someone try to solo this place without support. You can't even see the ground. Li Xiang's voice trembled. Pure nonsense. I wouldn't buy that story even if it starred a legendary ranked player. Another scion muttered. Grumbling the entire way, they advanced in a stiff formation. Quiet. Luo Qinshan suddenly barked. His deep reprimand burst through the fog, startling the young elites into silence. They held their breath, no longer daring to complain. There's something ahead. He lowered his voice and tightened his grip on his sword. As the vanguard, he could feel danger lurking just beyond sight. With a swift motion, he flicked the blade. A pale streak of light pierced the fog. Whoosh! A guttural roar followed, and virtual text flashed before his eyes. Demonic green-haired iron zombie elite. Level 41. Strength 12,000. Agility 8,000. Spirit 8,000. Constitution 10,000. Skill Viridian Corpse Toxin. Another elite zombie. Luo Qianshan's heart tightened. Its stats outclassed the earlier white-haired jumpers and marked it as a commander type. Worse, it carried poison. No one here can cure toxins. We have to kill it in one strike. Gritting his teeth, he angled his blade and locked onto his target. Watch out, it's probably poisonous, he warned, then launched forward like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the fog in a blink. Ordinary jumpers around him no longer mattered. Beheading the leader was the priority. Whoosh! The fog swallowed Luo Qianshan's silhouette, leaving only a fading streak of light behind. At that moment, everyone else finally felt the battlefield's full weight. They might have looked down on him before, but whenever the stakes spiked, Luo Qianshan was the one who either delivered the damage or intercepted a killing blow. Now their insurance policy had charged off alone, and with no one left to cover them, an uneasy emptiness spread through the ranks. As Luo Qianshan hunted the enemy by himself, the exchange students and young aristocrats behind him began to panic. Just the moment Luo Qianshan vanished, a guttural growl rolled through the fog. The gray-white mist heaved like a giant maw flung open, its lurking juncture waiting for the squad to lose its anchor. Damn it, where did he go? Doesn't he know we're the ones who matter most? Bruce spat the words, palms slick with cold sweat. From the racket alone, this wave of juncture was at least as big as the last. They'd barely survived earlier because Luo Qianshan held the line. Without him, what could they possibly rely on? Get him back, tell him to come back. Zhu Wen, eyes bloodshot, lunged at Lei Xiangyang and shook him hard. Lei Xiangyang cocked an ear for sounds, then shoved Zhu Wen aside. His spear sliced the haze like lightning. Swish, the tip punched through a Jiangxi's palm, forcing it back. Senior Luo must have a plan. Fall in and hold the defense. He tossed the words over his shoulder and strode deeper into the mist, leaving Zhu Wen staring after him. Still reeling, Zhu Wen felt fury rising when a piercing screech ripped past his ear. Ah! A white-furred Jiangshi burst out, claws like blades ramming into his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Gasping from the pain, he clawed out his family crest and slammed it. A blinding column of white light shot into the night sky, the Zhu clan's distress talisman. Any high-level relative sharing his blood would hurry over the instant they sensed the alert. For someone as marginal as Zhu Wen, the crest was an once-in-a-lifetime card. But with talons scraping his heart, cost no longer mattered. As the runes blazed, only one thought remained. Hold on. The Jiangshi's claws were still buried in his chest, grinding like drills. Help me. I don't want to die. His screams tore across the battlefield, but Bruce and the others were locked in their own fights. His life drained fast, darkness crowding his vision. Crack lightning ripped the fog as Lei Xiangyang swept in, spear flicking the claws aside and whipping the Jiangshi back several meters. He dragged Zhu and clear, but before he could finish the wounded monster, fresh danger lunged. A second Jiangshi dove in, trapping him between two fronts. These undead were stubborn. At his level he couldn't kill them quickly, saving Zhu when had left the first one alive, and now two enemies tangled around him, the fight turning dire. Hiss! A third Jiangshi shrieked and charged. Lei Xiangyang's pupils shrank 3 of them. He couldn't hold that many. Support! Lightning arced from his spear as he barely parried the flurry of claws. Spinning, he looked to the man head just rescued. Zhu Wen's wounds were ugly, but not fatal. Any ordinary fighter could get back in after a quick breather. 2 crowd control skills from him would give Lei Xiangyang a way out. Support! Sup! The plea died in Lei Xiangyang's throat, the light in his eyes fading. The man had saved was sprinting away, blood-streaked, never once looking back. Slash! Blood sprayed as a jagged gash split open across Lei Xiangyang's chest. Swish, swish, swish. The rustle of countless Jiangshi streaked past Luo Qianshan's ears. The mist churned as roughly 40 of the hopping corpses tore by him, sprinting toward the squad behind, while the verdant iron Jiangshi he pursued slipped deeper into the fog, refusing to face him. The further he advanced, the louder the alarm in his chest rang. This monster seemed to think like a man, intent on cutting him off from his team. Whenever he closed in, 1 or 2 Jiangshi would suddenly dart across his path, forcing him back with talons and corpse poison. After several tries he had yet to brush even the hem of the iron Jiangshi's robe. Crack! Mid-stride, Luo Qianshan stamped the ground, spraying grit as he wheeled around. Pushing forward would spring the trap, and the squad behind him could never hold that many undead. He cleaved down 2 Jiangshi that lunged at him and bolted back at full speed. Yet the instant he turned, the iron Jiangshi also halted, threw back its head, and let out a shrill scream. The earth seemed to quiver in reply. All around, the sound of soil splitting erupted. Dust billowed as 7 Jiangshi burst from underground, forming a perfect ring around him. So it was an ambush all along. A chill raced through Luo Qianshan. These creatures were far smarter than he had guessed. Hiss! All 7 bared their fangs and leapt. Escape was impossible. The quickest route back to the squad was to wipe the board clean. He shut his eyes, locked both hands on his sword, and flooded his meridians with qi. In the next heartbeat he snapped his eyes open and slid 2 fingers down the blade. The silver edge swelled with dazzling teal light. Azure Lotus Sword Song. A lethal art only warriors above level 50 could master. Exploded outward, turning the fog to daylight. Luo Qianshan vanished, the 7 Jiangshi slashing at empty air. Almost simultaneously, countless white sword trails flickered through the mist, their slicing hiss merging into one long note. Filthy blood sprayed, bones flew, and the entire ring of Jiangshi collapsed at once. Thud! Luo Qianshan reappeared, the tip of his sword still dripping black-green gore. But he did not slow. He sprinted toward the squad. On the far side of the fog, Lei Xiangyang was locked in a desperate fight with 3 white-furred Jiangshi. Rip! Another slash opened a bone-deep gash along his left arm, the limb going numb at once. Moments ago he could still parry. Now he could only glance their blows aside. The undead pressed harder, wounds multiplied, and blood seeped through the seams of his armor, turning his steps leaden. Life was draining from him drop by drop. Through the agony, he suddenly recalled the mysterious general with the silver spear. If only he held such power, these small fry would be nothing. A wet cough forced up blood, the image of that spinning spear flashing through his mind. Where was that man now? The feats he and the spearman had achieved leveling together and smashing dungeon records had earned him a place on this expedition. He had never imagined this raid might be his last. Cold light flashed, a Jiangshi's claw shot toward his throat. His battered body could no longer twist away. Is this where it ends? Lei Xiangyang closed his eyes. At that instant, a white streak of sword light flashed in. The blade sang like tearing silk. The first strike hacked off the ghoul's arms, and several more arcs followed, slicing the limbs from 3 zombies ahead. Blood and oily corpse fluid sprayed as they toppled, howling on instinct, yet unable to move. As Lei Xiangyang fell, a steady hand caught his shoulder. He opened his eyes to find Luo Qianshan back at his side, and a spark of hope returned to them. You're safe now, Luo murmured. He slung Lei across his back and hurried toward the other fronts. His timely return spared the squad its first death. A few minutes later they might all have perished. Yet the young aristocrats and exchange students showed no gratitude. To them, Luo's earlier absence had caused their predicament in the first place. Look at my chest, look. Zhu Wen roared, ripping open his combat suit. Claw marks had shredded his torso. Not fatal for a professional, but grisly enough. Lei, hanging on Luo's back, was far worse off, bone exposed and life ebbing. Ignoring Lei, Zhuan screamed at Luo, "You abandoned your post and got me hurt. You should die for this. I've already activated my family crest. You're finished. You useless trash." The others echoed him, showering Luo with blame. Luo listened briefly, then shut them out. He flushed Lei's wounds, applied coagulant, and wrapped them fast. The corpse toxin had to be contained at once. "Hey, are all the zombies dead yet? Stop fussing over that corpse and report. Hurry up. Answer us. Are there any more?" A deep, rasping roar cut them short. The sound was hoarse yet icy cold. Luo's heart sank. The green fur iron ghoul was summoning its kin. Thump, thump, thump. The ground bulged and burst as fresh corpses clawed through the wet soil. Just as Luo feared, another wave was coming. "What more zombies? Get up and defend. Let that guy die and help us." An aristocrat shrilled, still baffled that Luo would waste time on a low-level teammate. In their minds the world had plenty of Lei Xiangyangs. Only they were worth protecting. He's beyond saving, just. Boom, and earth-shaking crash. Something massive hit the ground, the shockwave whipping the dust like surf. Hearts hammered in the sudden hush. When the dust cleared, a towering, muscle-bound man stood before them, his bare arms dark and gleaming like forged iron. "Senior Zhentian." Zhuan squealed, eyes shining. "Senior Zhentian." Zhu Zhentian, a level 56 powerhouse of the Zhu clan, stood before them. His massive muscles threatened to split his uniform, leaving no doubt that he was a warrior through and through. Two men in identical uniforms followed close behind, both above level 50. Though their roles differed, one was a scout, the other a support. Together they formed the clan's Barebones Rescue Squad, a frontline fighter for firepower in emergencies, a scout for tracking and pathfinding, and a support for healing. Anyone who could count on help from such a team occupied the very edge of the family's hierarchy, and Zhu Wen was one of them. "Senior Zhentian, I'm glad you're here." Zhu Wen clutched his chest and forced a smile. Zhu Zhentian answered with a sidelong, frosty glance. As a second-tier core combatant, he would never have crossed paths with a fringe member like Zhu Wen if it weren't his turn on rescue duty. The clan's pecking order was merciless, determined solely by strength. While they revered the powerful, they showed equal contempt for the weak. In Zinshan's eyes, Zhu Wen scarcely deserved to wear the clan crest. Yet he had shamelessly activated it and dragged a fighter of Zinshan's caliber into this mess. The scout pressed both palms to the ground, a pale blue pulse spreading outward before echoing back with a clear report. Level 40 monster zombie type. A level 40 on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield? Zhentian raised an eyebrow, then caught sight of the gaping wound on Zhu Wen's chest, and his expression darkened. However little he thought of Zhu Wen, the man still carried Zhu blood. His injury was a stain on the clan's honor. Someone would pay for that. "Who's leading this team?" His voice rumbled with barely restrained menace. Having finished a quick bandage on Lei Xiangyang, Luo Qianshan rose to his feet and met Zinshan's gaze without flinching. "Good," Zhentian murmured, eyes narrowing. "Well, clear these monsters first. Then I'll settle accounts with you." Boom. He smashed his fists together, the air itself shuddering. First-class boxer, second-class colossal fist, king of berserker line, famed for explosive power. With a single kick, Zhentian hurled himself forward, ripping through the fog in a whirlwind of dust and debris. The scout drew in a deep breath and spat out a gust, sweeping away 10 meters of mist in an instant, while the support dropped to one knee beside Zhu Wen, bathing him in healing light. Luo Qianshan frowned. Lei Xiangyang's wounds were clearly worse, yet the clan healer ignored him simply because he was not one of the Zhu. The blatant double standard stoked a fire in Luo Qianshan's chest. He took a slow breath to steady himself, drew his longsword, and charged at the zombies lurking in the thinning fog. Lei Xiangyang's first aid would hold for now. The healer could tend to him after finishing with Zhu Wen. What truly enraged Luo Qianshan was the aristocrat's indifference to ordinary lives. He would vent that fury on every last zombie in his path. With the arrival of Zhu Zhentian, a level 56 fighter, the pressure on Luo Qianshan instantly lifted. Zhu's appearance worked like a tranquilizer, dispelling the fear that had gripped the overseas students and privileged heirs. The group tightened their formation and moved up on the dozens of jiangshi once more, this time coordinating smoothly and responding with ease. Zhu Zhentian proved worthy of his level 56 title as a Colossus boxer. His iron fists were brutally direct, even more so than Luo Qianshan's swordplay. Any jiangshi that leapt at him was pounded into an unrecognizable mass. In barely 10 minutes, he had single-handedly cleared nearly 40 of them. Luo cut down 20, and the remaining 20-odd fell to the combined efforts of the others. When the zombie squad was all but annihilated, the green-haired iron zombie at the rear turned to flee again. Luo leapt after it, sword in hand, and with no jiangshi left to block him, he closed the distance in a flash. A straight thrust left the creature no room to dodge, forcing it to wheel around and fight. Steel rasped against steel as blade met claw, the screech piercing the air. In that clash, Luo finally sensed the iron zombie's true power. Though only one level higher than a common jiangshi, Its attributes and technique were exponentially stronger, far beyond what an ordinary fighter of the same tier could handle. For the first few moves, Luo kept to probing strikes, especially wary of the creature's green plum corpse toxin. A healer had recently joined the team, but he had no idea whether she could purge such a venom, nor could he trust a noble science attitude. After several exchanges, he confirmed the toxin was not carried on the zombie's claws. It likely triggered only under certain conditions near death, perhaps upon death itself. With that in mind, he went on the offensive. Swordlight fell like rain, blanketing the monster. Even with its battlefield-tempered power, the iron zombie began to falter beneath the relentless barrage. 10+ rounds later, Luo seized an opening and drove his blade clean through its throat. The creature froze, eyes bulging in fury, then spewed a thick cloud of poison. Luo had anticipated this. He flickered backward, retreating dozens of meters to clear the toxic haze. He had barely stopped when a surge of murderous intent slammed into him. He whirled. Zhu Jintian and a scout were standing there, staring at him with icy eyes. They'd been present the entire time, yet never lifted a finger. Without a word, Zhu sprang forward, hurtling at Luo. Caught off guard by a comrade's sudden betrayal, Luo threw his sword up to parry, but Zhu already knew his habit. She had studied Luo's style while the latter fought the iron zombie. Boom! An iron fist smashed into Luo's chest, the force rippling straight through to his organs. He flew like a scrap of paper and crashed into the poison mist still hanging in the air. The moment the fumes touched him, agony flared, and the exposed skin on his arms turned purple and sloughed away. His life force began to plummet. I can't die here. Luo Qianshan lurched to his feet and leapt clear of the toxic haze. The moment the mist fell behind him, he looked up and slammed into the icy stare of Zhu Jintian. Boom! Without warning, Zhu Zinshan's fist drove into Luo Qianshan's abdomen. The blow punched straight through muscle and bone, poison riding the shockwave. Luo Qianshan spewed a mouthful of thick, violet-black blood and collapsed onto the rubble-strewn ground. The system alert blazed red. His health was plummeting at 10% of its maximum every second. He had only a few heartbeats left. Despair barely had time to form before Zhu Jintian flicked a finger. A gray-white pill arced through the air and landed in Luo Qianshan's gaping mouth. It dissolved instantly, an icy medicinal force racing through his limbs, suppressing the toxin and halting the skin's decay before the naked eye. Luo Qianshan forced his gaze upward, catching only the outline of the man looming over him. Zhu Jintian dropped to one knee, seized Luo Qianshan's jaw, and dragged his eyes up to meet his own. I meant to give you a light punishment, he said coldly. But that look in your eyes offended me. Remember this before the Zhu family. You're no more than a dog. And a dog doesn't stare at its master. He slammed Luo Qianshan's head into the ground. Gravel cut into his brow. Blood spread through the dust. Drag him back. Zhu Jintian brushed off his hands and turned toward the column. Zhu family scouts hurried forward, hauling the limp Luo Qianshan toward the main group. Zhu Jintian raised his voice. Squad Captain Luo Qianshan has been gravely wounded while fighting the monsters. The mission is cancelled. We withdraw at once. Dozens of eyes snapped to Luo Qianshan's battered figure, each carrying its own emotion. Zhu Wan, Li Xiang, and the other scions of noble houses watched with open glue. Luo Qianshan had always outshone them at the academy, and now someone was finally putting him in his place. Across the field, Lei Xiangyang and his teammates lay on the ground, hearts twisting with pain. Luo Qianshan had risked everything to protect them, only to be trampled by the clans. So this is how the nobles treat ordinary people. Lei Xiangyang shut his eyes, unable to watch the man's dust-covered form. In his mind rose the figure of that silver-speared general. Would even a warrior of that caliber be forced to bow to the clans? If he could reach such strength, could he topple the mountain that was the aristocracy? Do we save this one? A Zhu clan healer asked, pointing at the bleeding Lei Xiangyang. Zhu Jintian spared him a glance. Worthless. Don't waste the effort. He turned toward the deepening fog, brow furrowing. The monster's levels are abnormal. We need to retreat immediately. We just got here, said Bruce, the leader of the foreign students, frowning. Our destination lies farther in. We should press on. Faced with an outsider, Zhu Jintian masked his contempt and lowered his voice. I'm telling you, the monster's levels have spiked. Pushing deeper would be extra. Screech, screech, screech. Ripping howls erupted from every side of the ruins. The green fur iron Jiangshi had sounded the call, and the zombie horde was on the march once more. Zhu Zinshan's brow knit in a hard line. From the shriek that tore through the air, he could tell there were at least 5 Qing-furred iron Jiangshi in the oncoming host. A single one had cost them a brutal 10-minute fight. 5 at once meant who knew how many ordinary hop corpses were trailing behind. Worst of all was the corpse venom the iron Jiangshi carried. He had just forced a high-potency antidote pill down Luo Qianshan's throat. It annihilated most poisons, yet against this one, it only thinned the venom and bought a few minutes. Back at the academy, a higher-rank support specialist could purge it completely, but Zhu Jintian had no intention of being infected himself. Move, he growled. After a quick calculation, he hoisted Zhu 1, pushed off. and plunged into the fog. The mission was simply to deal with the Zhu heirs. What became of the others, especially that Luo kid, was none of his concern. Scree. He had barely taken a few strides when the mist split like canvas under a blade. A swarm of hop corpses lunged at him, fangs flashing in the gloom, an iron jiangshi dropping from above to lead the charge. Zhu Jintian clenched his teeth, hurled Zhu Wen behind him, and drove both fists forward, true chi crackling as he blasted into the tide of dead flesh. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. His fists blurred like lightning, yet even he was forced to retreat step by step. Should have waited before tangling with that Luo guy, a glance told the story. Nearly 200 hop corpses, at least 5 iron jiangshi, a chill wind howling over a black tide that blocked every escape. Muscles coiled. He weighed just how he was supposed to fight his way out. 2,000. Decent number. Across the field, Su Chen nodded at the report delivered by the White Horse Scouts. The paperwork said the final stage held 2,000 jiangshi, plenty of experience points. If a few hidden reinforcements jumped out, all the better. He stood before a massive tomb washed in blue-violet light. Weeds choked the perimeter, broken steels leaned at odd angles, and the stench of rot from a mass grave mingled with damp air, seeping from every crack. The passage yawned pitch black, breathing out gusts of deathly chill. Somewhere in that lightless depth lurked the final boss of the jiangshi tunnel. Break through, and the stage was cleared. Before advancing, he summoned every unit he had. 3 elite detachments formed up in neat ranks, summoning circles flaring blue-white, armor plates and blades catching a cold gleam. Su Chen raised a hand and signaled Wang Zhaojun to play the Rainbow Gown melody. Eyes shut, she swept the strings, pouring half her mental power into the song. Lilting notes drifted across the tomb entrance. Pale golden symbols fluttered onto every soldier, purging the lingering corpse venom in an instant. The venom was the worst part of fighting jiangshi. Without an ace support like Wang Zhaojun, anyone would be in trouble. When the melody faded, Su Chen stayed put, waiting out the skill's cooldown and letting his equipment-boosted regeneration top off his mental strength. At this rate, he would be back to peak in a dozen minutes. Rested, he sent 2 squads of white horse riders ahead. 100 cavalry vaulted into their saddles, hoofbeats drumming as they charged into the depths. As they advanced, the tomb's layout etched itself onto a map projection in his mind. Once the boss chamber's location was locked, Su Chen lengthened his stride. To guard against a rear assault, he summoned 2 guard squads, 500 heavy infantry at his flanks, their synchronized steps making the tunnel tremble. Let's hope we're not waking anyone up, Su Chen muttered to himself. After a 10-minute march, the ruins of a stone gate finally swam into view. Dust drifted from the lintel, and a sickly green glow seeped through the cracks. The boss room was just ahead. The crumbling stone gate before them towered several dozen meters high, caked in dust and ragged cobwebs. It seemed to have been sealed for centuries, and the air around it was lifeless. To the left stood a thick bronze pillar, its icy metal surface carved with intricate runes. Those etched lines climbed upward and finally converged on the gate's center, where a massive stone lock mirrored the pillar, proclaiming that anyone who wished to pass must first unravel its mechanism. Su Chen scanned the chamber and, after only a brief thought, summoned the strategist warrior, Dian Wei. A blood-tinged wind howled as Dian Wei strode forward, broad-shouldered and imposing. His gaze lingered on the gate, and a disdainful smile tugged at his lips. Bring my hammer, he roared, his voice shaking the cavern. He stretched out one huge hand, and a purple-gold war hammer coalesced in midair. Energy leaked from the shaft like flowing violet flames, racing to the head until the entire weapon blazed, and Dian Wei's strength reached its peak. Break! He spun, and the hammer, trailing a savage gale, crashed into the gate. Boom! The stone had no time even to groan before it shattered in a thunderous blast, shards and dust billowing outward. Hiss! The moment the gate collapsed, piercing screams erupted from every direction, and a wave of icy malice swept in as the tomb's defenses fully awakened. Amid the zombies' howls came a taunting cackle. Su Chen's brow tightened. That shrill laughter belonged to kamikaze imp zombies. If they reached the team and exploded, the consequences would be catastrophic. He shut his eyes, filtering the chaos until he fixed on the source of the laughter. Above us, he shouted, snapping his head up. From the vaulted ceiling, hundreds of imp zombies were plunging like black rain. With disaster seconds away, Su Chen recalled every deployed soldier into the summoning space. The once crowded tomb instantly became a cavern of cold stone and falling shadows. Explosions wreaked havoc on crowds, and Su Chen had no intention of relying on numbers alone. He still had generals who could fight an army by themselves. A flash of lightning split the gloom. Zhao Yun had arrived. In the next heartbeat, Su Chen summoned the dragon chariot and raced toward the exit. He knew the forthcoming blast could level the entire tomb, and staying would mean being torn apart by the shockwave. Crackling streams of electricity climbed Zhao Yun's armor, coils of lightning writhing around him. As the imps plummeted, his lone hero passive overloaded, stacking to the limit and flooding him with a 20-fold boost to every stat. Now, even the slightest motion carried devastating power. Eyes locked on the ceiling, spear quivering, he waited for the perfect moment to strike. Hehehe. The mass of imp zombies slammed into the floor, their eerie laughter echoing through the tomb. Inside the tomb, Zhao Yun stood alone, and every ghoul's gaze locked onto him. The undead pack howled and charged. Black miasma churned, claws struck stone, and shards sprayed in all directions. Yet Zhao Yun held his spear like an unshakable pillar, waiting for the flawless opening. Clack! The last imp zombie stepped into the 10-meter kill zone, and at that crisp sound Zhao Yun moved. Blinding white lightning exploded, filaments of electricity twisting like silver serpents within the 10-meter radius. Cleave them all, he roared, sweeping his silver spear in a blazing arc. This was the second active skill of the Purple Heaven Thunder Pattern Spear. The spear sweeps a 10-meter radius, knocking back every enemy and dealing true damage equal to the user's current attack power. Targets are briefly stunned and cannot be healed, resurrected, or summoned. At level 35, Zhao Yun possessed 24,000 strength, and under the 20-fold boost from Lone Hero, that single strike delivered a staggering 480,000 true damage. For reference, the world boss during the Collegian Transseism event had only 300,000 health. Shining silver light ripped through the chamber, and over 100 imp zombies were pulverized before they could even scream. Their death passives detonated at once, a blast like a subterranean nuclear burst. A searing shockwave roared down the passage. The tomb walls shuddered and stones rained from above, yet a torrent of white EXP bars surged towards Su Chen. Killed level 44 Elite Corrupted Talisman Imp, EXP 15,365. Killed level 44 Elite Corrupted Talisman Imp, EXP 16,331. Killed level 44 Elite Corrupted Talisman Imp, EXP 15,775. Killed level 44 Elite Corrupted Talisman Imp, EXP 15,923. In one clean sweep, Zhao Yun erased more than 100 self-destructing zombies whose explosions could have one-shot even the tankiest Dian Wei. He survived ground zero without a scratch thanks to the spear's near-broken ultimate, End Off Day's Dance. When Zhao Yun receives lethal damage, his HP is locked at 1, and for 10 seconds he gains 10-fold stats excluding Constitution and total crowd control immunity. That insurance let Zhao Yun walk out of the firestorm unscathed, which was precisely why Su Chen had sent him in alone. After recalling Zhao Yun, Su Chen waited at the tomb entrance for the shockwaves to fade, then stepped inside again. The dungeon seemed to possess a self-preservation protocol. Despite the cataclysmic blast, only a few stones had fallen and the final boss remained unharmed. On Su Chen's second entry, white-furred jumpers mixed with green-furred iron corpses surged forward standard guards before the final boss, roughly 2,000 strong. To conserve strength for the upcoming fight, Su Chen withheld his main forces and deployed only his personal guard, 1,000 regular soldiers. Though average on paper, under the golden radiance of Imperial Majesty their presence was terrifying. Pale gold light swept across the dark tomb, and the charging zombies crumbled to ash the instant they touched the halo. Imperial Majesty left a few blind spots, so Su Chen summoned Dragon Soul to finish the stragglers and ensure none escaped. EXP rolled in again, and the endless sea of corpses fell around him like wheat before a scythe, stripped of all dignity. Killed level 43 Elite Corrupted White Fur Jumper, EXP 12,369. Killed level 43 Elite Corrupted Farewell Jumper, EXP 13,369. Killed level 44 Elite Corrupted Greenfur Iron Corpse, EXP 17,365. Killed level 42 Elite Corrupted Talisman Imp, EXP 15,526. Killed level 45 Elite Corrupted White Fur Bronze Corpse, EXP 18,974. Under the combined assault of Imperial Might and Dragon Rampage, the fight was over in less than 5 minutes. 2,000 zombies turned into bloody stepping stones on Su Chen's path to leveling up. With a full suite of wide-area damage skills, he feared no swarm tactics. In the past, limited mana had held him back. Without special mechanics or overwhelming stats, monsters were simply walking experience points. Now, with a massive 30,000-point mental pool and auto-regeneration, that ceiling had vanished. The last purge cost him only half his mana, and after in-combat recovery the real expense was barely 1/3. With the appetizer cleared, Su Chen waved his hand and recalled his personal guard into storage. More than half of the 1,000-man unit had already contracted the Iron Ghoul's Green Plum Rod, and any regular army would have ended the same way. That was exactly why he had sent his weaker household troops to spearhead the charge. Kara. Moments after the massacre, a heavy sarcophagus in the deepest chamber began to tremble rhythmically. The stone lid slid aside, and a ribbon of blood-red mist seeped through the crack. A disembodied female voice echoed across the empty crypt. Come, come. The eerie call carried a strange compulsion. Mind control. Su Chen's eyes flashed cold as he shook it off at once. Against a mental pool of 30,000, such tricks were child's play. With a thought he summoned Pan, a spirit adept in the same psychic arts. The mellow notes of Pan's flute clashed with the siren voice, canceling it out, and Su Chen immediately called up Dianwei. Go. At the order, Dianwei brandished his massive hammers and charged. He vaulted onto the altar and smashed down. Boom. A torrent of crimson mist erupted, and with a piercing shriek a corpse-pale woman in a blood-red gown burst from the sarcophagus. Demonic 10 millennia ghoul queen of Jingjue. Hallway boss. Level 46. Strength 50,000. Agility 10,000. Will 30,000. Constitution 50,000. Skills: Song of Jingjue, Serpent Eyes, Return from the Realm of Corpses. A female Jiangshi as the final boss. The thought barely crossed Su Chen's mind before Dianwei, eyes ablaze, lunged forward. Whack! Let Dian send you to reincarnation. Twin halberds whirled as he pounced. The queen screeched, crimson sound waves lancing out. The stronger the waves, the more exhilarated Dianwei became. Without waiting for orders, he triggered Fearless Charge, followed by Berserk, and completely lost control. SHHK. He tanked the Sonic Blast Hedon, flashed in, and stabbed twice in quick succession. The queen blurred into a phantom and slipped away clearly. She possessed some form of immunity to physical or direct attacks. Behind them, Su Chen rapidly assessed the situation. Watching the Jingjue queen flee, Dianwei felt an unprecedented surge of bloodlust. His armor clanged as his massive twin halberds traced icy arcs, advancing step by step and slicing the air with every swing. Yet the Jingjue queen kept a hair's breadth from the blades, eyes wide with disbelief. She was out of range, but this towering warrior chased her like a madman. While Dianwei pressed the attack, Su Chen willed the spirit of the five-clawed golden dragon into being. A thunderous roar shook the chamber as a golden phantom spiraled downward, its shockwave hurling dust into the air. Under the dragon's crushing aura, the Jingjue queen abandoned Dianwei and whirled to face Su Chen. She stopped, and the skin on her forehead split open to reveal a crimson, vertical serpent's eye. It was the eye of the demon serpent. One glance would petrify any target. Hissing, she fired a beam of petrification straight at Su Chen. Close your eyes, Su Chen barked. He then opened his own, golden light blazing as a royal command cracked like thunder. The queen's body jolted, the serpent's eye snapped shut. Terror filled her gaze as mental dominion had overpowered her demonic sight. The golden dragon spirit was already upon her, its talons falling like a mountain. It tore through her phantom, drawing a shriek of agony. At once her form exploded into countless afterimages, scattering in every direction. She blinked between them, using blinding speed to exploit the dragon's only flaw, its slow-turning radius. Against such rapid teleportation, she was nearly untouchable. Su Chen silently admitted her skill set was a true nuisance. With the dragon's first strike wasted, he changed tactics instantly. Leopard cavalry, white horse lancers, and Han iron riders appeared in the tomb, black and white armor interwoven, war bows gleaming. At his command, every soldier drew, sights fixed on the drifting mirages. Su Chen called out coordinates one by one, locking each possible teleport point. A storm of arrows sliced the air, corralling the queen onto a single patch of ground. In that instant, the dragon spirit crashed down a second time. She could not dodge and had to take the blow Hedon, her health bar plummeting by half. Howling in pain, she went berserk, scarlet light swirling in her eyes. Rising slowly, arms raised, she chanted an eerie spell that carried no psychic pressure. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. If it wasn't mind control, then what? A freezing wind roared through the chamber, lifting piles of gray powder from the floor, the residue of zombies obliterated by royal might. In midair, the dust whirled and compacted as though molded by an unseen hand. It was the Jingjue queen's final art, Return of the Dead Realm. Corpse Realm Resurrection activated. Black mist rolled across the mounds of bodies, stiff limbs jerked, and the zombies scattered over the battlefield stood up one after another, hollow sockets flickering with ghostly green light. The ability really was resurrection. For any other player, cutting down several thousand zombies and pushing the boss to a sliver of health was already the limit. Now, drained in both mind and body, they could only despair as entire ranks of undead rose again. Su Chen, however, felt the exact opposite. His troops never tired, and aside from a bit of mana loss, he was fine. To him, this revived zombie horde was nothing but another round of EXP farming. With a thought, Su Chen redirected his 3 divisions. Sword and shield fighters, pikemen, and crossbowmen moved in perfect sync, sealing the freshly resurrected zombies inside an airtight ring. The undead had barely opened their eyes when a storm of blades and spears engulfed them. At the same time, Su Chen released a focused burst of imperial might, a golden pressure that crashed down like thunder. In an instant, the corpses that had fallen like weeds were mowed down like weeds again, stripped of all dignity. Experience poured in, and the system feed scrolled nonstop. Killed LV-43 elite demonized white-haired hopping zombie weakened. EXP 6356. Killed LV-43 elite demonized farewell hopping zombie weakened. EXP 7821. Killed LV-44 elite demonized green-haired iron zombie weakened. EXP 8614. Killed LV-45 elite demonized white-haired bronze zombie weakened. EXP 9952. Killed LV-45 elite demonized white-haired bronze zombie weakened. EXP 9937. So the resurrected zombies are weakened versions? Chen muttered. They felt almost the same as before. Maybe they had never been that strong to begin with. The real pity was the experience, cut to half, but free gains were still gains, and he wasn't about to complain. A quick check confirmed each zombie could revive only once. When his soldiers cut them down a second time, they stayed down for good. As the corpse tide thinned rapidly, Chen's gaze locked on the distant Queen Jingjue. Time to end this fight. Your Majesty, look out! Dianwei roared. Somehow the warrior who had been hacking away at the front line was suddenly back at Chen's side. The warning barely left his lips before an earth-shaking explosion tore through the air. Boom. Flames billowed, and a shock wave slammed into them like a solid wall. Dianwei spread his thick arms, shielding Chen behind him. Beyond the giant, a row of kamikaze imp zombies charged in a wedge formation, feet still trailing embers. The entire zombie horde had been a feint. The Queen's real killing move was these little devils, and they detonated just short of the line. The blast drove Dianwei staggering back, his armor cracking, his health plummeting. The radius was huge. Even distant soldier formations were caught in it, though Huang managed to activate Legion Soul defensive mode in time to keep casualties low. With chain explosions still rippling outward, Chen made a split-second decision and summoned the Dragon Soul. Dianwei's health bar couldn't tank the entire barrage. He had to stop it now. Enough. Even before the Dragon Soul arrived, Chen unleashed another wave of Imperial might. The Queen of Jingjue only shuddered, her spellcasting never breaking. With 30,000 points in spirit, she suffered no more than a fleeting lapse in thought. Chen could not truly interrupt her skill. When Emperor's might burst forth, a golden dragon soul howled across the battlefield, its blazing soul fire surging like a flood and scorching the Queen's spirit. Even then she forced the spell to hold. This was her ultimate incantation, and she would trade her life to kill Chen. At that moment Dianwei's health dropped below half, and he could fall at any second well before the dragon soul finished the Queen. If Dianwei died, Chen's remaining HP would not last a single heartbeat. With 2 fingers Chen flicked the dragon soul into a new arc, and in the same instant the pitch-black Tianwen sword flashed into his palm. Scree! The blade left its sheath, silver-white steel gleaming with chill light, the obsidian hilt as steady as night, twin bronze peacocks on the guard poised to take flight. Chen poured his will into the weapon, raw power rushed from hilt to tip. Without hesitation he dumped every shred of spirit he had left into the sword. Annihilate! His arm snapped taut, the edge splitting the air. Time itself lurched and slowed. Erupting fire froze into molten spheres, shockwaves stalled midair, arrows hung motionless overhead. Soldiers' weapons stopped halfway through their swings, zombies' roars became silent sneers, and the Queen's chant fell mute. Only the sword light from Tianwen, slow yet unstoppable like a comet, advanced on the Queen of Jingjue. Shhhhk. Space tore like fabric in its wake. Arrow shafts snapped, shockwaves were cleaved cleanly apart. The sword light reached the Queen and cut without a sound. In the next heartbeat her body split neatly in two, the cross-section smooth and bloodless. Whoosh! The sword light vanished, and the gears of time locked back into place. Explosions, clashing steel, and furious shouts crashed over the field once more. The Queen's bisected corpse plummeted, and the zombie horde she had revived crumbled to dust. Imp zombies lost the power to self-destruct and disintegrated in midair. Boss defeated. Queen of Jingjue. EXP 123,641. Loot. Eye of the Demon Serpent 1, Jingjue Mask 1, Source of the Ghoul 1. Passage through Jingjue Ghost City cleared. Reward, Imperial Jade Seal Fragment 40. At the same time a pillar of white light shot skyward from Chen the level-up beacon. The experience from 2 rounds of revived zombies, and the Queen herself pushed him from level 33 to level 36 in less than a day on the ancient battlefield. Without the Queen's Corpse Realm rebirth, such speed would have been unthinkable. The surge of new stats made Chen's heart race with delight. Most classmates spent an entire day going from level 1 to level 4, yet he had leapt 3 levels in the 30s within minutes. When he crossed from 35 to 36, he felt a dramatic jump in every attribute. Clearly, each level past 35 promised even greater gains. He quickly sorted his spoils, stowing the Eye of the Demon Serpent, Jingjue Mask, Source of the Ghoul, and 40 fragments of the Imperial Jade Seal before opening the fragment shop. Looking back on every boss fight so far, none had been more perilous. That danger only highlighted how unique the passage monsters were, especially the final boss, the Queen of Jingjue. She had to be conquered. Fragment store. 5 fragments. Upgrade a chosen general's weapon by 20 levels. Level 20, 30 fragments. Randomly gain 1 class skill below level 50. Level 40, 50 fragments. Permanently convert an instance into your exclusive territory. Level 35, 60 fragments. Randomly draw a general card or a consort card. Level 40, 60 fragments. Obtain a clue to an Imperial relic and unlock a unique relic quest. At level 33, a new relic clue will become available. Follow-up functions unlock at level 35 with 50 fragments. After skimming the list, Chen zeroed in on permanently convert an instance into exclusive territory. He already met the 2 prerequisites, 50 fragments and level 35, so he confirmed without hesitation. Selection confirmed, initiating conversion. System prompts flashed one after another. This area has not been fully cleared. Territory conversion impossible, establishing teleport anchor, modifying instance parameters. Unlike Tianhai Island or the Tianshan region, the ancient battlefield is riddled with native corridors that the Imperial Dragon Chariot's territorial rules can't override. The final verdict: only the instance itself can be converted. It can't be upgraded directly into a territory. That was fine by Chen, who cared far more about the anchor point. Once the coordinates were locked, he could bypass Wei Zheng's authority and teleport here anytime he liked. While the process ran, Chen stayed put and examined his new spoils, the Eye of the Serpent and the Jingjue mask. Insight. Name: Eye of the Serpent. Description: the demonic eye of the ancient god Cassiopeia, infused with the power to beguile. Effect: boosts all mental type skills of the wearer, with a significant bonus to control abilities. Note: auxiliary item, does not occupy an equipment slot. Perfect, just what Imperial might needs. Next readout. Name: Jingjue mask. Description: the sacred mask of the Jingjue goddess, capable of blocking any form of mind control. Effect: grants 2000 spirit, stabilizes the psyche, and lowers the chance of being controlled. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, the sharpest spear paired with the strongest shield. Chen removed the golden mask had worn since the Heart of the Pharaoh instancia trinket that added a mere 200 spirit and donned the Jingjue mask instead. A steady torrent of spirit flooded his consciousness. Ordinary gear can't compete with legendary items, he mused. Fixed numbers become useless as your level climbs, while legendary pieces scale by percentage or offer huge base stats, letting them stay relevant far longer. If my whole loadout were legendary, my attributes would be terrifying. His status panel refreshed. Spirit: 40,000, 13,000, 7,200. Between leveling up and new equipment, Chen's spirit had burst past 40,000. He thought back to the Heavenly Inquiry sword had seen recently. Its blade had been fueled by just over 10,000 spirit and was already unstoppable, and that was with barely more than 10,000. If he were to channel the full 40,000 points of mental energy, let alone whatever he might gain later, the outcome would be nothing short of terrifying. Emperor-grade equipment belonged solely to him. Although these items provided no direct stat bonuses, the Imperial Dragon Palanquin and the Tianwen sword had already transformed his class. Chen wondered what other Emperor-grade pieces awaited him. If he completed the whole set and triggered another class change, what new powers would emerge? While these thoughts raced through his mind, the newly conquered instance Jingjue Ancient City finished its conversion, and a stream of system prompts appeared. Selection confirmed. Converting, establishing teleport anchor, modifying instance parameters updated. Personal instance created. A slate blue bestiary unfurled before his eyes. Bestiary generated. Select the monsters you wish to capture. You may choose multiple types. Selected monsters will join your army and be removed from the instance. 1. Corrupted white-furred hopping corpse, including doorman and palanquin bearer variants. Quantity: 3,421. 2. Corrupted green-furred iron corpse. Quantity: 126. 3. Corrupted glyph imp. Quantity: 211. 4. Corrupted white-furred bronze corpse. Quantity: 23. 5. Corrupted millennium flying corpse. Quantity: 1. 6. Boss: Queen of Jingjue. Quantity: 1. Chen studied the panel in silence. The ultimate prize was clearly the Queen of Jingjue. Next in value were the poison-wielding green-furred iron corpses and the self-destructing glyph imps, both most dangerous at the brink of death. The remaining zombies were little more than punching bags, perfect for farming experience. After a brief weigh-up, he selected the Queen, every iron corpse, and every glyph imp. The other hopping corpses, bronze corpses, and the lone millennium flying corpse stayed behind as living experience packs. This preserved the Queen's ability to launch suicide assaults while leaving ample XP in the instance for future runs. With poison clouds and explosions removed, his clear speed would soar. Selection complete. Chosen units have entered the summoning space. Another prompt followed. Personal instance Jingjue Ancient City created successfully. A teleport anchor has been placed and can be accessed anytime, anywhere. The instance resets every 3 days. Unused attempts accumulate up to a maximum of 5. Enemy deployment can be adjusted at any time to suit speedruns, drilling, or other needs. As the notification ended, a silver-white portal blossomed in the void, marking the completion of yet another personal dungeon. Su Chen now held 4 such dungeons: South City Wilds, Tianhai Island, the Tianshan Range, and the ancient battlefield. If he kept converting new instances and territories, the entire Xinyan nation might eventually fall under his banner. And why stop there? With enough strength, he could absorb the Cherry Blossom Isles, the Kimchi Peninsula, the Curry Plains, or even the Donut Archipelago. Only when that day came would he truly be worthy of his vacant class. With that thought, Su Chen stepped into the teleport array. What in the world is happening? Zhu Jintian and his companions stared, stunned and bedraggled. The zombies that had been lunging at them moments ago suddenly froze, their hollow eyes glimmering with an almost human sorrow, as though struck by some invisible blow. Brother Jintian, should we run while we still can? Zhu Wen asked, voice quivering. Zhu Xinshan's gaze sharpened, rage detonating. Never let me hear the word run again. Say it once more, and you're banished from the Zhu clan forever. Zhu Wen turned paper white, bowing repeatedly in apology. For the Zhu family's elite, clan honor outweighed everything. He had stepped on Xinshan's deepest taboo. Forcing down his anger, Zhu Jintian took stock. Why had the zombies gone still? Trap, or unknown mutation. Withdraw now, and they might blunder into an ambush. Stay, and if the zombies revived, they stood no chance. Between 2 disasters, he needed a pawn to scout ahead. You. He pointed at Luo Qianshan. Go check whether they're truly unconscious. Ashen-faced, Luo Qianshan moved forward, sword in hand. Refusal meant instant death. The Qingmei corpse poison in his veins was about to flare, and the antidote pill was nearly spent. He would likely die today. His last hope was to buy Lei Xiangyang and the others time to escape. He slipped into the zombie ranks, raising his sword to test one. The instant the tip neared a corpse, the zombies stirred. Every heart clenched, certain a trap had sprung. Yet they did not strike Luo Qianshan. Instead, every corpse pivoted stiffly and marched deeper into the fog, not one lagging behind. After a heartbeat of eerie silence, a distant female voice drifted over, ethereal and soul-rending. Zhu Xinshan's pupils contracted, his knuckles bleaching white. This was no ordinary monster. Great. Another ghost, one powerhouse after another, he growled inwardly. The voice drew closer, raising every hair on their bodies. Then shulk. A razor-sharp slicing sound cut through the mist. Someone else out there? A man blurted, but no one could explain what was unfolding. With fury seeking a target, Zhu Jintian nearly drew his blade on Zhu Wan. Had you not activated the family crest without permission, would I have raced 1,000 miles just to play the fool here? His low whisper slashed like a knife. Whoosh. A frigid wind slammed into them, the chill biting to the bone. The fog parted, revealing a woman in scarlet drifting forward. Her skin was ghastly pale, yet she wore a blood-red gauze dress. So this is the leader of the zombie horde? Why can't I feel any demonic aura from her? Zhu Xinshan's forehead beaded with sweat as he lifted a trembling hand, pale gold light dancing on his fingertip in sight. The beam swept over her, yet no information returned. The emptiness of the failed spell sent an icy chill through him. What the hell is she, human or ghost? Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed from deep within the mist. The fog ripped open, and a man built like a mountain strode out. Scarlet plate armor, cracked all over, clung to him, and thick black blood still dripped from the tip of his halberd. Zhu Jintian gritted his teeth and cast insight against still nothing. This is impossible, impossible. He stammered, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Boom. The red-armored warrior kicked off the ground, a white shock ring bursting in the air, and in the blink of an eye he landed before Zhu Jintian. Killing intent, thick as blood, surged outward like a tide. Were you the one pointing at me just now? His voice was low, rumbling like distant thunder. Zhu Xinshan's throat was parched, no sound emerged. That murderous aura was suffocating. How many had he slain to forge killing intent this solid? This wasn't a man, it was a devil from the abyss. General Dian? On the ground, Lei Xiangyang, soaked in blood, lifted his head with difficulty, his voice a rasp. At the sound, Dian Wei turned and recognized the companion who had run dungeons beside him many times. He couldn't recall the name, but the face was familiar. What happened to you? Dian Wei took a step forward, thick fingers resting on his halberd shaft, ready to swing. To the zombies, Lei Xiangyang whispered, barely clinging to life. The spectators exchanged baffled looks. This terrifying warrior, who could cow a level 50 Zhu clan professional with mere killing intent, actually knew a low-level freelancer in. They seemed to get along. Where's the physician? Is there no physician here? Dian Wei scanned the crowd, his voice striking like a hammer on a bell. In the Zhu clan party, a trembling healer raised his hand. I am one. Before he could finish, Dian Wei grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to Lei Xiangyang. Heal him. The healer went deathly pale, dropped to his knees, and a holy glow enveloped Lei Xiangyang's wounds. Zhu Jintian and Zhu Wen's faces darkened, one of their own kneeling before a commoner. Yet under Dian Wei's pressure, they dared not even frown. Mid-healing, a cold wind swept through. The crimson-robed woman who had been floating in the distance descended without a sound, looking down on everyone. Her dress was the color of fresh blood, and her long black hair drifted on the breeze. The queen of Jingjue. After the dungeon run, Su Chun had ordered her to gather the scattered zombies and had sent Dian Wei to slaughter them, stacking his blood bonus along the way. Hearing the commotion, the two arrived together and now took in the scene. Energy and killing intent intertwined until the air felt like molten lead. Even the arrogant scions of the Zhu clan breathed softly, not daring to make a sound. Sir, what about the zombies? Bruce, leader of the exchange students, swallowed hard and asked. I cut them down. Dian Wei tilted his head. Why? Do you want to try me next? No, absolutely not. Bruce's voice dwindled until it vanished into the dead silence. All eyes remained fixed on Dian Wei, awaiting his next command. Within 5 minutes, Lei Xiangyang's wounds were treated. He still wasn't at his best, but at least his limbs worked again. Those 5 minutes had already missed the optimal window. The wounds had festered and demanded extra effort. If they'd been handled right away, it wouldn't have taken even 2. Yet no one had been willing to spare those 2 minutes. Lei Xiangyang's life simply carried no weight in their eyes. Not bad with the healing, Dian Wei said, turning to the support class. So why didn't you help him earlier? The healer opened his mouth, but had no answer. How was he supposed to admit had thought the man's life was cheap? Forget it, Dian Wei waved a hand. Get to the back of the line. Back of the line. For what? For your turn to die? What did you say? Zhu Jintian shot to his feet. From the exchange had already deduced that this big man was no spirit, but a living human. His appraisal spell had failed, probably blocked by special gear. If the intruder were a mindless beast, he'd have no options. But a man? The Zhu clan was his trump card. Even if he lost, the family's name would make any imperial professional think twice. Do you know my surname? Do you know who stands behind me? Zhu Jintian lifted his chin. Who stands behind you? Dian Wei asked blandly. My surname is Zhu, one of the top 2 of the 8 great houses. And you dare act up in front of the Zhu clan? Are you tired of living? Boom. Before he could finish, Dian Wei's punch smashed into his chest and sent him flying several meters. Zhu who? The only names I recognize are Chao and Liu. Dian Wei flexed, and 2 massive halberds materialized, their blades gleaming. Don't run, ill, kill him first, then come back for you. He pointed at the stunned heirs. With that, he kicked off the ground and shot toward the spot where Zhu Jintian had landed, fast as artillery. Only then did Zhu Wen and the others snap out of it. Why did the Zhu name carry no weight with this man? The clan's reach spanned all of Gaixia. How dared he attack a Zhu heir in broad daylight? Run. He's insane. Zhu Wen reached the only logical conclusion. Apart from monsters, only madmen crossed the Zhu clan. Dignity? Useless. Staying alive mattered. In an instant they scattered. Scree. A shrill cry split the sky as the floating queen of Jingjue unleashed her skill. The fleeing heirs froze, eyes vacant, locked in place by overwhelming psychic force. Meanwhile, Dian Wei and Zhu Jintian were already locked in combat. Zhu, only level 56, was experienced enough that even Dian Wei couldn't drop him in a single blow. While the heirs were restrained, Lei Xiangyang and the others rushed to Luo Qianshan's side. The corpse poison in his body had flared again. It wasn't as violent as before, but his health kept ticking down. Dian Wei's arrival could save the team, but it could not save Luo Qianshan. No one in the squad possessed any antidote skills. As Luo Qianshan's pallor turned bluish-black and then ashen, Lei Xiangyang and the others found it hard to breathe. Luo Qianshan had always been the strongest and most promising member of the group. Yet here he was, about to die in a desolate stretch of woodland, and the unfairness of it left everyone silently bitter. A thunderous hum ripped across the sky. A golden column of light, several meters wide, punched through the clouds and smashed into the earth, vaporizing soil and stone into steam and dust. At its core, a magnificent dragon palanquin, inlaid with gold and crowned by a dragon head clutching a pearl, slowly took shape, radiating a divine authority that forced all eyes away. Beside the palanquin, the air rippled like water, and a stunning woman in ceremonial dress stepped onto the wavering surface. Her skin outshone snow, and her luminous eyes brightened the bleak surroundings. The moment she stood still, even the sorrow of Luo Qianshan's impending death seemed to evaporate in her presence. She raised a hand and brushed the strings of an ancient zither. The first note chimed like spring water, and its lingering resonance seeped into every heart. Melodious waves spread outward, cleansing the very air. The tension on Lei Xiangyang's shoulders dissolved at once, and even breathing felt effortless. To Luo Qianshan, racked with pain, the change was overwhelming. The corpse poison's burning agony vanished the instant the music fell upon him. Rotting flesh knit itself together before their eyes. His drained mental energy filled as though a clear spring poured into him. For a moment he thought he was ascending to heaven. Could a single melody really purge corpse poison? It felt like a game-breaking divine skill. When clarity returned, he realized how terrifying their visitor must be. Someone able to overturn despair in an instant had to stand far beyond their comprehension. High on the palanquin, the true master, Su Chun, had already fixed his gaze on Zhu Jintian, who was still fighting on the other side. From Dian Wei's brief exchange, he had concluded that the man was an arrogant scion of some noble house and not worth saving. Kneel. Su Chen's thought carried the command. With 40,000 points of spiritual power, amplified by the Imperial Dragon Palanquin and countless artifacts, his royal aura speared into Zhu Zinshan's mind like a tungsten rod. The detonation existed only in Zhu Zinshan's skull. He had no time even to gasp. His eyes rolled white, his body went limp, and he fell like a cut kite. Both knees slammed into the ground. The opening lasted a heartbeat. Dian Wei surged forward with a roar, his giant axe flashing cold silver. The blade split the air, and Zhu Zinshan's head, frozen in terror and confusion, sailed skyward in a fountain of blood. Dian Wei grabbed the still warm head and turned back to the others. A moment later, the Jingjue queen lifted her mental shackles from the rest of the noble youths. As Zhu Wan and his companions regained their senses, a freshly severed head greeted them, its eyes still bleeding. Zhu Wan's scream ripped his throat. His legs buckled, and he collapsed. "Don't kill me. Please, please." Cries for mercy rose in disorder as every scion dropped to his knees, sobbing and sniveling. Dian Wei only shrugged. "Whether you live or die isn't up to me." He stepped aside and looked to Lei Xiangyang. But before Lei could speak, the noble youths turned as one and kowtowed toward the golden palanquin. "Stop wasting time. Kill them all." Su Chen's verdict drifted from within the palanquin, calm yet colder than ice. Faces drained of color, the young nobles stared up in disbelief. I am from the Zhu clan. How dare you?" A silver flash cut him short. Blood sprayed. Heads rolled through the air, eyes wide and unseeing. Severed heads spun through the air, and the group of overseas students froze in terror. They had been away from their homeland only a few years, yet Xinxia had become this brutal? In their minds, scions of noble families stood untouchable, and now they were being butchered like livestock. It felt as if the world had turned upside down. Lei Xianyang, Luo Qianshan, and the other seasoned professionals were equally stunned. They had weathered countless storms, yet this was the first time they had witnessed a public massacre whose targets were noble heirs. Who in Xinxia dared do such a thing? Dian Wei's twin halberds flashed, crossing in arcs of cold steel. In less than 2 minutes, every young aristocrat lay dead. Blood dripped from the blades, bits of flesh clung to the edges, and the air reeked of iron. When the nobles were finished off, he turned, pointing one murderous halberd at the leader of the foreign group, Bruce. His voice thundered. "Where did you people come from?" Under the biting tip, Bruce's arrogance collapsed. He and his companions dropped to their knees, foreheads thudding against the ground. "We're good people, just ordinary good citizens of Xinxia. Xinxia is our homeland. I love Xinxia. I love Shangxia's culture. Please don't kill me. I beg you. My mother's waiting for me to come home for dinner." Amid the sobs, Su Chen spoke from within the dragon palanquin. "Name? Taizhu. My name is Taizhu." Bruce blurted. "Didn't they call you Bruce?" "That was nonsense. My real name is Taizhu. Im Shinxian, 100% Shinxian." Su Chen nodded, satisfied they were not of noble blood. He had no taste for wanton slaughter, and said coolly, "Leave them to Dian Wei." At the order, Dian Wei grinned. Sparks flew as his halberds scraped together. "Who's first?" he asked, eager. Death swept toward them like a tide. Cold sweat soaked Bruce and the others. The zombie siege they'd survived earlier hadn't frightened them half as much. A black substance, almost alive, oozed from the corners of their eyes. Vision blurred, consciousness sank into chaos. Onlookers saw the students go vacant the instant Dian Wei spoke. Veins in their necks and arms bulged, and blackness spread across their pupils. Dian Wei hesitated. He hadn't touched them. What kind of change was this? Inside the palanquin, Su Chen's eyes flashed cold. This was the mark of abyssal corruption. Back in the Tianshan region, an Indian dark mage had displayed the same symptoms just before transforming. With a dull pop, Bruce's eyeballs burst, and thick black fluid poured from his eyes, nose, and mouth. "Help, don't want to die." He reached out with an inky hand. But before the plea finished, his head exploded, a fountain of pitch-black ichor spraying skyward. One after another, the heads of every student behind him detonated with wet, echoing blasts. The jet-black substance gushed forth and seeped into the ground the instant it touched down. The ancient battlefield, paved with purplish-black slag, seemed to come alive. The rough terrain shuddered violently, and countless blue-violet strands of light crackled across its surface like racing nerve fibers. Su Chen frowned. His gaze locked on the mutating ground was certain it was still abyssal matter, but this time it spread far wider and more thoroughly than when it had merely reshaped the dark mage. "Is this another abyssal incursion?" he thought, a chill running through him. After 2 encounters, he understood all too well that abyssal creatures were far more unpredictable and lethal than ordinary foes. Their origins and motives still shrouded in mystery. A deep, throbbing hum rolled up from below, turning the entire battlefield into a giant drum beaten by unseen forces. Su Chun immediately focused, checking each of his anchors in turn. At level 36, a heat-and fight with an abyssal creature could go either way. Only a secured escape route would let him adapt to whatever came. Luckily, the anchors in Tianhai Isle and the Tianshan sector were clear, and the remote anchor in the Pan-God instance outside Nanshan City remained stable. If things spiraled out of control, he could bail out at once. A gale ripped across the plain, hurling loose stones, while lead gray clouds darkened to inky black, pressing down like the shadow of doomsday. At that moment, the badge in his pocket vibrated violently. He pulled it out and squeezed. A cold, urgent mental message flooded his mind. Monsters invading. National Level 1 alert activated. Evacuate the battlefield immediately. A nationwide Level 1 alert. Su Chen's heart jolted. The siren, reserved only for the gravest catastrophes. SCZZT. Multicolored teleportation circles pierced the fog from high above, their blazing columns of light lancing through the thunderheads. Even from afar he could tell the surging power belonged to high-level professionals, one of them unmistakably Wei Zhang. The Empire's top champions were descending in massive measure of how vast this incursion truly was. Su Chun willed it, and the Imperial might aura flared around Dian Wei. Searing energy engulfed the corpses of the worldly disciples and reduced them to ash in an instant. A gust whisked the dust away without a trace. Sherlock Holmes himself could not have deduced how they died. With cleanup done, he raised his hand and summoned a teleportation array. Clouds rolled as golden sigils stamped down from the sky. Enclosing him, lay Xiangyang, Luo Qianshan, and the others. The beam tightened, whisking the group toward the Tianshan territory. At his current level, charging in would be suicide. The safest strategy was to observe, read the situation, and enter only when the moment was right. Forward outpost on the ancient battlefield. Iron gray walls stretched in a jagged line, banners snapping in the wind. Senior military officers, clan magnates, and emissaries from other factions crowded the ramparts. Whatever their appearance, every one of them belonged to the Empire's top echelon. Minutes earlier, the sensors had picked up a massive surge of abyssal energy, and Imperial Command had ordered all high-level professionals to muster. The seven Supremes arrived almost instantly, and were now parsing the perilous pulse with their senses. Suddenly, an even fiercer surge burst forth, slamming into their awareness. Every head snapped upward toward the horizon, and there they saw a golden pillar of light stabbing straight into the heavens. A golden teleportation array, an unknown force linking Tianhai Island to the Tianshan region. The instant a golden column crashed from the sky, every nearby powerhouse fell to shiver, especially the patriarchs hidden among the major clans. They connected the beam to the recent chain of murders at one Seif clan heirs had died. The killer was probably somewhere behind that light. Buzz. A black-robed elder clawed at the air, fingers hooking an invisible staircase. His figure flickered twice, cut through gale-torn skies, and stopped above the fading glow. The teleportation light had vanished, leaving crossed gashes and scorch marks on the ground, overturned rubble, and dust still hanging. He dived. When his boots slammed down, the earth boomed, and a visible shock wave rippled outward. Dirt, grass, broken weapons, and flecks of blood lifted and fell, every detail flooding his mind. Something's off. His eyes narrowed. With a snatch, a blood-spattered crest chased by the wind landed in his palm, gold filigree framing scarlet characters, the Zhu family emblem. This is the Zhu clan's badge. His muscles went taut, murderous intent flashing in his gaze. A Zhu clansman had indeed died here. United States, Imperial Alliance headquarters. A colossal steel tower speared the clouds, its crown lost in swirling vapor. Delegates from more than 100 nations had gathered for the Alliance's annual summit. Formed to fight monsters, the Alliance's authority swelled as the creatures grew stronger and professional fighters gained influence. In a few decades, it became the planet's most powerful organization. At its founding, 5 permanent members held supreme decision-making power forces that had excelled in the first war against the demonic world. They monopolized top-tier monster resources. 10 years ago, Shangxia's overall decline led to its impeachment, dropping the permanent seats to 4 and tipping the balance. In the brightly lit conference hall, hundreds of delegates took their places. On the dais, representatives of the 4 permanent members, holders of the world's strongest voice, sat in the center, looking down on the crowd. This year's main topic, ancient battlefield security. 3 such sites remained from the monster wars, riddled with abyssal rifts and teleportation gates that could not be sealed. Dangerous yet rich in resources, they were prime peacetime targets. The United States proposed comprehensive inspections of all nations hosting a battlefield. Those found lacking would have to surrender their resources. Officially a survey, everyone knew the truth. The United States already controlled 2 battlefields and would never question its own defenses. The real target was Xinxia. Its battlefield, the wars first held nearly as many dungeons as the other 2 combined, and every country coveted it. At the back, Shangxia's senior official and sole delegate sat with fingers interlaced, expression unreadable, silent. On either side, envoys from the Sakura, Kimchi, and Curry kingdoms' newly ascendant second-tier powers wore thinly veiled smirks, eager to watch Xinxia squirm. Although he was well aware of Liguo's ill intent, the delegate from Xinxia could offer no protest. Under Liguo's overbearing control, his voice was destined to sink without a trace. No one would lend a hand when a wall was about to collapse, especially when that wall was studded with unimaginable riches. Since the fall of the Xinxia Empire, every nation had been waiting for it to break apart completely. Once a lion goes down, the hyenas swarm. Now Xinxia was that dying, old lion, and the surrounding countries had long since sharpened their blades, eager to tear off a piece of flesh. When the proposal to verify the safety of ancient battlefields was submitted, nearly every nation except Xinxia raised their hands in favor, and it passed in an instant. The meeting then moved on to procedural discussions, how the inspection would be carried out and who would lead it. Delegates began talking over one another, and order quickly dissolved. At that moment, the Liguo representative pressed a remote and projected an enormous map of Xinxia onto the main screen. On the gray-black provinces that marked uncleansed battlefields and wilderness zones, red dots began to flash and spread. The gray-black areas signified lands yet to be purified. The red dots, without question, were the footprints of monsters. Ladies and gentlemen, the Liguo delegate tapped the table lightly, a smile on his lips. There's no need for further debate. Our inspection has already begun. The room erupted. Only then did everyone fully realize that this was a carefully laid trap for Xinxia. Liguo had been pulling the strings from the very start. The Xinxia delegates stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Xinxia had once been one of the 5 great powers, and yet Liguo now dared to strike so openly. Just then, a Xinxia courier burst in and whispered urgently in his ear. The delegate's face went deathly pale, his knees buckled, and he collapsed into his chair. Nationwide alert, nationwide alert. The Liguo delegate removed his glasses and wiped the lenses, his tone still steady. To simulate the suddenness of a monster assault, this inspection was launched without advance consent from Shangxia's authorities. Here and now, on behalf of the Alliance, I apologize to Xinxia. As is well known, the ancient battlefields are linked to every wilderness zone. If any sector falls, the entire line is lost. He pointed to the dark tracts on the map beyond the battlefields. If you can't hold the line, it proves you lack the strength. For the safety of all humanity, the Alliance will reclaim ownership of the ancient battlefields. An even fiercer debate exploded across the chamber. The situation was growing perilous. If Xinxia had only to defend the battlefields, its remaining strength might still manage a desperate stand. But now the wilderness zones across the country had been added to the assessment, demanding military power, logistics, and high-level professionals on a scale bordering on hopeless. Shangxia's national strength had been waning for years. There was no way it could withstand an invasion of this magnitude. The other nations, while eager to see Xinxia hand over the battlefields so they could divide the spoils, were equally wary of Liguo's methods. They had no idea how Liguo had engineered a monster incursion of such size. They only knew that in the face of this giant beast, it was best to keep their heads down. Animals. You're all animals. The Xinxia delegate, beside himself with rage, shot to his feet and hurled his accusation at the Liguo representative. Do you realize there are hundreds of millions of Xinxia citizens living in those regions? What do their lives mean to you? You're not human, you're devils, monsters. The Xinxia delegate's outburst drew amused glances between the representatives of Liguo and several others. Many delegates had lost their composure in alliance sessions before, but this was the first time a Xinxia envoy had done so. The Liguo representative adjusted his glasses, his voice still cool. Spokesman for Xinxia, mind your language, or he'll be forced to have you removed from the chamber. The Xinxia delegate faltered under the American representative's threat to expel him from the chamber, his voice dwindling to a whisper. He had to remain until the session ended. Duty demanded it, and so did his honor. Rage churned inside him, yet he swallowed it and unsteadily returned to his seat. The hall was dim. On the giant screen, scarlet flares erupted across a map of Xinxia, each marking another city's alarm. His blazing fury slowly gave way to humiliation and a crushing dread. He felt no fear for the megacity's imperial capital, Devil City, where the Zhu, Li, and other great clans had entrenched themselves. Their deep reserves would force them to defend their turf. What froze his blood were the poorer provinces and third-tier towns. With no noble houses to shield them and no strategic value, they would be the first sacrifices once war began. Tens of thousands of innocents faced annihilation. The so-called test for the safety of all mankind was a nightmare built on blood. To its architects, Shangxia's civilians were expendable. If any savior existed, the people who most needed rescuing were the ordinary citizens of Xinxia. Ancient battlefield, forward outpost. 7 elite fighters had gathered under cover of night, demonic energy in the air pricking their skin and warning that battle was imminent. Suddenly, Every communicator on their wrists lit up with the same message. Monsters have invaded the entire territory of Xinxia. Fight for the empire to your last breath. The whole country? After a stunned silence, every face paled. They had thought only the ancient battlefield was at risk, never imagining an invasion this large. Shocked, two high-level combatants slashed open a teleport gate and plunged through it was their families, not the imperial capital, that mattered. For them, clan interests outweighed national survival. When the portal closed, only 5 remained. 2 from the Zhu clan, 1 from the Li clan, Wei Zheng, and another senior officer. The Zhu and Li families were rooted in the imperial capital. Abandoning it meant their collapse, so withdrawal was impossible. Wei Zheng and his comrade were under absolute orders to hold the ancient battlefield. Thunderous clouds rolled on the horizon, streaks of monster energy flashing like lightning, poised to tear the line apart. Wei Zheng's heart pounded. At this scale, Xinxia could not defend every front. Far too many cities were already doomed. Even if they held this position, the nation would bleed. Whoever planned this clearly meant to crush Xinxia in a single strike. Fire burned in his chest. He was no scion of a noble house, but a soldier of Xinxia. Defending homeland and people was a soldier's creed. If he could not feel rage now, when would he ever show his mettle? He would fight, and if it cost his life, he would still cut down every enemy that poured through. Jiangdong Province, Jiangdong City. The provincial military command center blazed with light. Zhang Yunfei stared at the main screen, fingers flying across the tactical map as he issued order after order. The intel was confirmed, nationwide invasion, war alert level 1. With an assault of this magnitude, Jiangdong could expect no reinforcements. They could count on nothing but their own troops. On the huge electronic battle map, red dots spread like a rising tide. Zhang Yunfei's knuckles pressed against the edge of the table, turning white, sweat sliding down his forehead. No matter how he rearranged the icons, the numbers never added up. In Jiangdong province, there were only a handful of cities that absolutely had to be held, and he knew their names by heart. Yet the red dots kept multiplying, and he still couldn't bring himself to hit the confirm key. Once he marked a city as a priority, every other place was effectively abandoned. Millions of civilians would be left to the monsters, their bones bleaching in the oncoming wave. Rapid footsteps broke into the operations room. A runner burst in, clutching a communicator, face flushed, and breathing hard. Minister, urgent orders. Zhang Yunfei took the device. A single line of text hit like a knife. Emergency redeployment. The 3rd and 6th armies of Jiangdong province are to reinforce Haihui province immediately. The 3rd and 6th were Jiangdong's only full-strength formations. If they left, the province would be an open field. Zhang Yunfei felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his chest. The dense red dots on the screen blurred before his eyes. Sir? The runner prompted softly. The clock was ticking. Zhang Yunfei drew a deep breath, veins standing out on the back of his hand. If the main force goes, what do we have left? Sir, only border garrisons and local militias in each city. So we're not completely alone. He straightened abruptly. Order the 3rd and 6th to Haihui at once. Every remaining unit will hold the forward outposts to the last. I'm staying here with them. Jiangdong province, Nanshan city, forward outpost. Black clouds boiled over the wasteland. A greasy gray energy rolling toward the urban center. Monsters incoming. Monsters incoming. The lookout screamed. Report to HQ level 1 alert. He never finished. The radio operator staggered inside, face ashen. Captain, there's no point. The entire region is overrun. The binoculars slipped from numb fingers and hit the floor. Full incursion meant reinforcements would never arrive. Nanshan had no regular army on site. Fewer than 100 soldiers held the line. Silence settled like a stone slab. Heads bowed, and the light in their eyes dimmed. They had been abandoned. The outpost had been abandoned. All of Nanshan had been abandoned. The Empire's choice in its darkest hour was brutally clear. Outside, the gray clouds blotted out the sky, leaving only gloom and despair. Bang bang. The squad captain's fist cracked the hush. 16th Border Regiment, Nanshan Detachment, Xinxiao Army. His voice rang out. Stand fast. We hold this outpost, or die trying. Deep in the Nanshan wilderness, at a gathering place for adventurers. Rows of tents formed the only lights in the night. Inside the largest tent near the entrance to the Pharaoh's Heart dungeon, the leader of the Zhejian gang, 3 Blades, was bent over a stack of ledgers, inked with dense columns of entries. Ever since Su Chen's last visit to the Pharaoh's Heart, which had made the Zhejian gang famous, business had only grown. The Zhejian gang dominated the frontier, eclipsing every other crew. Powered by this sweeping momentum, their leader San Ba Dao vaulted to become the most influential figure in the wildlands. Money flooded the treasury, and he poured it straight into better weapons, food, and quarters for his brothers. He even drafted new bylaws refused to let them stay low-level thugs. He would use the gang's strength to restore order to the wildlands. Late that night, he sat in the command tent, checking the new ledgers. Thick stacks of banknotes rustled as he flipped through them. Suddenly, dense black mist seeped in, blurring his vision, while frantic shouts erupted outside. What kind of market are they running out there? He growled, hands still moving. Boom. A fireball slammed into the front of the tent, the blast ripping away half the roof and flooding the space with night sky and blazing light. Which bastard did that? He'll rip your legs off. Sanba Dao shot to his feet then froze. The camp was an inferno. Tents consumed by flames, spells streaking across the sky, people scattering in panic. Damn it, what's going on? Put the fires out now. He hurled the ledger aside and burst from the wreckage. Fireballs rained down, a knife-sharp wind driving the flames. Drawing his broad-bladed saber, he fought upstream through the chaos, determined to find the attacker. B-boss. Through the clamor, a faint voice reached him. He turned and saw a young brother collapsed beside a burning canvas, black blood oozing from his body, half his face corroded by a strange dark substance. What happened? He hauled the man up, voice trembling. The dungeon, it's out of control, the brother forced out the words, black blood bubbling at his lips before unconsciousness claimed him. Sanba Dao's eyes flashed. He laid the man down gently and sprinted toward the dungeon gate. The nearer he got, the darker the ground became, stained by creeping black mist. At the entrance, dozens of Zhaqian members staggered toward him in terror. Boss, run. The monster's thief broken loose. Following their horrified gaze, he saw the teleportation array of the heart of the pharaoh dungeon in ruins, black matter gushing from the cracks. Before the shattered portal, a wall of pitch-black soldiers stood motionless while mages behind them hurled fireballs. Those are dungeon mobs corrupted by the abyss. His throat tightened in disbelief. The dark portal flickered again, and a gaunt figure drifted into view. Decayed robe, shattered black mask, eyes glowing in the gloom, the dungeon boss, Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Whoosh. Abyss-corrupted Tutankhamun raised his withered arms. The black-armored soldiers stamped forward in unison, a swirling sandstorm of darkness rolling toward the survivors. Tianshan region, the Imperial residence. Moments after 7 top-tier powerhouses appeared on the ancient battlefield, Su Chen activated a teleportation array and whisked them all to the palace. Some of those powerhouses were surely scions of the great clans, and Su Chen had no wish to confront them heathen. As the teleportation array's glow faded, Luo Qianshan, Lei Xiangyang, and the others had barely found their footing before the sight ahead left them speechless. The palace complex before them stretched like a mountain range, its white walls and golden roofs gleaming in silence. Where are we? How can there be an entire palace complex here? Someone blurted. An ancient ruin? Anyone who could build something this massive had to be unimaginably powerful. Another exclaimed, eyes filled with awe and greed. While they spoke, a golden dragon carriage descended and its door swung open. Su Chen stepped down, the sunlight playing over the dark metallic patterns of his robe. So magnificent, I wonder if we can go inside, Lei Xiangyang muttered under his breath. Of course, Su Chen answered casually. Lei Xiangyang froze. Your permission doesn't matter, we need the owners. He turned and finally realized who had spoken. Su Chen. He gasped. The shout drew every eye to Su Chen. Luo Qianshan narrowed his gaze. At last he was face-to-face with the man he had been seeking. The group recalled the teleportation line. Apart from their small team, only the lavish dragon carriage and its hidden master had come through. It was obvious now Su Chen was that master and the true lord of the formidable warriors. Su Chen raised a hand and pressed the air. Golden lines flared across the gates, and the massive doors rumbled open. Come in. Unless something unexpected happens, you'll be staying here for a while, he said, then strode ahead. Lei Xiangyang and the others exchanged glances and silently followed. They understood the unspoken reason. Every member of the Zhu and Li clans who had traveled with them was dead, and even if someone else was responsible, the great families would never spare any witnesses. As powerless students, a trumped-up charge would be enough to cost them their lives. If they wanted to survive, they would have to disappear and abandon their identities as Imperial Academy students. Deeper inside the palace, corridor followed corridor, surrounded by pavilions, ponds, and rock gardens. As they walked, Su Chen pointed out the key locations and had Hui Zubing appear to assign living quarters. He had already cleansed the entire Tianshan forest that surrounded the compound, so birdsong and the scent of flowers replaced the slaughter they had just escaped. Only then did the group finally relax. Yet the real danger still lay ahead, leveling up. They could not return to the Imperial Academy, and they dared not enter any official dungeons. The moment they used their registered identities, the clans would track them down. But without dungeons they could not level up, and for professionals that was a slow death. Su Chen knew their concerns all too well. That was precisely why he had brought them to Tianshan territory instead of anywhere else. You don't need to worry about leveling, he said, stopping in the corridor. As long as you follow my orders from now on, every dungeon in this territory is yours to use. With that, he waved his hand again. Boom. A dozen silver-blue pillars of light struck the floor of the hall, runes spreading outward to form teleportation arrays that locked into place, their patterns gleaming. They were gateways to every dungeon in Tianshan. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.